Su Wanqing had transmigrated into the role of a malicious cannon fodder female supporting character. Foreseeing her tragic demise, she exerted all her effort to preserve her life. Her first course of action was to initiate a divorce. However, her husband, the Marquis, could hear her innermost thoughts. Time and again, her attempts at divorce resulted in failure. Desperate, Su Wanqing resolved to take the drastic step of seeking a separation from her husband. "Su Wanqing, you claim you wish to leave me?" the Marquis exclaimed. "You Seek Death, Volume 1, Chapter 1, The Cannon Fodder Female Supporting Character. If she does not awaken soon, simply toss her into the Marquis' bridal sedan. Today, without fail, she must marry into the Marquis' household in place of Ruer." A sharp voice pierced through Su Wanqing's beautiful dreams, abruptly disrupting her slumber. Although she was conscious, her body felt as though it were ensnared in mud, rendering her immobile. She struggled to open her eyes to discover who was lamenting, but her eyelids felt weighted as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. In her hazy state, she sensed herself being roughly lifted and then set down, her consciousness sinking deeper into an abyss. At the entrance of the Marquis residence, 2 symbolic red lanterns illuminated the arrival of a bridal sedan carried by 8 bearers. The night had grown late. Su Wanqing held her head as she sat up, only to find her vision obscured by a thick layer of crimson silk. She could barely make out the flickering candlelight on the table before her. Startled, she hastily lifted the red veil, finally grasping the layout around her. Could this truly be the Marquis residence? Her breath caught in her throat, and she nearly uttered a civilized exclamation of disbelief. The scene before her was strikingly reminiscent of the wedding scenes from the drama The Imperial Era. After confirming that she was not merely dreaming, Su Wanqing was overcome with panic. To her astonishment, she had transmigrated into the world of the Imperial Era, assuming the identity of the character Su Wanqing. Armed with knowledge of the entire plot, she was acutely aware of the tragic fate that awaited her original self. Just as she began to comprehend her predicament, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. A wave of realization washed over her. According to the plot, this would be the first significant challenge she faced upon entering the Marquis' household. Before she could react, a sharp voice called out, "Oh, the bride has lifted her veil. This is most inauspicious. Quickly, cover it again." Just as she settled herself, the wealthy matron unleashed her silver tongue, instructing her to forego the customary rituals of bedding, toasting, and other rites, urging her to understand the Marquis better. How could Su Wanqing not understand? She had obtained a divine perspective. How could she possibly dig her own grave as her character in the story had? According to the plot, an irate Su Wanqing would soon lash out at the matron. In Huayue Kingdom, injuring the matron was considered even more inauspicious than lifting the red veil. Consequently, she would be confined to the woodshed by the Marquis, spending her wedding night alone with the rats. This matron was not entirely innocent. She had been deliberately summoned to provoke Su Wanqing, intending to create a farce on her first day in the household. The matron would then embellish the tale of Su Wanqing's disruption of the wedding chamber, ensuring that her reputation would be tarnished throughout the capital. After all, Su Wanqing's original self already had a rather unsavory reputation in the capital, and the matron's embellishments would be readily believed by all. The matron appeared perplexed, having heard that the eldest daughter of the Su family was easily provoked. Why was she behaving so unusually today? However, given Su Wanqing's apparent compliance, the matron had no choice but to withdraw. Once she heard the door close, Su Wanqing lifted her veil once more. This initial challenge was trivial. With a modicum of patience, she had navigated it. Yet, the trials ahead would be far more arduous. After all, in the drama, Su Wanqing, the daughter of a prime minister, was not a likable character. As a quintessential brainless supporting actress, she was bound to face numerous tribulations. She could not help but lament her unfortunate fate. Her conclusion was one of poetic justice. The original Su Wanqing was the eldest daughter of the Su family, but due to her father's reluctance to marry his beloved daughter Ro to the sickly Xinjing, he forced Su Wanqing, the daughter from his previous marriage, upon him instead. Yet, her heart had always belonged to the sixth prince. However, the original Su Wanqing had earned a notorious reputation as a wicked woman, and the sixth prince would never look upon her favorably. Heartbroken and unfulfilled, she conspired with the second prince to bring about the sixth prince's demise. As fate would have it, She remained in the Marquis residence as his wife. However, as the story progressed, Xinjing unexpectedly fell in love with Ro Ro. Originally, Xinjing had intended to marry Ro Ro, and Su Wanqing thought that if they could be together, he would surely divorce her and allow her to leave. As the male lead, Xinjing, under the machinations of his guard Ling Song, escaped from the capital. Yet, Su Wanqing, as the Marquis' wife, was transformed into a wretched creature, ultimately meeting a tragic end that left her unable to die, even if she wished to. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a shiver ran down her spine. She was consumed by anxiety. Just then, she heard the door creak open, followed by the sound of wheels scraping against the floor. Panicking, Su Wanqing hastily covered her face with the veil once more, but as soon as her hands were in place, she heard a peculiar swishing sound. In the next moment, a silver needle pierced through her veil, causing the crimson fabric to fall to the ground. Immediately after, a golden thread coiled around her neck. With no time to react, the image of a man with furrowed brows entered her vision. Su Wanqing gazed at the man's flawlessly cold and beautiful face, her expression a mix of complexity. Why does this bloodthirsty man possess such striking features? I hadn't paid much attention while watching the drama, but now, up close, his visage is simply mesmerizing. Xinjing was taken aback by the sudden sound. The woman before him had not even spoken. Why did her voice resonate so powerfully in his ears? His pupils constricted slightly. The long-standing enmity between the Marquis household and the Prime Minister's family was well known, and his engagement to the Prime Minister's second daughter, Su Ro, was already a foregone conclusion. How dare Su Bingqing send the infamous Su Wanqing to take Su Rao's place in the bridal sedan? This Su Wanqing's audacity to marry into the Marquis household was nothing short of reckless. His narrowed, almond-shaped eyes glinted with a hint of concealed malice, and his thin lips were tightly pressed together. His frail form, coupled with the burdens of state affairs, rendered his complexion pale, almost sickly. Cough, cough, release me. Su Wanqing finally realized that she was undeniably not dreaming. Who could dream of feeling both pain and suffocation? As her fingers brushed against the golden thread, a pang of fear gripped her heart. If this man exerted even the slightest pressure, he could effortlessly sever her throat, and she would undoubtedly set the record for the swiftest demise of a transmigrated heroine. Noticing that the man remained motionless, she attempted to remove the golden thread from around her neck, but soon her fair fingers were stained with blood. His gaze, however, remained icy, exuding an aura of impending doom. Just as Xinjing's expression hardened, preparing to tighten the golden thread, the mysterious voice echoed once more. Skeptical, Xinjing scoffed. A life of tranquility? Could this fickle woman truly change her heart overnight? Did she dare to dream of a peaceful and stable life? Volume 1, Chapter 2. To preserve her life, the lady is determined to escape. Xinjing's dark eyes hardened, and he loosened his grip on the golden thread. Seeing this, Su Wanqing immediately retreated, accidentally knocking a ceramic vase off the table, shattering it into pieces. Su Wanqing gently caressed her throat, loosening the golden thread tied around it, and swiftly seized a shard of ceramic to sever the line. A wave of relief washed over her as she gasped for breath. She was on the verge of collapse, having once believed herself a significant supporting character, only to discover she lacked any protective aura, nearly facing death. The Imperial Affairs made its way onto her list of binge-worthy dramas primarily due to its narrative of noble families vying for power in the court, with little focus on youthful romantic entanglements. The protagonist only began to confront his emotions near the climax of the story, leaving the audience to witness a series of ambiguous interactions that were hard to resist. Chuckling at, but now it was difficult to assess. Did she truly wish to suffer through a tragic conclusion? After all, it was a 50-episode series. Taking a moment to strategize, she realized her immediate priority was to stabilize Xinjing's emotions and ensure her own survival. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice Xinjing's reaction. His brow arched slightly, a fierce intensity glimmering in his eyes. Had this woman just suggested he would meet a grim fate? While his own demise remained uncertain, hers was undoubtedly assured. A silver needle materialized silently in Xinjing's hand, gleaming like a venomous serpent poised to strike. Just as he prepared to act, a warning echoed in Su Wanqing's mind. An assassin is approaching. An assassin? Xinjing hesitated, a sharp gust of wind suddenly slicing through the air outside, creating an eerie atmosphere. The silver needle extinguished the candlelight as he focused on the window, where an ominous figure leapt inside, wielding a long blade that glimmered menacingly. Without hesitation, the assailant swung the knife toward Xinjing. Wanqing, her face paling, sought a safe spot to hide, realizing that experiencing danger firsthand was far different from watching it on television. Yet, Xinjing exhibited no trace of fear. Though confined to a wheelchair and limited in mobility, he showed no intention of evading the blade. Perhaps aware of the disparity in their strengths, the assassin, in his final moments, launched a poison dart toward Xinjing. In that instant, Wanqing, like a moth drawn to a flame, lunged towards him, arms outstretched to shield him. "Lord, be careful." With a sharp sound, the dart struck her chest, and she collapsed to the ground. Xinjing, his expression impassive, tightened the golden thread, and the assassin writhed in agony before succumbing to death. He wheeled himself closer to Wanqing, lifting her petite form from the ground, his voice icy. "Wanqing." With a pained smile, she showcased her acting skills to the utmost. "My lord, my life is of little consequence as long as you remain unharmed. That is all that matters." Xinjing stared at her pallid lips, a flicker of emotion stirring within him, yet he heard her true thoughts. "Fortunately, I have a steel plate in my chest. How could I die so easily? Do not forget my life-saving grace." In that moment, the last vestiges of his pity dissipated. He raised his hand, intending to cast her aside, only to notice that Wanqing, perched on his lap, had inadvertently disheveled her crimson wedding attire while attempting to untangle the golden thread, exposing a delicate shoulder. Recalling her reputation in the capital, Xinjing's disdain deepened, and he forcefully pushed her to the ground. "Get away from me." Wanqing stared at him, utterly bewildered. "Is he insane? I saved him, and yet he tells me to leave? No matter, he possesses the aura of a male lead, and I cannot hold it against him. I simply need to escape." Suppressing her frustration, she suddenly realized her attire was disordered. Hastily, she tightened her collar, but the next moment, she felt something fall from her chest. Panicking, she reached inside her garment to retrieve it, an action that did not escape Xinjing's notice. "Stand up," he commanded, his tone devoid of warmth, causing her to feel utterly dismayed. Casting a glance at the slain assassin nearby, she wondered if Xinjing suspected her of harboring a hidden weapon to ambush him. To prove her innocence, she trembled and stood up. The steel plate clattered to the ground, and a hint of embarrassment crept onto Wanqing's face. "My lord, it's a misunderstanding. I merely wished to remove this." Xinjing scoffed, his expression filled with contempt. "I thought you were truly unafraid of death." Hastily, she shook her head, pledging her loyalty. "No, my lord, you are my husband. In my family, I follow my father, and in marriage, I follow my husband. You will always come first. When I saw you in danger, I acted without hesitation." Yet Xinjing remained unmoved, continuing, "Possession of a weapon, what crime does that constitute?" Wanqing's heart raced, but she was no fool. Clearly, Xinjing was testing her. To her, the steel plate was utterly useless, hardly qualifying as a weapon at most. It was a blunt object. She could not allow him to label her a killer that would mean certain death. With a forced smile, she deflected all blame onto her stepmother. "My lord, my father has some political rivals. My mother worried I might encounter trouble during my journey home, and since I lack martial skills, it would be embarrassing for you if anything happened. This was merely a protective measure my mother prepared for me, and I never anticipated it would serve such a purpose." Xinjing's gaze sharpened as he studied Wanqing intently. This woman had repeated the same words twice. Words could deceive, but one's inner thoughts could not be easily dismissed. The court was currently divided into 3 factions. One loyal to the emperor, comprised of veteran ministers who would support whoever the emperor named as heir. The other 2 factions were in turmoil, aligned with the 2nd and 6th princes respectively. Thus, this assassin could likely be affiliated with the 6th prince, or perhaps even sent by Wanqing's father, Bingchen. They were inextricably linked, making no distinction between their allegiances. Once suspicion arose, dispelling such thoughts was no easy task. As he reflected on the years of camaraderie with the emperor, a subtle anxiety creased his brow, and his demeanor darkened considerably. Although uncertain of the truth, Caution was prudent. My lord. Would you not agree? Su Wanqing, unsure of his thoughts, could only guess that he was contemplating the evening's events. First, his beautiful wife had been swapped with her, a notorious figure. Then, an assassin had infiltrated the Marquis residence, intent on killing him, nearly succeeding. Lastly, he might even mistakenly believe her disheveled appearance was an attempt to seduce him. She had to prevent him from continuing down this path of thought, for her life hung in the balance. Volume 1, Chapter 3. If you don't want a divorce, you can still dismiss your wife. However, this distraction only fueled Shen Jing's ire further. Su Wanqing, I will not pursue today's events with you. Since you are now mine, it would be best to suppress any sordid thoughts otherwise. I will not hesitate to silence you. Su Wanqing rubbed her neck, recalling the golden thread, and could not help but swallow hard. You may only enjoy yourself for 3 more years, just wait, and see how the Emperor deals with you then. Savor these 3 years, but do not commit any more sins. With a cold snort, she turned her gaze away from him. Hearing her words, Shen Jing tightened his grip on the wheelchair's armrest, his confusion deepening. The woman had claimed that an assassin was coming, and that had already come to pass. Could it be that her prediction of the Emperor's retribution after 3 years would also materialize? What secrets did she harbor? Could she truly foresee the future? For now, he could not kill her, but one day at least before his demise, he would certainly rip open this woman's heart to uncover the truth hidden within. When Su Wanqing met Shen Jing's probing gaze, she instinctively took 2 steps back. Faced with the malevolent glint in his eyes, she wished for the plot to fast forward. Now that she knew the outcome, she could not recklessly disrupt the relationship between the male and female leads. Not only must she refrain from interference, but she also needed to hasten the bond between him and Su Ro. According to the original storyline, once Shen Jing and Su Ro opened their hearts to each other, the union of the Marquis and the Prime Minister's daughter would alarm the Emperor, prompting him to initiate his eliminate the military Marquis plan. The suffering that the original character was meant to endure was not something she could bear. Her immediate strategy was to find a way to have Shen Jing divorce her. Once she was no longer the Marquis' wife, the Emperor's intentions toward Shen Jing would no longer concern her. Being the Marquis' wife was no easy task. Fortunately, in this narrative, Su Wanqing had done many foolish things to compel Shen Jing to divorce her for the sake of the 6th prince, yet he ultimately did not. Consequently, she had to force herself to fall in love with him, for only in this way could she convince herself that she had married the one she cherished. The original character had a degree of psychological turmoil, but Su Wanqing was mentally sound and could not act in such a manner. Pursuing a divorce was undoubtedly the correct course. As long as she was no longer the Marquis' wife, she could significantly reduce her calamities. With a keen sense of fortune, Su Wanqing realized that there were other tools at play. Whether she remained in the Marquis' residence or not, the plot would unfold as intended. She could not allow her life to be squandered within these confining walls. However, while she was still in the Marquis' residence, she could indeed take action to accelerate the process. Just as she pondered how to make the protagonist realize that his true love was Su Ro, a figure suddenly flew in from outside, capturing Su Wanqing's attention. "Marquis, are you unhurt?" Ling Song, upon seeing only a lifeless body on the ground, felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, there were not many people around, and this night had indeed been a moment of carelessness on his part. "I am incompetent," causing the Marquis to be alarmed. "Please punish me. Are you injured?" His voice was rich and resonant, perfectly complemented by his handsome features. Oh my, to her surprise, Shen Jing's guard was equally handsome. How daunting for her, what a test it was. Shen Jing was undeniably striking, but the stakes involved her own life. No matter how handsome he was, it was not worth risking her existence. However, Ling Song was different. Ling Song had successfully reached the conclusion of the story and had never caused the original character any distress throughout the plot. Faced with such a kind-hearted and attractive Ling Song, Su Wanqing found it exceedingly difficult not to develop feelings. Ling Song, in a state of urgency, could not help but reach out to check Shen Jing's condition. What the heck, was it really this intimate? Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled as she watched them, as if trying to glean something from their interaction. Others were unaware of the unshakable master-servant bond between Shen Jing and Ling Song, but Su Wanqing, possessing a god's perspective as an audience member, had fervently shipped this pair. When she watched the drama, she had merely indulged in her imagination, but now, witnessing their interaction in person made it feel undeniably real. It was highly likely because the original story was a drama. It could not depict anything too explicit to pass censorship, but those sweet interactions must have been covertly sugar-coated. Ah, how thrilling. Master and servant. The domineering Marquis and the abstinent guard. Su Wanqing was on the verge of madness. Hee. No wonder the plot progressed to the later stages. With the male and female leads finally coming together, it turned out the female lead was so capable that she had firmly straightened Xinjing out. Shipping this master-servant pair was infinitely more exhilarating than securing Ling Tsong for herself. Once she safely navigated through this night, she would definitely seek an artist to illustrate a comic titled The Domineering Marquis Falls for His Guard. It would undoubtedly be a bestseller. Just envisioning those scenes was exhilarating. As Su Wanqing mused, she completely failed to notice Xinjing's face, seated in the wheelchair, dark as coal. Su Wanqing had mistakenly assumed he had a penchant for Ling Tsong.
Su Wanqing, you are seeking death.
Xinjing's grip on the wheelchair's armrest tightened, as if it would shatter at any moment. But then he thought, Su Wanqing seemed to possess the ability to predict the future, and he could hear her foresight. Keeping her around might prove useful. He had no choice but to endure for the time being. Xinjing took a slow breath to calm himself and spoke. Do not speak of what transpired tonight. Ling Tsong nodded slightly. Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled naturally. Others were unaware of what she was shipping. Just as she was reveling in her fantasies, Ling Tsong suddenly turned to give her a fierce glare filled with warning. Then, he hefted the body and swiftly departed. Su Wanqing was momentarily stunned by his gaze, but her mind raced with wild imagination. How sweet. Ling Tsong is fierce with everyone, but so obedient to Xinjing. It's clear that this is not merely a master-servant relationship, it's true love. And that guard, oh my, he is just too handsome. His earlier glance was clearly a warning for me not to have designs on his Marquis. In her heart, she silently indulged in her sugar cravings, but upon hearing her thoughts, Xinjing's face darkened further. Was he and Ling Tsong truly in love? What merit was there in her imagining such an indecent narrative about a guard protecting his master? He suppressed his rising anger, choosing not to expose her. If she realized he could hear her inner thoughts, he would no longer be privy to any valuable secrets. At that moment, Su Wanqing suddenly spoke. Marquis, I know you have someone you care for. You know I am not Su Ro, so why not simply divorce me? Xinjing gave a mocking smile. This wretched woman had delusions of grandeur having entered the Marquis' residence. Did she think she could leave at will? Volume 1. Chapter 4. The Lady's Fury and the Rear Courtyard's reorganization. Tonight's assassination attempt, along with her ability to foresee the future and hear her own heart's voice, must be thoroughly investigated before she can be allowed to die or leave. Until the matter of the assassin is resolved, it is advisable for you to remain within the confines of the Marquis' residence. Otherwise, I shall break your legs. Wanqing. He is certainly capable of such actions. Considering her fate, one can only fathom his ruthless nature. Isn't this a veiled form of imprisonment? I just rescued you, and in return, you repay me with ingratitude? Allowing you to divorce me was an act of grace. If you refuse, do you think I shall not depart? Su Wanqing wished to voice more, but Xinjing, having overheard her inner musings, was unwilling to grant her the opportunity to speak, summoning several servants from outside instead. From this day forth, the lady is forbidden to step outside the eastern courtyard. Any disobedience will be met with lethal consequences. The servants, seemingly anticipating the command, responded affirmatively and promptly brandished their clubs in compliance. After one of them pushed Xinjing out, the others effectively barricaded the entrance to the eastern courtyard. Even if Su Wanqing sprouted wings, she would find it impossible to escape from this place. The following morning, her stomach grumbled, yet she remained oblivious to whether the servants had conspired against her, as they delayed serving her breakfast time and again. As the clock struck the hour of the rooster, the servants leisurely brought forth a plate of rancid vegetarian dishes. Gazing at the unappetizing meal that even a dog would refuse, Su Wanqing clenched her fists. Having once savored endless fries and KFC in the 21st century, she found herself reduced to consuming spoiled food now. A wave of humiliation washed over her. Although the original character was not kind-hearted, Xinjing certainly deserved the title of heartless. As Su Wanqing attempted to eat a bite of the rancid dish, the foul odor made her recoil in disgust. No, this was a taste she simply could not swallow. Without a father or mother to care for her, and lacking any close confidants to rescue her, she pondered her fate if she failed to escape the Marquis' residence. Contemplating the future, Su Wanqing realized it was unrealistic to depend on Xinjing for sustenance. After all, one cannot expect favors from others without consequence. It would be wiser to cultivate her own food. Even if she remained trapped until the end, she would not have to starve. The eastern courtyard, being the main residence of the Marquis' wife, offered ample space, and the small kitchen stood vacant. This seemed a splendid idea. First, ensure her own survival. In her hunger, she scoured the area and discovered some edible wild vegetables in the small bamboo grove within the courtyard. If she cultivated these on a larger scale, she need not worry excessively about her vegetable supply. With the changing seasons, she might even unearth some winter bamboo shoots. Growing her own vegetables was far more dignified than begging Xinjing for scraps. After much persuasion, she managed to procure a small iron shovel from the guard stationed at the entrance and began to dig beside the bamboo grove. Within a short while, her clothes were covered in dirt and dust. Though tired, the thought of that rancid dish revitalized her spirit. As she toiled, a sudden sound of footsteps approached from behind. Su Wanqing paused, sensing an ominous premonition. Turning around, she beheld a figure clad in sky blue, a ribbon fluttering in the gentle breeze, resembling a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Yet, the overwhelming fragrance that enveloped her brought Su Wanqing back to reality. Furrowing her brow, she wondered how Qin Shui had arrived here. Was there such a scene in the script? Qin Shui, one of Xinjing's concubines, was also a hapless supporting character like herself. Regardless of the current emperor, the second prince, or the sixth prince, all held considerable suspicion and wariness toward Xinjing, constantly devising various means to monitor him. As the daughter of the Grand Minister, Qin Shui had been sent to the Marquis' residence as a concubine, naturally serving as an informant. Despite her apparent authority in the residence, Su Wanqing knew that Xinjing had never laid a finger on Qin Shui. Xinjing's tolerance towards Qin Shui's antics was merely due to her status as the Grand Minister's daughter and her infatuation with her lover, which meant she never truly divulged any secrets regarding the Marquis' household. Look at the unfortunate soul who entered the residence yesterday. On their wedding night, the Marquis nearly fell victim to an assassination attempt, and it was likely he felt unable to continue living, contemplating his own demise. Qin Shui cackled without regard for decorum, her maidservants joining in her laughter. Wanqing. This person truly lacks decorum. Qin Shui was fiercely jealous, intolerant of any woman approaching the Marquis aside from herself. Any maidservant with a hint of beauty who dared to linger near him would inevitably face a brutal beating from her. Following Xinjing's union with Su Ro, Qin Shui's jealousy reached its zenith. This jealousy even extended towards Ling Song, as she resented his constant presence by Xinjing's side, prompting her to slander him on more than one occasion. The rift between Xinjing and Ling Song was instigated by Qin Shui, who subsequently placed the blame on Su Wanqing, intensifying Xinjing's animosity towards the original character. Wait a moment. Tonight, if her memory served her right, Qin Shui intended to take action against Ling Song tonight. This was the very day in the original text Qin Shui had been diagnosed as pregnant. The child was not Xinjing's, and upon discovering her condition, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. In a desperate attempt to secure a future for the child, Qin Shui planned to drug Ling Song, hoping to bed him. Thereafter, she would secretly place the drug in the original character's chamber, framing Su Wanqing for the act. Thus, Qin Shui's scheme would yield multiple benefits, resolving the childless predicament, complicating matters for Ling Song, and allowing Su Wanqing, the Marquis' wife, to shoulder the blame. Had Qin Shui's plan ended there, with no involvement of Su Wanqing, she would have been indifferent to how Qin Shui intended to resolve her pregnancy. However, how could she stand by and watch Qin Shui act? Su Wanqing silently turned her back to continue her work, adopting a policy of ignoring Qin Shui. Indeed, the arrogant Qin Shui huffed in indignation. Did you not hear me speaking to you? Seeing that Su Wanqing continued to disregard her, Qin Shui, furious, commanded her surrounding maidservants. Bring forth soil to fill these holes, and from this moment forth, this plot shall be planted with the Marquis's favorite orchids. No servant shall be permitted to lay a finger upon it. A dozen maidservants, upon hearing her command, began trampling the holes Su Wanqing had painstakingly excavated, some even spitting into them. Su Wanqing glanced at the maidservants filling the holes and smirked. She had anticipated that with Qin Shue's temperament, ignoring her would easily provoke her ire. Compared to the level of difficulty she had faced growing up in the Xiang residence, this was mere child's play. A flicker of impatience crossed Su Wanqing's eyes as she strode over to Qin Shui, raising her hand and delivering a resounding slap.
Slap.
The sharp sound resonated throughout the courtyard, plunging it into silence. Volume 1, Chapter 5. My lord, your head is a verdant plain. Qin Shui, dazed, rubbed her face. How dare you strike me? Today I acted as such. What can you do about it? Su Wanqing wore an expression of utter arrogance. Wretched woman. Qin Shui could hardly concern herself with appearances as she seized Su Wanqing by the hair. In retaliation, Su Wanqing brought down the shovel she wielded forcefully upon Qin Shui's thigh. In the warmth of June, Qin Shui, dressed only in a delicate blue garment, felt blood surge forth from her wound, staining her stockings crimson. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she collapsed to the ground. Su Wanqing, ever the professional, controlled her strength perfectly. Though Qin Shui suffered a minor injury and lost some blood, it was not life-threatening. However, the maidens present did not share this sentiment. They erupted into frantic screams and accusations. Help! The lady has killed Aunt Shui. Quickly inform the Marquis. Someone come quickly. A murder has occurred. Soon, Qin Shui was hoisted away by several maidens, leaving behind a pool of blood. Su Wanqing furrowed her brow, covering the bloodstain with dirt before resuming her labor. With Qin Shui injured, it was likely that she would not be able to cause trouble tonight. With this thought, Su Wanqing's industrious nature awakened,
And she continued to dig.
If all was for sustenance, even as sweat mingled with the earth, her heart remained joyous. However, her stomach soon growled audibly. Embarrassed and frustrated, she felt a wave of dizziness. Reluctantly, she paused her work and leaned against a tree to rest. As she sat, her peripheral vision caught sight of several white rabbits in the thicket. She scarcely pondered the absurdity of rabbits appearing in this place. A singular thought occupied her mind. This was a gift from heaven. Summoning all her strength, she lunged forward, but missed as the rabbits darted away like lightning. Watching them disappear into a burrow, she nearly wept. Just then, she noticed a plump rabbit stuck at the entrance, and her tears turned to joy.
Ah!
She exclaimed, delight flooding her being as she seized one of its hind legs. It must weigh at least 10 pounds. My fortune is astounding. I'm so sorry, little rabbit. With a smile illuminating her face, Su Wanqing retrieved some tools from the kitchen and began the butchering process. Though the small kitchen was brand new, she unearthed some spices and decided to marinate the meat before roasting it over a fire. After a brief interval, the skin of the rabbit had cracked from the heat. She took a bite, savoring the rich, chewy texture. A light sheen of grease coated her fair fingers, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting the household servants at the gate to whisper among themselves, "Why does the lady's roasted rabbit smell so appetizing, unlike the others?
I'm starving.
Why don't we ask for a rabbit leg? Just a little coin will suffice. Are you not afraid of being poisoned?" The four of them argued fervently, desire battling with fear, yet none dared to request a rabbit leg from Su Wanqing, for she was notorious in the capital for her ruthless nature and penchant for revenge. Moreover, she was skilled in the art of poisoning, who knew how she might react to a plate of unsavory dishes, unleashing indiscriminate wrath upon the residents of the Marquis household. To ask her for a rabbit leg might mean risking one's life for mere taste. Just as they were caught between craving and trepidation, Su Wanqing, unperturbed, tore off a piece of rabbit meat and approached them. "Hey, would you like some? This large wild rabbit is far too much for me to eat alone. I would hate for it to go to waste." With delicacies before them, the four men were momentarily dazed, rushing forward eagerly, forgetting all caution. A single bite revealed an explosion of flavor that filled their mouths. "Thank you, my lady," they exclaimed, hastily devouring as much as they could.
A satisfied smile graced Su Wanqing's lips.
Just as she intended to return to the courtyard, she spotted Ling Tsang wheeling the Marquis in her direction, accompanied by Qin Shui. After careful consideration, Su Wanqing opted to observe quietly as they approached. Qin Shui, clutching her injured thigh, pointed an accusatory finger at Su Wanqing, her tone faintly weak, as if this minor injury had drained her of life. Marquis, look at her. She doesn't even show you the respect of a bow. She clearly holds you in contempt. I have heard that before her marriage, she claimed to love only His Highness the Sixth. She continued to embellish. She looks down upon you in your wheelchair, to her. Before Qin Shui could finish, Shen Jing shot her a glance that rendered her weak-kneed, almost causing her to collapse. His eyes held a chilling intensity that conveyed immense pressure without uttering a word. The surrounding atmosphere grew tense, and the servants fell silent, taking a few steps back with Qin Shui in tow. Silence enveloped them, broken only by Su Wanqing's internal musings. What does she mean by my heart belonging only to His Highness the Sixth? I was unaware of such a claim. Qin Shui's ability to distort the truth is truly frightening. What nonsense. Shen Jing regarded Su Wanqing, noting her disheveled appearance, and quirked an eyebrow. You are, after all, the mistress of the Marquis household. Such a state is unbecoming. Su Wanqing raised an eyebrow in response. Marquis, you speak truly. If the servants of the household treated me with due respect, would I find myself in such a pitiful state? The title of Marquis wife is merely a hollow name. Shen Jing's brows furrowed, a flicker of insight sparking in his dark eyes. So, you imply that marrying me has brought you distress?
Wanqing turned,
Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she met Shen Jing's gaze. Lowering her voice, she unleashed an acting performance of epic proportions. Marquis, how am I to respond to such a question? A mere concubine can bring her servants to bully me, the lady of the Marquis household, which clearly indicates that everyone in this abode looks down upon me. I no longer possess the confidence to speak with you. Please dismiss me. Her portrayal of profound grievance had at least softened Shen Jing's demeanor slightly. Observing this, Qin Shui hastened to clarify. Marquis,
Shui is innocent.
I approached the lady to pay my respects, yet it was she who instigated the conflict. But I understand, the lady has been raised without a mother, under her stepmother's care, so it is natural for her to be unaware of certain customs. Having finished her speech, Qin Shui turned her gaze to Su Wanqing. Lady, I do not wish to speak ill of you before the Marquis, but your actions were excessively forceful, so please do not hold it against me. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. I certainly won't blame you. I was indeed somewhat rash. However, Marquis, my actions were not driven by selfish motives. They were all for you. Oh. Shen Jing raised an eyebrow. She smiled faintly, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. Marquis, do not be deceived by Aunt Shui's seeming obedience. In reality, she uses your money to support her own lover. Are you aware of this? Fury washed over Shen Jing's face. Qin Shui abruptly lifted her head, her heart pounding as if struck by a great hammer. Shen Jing fixed his gaze upon Su Wanqing, an uncanny calmness enveloping him. Repeat that. The first volume, Chapter 6, Exercising the Privileges of the Mistress of the Household. While other matters may be difficult to verify, Shen Jing was aware of Qin Shui's secret affair. He could hardly fathom that it would be revealed by Su Wanqing. How could she, having been in the Marquis household for such a brief time, possess such knowledge? A flicker of unusual color passed through Shen Jing's eyes. Had it not been for Qin Shui's father, who held the esteemed position of Grand Marshal, could she have survived until now? He refrained from making any hasty moves, wary of drawing the attention of the Grand Marshal and his political adversaries. He had initially been waiting for the right opportunity. Now that Su Wanqing had made her intentions clear, he had no choice but to acquiesce to her wishes. Shen Jing smiled, though the warmth did not reach his eyes, and beckoned Su Wanqing closer. As she approached, he suddenly grasped her neck, pulling her into his embrace. Ah, you. Su Wanqing was infuriated, her anger almost overwhelming. In the next moment, the man crushed her face in his grip. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his deep-set eyes. I once thought you to be worthless, but it appears I was mistaken. You spent a night in the Marquis' residence and uncovered Qin Shui's affair with a steward? No wonder you wielded the authority of the rightful mistress and struck that wretched woman before so many witnesses. Why not investigate further? Their faces were mere inches apart, their posture seemingly intimate, yet Su Wanqing sensed a chilling murderous intent. Good heavens! Is he attempting to use me as a pawn? If I truly get embroiled in this, the Grand Marshal would undoubtedly come to the Prime Minister's residence seeking justice. At that point, how could my heartless father and my ruthless stepmother possibly protect me? The thought of her scoundrel father, Su Bingqing, cast a shadow over Su Wanqing's gaze. Shun Jing paused, taken aback. A heartless father? A ruthless stepmother? She had only heard of Su Wanqing's mother's passing and had not shed a single tear, instead obeying her stepmother, Cui, as if she were her own flesh and blood. It seemed the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Qin Shui trembled in fear and fell to her knees with a thud. My lord, this is slander. She is speaking nonsense. I am innocent. Shun Jing dismissed her with a disdainful glance, fixating on Su Wanqing. I now grant you an opportunity to prove your claims. Your survival hinges on your actions. His long brows arched, emanating a dangerous chill. The mere sound of his words sent a tremor through Su Wanqing. You slanderous wretch. What can you prove? My father is the Grand Marshal. If you have the ability, then go ahead and kill me. Qin Shui, seeing Shun Jing's indifference, hastily invoked her family lineage as a shield against calamity. Observing her haughty demeanor, Su Wanqing's eyes turned cold. Are you implying that, even if you bear a bastard child and trample upon the Marquis' dignity, the Emperor's bestowed title must be endured simply due to your father's rank? The statement struck like a thunderclap, shocking Qin Shui. What are you babbling about? How could that wretched Su Wanqing know of her pregnancy? This was something she had only just discovered, and she had intended to shift the blame onto Ling Song tonight. Su Wanqing spoke slowly. Why not have a physician check your pulse? Qin Shui's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. She had not consummated her marriage with Xin Jing. If she were indeed pregnant at this moment, even her father, the Grand Marshal, would be unable to save her. Gritting her teeth, Qin Shui resolved to gamble everything. Kneeling before Xin Jing and sobbing, My lord, please forgive me. I truly had no choice. It was Ling Song who forced me. Please, my lord, see the truth. Upon hearing his name drag into the matter, Ling Song fell silent and quickly knelt. I implore the lord to investigate. I am absolutely loyal to you. Su Wanqing felt dizzy with anger. Qin Shui had been exposed, yet she had the audacity to falsely accuse Ling Song first. Su Wanqing's gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting on the maid, Xiao Dai, beside Qin Shui. Due to her line of work, she possessed a heightened sensitivity to certain powders and spices. She approached Xiao Dai, whose eyelashes trembled subconsciously, yet her hands clutched the bag tightly. Su Wanqing extended her hand. Give it to me. Madam, what are you saying? Xiao Dai's eyes flickered with evasion. Still defiant, Su Wanqing scoffed, seizing the bag from Xiao Dai's grasp. Ignoring the quaking maid, she opened the bag, retrieving some incense and inhaling its scent before presenting it to Xin Jing. My lord, do you believe this substance can induce hallucinations? Xin Jing's expression remained stern. His lips pressed tight, silent. Yet Ling Song recognized the item, stating, Madam, you have a keen eye. This is the soul-confounding incense. As the name suggests, it indeed serves to confuse the mind. Since Qin Shui had allowed her maid to carry such incense, it was evident she intended to seize any opportunity to incapacitate Ling Song, given his elusive nature. However, it was precisely this that solidified the evidence against her, hastening her downfall. Su Wanqing stepped directly in front of Qin Shui, tossing the bag at her. Ling Song forced you? Then why does your maid possess such an item? Qin Shui collapsed onto the ground, while Su Wanqing merely smirked. Very well. If Aunt Shui is innocent, then your maid must harbor ulterior motives. Someone, take Xiao Dai away and administer 50 strokes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai could no longer hold back and fell to her knees before Su Wanqing. Madam, I beseech you to spare me. This is all Aunt Shui's and the steward's scheme. I am merely following orders. Please show mercy. Su Wanqing nodded slowly, instructing the nearby servants, bring the steward here. The mistress of the Marquis' residence exuded an undeniable authority, commanding the respect of the majority present. Soon, the steward was brought to the east garden, and before he could utter a word, Su Wanqing seized the initiative. Qin Shui and Xiao Dai have confessed. We have evidence and witnesses. I advise you to confess and alleviate your suffering. The steward, clearly no fool, remained obstinate until the very end. My lord, you must believe me. I have served you faithfully for over a decade. My loyalty is as clear as day. While the steward professed his allegiance, his master showed no inclination to intervene. What does his impassive demeanor signify? The drama never disclosed how Qin Shui and the steward were dealt with after their affair was exposed. Good heavens, am I to improvise? Xinjing's expression was complex. The drama? According to Su Wanqing's internal monologue, unless she were mad. Could it be that she truly had a prophetic insight into these events? Observing him as if he were a character in her narrative, Su Wanqing shot Xinjing a glance, pondering the gravity of such a betrayal. She concluded that a matter as significant as being cuckolded could not be glossed over lightly. And thus, she boldly declared, "Do you still wish to quibble? If you refuse to admit your guilt, I shall hand you over to the Grand Marshal for his judgment. Once Qin Shui bears your child, you three can live in bliss." Her words cast a pall over the faces of those present. Xinjing, being cuckolded and expected to accommodate the illicit couple, had every right to be displeased. Volume 1, Chapter 7. Dragged away and executed. The steward, pale with fear, realized that the Grand Marshal would not show him mercy for his indiscretions with Qin Shui. Qin Shui, recalling Xinjing's tactics, felt an overwhelming fear. Even in her pride, she found herself kneeling and bowing her head, pleading, "Madam, I beg you, spare me. My lord, please show mercy. I was merely led astray by him in a moment of confusion." Butler Chen, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Wretched woman! It is clear that the Lord has grown weary of you, which is why you resorted to seducing me, attempting to implicate Lord Lingsong. You vile creature! I have served the Lord for over a decade without fault, and it is all due to you. All because of you." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Xinjing's eyes. How amusing it was that an old servant who had followed him for more than 10 years would choose to betray him for lust. Su Wanqing, noticing the waning light, hurriedly declared, "Bring him, and have Butler Chen dragged away for punishment. Lock Qin Shui up until General Qin arrives to make a decision." Upon hearing this, Xinjing turned to glance at her, a sardonic smile creeping upon his lips. This cunning woman was quite shrewd. She could be ruthless with an inconsequential butler. But when it came to Qin Shui, whose fate involved the interests of the Prime Minister's residence, she immediately adopted a more calculating demeanor. Very well. When dealing with General Qin, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Yet, he would ensure that Su Bing would not live too long. Did this Su Wanqing truly believe she could rely on the Prime Minister's protection indefinitely? "My lord, how do you find my handling of this matter?" Su Wanqing forced a smile of appeasement. Xinjing nodded gravely. "From now on, should anyone dare to offend the madam, they shall face our household's strict penalties." Everyone present nodded in fear. The household's laws were notoriously severe. Who would dare to challenge them? "My lord, as the lady of the, may I move freely within the estate?" Xinjing gave Su Wanqing a meaningful glance, signifying his tacit approval, then fell silent, allowing Ling Song to assist him back. It was not an illusion. Before leaving, Su Wanqing distinctly caught a grateful look from Ling Song. Instantly, her spirits lifted. As Xinjing's wheelchair moved forward a few steps, they heard a sigh. Alas, how perilous. When will this lord comprehend his situation? He is not truly disabled, yet he allows a young maiden to remain alone. Which is hardly surprising that she seeks solace in the arms of an old butler. Why marry a concubine with such a rigid background? I do not have enough lives to clean up after his messes. Xinjing's brow furrowed abruptly. This girl, she actually knew he was not useless? In a modest courtyard of the maid Kaiwe paced anxiously, casting nervous glances outside until she spotted a familiar figure and rushed to greet her. "Miss." She grasped Su Wanqing's hand, examining her closely. "Did you suffer any injuries last night? Did the Lord trouble you? Was it Annie Shui who set you up? I heard Butler Chen was executed." Su Wanqing looked at Kaiwe's face, taking a moment to process. Kaiwe was her personal maid, having served her for many years, and they shared a close bond. However, The maid of a treacherous character was bound to be implicated in her mistress's downfall, facing a grim fate as well. Since she had traveled into this world, she could not allow Kaiwe to sacrifice her life. With that thought, she replied, "It's nothing. All is well." This wretched Xinjing had spoken sweetly, allowing her, the main wife, to choose a maid, yet here she was, with only Kaiwe in such a meager courtyard. Upon entering Tsayue's room, Su Wanqing's gaze fell upon a copper mirror. From yesterday to today, she had not taken a proper look at her face. Sitting at the ancient vanity, her heart sank. The original owner had a high opinion of herself, but as Su Wanqing examined her reflection, she realized it was far from flattering. While it was normal for a girl to have a few blemishes, this was quite severe, with her face unevenly pocked.
Yet,
it was not utterly horrifying. Youthfulness and collagen still prevailed. Recalling the actress who portrayed this character, who had been deliberately made to look unattractive, Su Wanqing felt that even she appeared 100 times more appealing than the reflection before her. This was all due to her stepmother's daily feeding of peculiar foods. The original owner, perhaps stripped of intelligence by her role as the antagonist, genuinely believed herself to be beautiful. Kaiwe, fearing her mistress would be saddened by her own reflection, hurriedly produced a black cloth to cover the mirror. "Miss, let us not dwell on appearances. The fortune-teller said you are destined for a good life, though your blessings may come a bit late." Kaiwe understood her mistress's plight. In the Su family, her father, the prime minister, paid her no heed, while her stepmother concealed daggers behind smiles, even arranging for her to marry a half-disabled lord. Now that she had entered how could she possibly gain even an ounce of favor from the lord with such a countenance? It felt like a dead end. It was better to avoid the mirror, lest she be reminded of her struggles and suffer in silence over her looks. Su Wanqing said nothing more, merely propping her chin on her hand, idly tapping her fingers against her cheek, lost in thought about whether there was hope for this face. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a bracelet on her wrist, her heart racing with surprise. "What is this?" she exclaimed. "What is it, miss?" Kaiwe asked, puzzled. "This is my lucky charm?" Su Wanqing stared at the blood jade bracelet on her wrist, completely stunned. Lucky charm? Chapter 7. The family treasure. Speaking of this family treasure, the blood jade universe bracelet, which could be traced back 1,000 years, Su Wanqing felt somewhat frustrated. The ancestors of the Su family were healers, and 500 years ago, they established a rule that the blood jade universe bracelet could only be passed down to future healers. Moreover, the contents of the bracelet could only pertain to medical-related items. But after Su Wanqing inherited it, things changed. She had repurposed a corner of the bracelet to store ingredients, aiming to fulfill her dream of becoming a 5-star chef. Her ancestors must have been on the verge of turning in their graves. Due to family obligations, she was forced to study medicine, graduating as a fairly average surgeon, not particularly outstanding. However, with the extensive database of her family's history at her disposal, it would be more fitting to call her a general practitioner. Even so, she was constantly criticized by her renowned physician parents, nearly forced to return to her studies and re-establish her credentials. Later, she insisted on becoming a food blogger, and her family heirloom was reclaimed by her parents to be passed down to her cousin, who was pursuing a doctorate in medicine. She had never imagined that this universe bracelet would be so loyal as to accompany her here. It was as if it were compelling her to unlock its potential. Hands on her hips, Su Wanqing exclaimed excitedly, "Kaiwe, from now on, we shall no longer be bullied." With this artifact, who could dare to oppress her? Kaiwe stood agape, staring in astonishment at her mistress. Was this truly the same young lady she remembered, winning his favor? Perhaps it was best to reconsider. Volume 1, Chapter 8. A pure white lotus reflecting on the women who had shattered the Lord's love. What had become of them? Their fates were nothing short of tragic. That night, Su Wanqing meticulously planned her future life. The following day, as Su Wanqing was enjoying her breakfast, she heard the faint sound of footsteps outside. Raising her gaze, she saw the Lord's concubine, Bai Yan, gracefully approaching with a maid. Compared to the maid, Bai Yan's figure was more slender, her skin as pale as snow, and her steps were delicate, as if a gust of wind could sweep her away. Upon noticing that Su Wanqing remained seated, the maid's frustration bubbled over. Was this lady blind? Although she was the legal wife, in this household, the favored ones held the true power. Her failure to rise and greet them today would surely come back to haunt her tomorrow.
Sister Su.
Bai Yan called out sweetly. Upon entering, she noticed Su Wanqing eating dumplings meant for those of lower status, and her residence in the shabby room of Kai Yue brought tears to her eyes. Sister, how can you live here? This is hardly a place for the mistress of the house. When Su Wanqing offered no response, she added, Do not worry. I will mention this to a Jing. The way she spoke suggested she believed herself to be the true mistress of the estate. Su Wanqing had merely settled for one night in Kai Yue out of laziness to return to the east courtyard. Did this warrant such mockery? She raised her eyes to Bai Yan and asked, What brings you here? What good intentions could you possibly have in such a place? Before marrying into the Marquis' household, the original owner had been brainwashed by her stepmother to be hopelessly devoted to the sixth prince, who harbored feelings for Bai Yan. Whenever she was with the sixth prince, Bai Yan would always appear, causing chaos and ultimately shedding tears, claiming that it had nothing to do with Su Wanqing, but was her own carelessness. The original owner was already not pleasing to the eye, and with such encounters, the sixth prince grew to detest her. Bai Yan's character was that of a white lotus. Who would have thought that the two women who once surrounded the sixth prince would now be the wife and concubine of Xinjing? Xinjing certainly had a knack for choosing wives. Bai Yan replied softly, According to the rules, a younger sister should come to pay respects to her elder sister. Su Wanqing surveyed her surroundings and remarked, Oh, how long have I been in the estate, and you just now arrive? Bai Yan was taken aback and lowered her head, apologizing pitifully. It is all my fault. The Marquis lingered too long in my room yesterday, and I completely forgot. After a moment, Su Wanqing said, Very well, then. She initially intended to dismiss Bai Yan, but the woman feigned panic and interjected, Sister, please do not blame me. You have just entered the estate. The Marquis should be accompanying you. Since I entered the Marquis' residence, he has always stayed in my room. Perhaps he has not yet grown accustomed to it.
Tonight.
I shall certainly teach him a lesson. The last remark sounded playful and endearing, and one might mistakenly think it genuine. Su Wanqing could only lower her head and sip her porridge, stifling a laugh within. Not to mention that Xinjing's current persona was that of an ineffective man who could not perform such acts. The plot dictated that the male lead, Xinjing, favored men and would never entangle himself with a woman. All right, you may leave now, and do not disturb my meal. Bai Yan was momentarily taken aback. What was with Su Wanqing's calm demeanor today? It was strange, yet she could not pinpoint why. In the past, Su Wanqing had been easily provoked by jealousy over Bai Yan's affection from the sixth prince. Each time she lashed out like a shrew, her red eyes would scream at Bai Yan, solidifying the latter's image as the innocent white lotus, while she herself was scorned by all. Now, however, the same tactics seemed to evoke no reaction. If Su Wanqing did not retaliate, how could she incite the Marquis' anger to cast her aside? A glint of mischief flickered in Bai Yan's eyes as she stepped closer and sweetly suggested, Sister cannot be eating such humble fare. Why not come to my courtyard for a meal? With that, she snatched the dumpling from Su Wanqing's hand and tossed it to the ground, trampling it underfoot. Her actions were a clear insult to Su Wanqing. Calmly observing the scene, Su Wanqing's expression grew increasingly frigid. She preferred to avoid conflict, but that did not mean she would allow herself to be trifled with. Since Bai Yan dared to bully her beyond the confines of the story, she would pay the price for her actions. Su Wanqing slammed her hand on the table and suddenly stood up.
Ah.
Bai Yan, seeing her rise, promptly fell to the ground, her voice slightly hoarse as she lamented, Sister, I kindly invited you to dine in my courtyard. Why must you treat me this way? Just then, Xinjing entered, pushing a wheelchair. Upon witnessing this scene, Ling Song hurriedly assisted Bai Yan to her feet, while the maid stood idly by.
Wanqing merely scoffed.
This was the typical ploy of the White Lotus. She had suffered from it countless times. It is my fault. Please do not blame the lady. Bai Yan sobbed softly, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. I accidentally pushed her. I am willing to accept punishment. This tactic had been employed by Bai Yan many times. A normal man would hardly notice. Su Wanqing remained silent, observing quietly, leaving Kai Yue utterly bewildered. Enough with the nonsense. Just hurry and divorce me. If only I could avoid becoming a human puppet. Xinjing found her internal thoughts amusing. This woman would go to such lengths to provoke a divorce without even defending herself. He recalled how similar situations unfolded whenever Bai Yan interacted with Qin Shui. He was disinterested in the squabbles of women, and while he was aware of the intricacies of each dispute, here with Su Wanqing, how refreshingly straightforward. A Jing. Please do not blame my sister, it was my clumsiness. Bai Yan implored, tears glistening in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing could not help but subtly shake her head, the motion barely perceptible. What a delicate fade. If only I could learn a thing or two. Would I still be single today? But why do men favor such types of women? Even if men are drawn to them. What business does Xinjing have in this? Does he enjoy listening to her insincere words? Or perhaps he relishes hearing her sweetly declare, "Ah Jing, I love you." In bed, this outpouring of internal thoughts left Xinjing speechless, his expression darkening. I did this intentionally, Su Wanqing confessed candidly. I am envious of this sister's exclusive favor from the Marquis, so I purposely pushed her and even slapped her. When I feel jealous, I am capable of anything. Bai Yan, hearing this, was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock, yet internally she smirked. How foolish of her to admit such things. The Marquis despised petty women, and she had unwittingly revealed her vulnerability. Volume 1, Chapter 9, Dreaming of Being Divorced. She awaited the day when the title of the Marquis's wife would inevitably fall to her. Xinjing's brows furrowed at her words. Was she so eager to leave the Marquis's residence? Since that is the case, how could he possibly allow her to succeed? Since you have admitted your mistakes, then quickly divorce her? Su Wanqing was overjoyed. Thank you, Lord. Xinjing cast a cold glance at Su Wanqing. Kneel at Jinlan Pavilion until the sun sets, and this matter shall not be pursued further. If you wish to avoid kneeling, it is only possible if Bai Yan forgives you. Wanqing. Bai Yan was slightly taken aback. A divorce in exchange for kneeling? Although it was not what she had anticipated, it was not unmanageable. After all, there was ample time ahead to deal with her. Under the scorching sun, if Su Wanqing knelt for 3 or 4 hours, she would either be sunburned or have her skin peeled off. Fuming with anger, Su Wanqing glared at Xinjing, her eyes betraying her hatred. I suggested pushing away his concubine and he still won't divorce me? How infuriating. Suffering this unjust humiliation, is there still time to explain? Not daring to defy this callous lord, Su Wanqing had no choice but to swallow her indignation. She was only aware of the main storyline. Some of the intricate plots were beyond her prediction. For instance, being punished to kneel under the sun was entirely unexpected. Xinjing glanced at Bai Yan beside him, only to find her head bowed, softly leaning against her wheelchair. She truly evoked sympathy. On this blistering summer day, if that woman were to kneel until sunset, she would undoubtedly be unable to endure it. Previously, she had been making excuses for Su Wanqing, taking all the blame upon herself. Now, he deliberately mentioned the condition of Bai Yan's forgiveness, yet she feigned ignorance. Gazing at the gentle woman before him, Xinjing's expression turned icy. Jinlan Pavilion was also the main residence of the Marquis's estate. During the day, if Xinjing did not go to the East Garden, he would be here. After instructing the servants to take Bai Yan back to her own courtyard, Xinjing returned to his own chambers. Upon entering, he spotted a figure kneeling on the ground, a sight that was far from graceful. She knelt before a low stone, bending over, and anyone unaware might think she was paying respects at a grave. Seeing her careless demeanor, Xinjing coldly inquired, "What are you doing?" Su Wanqing looked up at him. Ling Song pushed Xinjing closer and discovered that she was actually holding a pair of chopsticks. On the ground lay a broken egg, glistening golden in the sunlight and bubbling incessantly. "My lord, could you at least wait until I finish my meal before making me kneel? I only had a bowl of porridge and 4 buns this morning. It's simply not enough." Su Wanqing muttered to herself while frying the egg under the blazing sun. "I intend to provoke your displeasure. If you have the ability, divorce me." Xinjing initially intended to remark, but at that moment, he suddenly composed himself. Then, with a calm expression, he commanded Ling Song to push him inside. Su Wanqing glared at Xinjing with a fierce gaze. "How despicable! You truly intend to make me suffer under this relentless sun? How could you bear to go inside?" With such cruelty, do you not fear repercussions for your descendants? Shenjing. Oh, I almost forgot. You have no descendants at all. Kneel properly.
Su Wanqing looked bewildered.
The blazing summer sun was scorching, and her skin was already burning. At first, she managed to endure, but soon it became unbearable.
Hot. So hot.
She gasped for breath, neglecting the undercooked egg, casting a glance at the people inside and the few servants cooling off in the corridor. Secretly cursing. Damn man. Shenjing. Su Wanqing scanned the courtyard, finding no place to seek refuge from the heat, and could only suppress her tears and calm her emotions. Damn it, I'm about to roast. Hearing this, Shenjing felt a wave of helplessness. Su Wanqing stood up, performed a set of Tai Chi, and felt even hotter, jumping around restlessly. Shenjing, who was reviewing documents, frowned tightly, unconsciously gripping his pen. That figure kept swaying before him, making it impossible for him to concentrate. Just as he was about to tell her to get lost, Su Wanqing could no longer endure the stifling heat, her eyes reddening as she dashed into the study. My lord, I just remembered. Today is my return home. A gesture of gratitude to my parents, which is incredibly important for a daughter. Su Wanqing wore a face full of pleading, appearing genuinely grateful to her parents. If she didn't find some way to escape the scorching sun, she would surely perish from thirst. Shenjing understood her intentions. Although returning home had long been dismissed as a custom, he truly wished to avoid seeing her again. Get lost. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Wanqing dashed away as swiftly as the wind, heedless of where he wanted her to go. All the while, she pondered the direction of the plot. Continuing like this was simply unsustainable. She would eventually be driven to her demise by Shenjing. After much ado, Su Wanqing finally found herself seated in the Marquis' carriage, returning to the Xiang residence. This familiar place, however, lacked even a semblance of warmth. It must be said that even if the Su family had not produced Su Bingcheng, the right minister, they were still a prominent noble family with a long lineage in the capital. Yet, despite such nobility, generations of talent, even if lacking in skill, were still blessed with beauty, and here she was, an exceedingly unattractive young lady, drawing ridicule from the world. There were even whispers that she was not the biological daughter of Su Bingcheng, and over the years, she had never garnered anyone's attention. The esteemed position of a legitimate daughter in a large family could not escape the fate of arranged marriages. Bearing the title of a legitimate daughter, she would not be easily harmed. In that sense, it served as a protective shield.
Now,
the entire capital knew that only one person in the right minister's residence treated Su Wanqing kindly, that being her gentle and kind-hearted stepmother, Cui Wan. Little did anyone know that the original owner had married into the Marquis' house at the behest of this very stepmother for her sister, Su Ro. Rumors had long circulated about her ill repute, using despicable means to seize her own brother-in-law. In summary, a myriad of slanderous accusations had been levied against her, while Su Ro had ironically become the victim. It was utterly incomprehensible. Were it not for her urgent desire to escape the storyline, she would have relished the opportunity to devise a plan against this unscrupulous mother and daughter duo. Logically speaking, upon her return home, the illustrious Xiang residents should have made ample preparations. Even for the sake of appearances, some effort should have been made. Yet, now there was not a single person to greet her, clearly a decision made by the head matron. When the doorman saw Su Wanqing, he maintained an even demeanor. Madam, please wait, I will report this immediately. Previously addressed as Miss and now as Madam, the tone was equally lifeless. With that, the doorman leisurely walked inside, taking his time before returning to invite her in, exhibiting an air of indifference all the while. Volume 1, Chapter 10, not quite up to standard, returning home. Upon her return, her intentions were not solely directed towards her parents. Rather, she sought refuge from the oppressive heat, wishing to escape the scorching sun. As she entered the grand estate of the Su family, the servants she encountered recoiled from her presence, as if she were a specter. Su Wanqing felt a swell of frustration. Although she did not consider herself particularly pleasing to the eye, surely this group of individuals need not shun her so dramatically. Pondering this, she chose to disregard their reactions and pressed forward. Is it really her? A bright and eager voice rang out from within the courtyard. It was Su Jiaojiao. The the third daughter of the Su family, who hurriedly approached and grasped Su Wanqing's hand, exclaiming joyfully, "Mother! Mother! Eldest sister has returned." In the main hall, a woman in her 30s sat gracefully, sipping tea with an air of composure. As the two sisters entered, her gaze fell upon Su Wanqing, cold yet momentarily softening into a smile as she greeted, "Qingqing, welcome back. How have you fared at the Marquis' residence? Have you adhered to your mother's advice?" Su Wanqing, momentarily taken aback, responded with a vague, Observing her bewilderment, Cui Shi furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "If you had followed my counsel, the Marquis would surely have cast you aside, and you could have sought the sixth prince instead."
Oh.
Su Wanqing recalled the events leading to her current predicament. For years, the original owner had obeyed her stepmother's every command, but this time, she had resisted the plan to marry Su Ro to the useless Xinjing. To persuade her, Cui Shi had even suggested numerous effective methods to secure Xinjing's divorce, all to no avail. In desperation, Cui Shi had resorted to invoking her formidable father to facilitate this favorable match. A mere disagreement with her father had resulted in a brutal beating, rendering her unconscious. She remained in a stupor until the bridal sedan chair arrived at the gates of the residence. In truth, it was not that she could not awaken, rather, her stepmother had drugged her, ensuring her inability to regain consciousness. Unbeknownst to her father, who employed various torturous methods to rouse her, he ultimately resorted to tossing her unconscious form into the bridal chair. Though she was dazed, she had overheard their conversations, Cui Shi, weeping profusely, imploring her father not to make things difficult for her. Her pleas only served to strengthen her father's resolve, leading to Su Ro's ascension into the Marquis' household. As the saying goes, having a stepmother is akin to having a stepfather. Once seated, Su Wanqing finally spoke. "The Marquis' whereabouts are unpredictable. I have spent these past few days in the courtyard, and our total time together has scarcely exceeded an hour." Cui Shi, upon hearing this, set her teacup down with a gentle thud, concealing her disdain. Although she had risen to the status of the principal wife, enjoying her husband's affections, the elderly matriarch still regarded her as nothing more than a former concubine, leading to her continued disdain. This fueled her animosity towards Su Wanqing's mother even further. Now that Su Wanqing had fulfilled her duty as the legitimate daughter by shielding her Ro from calamity, Cui Shi felt no need for restraint. At this moment, Su Jiaojiao smiled and said, "Eldest sister, it is wonderful that you are here. Both mother and I have been waiting for you to dine with us." However, they were fully aware that the imperious and incapable Marquis would not accompany Su Wanqing back, leaving them utterly unprepared. With a silent sigh, Su Wanqing reflected on her origins from a noble family, recognizing that familial alliances were essential for establishing a foothold in society. In truth, the Marquis' residence represented a formidable support system. Originally, Su Ro was meant to marry into the Marquis' family, but Cui Shi had adamantly opposed her daughter marrying a cripple, ultimately convincing her father, whose head was filled with lofty ambitions, to send Su Wanqing, the esteemed daughter of the house, into the bridal chair. Regaining her focus, Su Wanqing turned to Su Jiaojiao and inquired softly, "I have heard that the third sister is now betrothed to His Highness, the Crown Prince?" The moment the words left her lips, a blush crept onto Su Jiaojiao's face, and she lowered her head, overwhelmed by shyness. Witnessing this, Su Wanqing's expression turned icy. This woman appeared innocently agreeable, seemingly devoid of any ulterior motives. Yet, many of the unsavory rumors surrounding the original owner had originated from her lips. Cui Shi interjected, "Qingqing, dear, I believe it would be wise for you to seek opportunities for the Marquis to see you. This way, you may achieve your desires." Su Wanqing smiled faintly but offered no response. Her stepmother South's insistence that she parade before Xinjing was utterly reckless. "I have inquired, and it appears the Marquis is decisive in his actions and dislikes displays of vulnerability. Should you defy him, he would surely cast you aside." Indeed, her scheme was simplistic and crude. By her rationale, Xinjing's temperament would lead him to disdain her, resulting in an inevitable divorce. Once cast off, she could soar alongside the sixth prince. Contemplating this, Su Wanqing could not help but massage her temples. wondering how the original owner could have been so foolish as to believe such notions. Even if Xinjing were to divorce her, as a woman with a tarnished reputation, unloved by her father and mother, she would find it difficult to marry an ordinary man, let alone a member of royalty. Moreover, who could predict whether Xinjing would resort to violence or simply sever ties? Noticing Su Wanqing's silence, Cui Shi's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized her face. Qingqing, have you been taking the medicine prescribed by the divine physician? If you persist, it won't be long before you transform into a stunning beauty. At this, Su Wanqing could not suppress a derisive laugh within. A stunning beauty? If she continued with this treatment, she feared she would become an unsightly creature. Of course, daughters often wished to consume the entire supply at once to achieve unrivaled beauty swiftly.
Observing su Wanqing esse apparent ignorance, cui si feltre assurd.
She smiled gently, exuding a maternal warmth. Silly child, medicine cannot replace sustenance. Healing takes time. Indeed, mother speaks wisely.
Su Wanqing replied obediently, feigning compliance.
By the way, your third sister is to be wed next month. As her elder sister, you should naturally contribute.
Cui she seamlessly continued.
Had the original owner been her former self, she would have eagerly agreed to assist, regardless of the cost. However, now, faced with Su Jiaojiao's plea, she felt a twinge of hesitation. Mother, what is it that you require of me? Please instruct me directly. Su Wanqing feigned confusion. Su Jiaojiao gently took her hand, her expression tinged with guilt. It is my own shortcomings. Father does not pay much attention to us sisters. Thus, I must rely on you, eldest sister, for assistance with my marriage. Su Jiaojiao's words were laden with a deep sense of resignation and hope, longing for understanding and support in her endeavor to secure her dowry. Volume 1, Chapter 11. For the sake of family interests, Su Wanqing pretended to be puzzled. Is father truly so unreasonable? Not only has he failed to prepare a dowry for his daughters, but he also neglects the marriage of the third sister? Upon hearing those words, Su Jiaojiao's gaze revealed a flicker of determination. Elder sister, although our father has not provided any dowry for me, you are, after all, the lady of the Marquis' residence, which is affluent. On the day of your grand wedding, the palace also bestowed numerous valuable gifts. If you do not value these, consider it a helping hand for your younger sister. The Cui mother and daughter could not help but feel somewhat helpless, as it seemed the Su family indeed favored Su Rou. In contrast, Su Jiaojiao appeared less favored. Su Wanqing smiled gently, feigning generosity. Third sister, although father does not pay much attention to you, I believe mother will certainly advocate on your behalf. Her words were laced with confidence and anticipation. Throughout the ensuing conversation, Su Wanqing displayed hints of hesitation and conflicting emotions. Yet, she ultimately resolved to return and discuss the matter with her husband. She recognized this as a familial duty and obligation, yet she also yearned for her husband's understanding and support. This maneuver left the Cui mother and daughter feeling somewhat at a loss, yet they understood this was all for the family's benefit and their daughter's happiness. Watching the figure fade into the distance, Su Jiaojiao clenched her teeth in frustration. Cui responded nonchalantly. Just a naive girl. I have an idea. How could she not acquiesce? However, I cannot shake the feeling that she seems somewhat different today. After departing from the Xiang residence, Su Wanqing did not rush to return, as the sun had yet to set. Thus, she allowed the carriage to meander through the capital for a day. During this time, she pondered whether to seize the opportunity to leave everything behind, yet she reflected on her thoughts. Without an official divorce decree, she chose to continue her journey. However, this trip would lead her into an unwise existence. Like a rat scurrying across the street, everyone would cry out against her. Moreover, she had to consider the safety of her maternal family, and her irritable father would not care for her well-being. When the time came, facing attacks from both the Xiang and Marquis residences, her fate would likely become even more perilous. The capital was bustling, with a continuous stream of pedestrians. Overcome by hunger, Su Wanqing alighted from her carriage and casually dined at an inn. Due to her limited experience, this inn was somewhat peculiar. As she dined, she was surprised to see a young attendant proactively come forward to serve her. The presence of such attendants was to satisfy male desires. Yet, a woman boldly entering such a place, And no one stopping her? It seemed the openness here reached an extreme. The young attendant appeared quite amiable, sitting beside Su Wanqing to set her table and engage in conversation. She sat by the window, savoring the delicacies while enjoying the scenery, immersing herself in the laughter and chatter of those around her. Alas, the Marquis is gravely injured at such a young age. What a pity! Were it not for him guarding the borders, the common folk would surely suffer, others whispered. Upon hearing a few remarks, Su Wanqing sensed something amiss. What was so commendable about praising Xinjing? They lauded her beauty. What was strange about that? This woman, lacking shame, dared to approach the Marquis. Su Wanqing looked around in bewilderment as they discussed.
Not only that.
I shall make her suffer.
Crack.
Su Wanqing's palm clenched fiercely, shattering the porcelain bowl in her hand. The protagonist of this tale is the extraordinarily strong and unattractive Su Wanqing, who regularly performs such acts. The onlooking attendant was taken aback by the scene. Su Wanqing turned to him and asked, "Why are you trembling?" "Continue eating." The attendant nervously replied, "What should the young lady do?"
Su Wanqing calmly responded.
"No need to rush, just continue your meal." Yet, the young attendant seemed to suddenly lose his bearings, staring in terror at the unattractive woman before him. With a self-assured demeanor and reckless words, she accused the northern Marquis of not being a suitable match. Little did she know, driven by jealousy, she would soon turn predatory. This person acted with cruelty and was merciless. The attendant's identity was indeed confirmed. "Madam, one should speak less. Husband, why must you lower yourself like this?" Su Wanqing was filled with confusion. This woman was indeed strikingly beautiful, but was she truly so malicious? How could you be so disheveled?
Su Wanqing inquired, perplexed.
In such circumstances, what basis was there for pleading? The voice nearby was cold, laced with deep dissatisfaction and disdain. Inside the carriage, Xinjing heard these words, lowered the curtain, and cast his gaze outside. Through a window, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure quietly approaching. The woman had one foot on a chair, her other hand raised in a provocative manner, holding the attendant's collar. Xinjing's expression darkened. It seemed the identity of the Marquis's wife indeed hindered her freedom. During casual conversation after dinner, the young attendant no longer feared her and even engaged in light-hearted banter with Su Wanqing. It was only when night fell that Su Wanqing returned to the Marquis's residence. Upon her return, the servants discreetly stepped aside. In the moonlit night, the Marquis's residence was brightly lit, a gentle breeze rustling the trees, enhancing the tranquility. Burdened with thoughts, a deep voice sounded beside her ear. "Where are you heading back to?" She turned to look. The figure appeared silently. In the moonlight, his features were obscured. Yet the chair indicated his identity. As he drew closer, Su Wanqing's heart raced, and she shyly replied, "I have returned to the Xiang residence." However, who was this person arriving without reason? Could he be bisexual? It was best not to speak too much, as clouds of suspicion began to rise. Xinjing's gaze was profound as he observed her, murmuring, "I approach you without reason. I know my boundaries." Su Wanqing stood with pursed lips, her fingers trembling as they clasped his hand. Her heart fluttered, and she nervously said, "It is specially prepared for you." At this point, she blinked her eyes, a look of grievance on her face. "Alas, it seems I can no longer endure the solitude of guarding an empty room. So I wish to employ some small tricks to win your favor." To win favor? What a joke. The three great joys of life are promotion, wealth, and the death of a husband. I desire them all. However, a woman of your caliber can shine brightly wherever she goes. Now that I am leaving the capital, I will seek a picturesque place to enjoy life. Xinjing clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anger, yet striving to suppress the impulse to strangle her.
Promotion, wealth.
And a dead husband? And you wish to leave the capital? He took a deep breath, amusement flickering in his eyes. So, are you lamenting that your husband has neglected you these past few days? A few days? You dare say I have been neglected for 3 years during this time. What a joke. Su Wanqing leaned in with a flirtatious demeanor, tightly embracing his arm, pressing her distorted face against his sleeve. "Marquis, people outside say I am arrogant and disdainful of you. In truth, I have already married into the Marquis's residence. I merely long for your affection. Come and attend to me tonight." Upon hearing this, Jing felt a stir within. He smiled slightly and grasped her hand. "Madam, come tonight." Wanqing's face lit up with surprise at his words. She seemed unaware of Jing's unusual demeanor, continuing, "Even if I do not rely on a man for service, I still yearn for a partner as beautiful as a flower. Do you think you are unworthy?" A glint of mischief flashed in the man's eyes. Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, her face betraying a look of astonishment. Before she could muster a response, Jing smiled lightly. "Even if you don't seek out a beauty, shouldn't you at least pursue a woman of allure? Why would you choose to be plagued by an unattractive person? Have you perhaps succumbed to a form of blindness?" The man raised an eyebrow. Wanqing's expression morphed into one of surprise, seemingly unable to comprehend his words. "What an amusing name! Must you deny me even the slightest moment of respite? How am I to escape?" While Wanqing pondered her retort, Jing had already pulled her into his embrace, his movements rough and unyielding. It was uncertain whether his affections were genuine or if ulterior motives lay beneath. As she found herself seated upon his lap, Wanqing felt as though her mind had been struck forcefully, her cheeks trembling. She murmured softly, "My lord, I have not left the house all day, and I am quite sweaty." He lowered his gaze. "As you wish. But I would prefer to tidy myself before attending to you, lest you hold it against me." He pinched her cheek and whispered gently in her ear, "I have already stated that it does not matter." Wanqing was somewhat bewildered by Jing's demeanor. This man surely must be mad. "There is an inexplicable odor about me. My lord, one cannot behave in such a manner." What, exactly, does Jing intend? Has he forgotten that he is merely playing a charade of misfortune? Jing regarded her, a smirk curving his lips. "Did you not just mention feeling neglected and wishing for recompense? Why this sudden chill in your demeanor?"
Wanqing Shiberet.
This will not do. While she sought a divorce, it did not imply she would make any concessions. She could only transform herself to better align with his preferences. At that moment, a surge of courage arose within her, and she resolved to take action. Drawing a deep breath, she decided to adopt a proactive strategy. "I merely wish to fulfill my duties and not be underestimated by anyone. However, tonight I can serve you well, given sufficient preparation." Jing regarded her with an amused glint in his eyes. "Are you certain this is within your reach?" Wanqing's resolve solidified. She would no longer linger on trivialities. Her gentle smile conveyed her willingness to try. "I only worry that I may dampen your spirits. You are so exceptional, no woman could resist your charm. It is a blessing for me to be wed to you." Jing seemed taken aback by her sincerity, refraining from further outbursts. He smiled softly. "In that case, I shall acquiesce to your wishes." He embraced Wanqing tightly and guided her towards Jinlan Pavilion. Witnessing this scene, onlookers could not help but exclaim in admiration. Wanqing's heart raced like a drum, yet it brimmed with determination. She understood that winning this game would not be easy, but her resolve remained unwavering. "By Yanqing, did you hear that? Hurry and feign illness to lure the man's schemes into your chamber." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the man, in a fit of rage, flung the door open.
Wanqing trembled in fright, pondering.
Could it be that the rumored loose woman is so easily frightened? At that moment, a maid rushed in. "My lord, Bai Yinyang is in trouble." Jing was disturbed by this revelation, and an intense curiosity surged within Wanqing. She promptly leapt onto the bed, feigning illness in a bid to buy time. Jing's brow furrowed, yet his expression remained unchanged as he coldly observed the woman fleeing in haste. Although he publicly claimed to favor male companionship, it seemed he intended to use this opportunity to humiliate her. This marriage had originally been arranged for her to enter the Marquis residence first. But now the eldest daughter was making her entrance instead. Should she escape again, the entire Su family would likely descend into chaos. Yet, Wanqing found herself ensnared in this predicament and resolutely began to address her affairs, hoping to evade danger. "Madam, how can you claim to leave yet feign illness so late?" Kaiwa urged anxiously. "How could one not remain composed?" "He merely seeks to test my weaknesses," Wanqing replied, tossing a handful of banknotes onto the table. She gestured to Kaiwa. "Gather the rest. We depart tonight." With that, she lifted her skirts and hurried away. her eyes filled with concern and curiosity about the truth behind this marriage. The rumors may merely be fabrications. This present lady is entirely different from what she once was. Could she be possessed by something? Half an hour later, Su Wanqing had circled the Marquis residence, confirming her escape route. Her heart swelled with determination and courage. Convinced that regardless of the obstacles she faced, she would confront them boldly. Upon her eager return to the courtyard, she was met with the sight of Kaiwa tossing a heap of banknotes into the flames, crackling as they burned. "What on earth are you doing?"
Su Wanqing exclaimed in shock.
Startled by the sudden voice, Kaiwa inadvertently dropped the pouch of money into the fire, softly replying, "Madam, I am preparing a feast for you. Once you are well fed, you will not dwell on frivolous thoughts." Su Wanqing rushed over, her heart sinking as she witnessed the ashes of her savings. Tears brimming in her eyes. "All of my savings," Kaiwa, perplexed, responded. "This money was earned through my hard work and has not been touched." In that moment, Su Wanqing comprehended the reasoning behind Sayue's actions. The methods of trade in ancient times differed vastly from those of modernity. Why had she flaunted her wealth in the first place? Each coin had been painstakingly earned, only to be reduced to ashes before she could even spend them. A heart-wrenching loss. The devastation of losing her fortune left Su Wanqing feeling utterly helpless. She sighed, "Kaiwa, how could you do this?" Time swiftly passed. And should she ever return to the 21st century, what would she do? "Heaven, I have toiled for the sake of humanity's culinary delights and medical advancements. Why treat me thus?" Kaiwa embraced her anxiously, comforting her, "Madam, all of this shall pass. Once this time has passed, a beautiful life will surely arrive. I will always be by your side." Su Wanqing shook her head in resignation, retrieving a suona from her bracelet space and playing Thousand Years of Tears. In the small courtyard of the Nanyuan Zyrage, Bai Yan lay on the bed, her complexion pale as paper. "Ah, Jing, I have worried you." "I am fine." She forced herself to suppress a cough. Jing, increasingly perplexed, inquired, "Why would you, as Su Wanqing predicted, be in such a state? How could she foresee your condition?" He sat beside the bed, speaking solemnly, "For your health, I have dispatched people to seek renowned physicians." Volume 1, Chapter 13. It is in admiring your abilities, not. Bai Yan weakly shook her head. "Only your well-being matters, my lord." Her eyes were filled with tenderness and determination. Jing gently grasped her hand, promising softly, "I will do my utmost." Cough, cough, Jing, Bai Yan is so frail, and yet you worry so much. It truly is. Jing's hand lightly rested on Bai Yan's shoulder, tucking her under the covers. Bai Yan hesitated momentarily before finally speaking, a hint of regret in her tone. Jing, you know, I merely wish to linger with you in solitude, so do not take it too seriously." Just then, a melodious sound of a suona echoed from the rooftop, captivating the heart. Su Wanqing stood there, playing a tune that enveloped the entire Marquis' residence in enchanting music. Jing's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. He glanced down at Bai Yan, his mind filled with confusion. "Su Wanqing, what is your intention?" "I do not envy your beauty. Rather, I find the feeling of being with you on this tranquil night to be exquisite," Su Wanqing replied calmly. She thought to herself, "Why are people so peculiar? Can one not play the suona on such a night without being accused of jealousy?" Jing, perplexed, questioned, "Where did you hear such bold claims?" A sly smile flashed in Su Wanqing's eyes. "I simply admire your talents." At that moment, the other members of the residence had already succumbed to slumber. And perhaps behind the tranquility of the night lay an unsolvable mystery, their gazes fervently searching for answers. Jing furrowed his brow, his demeanor darkening. "Are you doing this intentionally to provoke me?" Su Wanqing's expression stiffened slightly. "Of course not. I merely wish to express my desire to be with you." She no longer concealed her emotions. "My feelings for you are sincere. Please do not underestimate me." Despite her forthright words, they did not dissipate the anger within Jing. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of maintaining his composure. Renamed his pain, he then touched his face, a bitter expression crossing his features. "Since childhood, I have felt there could be no greater pain than mine." Jing mused, "Then this world must be devoid of those who do not suffer."
Ah.
"Having ideals is indeed a good thing. Let it be. Is this man truly so sheltered? A pig-headed individual lamenting the existence of pigs in front of him, and he sighs. Before Su Wanqing could react, Ling Song had gracefully leaped onto the rooftop, seizing Su Wanqing's waistband and lifting her as one would a chick, promptly jumping down to land before Shinjing. Su Wanqing was startled by this action. Taking advantage of her momentary bewilderment, Shinjing had already tucked away the suona. Confiscated.
No.
My grandfather's coffin cannot withstand such a blow. Su Wanqing hurriedly reclaimed the suona. But Ling Song, with a mischievous grin, swiftly switched hands with it. She lunged but missed, yet a glint of cunning sparkled in her eyes. What was initially a romantic scene felt like a heavy burden to these two, who harbored mutual disdain. Su Wanqing steadied her nerves to avoid further fright. But her actions still drew curious glances, seemingly heralding an amusing incident. Ling Song smiled as he turned to depart. Shinjing furrowed his brow, gripping the handkerchief in contemplation. He realized that his pain stemmed not only from the newly acquired suona, but also from a tangle of uncertain thoughts and worries. What would unfold next? Was there still a chance for change? These questions left him feeling adrift. Thus, he went an entire day without sustenance, a rarity in the city. Caillou had no choice but to personally check on her. By afternoon, she brought fresh food and a touch of cheer. However, in her current state, Su Wanqing remained reluctant to engage in conversation. At this specific moment, she chose to evade and protect herself. She no longer called her Caillou, and the clamor of Dongyuan gradually faded away. Before long, the once tranquil Dongyuan became lively again. The kitchen's little chef had just served breakfast and could not help but admonish. Such delicacies, are they fit for consumption? They have already soured. As the mistress of the Marquis' residence, how can we be so negligent? The chef's calm demeanor only concealed a hint of mockery. He placed the basket down gently, leaving only these remnants, to keep or to discard. The others, helpless, could only fend for themselves. In such a context, who could discern their thoughts? Yet they all understood that they must strive to make the best of their situation. Last night, the Marquis personally visited the Western Garden to care for Lady Bai, and this became a celebrated tale within the residence. Now, everyone knew of Lady Bai's noble status and the Marquis' attentive concern for her. Last night, the Marquis even reproached the lady of the Marquis' residence, illustrating that her position was not esteemed here. Even though she was of high birth, it was difficult for her to find peace in Dongyuan. The servants had long grasped that, given the circumstances, they must adapt accordingly. By currying favor with Lady Bai now, if she were to be legitimized later, they might still have a chance to achieve success. Thus, they engaged in fervent discussions, busily distributing supplies to various courtyards. Faced with the young girl Caillou, they showed no mercy. Caillou could only endure in silence, for according to the Marquis' rules, at least 5 blankets were required for a master's warmth. How could one endure such a cold existence? The others chuckled wryly. Do not complain. This is the custom. Everyone is the same. Do not complain, Caillou sighed. It is like this marriage matter. Regardless of the arrangements, we are all one family. In truth, everyone was well aware of how this future mistress would fare. In such an environment, they had also found their own direction. For the young girl Caillou, everything felt so cold and unfeeling. Fortunately, the lady had already purchased seeds to plant vegetables in the backyard, so food shortages were not yet a concern. Within Dongyuan's courtyard, there was a small stove, and the master and servant had prudently stored some ingredients for future needs. With this thought, Caillou felt a slight alleviation of her unease. By noon, Su Wanqing still showed no intention of rising, and the newly appointed steward of the Marquis' residence, Ning Dequan, strolled in leisurely, having followed Lady Bai's instructions to distribute the monthly allowance. Witnessing this, one could not help but wonder what scheme he was concocting. The lady of the Marquis' residence enjoyed reasonable treatment, receiving a stable monthly allowance. Yet this time, the steward only provided a relatively meager 2 taels of silver. What could be the reason? Without silver, how would daily rewards and expenses be arranged? Especially with winter approaching, how could clothing and food be prepared? Ning Dequan put on a grandiose facade, yet his true generosity was lacking. Without spare money at home, why would he need to be so lavish with the servants' rewards? Surely the lady would not be oblivious? Was he perhaps attempting to deceive? Caillou could not help but exclaim, "Ning Dequan, do you not fear that I will report you to the Marquis?" Chapter 14. Boldly proclaiming, Ning Dequan glanced at her disdainfully and declared arrogantly, "Caillou, if you truly have such intentions, I shall enlighten you. Though the lady enjoys the Marquis's favor, her position is unstable. The rules here are beyond our understanding. Everyone seeks to curry favor with Lady Bai, yet only I can deliver gifts personally. If you do not express gratitude, do not think of reporting me. I fear that next month you will receive not even this little silver." Caillou bit her lip, finding Ning Dequan's actions utterly unacceptable. His usual arrogance was now coupled with an audacious claim to deceive the lady. It turned out that the internal affairs of this high-ranking Marquis' household were so lawless. Filled with indignation, Caillou could not restrain herself and rushed towards Su Wanqing. "Hand over that gold." Yet Su Wanqing sat leisurely upon the threshold, seemingly oblivious, the gold bar in her hands gleaming brilliantly. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened and fixed upon Ningda. "How dare you lay a hand on my maid? Do you truly believe I would fear you?" Her tone was frigid, "And just wait until I crush you into oblivion." As soon as the words left her lips, the gold bar in her hand came crashing down, resembling a thunderous strike upon Ningda. Pain surged through him, rendering his complexion ghostly pale. This lady was indeed a crude individual. Such a fierce blow. Yet, Ningda remained undaunted, gripping the gold bar tightly, gritting his teeth and enduring the torment. It was evident that this lady was exceptional. How could a prestigious family like the Su family possibly send their daughters off without valuable dowries? It seemed they were indeed concealing something. To Ningda's astonishment, this lady had exchanged a small piece of gold for 4 taels and 2 chien. This was indeed the idea of Xinjing. Ordinarily, this lady would not resort to such measures, and it was unclear what hardships she had endured. Upon hearing Ningda's words, Su Wanqing realized it was Xinjing's scheme. She could not help but recall a time when she had reflected on the family savings, realizing that not only would this gold be utilized, but there were other constraints as well. Kneeling there, Ningda's eyes sparkled with respect and sincerity towards this lady, and he cautiously inquired, "What does the lady detest the most?" "Do not rush, come closer and listen," Su Wanqing said while gesturing towards him, implying he should respond to her curiosity. Ningda felt a cold sweat breaking out, yet within him surged a mix of awe and excitement as he answered, albeit with a tinge of unease and reverence, "It is the greed of others." Upon hearing this response, the previously troubled Caillou's face brightened with a smile. Witnessing this scene led one to speculate that the lady was indeed here to salvage the power of a certain steward Chen. As long as the funds were in place, he would act decisively. Though the ultimate fate of the minor characters around him remained undisclosed, his ability to amass wealth suggested a promising outcome. Su Wanqing astutely seized this opportunity to observe Xinjing's troubles, frequently probing his emotions in search of a chance to lend him assistance. If all went well, perhaps she could facilitate the completion of that divorce letter. Having spent many years in the Marquis' residence, Ningda had long since discerned the intricacies of the inner household's conflicts. He understood the Marquis' preferences profoundly. To avoid being placed in a passive position amid the power struggles, the method proposed by this lady might indeed be worth trying. He curiously inquired, "What does the Marquis detest the most?" Su Wanqing raised an eyebrow. How could one deduce such subtle motives without understanding these details? She replied calmly, "The Marquis despises hypocrites." Ningda pondered for a moment before slowly stating, "Madam, while I cannot fully comprehend the Marquis' intentions, I do know that he does not favor overly hypocritical individuals." Su Wanqing shot him a glance, reminding him, "You still need to be cautious. Is there anything else? Aside from hypocrisy, the Marquis most detests." He contemplated for a moment and added, "Perhaps excessive sweetness or tonics, or perhaps he dislikes women or the little people." Su Wanqing raised an eyebrow slightly, her gaze revealing wisdom and understanding. She seemed to have yet to truly touch upon the core of the issue. However, she also knew this was not a new question. Hypocrisy is indeed difficult to perceive in an individual, but for someone as astute as Xinjing, this should have been an established fact. Thus, she asked, "What do you consider the most pressing issue currently?" Ningda felt a bit anxious, but chose to be candid. "Madam, my implication might be to avoid the exposure of personal privacy." Then is there anything else that requires attention? The Marquis. Ningde contemplated for a moment. Perhaps it is the moral decay resulting from the struggles. Su Wanqing couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Do you have deeper considerations? Ningde gazed at her intently and replied, I dare not conceal anything further. He paused and continued, I believe the root of the problem should be addressed. Where to begin? Perhaps. It requires the lady's own intervention. Ningde's words were filled with anticipation and hope. She smiled faintly. You are indeed a wise partner. Considering the current circumstances and potential crises, Ningde resolved to adopt a more strategic approach to safeguard his interests and security. This might not be the most auspicious method, but it was the most realistic and feasible choice. Although he harbored reservations, he recognized this was a necessary path to secure a better future for himself. I shall serve the lady with utmost dedication. Ningde grinned as he accepted the gold coins Su Wanqing offered. As if the golden light of a once impoverished family legacy illuminated his departure with a sense of relief. Caillou stood there, bewildered. Madam, this gold, how could it be taken away? She was so furious that her words became somewhat garbled. Su Wanqing calmly explained, Ningde can only be bought with money. He is never stingy with the family's wealth. His actions can only be described as shrewd. Wealth is like dirt. You need not worry excessively. Quickly fetch paper and ink, and act swiftly. In this era, without money, one cannot move an inch. She must use this to safeguard her home and future happiness. It is said that their family not only preserves the treasures left by their ancestors, but also typically chooses to utilize these precious assets in times of crisis. Otherwise, she would have long since lived a precarious life, despite their family home being filled with vaults of gold as numerous as the stars. This was not merely the family's assets, they also represented the strength and courage handed down through generations. While the family now enjoyed a life free from want, before the golden canopy in the space, everyone must ponder the path they would take in the future. Regarding these treasures within the family, one could not afford to overlook them due to their humble status. Upon hearing the sound of the secret vault being unlocked, Caillou instantly became ecstatic, as if the stars twinkling in the night sky had been illuminated by a ray of hope. In her haste to search for ink, everything was still in time to settle down. After calming herself, she did not forget to make bold conjectures towards Su Wanqing, if he revealed some secret that day. Then a low, vigilant voice rang out. What secret have I discovered? A figure emerged from the shadows among the trees, eyes sharp as an eagle's. Volume 1, Chapter 15. Attentively caring from dawn till dusk. Su Wanqing feigned calmness to mask her panic. This is a family secret known only to us few. Thus, the story unfolds. A tale of a once impoverished family's hidden secrets, a concealed mystery, and a tangle of expectations ignited by gold. To obscure the truth, she recorded her observations as if they were genuine. According to her plan, she only needed to observe Xinjing for a couple of hours, as he was expected to rest soon due to his illness. However, she did not anticipate this pale figure would exhibit such patience, providing meticulous care from dawn till dusk. Nevertheless, Xinjing did not accept her kindness. He replied coolly, It is late, and you are weary. Please return. Bai Yan felt a pang of disappointment in her heart. She had entered the Marquis' residence hoping to win favor through her abilities, only to find herself the subject of such rumors. If this were to spread, would she not be ridiculed? Although they could not share a chamber at this moment, sharing the same bed could still be seen as a beautiful beginning. She mused quietly, sweetly calling out, Ah Jing. However, before she could finish her words, Xinjing interrupted her. He realized that one must not be overly eager in pursuit, lest it provoke aversion in the other. Once rationality returned, she merely expressed a few words of concern before taking her leave. After her departure, Xinjing's cough gradually subsided. His gaze deepened, starkly contrasting with his previous frailty. Xinjing fixed his eyes on her retreating figure, ripples of emotion stirring within him. His attention inadvertently caught a line written on the paper. In embrace, the Marquis stands steadfast as a mountain amidst wind and rain, a revelation and conjecture of his own. The letter detailed his symptoms and the birthmark on his arm. In the ensuing narrative, Su Wanqing began to unveil further details and developments. Despite a recurrence of an old ailment, The Marquis maintained a regular diet and a passion for exquisite cuisine. The first dish recommended was pan-seared lamb chops, tender and succulent. The second dish was meticulously prepared beef tripe, rich in flavor. The latter seemed to conceal more secrets and stories, rendering the unfolding events increasingly captivating. Their master showed no mercy toward spies, employing countless methods solely to torment them to death. Once deemed worthless, those individuals would inevitably vanish without a trace. Yet now, with an anonymous letter before him, he wore a faint smile. This series of anomalies sparked a profound sense of doubt. After a while, Shenjing tucked away the letter. "Summon the lady. Let her attend to me tonight." Ling Tsong furrowed his brows, perplexed. Eventually, Su Wanqing was invited to Shenjing's residence, weary yet unable to sleep. Awakened at last, she bore a look of exhaustion. Stumbling, she approached Shenjing, cradling a cushion in her arms.
Su Wanqing's shoes hung loosely.
As if they might fall off at any moment, her eyes rimmed with the red veins of fatigue. She resembled a character ensnared in a tale, her appearance somewhat peculiar. Struggling to open her eyes, she smiled gently and asked, "Marquis, what summons me?" At that moment, Shenjing appeared calm and composed, aware that this night would hold special significance. Although he had never truly witnessed the efforts of this enigmatic Su Wanqing to adapt to her life, he now comprehended her meticulous concern and care for him. "Look at this fellow. He was lively yesterday, yet today he seems utterly deflated. As the saying goes, when children fall ill, they often faint it. A good beating will suffice to remedy them." Just then, a servant brought in the prepared medicine. Su Wanqing took the pot, pouring the concoction into a bowl, its temperature just right. She smiled at Shenjing, saying, "My lord, please drink your medicine first. The medicine will cure the illness, and my lord shall awaken." Upon hearing this, Shenjing's movements faltered. "My lord?
Who is that?"
The Su family has only 3 daughters and no sons, who could be referred to as my lord." Su Wanqing pondered, sensing the woman seemed to harbor significant doubts about Shenjing's health. Cautiously, she approached Shenjing, extending her hand to grasp his wrist. She intended to assist this ailing individual, but upon touching his wrist, she was momentarily taken aback. "What is this situation? Has some deadly poison like the heart-eating ant or ghostly despair been introduced into his body?" Drawing upon her experience, Su Wanqing quickly assessed Shenjing's discomfort. Yet, she chose to remain silent. "Though these 3 herbs are formidable, they are not without remedy. Perhaps we should consider whether to assist him." Shenjing, listening to Su Wanqing's words, felt a flicker of astonishment. He suddenly realized he knew nothing of the woman before him. His previous inquiries seemed futile. Rather than not helping and saying nothing, it would be better to maintain distance. Shenjing said nothing further and lowered his head to drink the medicine. Su Wanqing quietly observed his reaction after he finished, contemplating her next steps. While these 3 herbs possess their own formidable traits, they are not insurmountable. Perhaps we should still consider whether we ought to care for him. Su Wanqing's words hinted at concern and tenderness, suggesting that she should not overly interfere in Shenjing's life. "What is going on? Why do you keep talking to me? Hurry, and take your medicine." At that moment, a hint of doubt flickered in Shenjing's eyes. He could not help but wonder if something had been tampered with in the medicine. Su Wanqing glanced at Shenjing, a faint smile gracing her lips. Then, she slowly scooped a pill with a spoon and brought it to Shenjing's mouth. "My lord, the medicine is here. Let us enjoy this healing meal together." Shenjing gazed into Su Wanqing's expectant eyes, softly replying, "Is the lady happy to be here with me?"
Su Wanqing smiled slightly.
"Of course. To accompany the Marquis for the rest of my days." Upon hearing this, a touch of emotion surfaced in Shenjing's gaze. "Thank you for your concern and care. Let us not speak of matters between husband and wife." Their conversation revealed that while Shenjing harbored some doubts and uncertainty towards Su Wanqing, he still chose to respect and care for her. Shenjing nearly succumbed to his own thoughts, teetering on the brink. Just a little more, and his body would succumb to rage-induced affliction. After a violent bout of coughing, he finally calmed somewhat. He then fixed a stern gaze upon Su Wanqing and inquired, "What is this medicine?"
Su Wanqing appeared puzzled.
"What medicine? Is this not the remedy you sought for your own condition?" Although it may not be particularly effective against the poison within you, rest assured. I will not let you down, she explained calmly. Miss, this duplicitous woman seems to be acting, yet she appears quite capable. Upon hearing her thoughts, Shenjing felt a twinge of doubt, but knew he must not act rashly at this moment. He finally swallowed the pill, temporarily alleviating his physical suffering. Volume 1. Chapter 16. The Ways of Spouses. Seeing Shenjing was now unharmed, Wanqing refrained from further words. She was an independent individual with her own pursuits and aspirations. Her current life was leisurely and free, relishing her own time. She approached the window, sitting on the wide ledge, using her cushion for support, basking in comfort. At this moment, one foot rested on the windowsill while the other dangled freely, reminiscent of a heroic woman from the martial world. Though it was merely a common posture for Wanqing as a modern individual, Shenjing perceived her inner joy and ease. He no longer dwelled on past grievances, but instead savored the beauty of the present moment. Silently, he observed everything around him, filled with reflection and respect. At that moment, he seemed to have cast aside all distractions, immersing himself in tranquility and freedom. Just as he was enveloped in this serenity, Wanqing produced a delicate glass vial. The bottle was crystal clear, seemingly containing a blue powder. He gazed intently at the potion within the vial, curiosity and anticipation swelling in his heart. This is a remedy I personally crafted. While it cannot entirely eradicate all toxins, it is sufficient for the poison within me, Wanqing stated calmly. Shenjing's gaze was filled with admiration and appreciation. He cast a deep glance at Wanqing, silently vowing to himself, this person is no ordinary individual. She must possess a story worth telling. How could she, tasked with serving him, even complain about pouring a glass of water? It seemed she was oblivious to the essence of marital harmony. Allow me to attend to you, my lord. Please rest easy, Wanqing declared, hastily moving to the table, gently pouring a glass of cool water and presenting it to Shenjing. My lady, you may not be aware, but I am unable to drink cold water, he remarked, sensing her intention to stir up trouble and keep him awake through the night. If you are perplexed, I shall enlighten you on the turmoil of this world. A frown furrowed his brow, his tone imbued with depth. She quickly placed the water down and gracefully approached him. Just as she picked up the swona to play, Shenjing's expression darkened, and he commanded, stop. Yet, this woman seemed unwilling to relent. I shall say this once. Do not disturb my peaceful dreams, Wanqing's voice quivered, tinged with a hint of fear. Rather than be intimidated, she resolved to provoke him to the utmost, pushing him to despise her completely. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to discuss them with me. Perhaps we can devise a solution. As for the secret she harbored, who could possibly know? The servants stationed outside Jinlan Pavilion remained oblivious, while inside the Lord's chamber, a mournful melody suddenly resonated, unsettling all. My lord, Wanqing cried out in desperation, continuing to play the swona. Her declaration startled the servants, who, sensing the gravity of the situation, remained hesitant, awaiting instruction from their master and mistress. A young attendant rushed to inform Lady Bai, finding her in tears. Ling Song, perched on the rooftop, could only shake his head in resignation. What tricks Lady Bai intended to play, and how long the Lord would endure, remained a mystery. Shenjing sat silently, eyes closed, watching the departing figure with lingering concern. Wanqing felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, sighing at her own helplessness. Rumors spoke of the man's tempestuous temperament, yet here he was, remarkably composed. What trouble had he stirred? Tonight promised to be entertaining. Meanwhile, the residence of the Marquis returned to its nocturnal tranquility, granting Shenjing a fleeting moment of peace. Exhausted, Wanqing merely wished for a brief respite, sighing as she instructed her maid to prepare food. The maid, bewildered, hurried to the kitchen. After devouring her meal, Wanqing felt her hunger satiated. At that moment, Shenjing remained unresponsive, while Wanqing leaned against the window, rubbing her stomach. Suddenly, memories of a journey to the island a year prior surfaced. She retrieved some travel essentials from her bracelet. Upon returning home, her parents had reclaimed the bracelet, and she had yet to retrieve its contents. Now, gazing out the window, a thought struck her. She procured a telescope from the bracelet's space, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Tonight, it seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. Although Xinjing had not directly engaged in the evening's drama, his gaze remained steadfast. He pondered the origins of the object in her hand. "What is it that you hold?" he inquired with intrigue. Su Wanqing, taken aback, steeled herself to respond. "I was hungry and just had a few bites of braised pork knuckle. Do you find my mannerisms unbecoming, my lord? If so, I shall take my leave." Xinjing rubbed his forehead, clarifying, "I meant the item you are holding by the window." The matter of her dining habits was of no concern to him. Perhaps the Marquis was unwell and experiencing hallucinations. Su Wanqing's lips curled in a slight smile, yet she hesitated to answer his question. "I suppose the lady would not wish to become a human puppet, would she?" Su Wanqing's pupils constricted suddenly, a surge of unspoken shock and confusion washing over her. Had he truly harbored intentions of turning her into a puppet, despite her not harboring any lustful thoughts toward him? How absurd. "This is an object known as a telescope," Xinjing softly inquired. Su Wanqing, trembling slightly, reached into her pocket, hesitantly extracting the fabled telescope from the bracelet. Xinjing observed her with curiosity, asking, "What is that object?" "This is something I found late at night. I dare not reveal it lightly," she explained, adjusting her focus while observing the scene outside. She initially intended to seek witnesses, but the sight before her was utterly astonishing. In the stillness of the night, how had two people appeared? Xinjing couldn't help but ask. Su Wanqing's face flushed, and she quietly explained, "They are brazenly accepting bribes in the shadows." It seems they no longer care to hide. There was an air of embarrassment and confusion in her words. Xinjing, noticing the blush on her cheeks, couldn't suppress a chuckle. What suddenly makes this inappropriate for children? She proceeded to elucidate the usage of the telescope while expressing skepticism about the authenticity of the scene. Tension pervaded the atmosphere, as if they were embroiled in a fierce confrontation. Xinjing gripped his sword tightly, vigilance surging within him. Just as they were almost within reach of one another, a figure burst through the window, wielding a sharp sword aimed directly at them. The flames of conflict ignited, and Xinjing whispered, "This is uncontrollable." He swiftly reacted, shielding Su Wanqing behind him while drawing the long sword from the bedside, positioning it defensively before his chest. In the moonlight, the two figures engaged in a fierce duel, sparks flying. The atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense, resembling a martial arts spectacle on the verge of unfolding. Xinjing hurriedly enveloped Su Wanqing in blankets, protecting her in the corner of the bed, his heart heavy with concern for the innocent bystanders who might be caught in the fray. The intensity was alarming. The assailant was cloaked entirely, revealing only a pair of determined eyes. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, rendering him invincible, a skill set that easily allowed him to breach the Marquis' residence. His icy gaze, sharp as a hawk's, fixated on Xinjing, his techniques ruthless and unyielding. The two figures danced through the chaos, wreaking havoc in the room. With a cacophony of clashing sounds, ornate wooden cabinets and various furnishings were sent scattering. A deafening crash shattered the table, and dishes clattered to the ground, ceramic shards flying like hidden weapons. Had no one been injured, the ferocity of this brawl would have been even more daunting. In a world such as this, close-quarters combat stood as a testament to valor, a more gripping form of conflict than modern gunfights. As Su Wanqing witnessed the unfolding scene, adrenaline surged within her. If only she could indulge in popcorn as a reward for herself. Yet, reality was far from that. Although the plot seemed tightly woven, events were shifting, yet the overarching narrative remained intact. Xinjing publicly declared his old ailment had resurfaced, and that his days were numbered, a revelation within the narrative. He was aware that traitors within the Northern Town Army aimed to provoke him into revealing his vulnerabilities. Thus, he plotted to draw this individual into the fray. He speculated that if this person were to be exposed, there would be two possible outcomes. Either the spy would believe the ruse and scheme to take control of the Northern Town Army, or he would disbelieve the charade and attempt to frame Xinjing. Upon first spotting the figure through the telescope, Su Wanqing sensed something was amiss. This individual was likely associated with the 6th Prince's faction, attempting to test Xinjing's authenticity through a skilled combatant. They seemed to have exchanged a few blows, after which Ling Tsong decisively stepped in to aid Xinjing, who was at a disadvantage. However, had the original plot unfolded as planned, this individual might have seized the opportunity to escape. To everyone's surprise, he was struck by Xinjing, nearly leaving the onlookers in shock. Although Xinjing was still suffering from severe poison and had not yet recovered, the outcome had already been determined after just a few exchanges. He appeared as a warrior returning from battle, devoid of any lingering weakness that characterized his previous state. His strikes were resolute and merciless. In a moment of desperation, the figure attempted to employ lightness techniques to flee, but was swiftly sent sprawling to the ground by a kick from Xinjing. This scene brought a sense of reassurance. It was evident that Xinjing understood that this person could not be allowed to escape. After struggling to rise, the opponent immediately shouted, "Who sent me here?
Come at me."
With that, he unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Xinjing's chest.
Bang!
The clash of their energies resonated, sending the cloaked figure reeling backward under the force of Xinjing's might. Another swift kick to the abdomen sent him crashing to the ground, blood gushing forth. Realizing the situation was irretrievable, he quickly produced a hidden weapon in a bid to escape. Xinjing shouted for Ling Song, who promptly intervened. Observing that the adversary had a silver needle embedded in his chest and was desperately attempting to evade, Xinjing recognized that victory was no longer assured. After narrowly escaping pursuit, Ling Song dashed toward a large tree. At that moment, a dull thud echoed in the distance, signaling the impending occurrence of a significant event. Ling Song halted, incredulous at the unfolding scene. Suddenly, he felt a chilling sensation across his back as a mysterious figure called out from a window, "Ling Song." Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Song retrieved a hidden weapon and launched it toward the stranger. The figure barely had time to scream before collapsing beneath the tree, unconscious. Xinjing approached with an impassive demeanor, as if everything had transpired according to his expectations. Ling Song unwrapped the cloth on the stranger's back, revealing a peculiar hidden weapon lodged within. He gasped as he assessed the person's feeble breath and frailty. Although the signs of life were faint, the individual was indeed still alive. "Did you shoot this?" Xinjing frowned, examining the unfamiliar object. "It was not my subordinate's doing," Ling Song replied. Xinjing's mind was clouded with doubts. Why would Su Wanqing act in such a manner? Had she not wished for his demise? Was she afraid of retribution against her clan? "My lord." Ling Song suddenly pointed in a direction. "She is brazenly staring at us." Xinjing, puzzled, moved toward that direction, where a figure sat defiantly in the moonlight, gazing at him and Ling Song. It was known that only Ling Song was aware of the ruse of feigning injury, yet Su Wanqing now audaciously scrutinized him. He paused, contemplating whether to. He tentatively inquired. Upon hearing his words, Su Wanqing gently shook her head. "I have known for some time." Xinjing's confusion deepened. Could it be that she spoke cryptically about conditions, suggesting that if the Lord truly wished to express gratitude, he should agree to a certain condition. Xinjing's brow furrowed, deciding to await her next words. Indeed, the woman could no longer contain herself. "If the Lord truly wishes to thank me, then please fulfill one condition." Xinjing surveyed the disarray around him, increasingly puzzled about what this condition could entail. This woman was evidently concerned about being implicated. Su Wanqing looked at Xinjing, her face adorned with a sincere smile as she responded, "My lord, what appears to be a needle conceals certain secrets. The most enigmatic objects in this realm are indeed such instruments, and fortunately, our family has a predecessor with a background in veterinary medicine." Xinjing's brow knitted further, intrigued by Su Wanqing's identity. While he believed she had little association with the Su family, her descriptions suggested complexity. "A needle?" Xinjing murmured. Could it be a new weapon secretly developed by Su Bingqing? That seemed unlikely, for this hidden weapon appeared rather peculiar and not particularly formidable. How many such secrets did she harbor? A telescope, an embroidery needle. Though this father-daughter duo was far from virtuous, the contradictions hidden within were manifold. Xinjing's greatest concern revolved around whether this wife and the residence's officials shared a common purpose. If they were united, why had she not simply eliminated him? If not, what was her true objective in seeking a divorce? She was capable of discerning the poison within him and defeating a formidable opponent, indicating she was not as inept as rumored. Contemplating these matters, Xinjing's resolve strengthened. he decided to retain Su Wanqing within the Marquis to continue investigating this affair. Su Wanqing lowered her head, remaining silent for a moment. To save her own life, she began to lament. "My lord, I have been alone since childhood, with a stepmother who values a woman's lack of talent as virtue. In my spare time, I had no choice but to secretly seek a mentor to learn skills for self-preservation. Surely, my lord does not think me reckless?" Volume 1, Chapter 18, The Land of Disputes, not wishing to linger. "Xinjing, your words are indeed elusive," he replied in a bland tone. Su Wanqing looked at him in confusion. A glimmer of profundity shone in Xinjing's gaze. "Do you know how to treat the injury on my leg?" Su Wanqing paused, then feigned calmness as she replied, "Of course I know." "Then why?" "This is a land of disputes. I do not wish to linger." Su Wanqing's tone carried a hint of reluctance. A glint of amusement flickered in Xinjing's eyes. "If that is the case, why do you insist on returning?" "Unable to return?" Su Wanqing revealed a bittersweet smile. "If my lord does not mind my rusticity, I would gladly return to the Marquis and spend my days with you." "My lady," Xinjing interjected, "you are being too modest. This is not merely a matter of writing. Though it may not be perfect, I am aware of my limitations." "My lord, please allow me to explain. This letter is not of my doing." Xinjing's expression turned grave. This woman would resort to any means to obtain a divorce. Had he not overheard her true intentions, she might have long since met her demise. Xinjing chuckled. "My lady, perhaps you should take a look at the contents of this letter?" Su Wanqing accepted the letter, her face displaying an innocent expression. Although she was unfamiliar with its contents, her modern observational skills enabled her to swiftly skim through it. "This letter is nonsense. How could I secretly observe my lord and inform my stepmother of your every move?" She clarified. "You truly possess a keen eye, discerning its meaning with just a glance."
Ah.
Su Wanqing momentarily struggled to find a retort. For someone from the modern world paired with an illiterate original self, managing to compose 2 pages was already a feat. To scrutinize every word would be a gross insult to the beauty of language. She could only feign being caught and declared with righteous indignation, "My lord, you see through everything. Since you have uncovered my transgressions, I dare not argue further. Please allow my lord to rest." Xinjing, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation. The matter of the divorce was no simple task. "Since you are willing to try, I shall offer you a suggestion. Deduct all your monthly allowances." Su Wanqing looked puzzled. What does my lord mean by this? Ling Song, having overheard the conversation, furrowed his brow. In his memory, there was no hidden weapon of such a shape. If it were merely to launch silver needles, the tube seemed rather too thick. His unease stemmed not from the weapon's potency, but from the fact that the unlearned Su Wanqing could wield hidden weapons. As the matron of the Marquis, she posed a considerable threat to Xinjing. Su Wanqing lifted her head, her eyes betraying a fleeting, subtle astonishment. She beheld Xinjing and Ling Song standing together, and an inexplicable sentiment stirred within her heart. She quickly retreated a few steps, a hint of shyness gracing her countenance. The sight of these two together was indeed a perfect match. Xinjing sighed, remarking that they seemed like a pair destined by the heavens. Mrs. Shun, filled with emotion, nodded at Ling Song, acknowledging that today's matters would require the Marquis's assistance. Unbeknownst to them, Su Wanqing had already departed the room. Alas, in the 21st century, the Su family, known for their low-profile demeanor, had become a dazzling gem in the eyes of many suitors due to their accumulated wealth. Owing to the stringent selection rules within the family, her choice of spouse necessitated extreme caution. Otherwise, beauties like Xinjing and Ling Song would inevitably be drawn into the fray. In this pursuit of future adventures, no one could expect an easy passage. Yet, the current circumstances were indeed worrisome. No further inquiries. As Su Wanqing prepared to leave, she noticed Xinjing lying on the bed, barely clinging to life. A glance revealed that he had endured a tumultuous reaction within, seemingly for an extended period. After all, life and death are predestined, and evasion is futile. Though Su Wanqing harbored little compassion, especially towards someone who might profoundly hurt her future, she departed her residence without a backward glance. At that moment, Ling Song suddenly regained his focus and approached Xinjing with concern, asking, "My lord, how do you fare?" Xinjing gestured dismissively. "I am unscathed." Ling Song, well acquainted with Xinjing's condition, recognized that further discussion would be futile and refrained from pursuing the matter. After a while, Ling Song inquired, "It is likely that she belongs to the faction of the Sixth Prince, but is she truly not one of his agents?" Su Wanqing's identity was not a secret within the capital. It was conceivable that she might have infiltrated this place to curry favor with the Sixth Prince, who could exert pressure on her. Yet, if she were indeed a pawn of the Sixth Prince, how could she have dispatched hidden weapons against her own interests? Xinjing, deep in thought, seemed to unearth certain truths. He gazed at the dim light and mused, "She's not the daughter of the Xiong family, Su Wanqing." Ling Song expressed surprise then. Where does she hail from? It was evident that Su Wanqing bore no ties to the Sixth Prince and held no deep affections for the Xiong family. Through a series of subtle indications over the past few days, it could be inferred that she was eager to escape the Marquis to secure a divorce, thus severing her ties with the Marquis altogether. Even if her actions were later exposed, she would remain unscathed. While it was difficult to comprehend why she meticulously schemed to become a human puppet, it was permissible to speculate upon her intentions. Why had she appeared in a place that did not belong to her? Perhaps it was due to her entry into a realm fraught with uncertainties. Being the Marquis's lady was indeed challenging, for the Marquis of Jinbei could not enjoy tranquil days and bore heavy responsibilities and expectations. Xinjing seemed to have opened a door to an entirely new world, behind which lay a multitude of unknowns and perils. As he became a part of this new realm, vigilance was paramount. Within this unfamiliar territory, fear was a constant companion. Even if she harbored no malicious intent, he could not ignore someone who loomed before him daily. Thus, he needed to discern the true nature of Su Wanqing. Should someone possess the ability to foresee the future, yet align with another faction, it could spell disaster. With this thought, Xinjing silently closed his eyes and murmured, "Monitor her every move." Ling Song meticulously examined the individual, confirming that she bore no means of self-harm before escorting her directly to the Marquis's dungeon. Xinjing gazed up at the luminous moon, the hour late into the night. Suddenly, a torrent of thoughts surged within him, as if he had unearthed a realization. He sat upright, his eyes flickering with doubt. Earlier, a small vial that Su Wanqing had dropped from the window seemed to lie not far away in the corner. Xinjing rose and surveyed the garden, quickly locating the vial. Under the resplendent moonlight, the pale blue powder floated like gossamer. Curiosity ignited within him. Could this remedy truly dissolve the poison coursing through his veins? With secrets layered deep within, even the legendary doctors of Yawang Valley found themselves helpless. Would it not be a jest if a mere Su Wanqing could resolve what they could not? After a moment of contemplation, Xinjing refrained from acting impulsively. "Shadow Guard," he called out, and a mysterious woman clad in black appeared without a trace of forewarning. Her sudden emergence resembled a shadowy specter, elusive and unfathomable. "At your service."
Yun responded respectfully.
Chapter 19. A Funeral? The woman swiftly set to work, conducting investigations and research with remarkable efficiency. She might possess unexpected secrets. As night transitioned into dawn, the first light of day broke. When sunlight flooded the earth, Jinlan Pavilion was once again enveloped in an atmosphere of joy. The courtyard was adorned with white altars and mourning tents, as everyone busily prepared. Even the servants who typically cleaned the courtyard donned plain garments and mourning attire, joining in the effort. While all were occupied, Xinjing remained a steadfast observer, watching the proceedings unfold. The actions of this assembly reflected their acknowledgement of the impending renewal of this place. Everything transpired with such naturalness and smoothness. Why had they moved so swiftly to hold a funeral? Under the gaze of onlookers, they were quietly enacting a powerful and secretive transformation. Thus, the question arose, who had propagated the rumors? This became a source of confusion and inquiry among the people. Indeed, the atmosphere unmistakably signified the presence of the Marquis of Jinbei. Observing his furrowed brow, some finally began to comprehend. "My lord, what troubles you?" questioned a servant who had collapsed in shock, rising with confusion etched upon his face, his eyes wide in disbelief. Ling Song's expression also darkened. "What has befallen the Marquis?" Has he sustained grave injuries? Or encountered some peril? Shen Jing, brow knitted, retorted, who declared me deceased. Her gaze was sharp as she seized a white cloth caught in the wind, tearing it forcefully, letting it crash to the ground. This action sent a shiver through all present. Indeed, that was none other than the Marquis of Jinbei himself. If not a ghost, how could one come into contact with such a cloth? How could it be torn down? Why yes, the servant stammered, pointing towards a shadow outside the courtyard. Shen Jing followed the direction of his finger and beheld a figure turned away from them, unfurling like a grand painting in the sunlight. A flicker of determination crossed her eyes as she pointed towards the heavens with one hand and the ground with the other, as if conveying some profound message. The assassin strike had come without warning. The Marquis, in a moment of peril, had wielded his sword in battle, determined to confront the thief to the bitter end. Even while grievously wounded, the Marquis possessed formidable skills, yet he recognized his opponent's strength and resolved to expend his own stamina. Such villains should have been easily subdued by the Marquis. However, old wounds had resurfaced, and he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, our Marquis did not cower before the villain's ferocity. He fought valiantly, ultimately succumbing to a fatal blow from the assassin, bravely sacrificing himself. Surrounding maidservants and attendants wept inconsolably. They could hardly fathom that their hero had departed right before their eyes. Some servants knelt in anguish, crying out, "My lord, you are truly a heroic spirit." In an instant, the air was filled with wails, the raw cries intermingled with an indescribable sorrow. Just a few meters away, Shen Jing gazed at the scene before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. A throbbing pain surged through his head, as if it might split apart, and his complexion was as pale as paper. He clutched the armrests of his wheelchair tightly, his fingers making a cracking sound that seemed to echo his suffering and helplessness. It turned out that all of this stemmed from his own fabrications. Although he, a man in a wheelchair, had his reservations, Su Wanqing silently approached from the shadows. Unable to hasten her steps, the eerie glint in her eyes made Shen Jing frown as she drew closer to the indistinct target. Reflecting on past events, he felt a surge of anger and sorrow. His previous fury had almost provoked the lethal poison within him to resurface. Now, however, he felt considerably calmer, reminding himself to maintain his composure. Even if he did not dismiss her, it did not mean he was unwilling to teach her a lesson. When he contemplated invoking family rules against Su Wanqing, he suddenly heard her inner voice. I cannot remember clearly, but in the plot, the Marquis deliberately let last night's assassin escape to draw out the spy, allowing the news of his near-fatal condition to circulate. In truth, the Marquis had sprinkled an almost undetectable powder on the assassin, which would only affect those who came into contact with him, leaving an odor that lingered for 2 days, detectable only by those with an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Of course, dogs could detect it too. The next day, the Marquis's household held a funeral following the assassination attempt. However, with the assassin apprehended yesterday, would the funeral still proceed as planned? Su Wanqing was about to engage in negotiations when Bai Yan hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing the entire Marquis's residence adorned with mourning banners and white drapes, she was taken aback, realizing how much had transpired in just one night. What has happened, Marquis? Bai Yan asked anxiously. Su Wanqing watched as Bai Yan approached, awkwardly admitting her mistake. Claiming she had mistakenly thought the Marquis was despondent and had hastily arranged the funeral in hopes of securing a divorce. The urgent voices around her shattered her thoughts. What has occurred? Bai Yan, speak slowly. The Marquis furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with confusion. The day's events were indeed unexpected, yet Bai Yan's eyes carried a hint of guilt. Sister must have been momentarily confused to act in such a manner. At this moment, news of the Marquis's household had spread like wildfire. Although the details were unclear, Bai Yan understood the situation well. The lady of the Marquis's household had entered the estate. Although the Marquis had not fully entrusted the stewardship to her, her position was still significant. Rumors suggested that such major events could not pass without someone reporting them. She did not rush to intervene, as she was waiting for Su Wanqing to escalate the matter. To her surprise, her expectations were met. Initially, she had gone to Jinlan Pavilion to investigate, only to be stopped at the door by Ling Song. She thought to herself, since Ling Song is here, the Marquis must be safe. Thus, she allowed Su Wanqing to create chaos in the dead of night. The following morning, when the Marquis awoke to the scene before him, he would surely punish Su Wanqing severely, perhaps even more harshly than a divorce. Although Su Wanqing was not a virtuous woman, she held the position of the Marquis's wife, which was a significant error. Despite the Marquis's disability during the wedding night, she believed that once she became the Marquis's wife, in order for the family's future generations to live peacefully, the Marquis would certainly care for and protect her. Under the influence of the medication within him, Xinjing gradually stabilized. He glanced at Bai Yan and softly inquired, "What is the matter today?" Bai Yan respectfully placed her hand on Xinjing's arm and gently said, "I was worried about your condition last night, and my heart ached terribly. I woke early today just to see you feeling better, but I did not expect." Xinjing smiled faintly. The lady has always been unlearned and lacks decorum, leading those in the household to develop a sense of complacency. Given this, it is inevitable that some reckless actions will occur within the estate. The lady may act with a forgiving heart. As for yesterday's actions, please allow me to leave temporarily. Ziragu Pavilion is a place for tranquility, and this serene and elegant environment is suitable for my recovery. After speaking, she looked at Xinjing with eager anticipation. Beside her, Su Wanqing patiently observed Bai Yan performing this tender scene. Volume 1, Chapter 20. Unmoved alas. Such a stunningly beautiful woman must confront so many troubles and challenges. It is truly lamentable. Yet Xinjing remained entirely unmoved. Someone nearby remarked, "This woman appears to be unconcerned with the world, yet the charm in her gaze is irresistibly captivating." Xinjing smiled lightly. Her allure may very well fade with the passage of time. He had initially thought that the Marquis, incensed by Su Wanqing's actions, might respond to his concern for his emotions and thus favor him, allowing him to stay. However, it seemed that Jinlan Pavilion had already been adorned in white, presumably to create an opportunity for future rest. Simply sharing a bed would surely lead to an encounter with that individual. Yet, reality proved to be starkly different from his expectations. The funeral continued. The specifics must not leak. Xinjing instructed, then pushed his wheelchair away from Jinlan Pavilion.
Wanqing wore a puzzled expression.
How strange. The Marquis is clearly furious, yet he seems to overlook me after just a few kind words from a concubine. She mused internally. Hurry, investigate. That way, I can provide you with a graceful exit, allowing you to have a sound basis for divorcing me, Su Wanqing thought to herself. Just as she pondered, a voice suddenly called out, "Su Wanqing." Startled, Su Wanqing exchanged a quick glance with Bai Yan, who wore a look of grievance, before hastily moving toward Xinjing. He is coming, he is coming, he is going to divorce me." Su Wanqing's voice carried a hint of determination. "Marquis, when you left last night, I noticed you did not look well, and I thought it was my own confusion. I am willing to leave without a word, so I ask you to sign this divorce decree." Su Wanqing prepared the divorce documents, awaiting Xinjing's signature and seal. "Divorce decree?" Xinjing looked at her. "Yes, my lady. If you sign above, you will secure a peaceful Marquis household. Although you are coarse, you possess the fortune to remain by the Marquis's side. Last night, you had me read Huayuela. What was your true intention?" Su Wanqing asked, puzzled. "My lady was frightened last night. I cannot be overly harsh. Allowing a few indulgences is only right," Xinjing explained. "It is of no consequence." Xinjing nodded. "If my lady wishes to leave, you can do so without a divorce decree. Since you remain within the Marquis's household, I trust you are still loyal." "Ha, you dare to say that?" Su Wanqing thought warily. "Do you think I am unaware of the seriousness of not having a divorce decree?" Upon investigating Huayua law, it became clear that in Huayua Kingdom, if noble women do not obtain a divorce decree, they face a lifetime of nationwide pursuit, and once the family issues an order, they must be killed on sight. It seems that I wish to leave directly, but fate is such. It is truly admirable. Not far away, Bai Yan listened intently, her thoughts racing. Why is there talk of a divorce decree? Could it be that the Marquis intends to divorce his wife? If this news is true, how will I navigate the days ahead? At this moment, Caillou cautiously approached, her heart filled with unease. Returning to her room, Su Wanqing was clouded with worry. The unfolding events seemed to foreordain her future difficulties. Although Shun Jing possessed a heart of iron, he appeared somewhat at a loss in the face of such predicaments. Fortunately, with Caillou by her side, she dared not relax for a moment. At this time, she could only tread carefully to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Su Wanqing lay back on her bed, yet her heart was more perplexed than ever. She was uncertain how to confront the challenges that lay ahead. When Caillou entered, she found Su Wanqing wearing a sorrowful expression. She comforted her, saying, "Madam, as the mistress of the Marquis, you shall surely receive many visitors in the days to come. Allow me to assist you in your preparations." Indeed, Shunjing's punishment for her was to personally welcome those subordinates who did not believe he was dead. Among them, there must be traitors. This funeral in the play was an intense and thrilling spectacle. The characters were aware of Shunjing's cunning scheme of feigning death, yet Su Wanqing, as an outsider, naturally believed him to be deceased. In her capacity as the head of the Marquis, she was tasked with overseeing the funeral arrangements. Thus, it was evident that those coming to pay their respects were indeed those who doubted Shunjing's demise. Consequently, Su Wanqing could only strive to maintain her composure, lest she delay her return home. Reflecting on this, she could not help but lament the capriciousness of fate. Approaching the dressing table, she gazed into the mirror and mused that her visage appeared hardly different whether adorned or not. The protagonist under the name of Caillou was not only her master, but also someone she cherished deeply. Though they were of similar age, the one who had accompanied her since childhood was not merely a fellow servant, but a profoundly intimate companion. Her profound understanding of Su Wanqing made the recent tumultuous changes in her life difficult to accept. Previously, her existence within the estate had been orderly, never daring to provoke the authority of the stepmother. Yet now, her marriage into the Marquis had stirred a tempestuous upheaval. Despite knowing she was not the arrogant figure depicted in rumors, within the heart of the sixth prince lay an indelible sense of belonging. She had even stood up against her stepmother for him, unwilling to remarry into the Marquis. Now, her singular focus was on seeking a divorce, her demeanor seemingly erratic. Was it truly for the sixth prince that she dared to take such risks? A sense of unease crept into Caillou's heart. Doubts arose within her. Could her discontent with this marriage be the cause of such a dramatic transformation in her temperament?
Wanqing,
observing the expression on Caillou's face through the mirror, inquired gently, "What troubles you, Caillou? What has transpired?" Caillou lowered her head in silence.
Wanqing smiled softly,
seemingly deducing Caillou's concerns. "Caillou, why do you feel this way?" At a loss for words, Caillou struggled to respond. Su Wanqing continued, "Such feelings are quite normal. Everything around us is in flux. The reason I wish for you to see a side of yourself that you have never encountered is to help us both navigate this life and undertake what is within our means." Touched, Caillou nodded resolutely, "Madam, I trust you." Seeing the relief on Caillou's face, Su Wanqing smiled warmly. "Your visage may possess some imperfections, yet it forms part of our household's essence. To safeguard both of us, let us do what we can." "Madam, I understand," Caillou replied. Su Wanqing beamed with satisfaction. "Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to protect you." Curious about the cause of Caillou's countenance, she asked, "What has led to this appearance?" Caillou offered a slight smile and replied honestly, "Perhaps it is due to my lack of proper skincare." This was because the stepmother and her two sisters used precious South Sea pearl powder daily for their complexion. "Is there poison at play? What is amiss?" Caillou's eyes widened in confusion. In Volume 1, Chapter 21, Concealed Poison, she mused that she must have been poisoned. After all, she was responsible for the family's meals. How could poison enter through food? The family's dietary regimen was based on ancestral recipes. How could toxic elements suddenly emerge? The medicinal formulation within her dowry, gifted by the Chui family, was said to remedy her complexion, yet it was shrouded in mystery. Could it be a misunderstanding? Caillou found herself at a loss for words. For years since her marriage into the family, each meal had been prepared by designated individuals, making the notion of poisoning seem illogical. Did her family truly harbor hidden toxins? Some matters in this world are indeed perplexing, and Caillou's heart was heavy with worry. After 10 years, this poison must have its source. She hoped that the truth would eventually surface. Regarding the possibility of a conspiracy for a military coup within the family, this enigma cast a lingering shadow over many minds. Even Su Wanqing, from the 21st century, remained filled with curiosity and bewilderment about this unknown world. Lacking modern instruments and professional apothecaries, identifying the true cause of her affliction and unraveling this mystery was undoubtedly a daunting task. Yet, she believed that one day she would discover the answers. The key lay in the origins and types of medicinal herbs. Though she was new to this realm and unfamiliar with the local herbal market and its varieties, she remained confident that a way would present itself to procure the necessary antidotes. Amidst the collective anxiety, a servant hurried into the hall, causing Kaiwa to drop her comb in surprise. The servant respectfully announced, "Madam, a distinguished guest has arrived at the main hall. Please attend to the matter." Although Su Wanqing felt a tinge of doubt, she was mostly filled with curiosity and anticipation. She understood that if she could resolve the current predicament, perhaps the truth would be revealed. Thus, she replied calmly, "Understood." Though her expression appeared relaxed, turmoil brewed within her heart. The assassin from the previous night remained at large. How could she uncover the traitor in the military? Without addressing this pivotal concern, would Xinjing truly remain in his coffin? Only time would tell. Once she familiarized herself with the surroundings, she would procure herbs for further investigation. Thus, Su Wanqing arrived at the main hall of the Marquis. As she awaited the guests, 7 individuals of varying ranks entered, clad in military garb, their faces solemn. The inhabitants of the Marquis seemed deeply troubled and expectant regarding the funeral. Su Wanqing understood that those capable of leaking military secrets must be high-ranking officials, and among the 7, one would surely appear in person. As discussions ensued, Su Wanqing contemplated how to navigate the present crisis. It was well known that the Northern Town Army was surnamed Shun, and there must be individuals who had served within its ranks. The Emperor would have directly appointed a new commander for the Northern Town Army. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn, resembling a formal funeral. Once the generals were seated, Su Wanqing conveyed her concern through her words. The attendants were dressed in somber attire, their expressions grave, and the estate was silent as before. Someone could not help but inquire, "Madam, what is the situation? How could the Marquis?" Deputy General Li displayed a look of doubt, and others echoed, "This seems rather strange. May we meet with the Marquis?" Unmoved, Su Wanqing softly replied, "This pertains to life and death. It is not within the understanding of ordinary folk." She then led the attendants into a small compartment. Xinjing and Ling Tsong silently observed the expressions of those gathered. Su Wanqing explained, "The announcement of the Marquis's passing has yet to be issued, yet you generals arrived in haste. Regarding the Marquis, I still harbor uncertainties." The crowd exchanged glances, unsure whether to adhere to the customs of condolence. "May I inquire, madam, when did the Marquis depart this world? Who was by his side in his final moments? Did he leave any last words?" Deputy General Qin asked earnestly. With tears in her eyes, Su Wanqing replied, "The hour was unclear. The departed has left us. In his last hours, I was there alongside his personal guard, Xinling." Upon hearing these words, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. At that moment, the presence of Su Bingqing's daughter rendered her identity rather enigmatic. She continued to elucidate, "This is the emblem of the Northern Town Army, which is not held in times of peace. To seize control of the Northern Town Army implies a recognition of their leader within. Thus, it is evident that this emblem, akin to a letter of recommendation, not only signifies rank within the military but also serves as a crucial demonstration of leadership. Should the emblem fall into the hands of a certain general, it would naturally lead to his ascension as the leader of the Northern Town Army, an inevitability." Feigning distress, she queried, "Do the generals not understand how arduous life will be for me, now that I have lost my support? Why must you be so aggressive? If you do not believe me, I can hand this emblem to someone accountable. You may verify this matter for yourself. It has nothing to do with a mere woman." The demeanor of the burly generals softened slightly, revealing a hint of hesitation in their words. "Pray tell, madam, whose will does the Marquis intend to entrust this emblem of the Northern Town Army?" inquired Deputy General Wu.
Wanqing replied,
"The Marquis intends to bestow this military emblem upon a general with the surname Tian, though the exact name remains uncertain." At this juncture, having inquired among the elder statesmen in the residence about the surnames of the generals, she discovered that there was no general by the name of Tian, and thus fabricated one. Deputy General Li furrowed his brow, saying, "This matter is of great significance. I implore you, madam, do not jest. We have yet to see the Marquis. How shall we proceed?" Deputy General Qin cast a significant glance at Su Wanqing and remarked, "This matter should not be underestimated. The custody of the Northern Town Army emblem ought to adhere to the Marquis's final wishes. However, whether it has been altered requires further verification." Hearing this, Deputy General Li expressed his unease. That general with the surname Tian must not be deceived. "I am not speaking nonsense. I am unfamiliar with military affairs. I cannot know which general bears the surname Tian. Surely, the Marquis must have deeper intentions. I can only present this military emblem directly to the Emperor." At this point, the debate had subsided, yet doubts lingered in everyone's hearts. Deputy General Wu stated calmly, "The matter regarding the military emblem remains uncertain. We generals must proceed with caution." Miss Su speaks with conviction, yet whether there is a conspiracy behind her words requires further investigation. Generals, to act recklessly based on mere words is unwise. Although Su Wanqing had merely uttered a few unsubstantiated remarks, her identity as Su Bingqing's daughter commanded significant respect. The Northern Town Army naturally had to be wary of her potential machinations. Thus, even if they were skeptical, they dared not dismiss her entirely. Among the 4 deputy generals, one, General Lin, was a talent we collectively nurtured, implying he had considerable support behind him. The other deputy general, while not overtly taking a stance, might harbor secrets of his own. In this crucial moment, we must remain vigilant and not let our guard down. The crowd appeared somewhat perplexed, uncertain of the underlying dynamics among these 4 individuals. However, one thing was clear. Deputy General Wu seemed to possess keen intelligence and held an unshakable position in the eyes of the others. As the discussion continued, it was suggested, "Since we are all gathered here, why not don suitable attire to bid farewell to the Marquis?" At this moment, Shunjing quipped, "It appears it is my turn to take the stage. Look at that empty coffin. What a grand spectacle." Their reluctance to relinquish trust in the military emblem may stem from their need for an opportunity to uncover the truth. In any case, the forthcoming developments remained unpredictable. "I ask for your cooperation, madam." Deputy General Wu's gaze conveyed a resolute determination. He understood that while the current situation was troublesome, he was resolved to face it head-on. Ultimately, the decision to change their attire before meeting the Marquis conveyed their seriousness and trepidation. What is this situation? What chaos has Ling Song stirred? Did I fabricate a general with the surname Tian, and now he has changed his name? In the adjoining room, the crowd engaged in animated discussions while Su Wanqing surveyed the circumstances. Each person speculated about one another's thoughts, making it difficult to arrive at a conclusion. At that moment, the 3 deputy generals began to accuse Ling Song, claiming he was causing disruption and speaking nonsense. Deputy General Qin sarcastically remarked, "Ling Song, when did you acknowledge a father with the surname Tian? We were unaware. Did you just change your surname?" Deputy General Li, in a fit of anger, demanded, "Take us to see the Marquis. How can we trust you based solely on your word?" Deputy General Wu's tone was stern. "Even if you are a close aide to the Marquis, you are merely a personal attendant. Your experience and insight cannot be compared to ours." The crowd's tone grew increasingly resolute, while Su Wanqing sat quietly, seemingly foreseeing the outcome. Within the partition, Shunjing's expression was stern. This woman, who typically exuded an air of leisure, now bore the weight of her husband's death. "Do the generals not consider that there is no general in the army with the surname Tian?" Shunjing spoke softly. This revelation struck a chord with Deputy General Li, who felt a twinge of unease. "Ling Song, do not overstep," Deputy General Wu warned. Yet, Ling Song remained unperturbed, calmly explaining, "I have served the Marquis for many years. It is not surprising that he entrusted me with the military emblem. However, do not underestimate the Marquis's decisions and intentions." Gradually, the group began to align with Shunjing's perspective. Ling Song smiled gently, disregarding Deputy General Wu's retort, and shifted the conversation in a new direction. "If the generals are disinclined to believe in the supernatural, let us settle this matter ourselves." The victor shall gain the crucial military emblem and must publicly declare it as the Marquis' dying wish. What say you? Upon hearing this, Deputy General Li's countenance changed abruptly, evidently unsettled by Su Wanqing's audacity. Su Wanqing, the leader of the Northern Town Army, commanded great respect, and her demeanor compelled concern for her future actions. With a complex expression, Su Wanqing regarded the assembly, a mixture of confusion and uncertainty clouding her features. She understood the significance of the military emblem, but felt at a loss for where it truly belonged. She lowered her head in contemplation, momentarily silent. At that juncture, Shun Jing interjected, "It seems some harbor resentment towards you. Your father is Su Bingcheng, yet he is backed by the sixth prince." This statement rippled through the assembly, like a stone cast into still waters. The military emblem is merely talk. It serves to gauge the attitude of the generals. Su Wanqing replied coolly. Though the generals were rife with doubt, they could not dismiss Su Wanqing's arrogance and audacity. They began to ponder how to navigate her pressure while also considering how to secure the military emblem for their own protection. In that moment, a stalemate ensued. Su Wanqing no longer concealed her true intentions and commenced a fervent theatrical display. She continued, "What of it? Dare you move against me? If I were to perish, none of you would know the whereabouts of the military emblem." The assembly exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a voice broke the tension. "What exactly do you intend to accomplish? Why orchestrate such a grand funeral?" Su Wanqing reveled in the tension, knowing that these individuals did not fully trust her. Yet, she remained indifferent. She merely sought to affirm her capability and status. Ultimately, several generals opted to maintain a cautious distance, awaiting the subsequent developments. Su Wanqing recognized her need for greater vigilance to avoid falling into another predicament. Within the Northern Town Army, should the sixth prince's heart sway towards the Northern Princess, military power could very well fall into her hands. The Vice-General Li rebuked fiercely, "You venomous woman, having married the Marquis, why do you still serve the sixth prince? Do you not understand loyalty and steadfastness?" Faced with this chorus of condemnation, Su Wanqing was compelled to exhibit her remarkable intellect and valor. She replied calmly, "I do not serve the sixth prince. Rather, my husband has passed, and I must consider my family's welfare. Matters of the military are beyond my control. You know this well. Do not presume to judge the thoughts of others. I am innocent. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon that Lord Ling. You heard his words just now. His ambition drives him to unscrupulous ends. I have secretly concealed the military power. If we can ensure our safe departure, the military tokens will be returned." Her words did not entirely convince the generals, as they had worked alongside Ling Tsong for many years. Vice-General Qin scolded, "Do not sow discord among us. Although Ling Tsong harbors ulterior motives, this matter concerns the broader strategy of the Northern Army and is of little relevance to you, an outsider. Spare us your flowery words and swiftly relinquish your residence. Otherwise, do not expect our mercy." Vice-General Wu's tone was sharp. As tensions escalated, Su Wanqing understood the gravity of the situation. She smiled slightly, revealing her disdain. "I anticipated that you would trust him over me. If that is the case, then go ahead and kill me. I have warned you of the consequences." The atmosphere grew taut with her declaration. A general drew his sword and charged at Su Wanqing. Her heart raced with the realization that she had provoked a deadly peril. Just then, a golden thread shot from behind her, ensnaring the approaching general with lightning speed. He was unceremoniously brought down to the ground. "What is this?" The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment as they beheld Xin Jing's remarkable skill. At that moment, doubt clouded their minds. The Marquis had just proclaimed the sixth prince's demise. What was truly happening? Su Wanqing, paralyzed by fear, dared not move until Xin Jing's wheelchair appeared behind her. "Madam, you're startled." Xin Jing's voice resonated. Taken aback, Su Wanqing gazed at the general tightly bound on the ground, perplexed, and asked, "Marquis, what is your intention?" The funeral was merely a misunderstanding.
Su Wanqing replied dismissively.
"It has served to expose the traitor within the army." "A traitor?" Xin Jing's brow furrowed. "Is General Lin the traitor? This must be a misunderstanding." It seems the Marquis is mistaken. General Lin is highly esteemed, How could he possibly be a traitor? Chapter 23. Why would he be a traitor? The reactions of the crowd were perplexing. It seemed General Lin had a powerful figure guiding him, one who appeared to disregard him, often speaking much. Though this individual generally lacked respect for his superiors, seeming rather self-important, it was strange that despite the gravity of the situation, he remained unfazed. Perhaps he was merely putting on an act, waiting for the opportune moment to turn the tide or navigate through adversity. In the midst of this, his son was also questioned regarding the ownership of the military tokens. The crowd began speculating about his intentions, keeping a close watch on him. Shun Jing silently contemplated. Perhaps it would be best for the madam to clarify this matter. Why would he be a traitor? Su Wanqing lifted her gaze and shook her head. The others around them sensed a shift. It appeared this general was already playing at a predetermined outcome. They realized that the person leaking military secrets had long been investigated, initially suspected to be Vice Generals Qin, Li, and General Lin. However, the current situation seemed to provide them with a new lead. Vice General Li suddenly spoke up. "Why are you still standing there?" This information points to one of the three generals. "Lord Shin, are you certain you are not toying with us?" Vice General Qin replied. "Of course not." Shun Jing fixed his gaze upon them. Consequently, the group found clarity, and they were ultimately persuaded to leave, allowing Su Wanqing to breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that the traitor had already been identified as Vice Generals Qin, Li, and General Lin. Under Shin Jing's directive, a contingent had been dispatched to Xuanqing to secretly investigate the Sixth Prince's military affairs. These individuals disguised themselves across various trades, only to suffer a catastrophic setback. A detailed list of personnel had indeed been compiled, known only to other generals, and was not publicly addressed. In the aftermath, Shin Jing chose to keep this matter under wraps for the sake of confidentiality. Although he maintained a cautious demeanor towards several generals, many perceived that he occasionally exhibited a playful attitude. That damned Shin Jing, he must have known all along. Does he intend to use me as bait? Yet, it was I who gravitated toward the situation. Oh, navigating this plot is truly arduous, fraught with the potential for great trouble at any moment. Shin Jing cast a deep gaze upon Su Wanqing, acknowledging her dedication to advancing the narrative. However, should the story unfold as anticipated, both he and she would likely face tribulations 3 years hence. Would she choose to continue on this path? The aftermath of this farcical incident was drawing to a close. The white drapes within the residence gradually receded, restoring the serenity of days gone by. As night fell, Bai Yan paced restlessly within the chambers. "Marquis, are you feeling any better?" Upon Bai Yan's arrival, Su Wanqing was reluctant to linger, hesitantly making her way to the front hall. After a few steps, she turned back. Approaching Ling Song, she said, "Mr. Shun has asked me to consider whether to include you in the harem." What a delightful thought. I wish to bring you into Shin Jing's harem, to demonstrate my unwavering resolve to wait for him. But how can I persuade you to accept this decision? You have always struck me as a rather innocent man. And now you appear quite radiant.
Wanqing.
A furious shout startled Bai Yan, causing her to tremble. Su Wanqing looked at him in confusion and asked, "What commands does the Marquis have? What is the matter with this man? Is he no longer allowed to speak with Ling Song? Does he harbor some misunderstanding toward me? Surely, this cannot be good." With this thought, Su Wanqing felt a stirring within her, resolving to distance herself from Ling Song. She aligned her actions with her inner intentions, which only incited a stir in Shin Jing's eyes. 3 days hence, accompany me to the palace for the banquet. Su Wanqing appeared puzzled. Tonight? This statement astonished everyone present. Su Wanqing recognized that the events of the narrative were far from over. Yet Shin Jing had chosen not to bring his primary consort to the banquet. How could she possibly attend such an occasion with her current demeanor and conduct? Had his head been caught in a door? Bai Yan was shocked because Shin Jing had always attended formal events without bringing women. Why had he specifically chosen to take her to the palace this time? Ling Song, too, inquired, "What's the purpose of this palace banquet?" Shin Jing slowly propelled his wheelchair away, the estate shrouded in a serene and solemn dusk. 3 days later, in the early morning before the evening meal, the sky had begun to brighten. Steward Ning made a special visit to remind her, "Madam, the Marquis has specifically instructed you to attend the banquet at the palace tonight." Su Wanqing's expression shifted slightly, but soon a smile graced her face. Caillou, witnessing this scene, understood Su Wanqing's thoughts. She recognized this as an opportunity to showcase her abilities, though a flicker of doubt lingered in her heart. Once, while still at the residence, a young girl had insisted on marrying the sixth prince. Their encounter at the palace banquet had the potential to become a focal point of controversy. However, since she was forcefully sent to the Marquis' residence by her stepmother, this young girl has repeatedly instigated turmoil, rendering the Marquis' household perpetually restless. The reason behind the Marquis' decision to enter the palace alongside his wife remains perplexing. After Steward Ning withdrew, Caillou could not help but inquire, why must the madam accompany the Marquis to the palace? She still believed this was merely a misunderstanding. Su Wanqing's mind echoed the same thought as she reflected on her own unattractive appearance, tempestuous temperament, and playful demeanor. Yet, Shun Jing insisted that she attend the banquet at the palace, suggesting there was a deeper significance. Perhaps it was required for some formal occasion? Caillou responded with concern. If Bai Yan were present, she would undoubtedly be furious. However, for her, maintaining her dignity was always elusive. While this newly arrived ugly girl easily gained the opportunity to enter the palace due to her noble lineage, she remained indecisive, as the palace appeared to her a realm of uncertainty. As time passed, two young attendants arrived to deliver a message. They were dispatched to summon her. Upon their arrival and seeing Su Wanqing, they silently prayed for her to notice their predicament and act swiftly. Everyone fell into contemplation, seemingly devoid of alternatives. In this palace, each individual is a pawn of fate, and who could blame themselves for being of lower status? The scene fell into silence. If Bai Yan were here, she would be gnashing her teeth in anger. The dignity and opportunities she sought seemed perpetually out of reach, while this unattractive girl, owing to her noble birth, stirred up strife within the palace, which was indeed astonishing. After a moment of hesitation, Su Wanqing raised her head and quietly asked, "Where's Aunt Bai from Shiri Pavilion? Is the Marquis truly jesting? Why does he want me to attend this banquet?" The young attendants, upon hearing this, lowered their heads in acknowledgement, refraining from uttering a word. At this moment, it seemed no one was privy to the secrets and underlying intentions. They could only obey orders and proceed to the Marquis' gate, where he awaited. With an awkward smile, Su Wanqing remarked, "I simply hope to avoid such grand occasions." The palace concealed unknown dangers and enigmas, with each person as a player in the game of destiny. What could be the purpose behind Xinjing's actions? Everything was shrouded in mystery and suspense. Volume 1, Chapter 24. Why does the Marquis favor her? Upon contemplating this, Su Wanqing felt an unexpected sense of relief. "Caillou, quickly fetch my attire. Tonight's palace banquet will surely bring honor to the Marquis." "Yes," Caillou replied, her figure swiftly vanishing into the night. Observing Su Wanqing finally beginning to prepare herself, the two young attendants dashed out of the courtyard like the wind. One of them glanced around to ensure no one was watching before turning towards the direction of Shiri Pavilion. At that moment, Bai Yan sat in her chamber, her face clouded with worry. She could not comprehend why Su Wanqing had encountered such misfortune upon entering the Marquis' residence. All her schemes appeared futile, and the Marquis seemed to distance himself from her even more. Although Su Wanqing's looks were not remarkable, the stark contrast when standing beside her was undeniable. Why did the Marquis favor her? Why was she to accompany him to the banquet? This was truly incomprehensible. Suddenly, a maid entered and softly reported, "A Kai has returned from the Eastern Garden." As soon as the maid finished speaking, the young attendant A Kai stepped forward to bow and said, "I greet the madam." The term madam was undoubtedly a source of encouragement for Bai Yan, and a hint of joy surfaced on her face. What had transpired? Why did Su Wanqing appear so troubled? Just a moment ago, I visited the Eastern Garden to inquire about Su Wanqing's preparations for the banquet, and from her reaction, she seemed reluctant to attend, even asking if it was possible not to go. What if she chose not to attend? The maid's response tightened Bai Yan's heart. She slowly rose, her gaze resolute as she surveyed her surroundings. What was Su Wanqing truly contemplating? She was so unattractive. If she were not the daughter of the Su family, why would the Marquis favor her? Yet, she seemed utterly indifferent. There must be hidden motives at play. Thus, Bai Yan ordered a lavish banquet to be arranged immediately along with exquisite garments and jewelry for herself. She also summoned 2 highly skilled maidservants to attend her. As the night deepened, the city was ablaze with lights. Amidst the laughter and chatter of the citizens, the splendor of the palace seemed almost palpable. The capital was uniquely vibrant and prosperous. Even in the evening, the streets remained brilliantly illuminated and bustling with activity. Vendors peddled various goods and delicacies, with locals and tourists mingling in abundance. The people held deep respect and admiration for the Marquis of Jinbei, recognizing his significant contributions to safeguarding the nation and maintaining border stability. At this moment, the capital was experiencing a period of tranquility and prosperity, with various important events unfolding. As the leader of the Northern Army, Sun Jing's exploits were recounted in tea-houses and taverns. To coexist in the same era as such a heroic figure filled the common folk with pride. At this moment, in an inconspicuous restaurant far from the Marquis' residence, the populace was discussing the forthcoming banquet. This hero had once again achieved a resounding victory, truly earning the title of the god of war in the north. Indeed, it was said that he led 5,000 elite troops to obliterate an ambush of over 10,000 enemies. This battle was exhilarating. The Xiongnu suffered heavy losses, as this hero's northern army routed them, resulting in the demise of 3 prominent generals. They would surely think twice now. Yes, with the deaths of the 3 leaders from their main camps, it would take considerable time to reorganize. No wonder the people revered this hero as a deity. Alas, what a pity! Just then, a passerby sighed. At that moment, a low-profile, yet luxurious carriage quietly approached the gates of the Marquis of Jinbei's residence. Sun Jing lifted the curtain of the carriage, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and amusement. Why have they not yet arrived? The servants outside appeared anxious, uncertain of how to proceed. However, they dared not overlook this crucial news and could only bow their heads in response. "My lord, they will arrive shortly." Sun Jing scanned the crowd surrounding the carriage with keen eyes, inadvertently catching sight of the woman Ling Tsong nearby. With a hint of mischief, he inquired, "What do you think she will do this time?" This woman had stirred considerable commotion, causing the winds of change within the Marquis' residence. He was eager to observe her reactions upon entering the palace. Were she not Su Bingqing's daughter, Su Wanqing, her demeanor towards the 6th prince would not be so frigid. He intended to test her during this opportunity. Although Ling Tsong felt perplexed, she had no choice but to respond. "My lord, it is difficult to predict. From what I know of the madam, she often acts unexpectedly." Suddenly, the sound of drums echoed from outside the carriage, restoring silence to the street. Everyone stared in astonishment at the commotion outside the carriage. Ling Tsong and the surrounding guards changed color, their eyes filled with confusion and vigilance. In an instant, the previously hushed street erupted into a cacophony. At that moment, the atmosphere was charged with tension and suspense. He recalled the various incidents from days prior and the tumult this woman had incited. His heart sank, almost overwhelmed by the impending uncertainties. Inside the carriage, Sun Jing seemed equally shaken by the atmosphere, his expression grave as he gazed towards the distant street and the potential events about to unfold. A figure emerged from the Marquis' residence, clad in tattered garments, appearing filthy as if she had crawled out of the mire. Her shoes were mismatched, giving her the appearance of a foolish girl. Her once recognizable face was marred with scars, contorted to an extreme degree. From a distance, she resembled a demon from hell. This was Su Wanqing, who had once been a concubine in the Marquis' household. For some, she could even be described as a specter from the depths of hell. For others, it would be unimaginable that such a ghost could exist in that infernal realm. "Here I stand, my lord." Su Wanqing emerged from the Marquis' residence, her steps resolute and her gaze unwavering. Seeing her demeanor, Sun Jing felt an indescribable emotion swell within him. As he looked at her, it was as if he glimpsed a hidden secret. "Madam, why are you dressed in such a manner? Did the servants fail to provide you with suitable attire?" Sun Jing inquired, his voice tinged with a subtle curiosity. Su Wanqing offered a faint smile, providing little explanation, merely wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve before respectfully calling out, "Kaiwe." Kaiwe promptly approached, cradling an old garment. Although worn, the outfit was imbued with a sense of history. Su Wanqing explained, I have been drying my clothes and found myself without appropriate attire. Xin Jing examined the dust upon the fabric, seemingly moved by her resilience. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, this is not merely the attire you wear. Perhaps it is a gift from a kindred spirit. At that moment, Bai Yan interjected with a gentle smile, attempting to alleviate the awkward tension. My lord, please forgive me. I possess no additional clothing options. Su Wanqing, unwilling to retreat or lose face, declared, if you wish to attend the palace banquet, you must change into suitable attire. Xin Jing observed the determination and defiance etched upon Su Wanqing's visage. He recognized her struggles and efforts. Thus, Su Wanqing strode forth to don appropriate clothing. Bai Yan felt a sense of relief for her. Meanwhile, Xin Jing silently mused that Su Wanqing was not someone to be underestimated. Chapter 25. Surrender now and accept defeat. The subtle hint of grievance in her words alerted Xin Jing that this woman was up to something. As anticipated, her concealed secrets began to stir. This man seemed perpetually indecisive. Whenever they conversed, he would regard her with that peculiar gaze, as if he could hear her innermost thoughts. What could he be pondering in this prolonged silence? It would be best to surrender now and hastily dismiss her. I have no desire to step into the court, where rules abound. Were it not for your insistence, this combination would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. One must understand a limping, unattractive woman accompanying a group of ministers poses a tremendous challenge to tradition. I am certain that her appearance will provoke the scrutiny of both officials and the emperor. To put it bluntly, whether attending the palace banquet or any other occasion, Xin Jing and the ministers could easily become the center of attention. TSK, with her current appearance, how could Xin Jing and the ministers possibly be satisfied? This Duke of the North was indeed a man of contradictions, knowingly pursuing the impossible. Such tenacity was commendable. Upon hearing these words, Xin Jing's expression shifted dramatically. He seemed to sense an unusual atmosphere. Su Wanqing's voice and appearance were markedly different from before.
She spoke softly.
My lord, I am well aware of my plain appearance, which hardly captures the attention of the esteemed. It seems best that you attend the banquet alone. Su Wanqing. Plain appearance? Did she perhaps misunderstand the meaning of the word plain? After uttering these words, she hoped to discreetly withdraw from the scene. However, Xin Jing unexpectedly extended a hand, drawing her into the carriage.
Oh,
what is happening? Could it be that this Marquis truly intended to bring someone like her into the palace? Xin Jing disregarded Su Wanqing's astonishment and confusion, instructing the carriage to continue. At that moment, the scars upon Su Wanqing's face began to fade, as if some secrets were being unveiled. As the carriage journeyed midway, Ling Song's hand suddenly reached through the window. The onlookers in the streets were taken aback and intrigued, gathering to witness the scene. They speculated about how this Marquis typically treated women, pondering why he would bring such a strange woman into the palace for a banquet. The carriage continued forward, and the townsfolk murmured about the Marquis's decision, expressing both bewilderment and admiration. Not far away, conversations and discussions arose, with everyone astounded by the sight of the formidable Duke of the North escorting an unexpected woman into the palace. As the carriage progressed, Ling Song's hand abruptly halted, as if everything were under control. He presented a pristine, elegant dress to Su Wanqing, who was momentarily taken aback. A replacement? Confused? She wondered if this was truly an ancient artifact. My lord, you jest, Su Wanqing thought, unwilling to simply exchange the garment. The wear upon it raised questions about its origin. Perhaps it bore the remnants of a tale left untold by its previous owner. What was this? She pondered quietly, yet refrained from probing further. The attire, though aged, bore no flaws, resembling a witness to untold history, stirring her heart. Perhaps the Marquis, understanding her noble disposition, was merely being considerate. Yet Xin Jing exuded an undeniable aura that compelled her to comply.
Su Wanqing shed her outer garment.
Although she did not disclose the true reason for the change, the value and significance of the attire were evident. Nonetheless, Xin Jing's gaze revealed little interest, instead radiating a composed and formidable presence. As night fell, birds returned to their nests above the magnificent palace, and the scene beneath the night sky resembled a vibrant painting. Inside the palace, the banquet thrived, with lower-ranking officials required to arrive early, akin to the rituals of modern social gatherings. Officials accompanied by their families sought status and power, essential for maintaining necessary social connections. In that fleeting moment, plots, alliances, and rivalries emerged, unpredictable in nature. Young men and women seized opportunities in such circumstances, striving for family interests and the pursuit of power. The carriage approached slowly, exuding an air of solemnity intertwined with luxury. The Duke of the North's emblem gleaming upon the window. Sharp-eyed ministers ceased their conversations, drawn toward the carriage with curiosity. This was the heart of the palace, where prosperity concealed profound depths, Su Wanqing reflected. Unmarried, charming young women eagerly awaited the carriage's arrival. As it came to a halt, Ling Song assisted Shun Jing from the carriage. Even in his wheelchair, he exuded the same extraordinary presence, a striking figure. Residing in the northern frontier, he had remained untainted by the deceptions of the capital, radiating an otherworldly grace. Coupled with his handsome features and distinguished lineage, he was simply impeccable. Yet, that pair of legs. Shun Jing's gaze was profound, clad in garments of icy hue, exuding an aura of mystery and aloofness. The onlookers marveled at the sight, sensing that this woman did not appear particularly pleased. "Your servant pays respects," the officials intoned in unison, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. This was the palace banquet, where decorum transcended the court, and the charming young women dutifully extended their greetings. Though the noble women showcased their poise at the banquet, they understood that their marriages must align with family interests. Hence, they refrained from overtly expressing their affections. As daughters of noble families, they were acutely aware of their status and choices, having long accepted the prospect of ascending to the Marquis' household. At this moment, the daughter of a splendid third-rank official inadvertently stumbled. Her intention was to approach the gallant gentleman, Shun Jing. The essential skills of a noble woman from a prestigious family were once again put into play before such a stunning beauty. Shun Jing, a man renowned for his prowess on the battlefield, would surely not allow her to fall to the ground in the presence of such an intimidating figure. Just when the lady believed her scheme had succeeded and prepared to throw herself into Shun Jing's embrace, a gust of wind surged forth, forcefully pushing her away. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to react. Could this lady be the rumored daughter of the Prime Minister, Su? Her appearance seemed to exceed everyone's expectations, as the fear and discomfort emanating from her delicate features left them astounded. Much like the fabled ugly woman, she indeed possessed an unusual aura. As the crowd's gaze fixated on her scarred visage, they collectively held their breath, deeply shaken by her disfigured countenance. The stark reality of such a terrifying presence lurking within the opulence of the palace sent shivers down their spines.
I am Su Wanqing,
the eldest daughter of the Su family and the lady of the Marquis' residence. "Greetings to you all." Su Wanqing addressed them with grace. The woman who had lost her composure stood with her mouth agape, her eyes clouded with confusion, unsure of how to conduct herself. In the first volume, chapter 26, it was said that one might be led to believe the rumors were true. The woman, whose name sent shivers down the spine, was said to be a prominent daughter of a noble family, renowned across the realm. Shun Jing's gaze darkened as he observed the crowd's uncertainty, and he could not help but sigh. Indeed, the rumors were not unfounded. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, yet also bore the weight of the tales surrounding her. Had he not witnessed it firsthand today, he might have been inclined to believe the tales. Everyone knew that His Majesty had arranged a marriage for the Northern Marquis, Shun Jing, with Su Ro, the daughter of the Prime Minister. However, the Su family had other plans, unwilling to have Ro wed the Marquis confined to a wheelchair. At that moment, a woman of significant repute, who had always captured public attention, took the bride's place in the wedding procession. It was rumored that she was no ordinary individual, and today, they finally caught a glimpse of her true self. Despite her beauty, it was said that not all men could withstand her charm. Some feared her reputation, while others coveted her beauty. Regardless, her existence was undeniably a captivating spectacle within the imperial palace. As for the daughter of the Prime Minister, rumors spoke of her fiery temperament and erratic behavior. Today, however, she appeared to embody these claims. Historically, the daughters of the Su family were celebrated for their beauty and talents, and today's encounter confirmed this notion.
Yet,
Behind her name lay a multitude of rumors. It was said that she was licentious and promiscuous, yet in this moment, the crowd could not help but wonder, if she were truly so, why did everyone tremble at her name? Seeing Shun Jing remain silent, the crowd understood that this matter was of great significance. Though some considered retreating, they could not deny the chilling presence she exuded. Even those who felt inclined to withdraw found it difficult to suppress their awe in the face of such charisma. What if she were to suddenly act irrationally? The palace, despite its myriad indulgences, was not devoid of those who wielded power recklessly due to greed. Within this context, Shun Jing was not to be overlooked. Many officials and noblewomen who had come to welcome him attended the banquet solely to curry favor. Even the presence of a malevolent spirit could not deter their curiosity. The woman, who had lost her composure, stood awkwardly to the side. Observing this scene, the crowd felt a surge of fear. Yet, curiosity lingered. Who is this remarkable figure? Did she truly instill such terror as the tale suggested? Drawing a deep breath to regain her composure, she declared, "You ugly creature! How dare you present yourself as a beauty before me? This is the royal court. How dare someone like you provoke me here?" The onlookers held their breath, murmuring amongst themselves, yet none dared to step forward to defend the beautiful lady. Those nearby turned to look, and the woman slightly bowed, respectfully stating, "My lord, I merely twisted my ankle by accident. I meant no offense." Rising to her feet, she inadvertently brushed her shoulder, revealing her snow-white skin and alluring collarbone. With a playful pout, she continued, "The lady pushed me with such force that I was caught off guard." Her eyes bore a hint of sorrow and grievance as she gazed at Shun Jing, filled with confusion and bewilderment. For reasons unknown, Su Wanqing, of such spirited nature, seemed to provoke Shun Jing willingly. In this unfamiliar yet intriguing setting, she felt a sense of surprise. Having never attended a banquet within the palace, she was slightly taken aback by the situation. Approaching, her demeanor was as calm as still water, her tone devoid of any tremor. "I am the Marquis's wife, and I have the right to speak again. From this moment on, whether man or woman, none shall approach him but me, especially not this young lady." With lips parting slightly, she spoke with an undeniable authority. "Should you dare to act recklessly in public again, I shall strip your skin from your bones." The noble women present murmured amongst themselves, perplexed as to why such an unattractive woman would utter such audacious words. Yet, what hidden story lay behind this audacity devoid of merit? In the whispers surrounding the Marquis's residence, Shun Jing's inner strength was awe-inspiring. In such a setting, the appearance of such a tempestuous woman would surely evoke pity from any man. This Marquis commanded the reverence of all men. Although the noble women present were unwilling to concede, they recognized the harsh reality of the situation. They could not fathom why a woman of such unsightly appearance would dare to exhibit such jealousy in public. A slight sense of relief washed over the noble women. For a woman who was not favored, her standing within the Marquis's household would likely not be high. They silently worried whether this tempestuous woman might one day be cast aside. The atmosphere intensified due to this audacious woman, taking on an alluring and enchanting quality. Each person scrutinized her intentions, yet none dared to expose her, fostering a sense of voyeurism. Shun Jing was undeniably a formidable character. In this instance, Su Wanqing's demeanor was excessively arrogant and envious. She could have seized this opportunity to cast aside this tempestuous woman. Even His Majesty might have supported such a decision. Some might even have suggested dragging her away for punishment. Yet, the Marquis seemed unaffected by any of it. All awaited his verdict in silence. Though his eyelids remained lowered, the tension and despair evident in the air were enough to evoke anguish. Sudden developments surged forth like a tide. She could showcase her talents, thereby enhancing Shun Jing's reputation while deftly justifying herself, claiming that the conflict had been instigated by another and that her emotional intelligence had simply faltered in the response. However, the demeanor of the crowd suggested a collective restraint. Men detest a woman's jealousy, and given her recent performance, Shun Jing likely faced mockery from the men present. Perhaps he was contemplating divorce to restore his former glory. With such thoughts swirling, she cast a furtive glance in Shun Jing's direction. Unexpectedly, the Marquis's gaze inadvertently fell upon her. She quickly turned away, feigning confusion. The crowd, having awaited this moment, finally found a semblance of calm. The appearance of the Marquis heralded a shift in the atmosphere. Su Wanqing once stood quietly by, but this time, unexpectedly found herself embraced by Xinjing. The sound of her heartbeat seemed to be the only noise in the room, while the woman who had been pushed aside cast a discreet glance in her direction. I am the Duke of the North, endowed with exceptional talent. Both my lineage and appearance are extraordinary. Even seated in a wheelchair, I remain the dream suitor of the women in the capital. This man, known for his loyalty and righteousness, was well known to all. When he spoke, the eyes of the crowd turned to him, and for a moment, everyone fell into profound contemplation. The Duke, imposing and powerful, seemed to harbor a particular affection for someone deemed unattractive, which was utterly astonishing. The women present could not help but feel bewildered, gazing at this enigmatic Duke. In that instant, it was as if they were lost in a dream. Su Wanqing felt as though her heart was trampled by 1,000 horses. She began to question the boundaries of this man's intentions. How audacious are my actions, and how striking is my appearance? What could Xinjing possibly be thinking? What compels him to embrace me so openly? Her heart was filled with confusion and curiosity. In the first volume, Chapter 27, A Lifetime of Reputation Ruined in an Instant, Xinjing's gaze fell indifferently upon Su Wanqing's face, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. His expression remained unchanged, though internally he held her in disdain. She could not help but smile, attempting to mask her agitation. "Madam, what is that look in your eyes?" At that moment, she felt a flicker of solace. Yet her heart still brimmed with questions. Nevertheless, she believed that one day she would unravel all these mysteries. The imperial banquet was about to commence, and guests took their seats. Whispers filled the air, for this banquet was set in honor of the Duke of the North, Xinjing. People had only known him for his indifference to fame and fortune, yet they were unaware of such peculiar affections lurking beneath the surface. Though Su Wanqing possessed an ordinary appearance, she carried a hint of stubbornness, resilience, and compassion, brought forth to the palace banquet to be ridiculed. Did she not fear that her lifetime of reputation would be tarnished in an instant? In the grand hall, Su Wanqing sat amidst a whirlwind of thoughts. Why does he not expel me from the palace? She pondered bitterly, wondering where her limits lay. Was it not enough to lose face before the ministers? Must she also face the emperor? She mused, if the emperor deems me hideous, would it not be a grave sin, leading to my immediate demise? The officials, while outwardly silent, likely mocked her behind closed doors, their words laced with sarcasm and derision. Though there remained those in the court who would assist her, who could predict the ridicule she might face in secret. At this moment, the commotion at the banquet stirred unease among the guests, as men and women whispered among themselves. One guest curiously remarked, "Look over there, is that not the rumored eldest daughter of Prime Minister Su?" Others lamented, "Such an unattractive woman still understands compassion for others." A prince quietly inquired, "What is the Duke's reaction to the Emperor's arrival?" Just then, a voice announced, "The Emperor has arrived." The crowd stood in unison, adhering to the palace's customs. Though Xinjing was in a wheelchair, he bent slightly in respect. Su Wanqing, not daring to be negligent, continued to act in accordance with her own mannerisms. During the feast, male guests and female companions engaged in lively discussions, the chatter rising and falling. "Did you see that woman? She is indeed the legendary eldest daughter of Prime Minister Su. Oh, I was frightened the moment I laid eyes on her. I hear she never wears a veil and is unaware of decorum. Her table manners do not seem so crude. I wonder how she has lived all these years. If it were me, I would rather have ended my life in the womb." It seemed that the woman the Duke had married was no ordinary individual. At that moment, the eunuch proclaimed loudly, "The Emperor has arrived, along with the sixth prince." Silence fell over the gathering as they resumed serious discussions. Xinjing smiled slightly, the confusion in his heart gradually dissipating. The rumored Xinjing, a veritable devil. Following the gaze of the crowd, attention turned to the main hall's entrance, where a man clad in a bright yellow dragon robe strode forward. The current emperor, Hua Yuanzhao, in his 40s, exuding an air of majesty and intensity. Beside him stood a man in his mid-20s, dressed simply yet radiating an aura of noble elegance. This was the sixth prince, Hua Jingye.
Today,
Coinciding with the absence of the second prince due to an assignment, Prime Minister Su had fallen ill and missed the banquet. The tension in the hall sharpened as the duke and the sixth prince prepared for a contest of wills. The emperor took his seat before the crowd and spoke. The Xiongnu have repeatedly invaded Huaiyue, subjecting the border citizens to plunder. The Duke of the North led a great army against them, quelling the rebellion in just 1 month. All of this is due to the duke's valor and his dedication to the nation. The assembly rose in respect toward Shenjing. The emperor continued, "Though Shenjing is a devil, he is indeed far superior to you fickle turncoats." Shenjing's gaze swept over the assembly, a slight smile gracing his lips as he raised his cup in a toast to the crowd. To the king. Su Wanqing observed the scene, a smile curving her lips. From the moment he entered the hall, she had been preoccupied with other matters, paying little attention to the sixth prince's demeanor. Her perception of the rumored infatuation with the sixth prince seemed to deviate somewhat. Amidst the flattery, Hua Jingye lowered his stance and approached Shenjing, raising his cup in congratulations. "This battle of yours, Duke, is indeed a resounding victory. As a prince, while I cannot alleviate the nation's burdens as you do, I hold you in great esteem." The emperor's words conveyed humility and a capacity for inclusivity, his authority underscored by the support and trust of countless citizens of Huaiyue. Hua Jingye's gaze towards Shenjing held layers of meaning. He understood that Shenjing's overtures were not entirely sincere but rather served an ulterior motive. As the strongest contender among the princes for the throne, he needed to proceed with caution. It was well known that the sixth prince was the most formidable among the royal offspring, and the emperor was fully aware of this. The crown prince's health had deteriorated beyond recovery, leaving him in a precarious state. In this context, Hua Jingye, possessing the keenest understanding of Shenjing's true intentions, recognized that strategic considerations must guide his actions. Should Shenjing intend to wield his power against the northern army, he would become an obstacle to that power. As a loyal commander of the royal family, Hua Jingye understood the necessity of maintaining stability and, if needed, would have the authority to remove Shenjing post-haste, even under the guise of legality. Shenjing, undeterred by Hua Jingye's gaze, raised his cup to signal. The sixth prince need not be modest. He then resumed his conversation with the others. At this banquet, it was clear to all that in such circumstances, verbosity was of little use. Moreover, Shenjing was inherently a man of few words. Hua Jingye, not one to be underestimated, recognized that Shenjing's actions in the capital potentially concealed unspeakable secrets. It is said that the duke has not only been poisoned but also gravely injured in this war. Although he sits in a wheelchair, he has not entirely relinquished his quest for a miraculous healer. The sixth prince subtly expressed his concern, stating that he had specially invited a highly skilled physician to provide assistance to the duke. Upon hearing this, Shenjing smiled faintly, remarking that the miraculous healer had already expelled the toxins from the duke's body and his spirit was improving. This was merely a necessity for the duke's self-recovery. As for his inability to stand on his own legs, it did not detract from his robust constitution, and the sixth prince need not worry. However, just when everyone thought the matter had reached a conclusion, Su Wanqing's appearance shattered this tranquil atmosphere. Her words hinted at unsettling implications. The emperor's trust in the sixth prince remained unshaken. 3 years hence, he would still regard him as a thorn in his side. In such a context, rejecting the sixth prince's kind invitation would evidently convey disdain for imperial authority and an inability to appreciate the gesture. As the statement lingered, all eyes turned towards Su Wanqing, the woman who appeared oblivious to her circumstances. Although her appearance was not excessively discussed, her demeanor prompted speculation about hidden secrets. Why bother? Su Wanqing's voice pierced the awkward silence. Her utterance plunged the assembly into contemplation, rendering her appearance impossible to ignore. Those who beheld her could not help but feel a sense of retreat. It was better left unspoken. The sixth prince's eyes twitched slightly. He had long heard tales of this remarkably unattractive woman. As a prince, his upbringing ensured he would not lose his composure in such a moment. He chuckled lightly, jesting. Madame Shen and the Duke share a profound bond, as the rumors suggest. Would it not be even better if Madame Shen truly harbored such intentions? In the eyes of the assembly, Su Wanqing's visage was indeed striking. Were she an ordinary person, one might instinctively withdraw. However, as Xinjing's political adversary, her distinct allure was hard to overlook. This woman's appearance was undeniably harsh, representing a deep wound to Xinjing. In Huaiyue, Xinjing's name was nearly universally recognized. To undertake such a significant task while marrying someone of such unfortunate looks was indeed an affront to the family. Although Su Bingcheng did not orchestrate this affair himself, it provided some solace within him. The marriage, personally decreed by the emperor, was pushed by public opinion to the point of becoming a farce. In this setting, Xinjing's remarks undoubtedly aimed to put Su Wanqing in a difficult position. Under such humiliation, should Xinjing indeed make demands, it would likely incite the emperor's displeasure and potentially tarnish Su Chongxiang's reputation. Thus, he anticipated that Xinjing would demonstrate true grace and wisdom in the face of such public scrutiny. The current court was rife with conflicts, and Su Wanqing's marriage had undeniably become a focal point. Xinjing's comments further strained the relationship between the father and son and the Su family. If Xinjing were to mention these rumors at this juncture, it would not only provoke the emperor's ire but also disgrace Su Chongxiang. Yet, he understood the unpredictability of human hearts. Perhaps this was an opportunity to align with the Su family. Xinjing's expression reflected a complex interplay of emotions. This was a misunderstanding and disdain born of rumor. The so-called concubines were merely superficial embellishments. The notion of exclusive love for her was equally implausible. The rumored affectionate couple appeared disingenuous in this public setting. Silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to meet Su Wanqing's gaze. Xinjing refrained from looking directly at her, fearing he might lose control of himself, for she could easily crush him before the banquet even commenced. The pretense of an affectionate couple before the emperor was undoubtedly an act of great disrespect. At that moment, the scar on Su Wanqing's face became particularly pronounced, and none among the officials dared to lock eyes with her. Hua Jingye eventually managed to restore the atmosphere, declaring, "Madam, your grace is indeed a blessing to the duke's household. I toast to you." Upon hearing this, a servant promptly filled Hua Jingye's cup. After downing the drink, Hua Jingye reminisced about the lively ambience of the banquet and gradually returned to his seat. Whispers began to circulate in hushed tones. What manner of existence was the eldest daughter of the Su family? She rarely exhibited such confidence in public. Perhaps there was something exceptional about her. Could it be that she had truly never gazed into a mirror? Such a visage would astound anyone, and surely, in a household, would ward off malevolent spirits. It was rumored that this marriage was personally arranged by the emperor, with the edict only naming a daughter of the Su family, Su Rou. However, Su Bingcheng seized the opportunity, claiming that the Su Wanqing marrying into the duke's household had officially changed her name to Su Rou the previous year. With the family tree as proof, who could definitively clarify matters regarding the family tree? In the tales, she was not only said to possess exceptional beauty, but had also cared for the gravely ill herself, evoking deep admiration. As for the rumors circulating at the banquet, they were merely conjectures. Su Wanqing seemed to have completely drowned in the cacophony of external voices. Yet, in the face of such speculation and gossip, Xinjing maintained an air of calm composure. The emperor, after hearing the discussions, felt a twinge of embarrassment but continued to respect their opinions. Hua Jingye remained indifferent to this, believing the outcome to be quite satisfactory. With a gentle smile, he continued to relish the pleasures of the banquet. Both men and women exhibited sympathy for Xinjing. It turned out that the sixth prince did not act out of malice, but was genuinely unable to tolerate the disdain and suspicion directed at him. He devised a plan, suggesting that Xinjing perform a dance to quell the tumult. Although victory had been achieved and the Huaiyuan nation rejoiced, there were sacrifices made. Celebrating success was indeed important, but a dance from the madam was not my wish, for it might dishearten the northern army. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's heart began to clear of doubts. How strange! Why was he so supportive? While the dance may be enchanting, it was not his desire. She could not fathom his true intentions. As Xinjing pondered, his confusion deepened. What peculiar inclination did Hua Jingye harbor? What man would entertain such thoughts toward her? If he did not prevent her from dancing, the assembled officials and their families, including the emperor, would likely be haunted by nightmares. Hua Jingye remained unmoved. The soldiers who sacrificed themselves for the nation were still among the living and deserved respect.
Yet,
This dance was not my desire. The Duke need not be overly concerned. I honor their resolve and would not mind the festivities of the celebration. This is their nation to protect, and they too yearn for a prosperous era. Why so, Duke? Shun Jing contemplated, his eyes icy as if encased in frost. This sixth prince, though remarkably handsome, might indeed be a troublemaker. Before Shun Jing could speak, the surrounding officials and their families, including the emperor, were taken aback. Was this gesture intended to provoke outrage? This banquet might become a nightmare for all men.
truly astonishing.
If this sixth prince were wise, it would suffice. Otherwise, it would likely incite further complications. Su Wanqing could not help but feel a tinge of confusion and dissatisfaction regarding the invitation. The god of war, formidable as he was, how could he display such timidity? Some silently gritted their teeth. Shen Wankai, heed my command. Bite him. As the words fell, Shen Jing felt another sting, the veins on his forehead throbbing. He tightened his grip on the cup, yet refrained from expressing anger. At that moment, he felt a complex mix of emotions, unsure whether his position was entirely appropriate. Finally, someone broke the silence. Lady, you need not fret over this. Just watch how I will drive that madman away. The situation in Kyoto remains tranquil, while the southern front may not be the focal point. The sixth prince could arguably be deemed as never having engaged in any significant battle. Out of respect for the fallen warriors, one must await the day when he can soar and confront the formidable Xiongnu adversaries himself. As for private actions, they require careful contemplation. This statement stirred a subtle resonance within Hua Jingye's heart. Shen Jing's mockery echoed loudly, his incisive words discernible to all. A person capable of marrying someone as talentless and unremarkable as Su Wanqing should not be underestimated. Before he wields military power, he is acutely aware of the need for prudence. Although he has once commanded troops in battle, the strength of his forces pales in comparison to that of the Northern Guard army. With an increase in subtle maneuvers, he naturally must ponder how to navigate potential misunderstandings or biases. Hua Jingye's expression grew grave. What does the Lord imply? Though this battle demands effort, should we not also relieve our burdens through song and dance, allowing those present to indulge in splendid sights? Is it truly the Lord's intention? Shun Jing's gaze swept across the courtiers, seemingly searching for something, contemplating how to respond to his insinuation. Volume 1, Chapter 29, Awaiting Expectations. Shen Jing's voice was both gentle and firm. The Lady of the Lord is a virtuous woman. Performing a dance before the tombs of the soldiers is indeed an appropriate act. In the presence of outsiders, it further conveys sincerity and respect. Upon hearing this, the crowd within the hall collectively exhaled, sensing the profound meaning and wisdom embedded in Shen Jing's words. It became apparent that he did not intend to provoke, but rather wished to express a more thoughtful perspective. Su Wanqing's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Why does the sixth prince articulate himself in such a manner? Perhaps he is deliberately concealing something. Someone murmured quietly. Shun Jing furrowed his brow. Could it be that he genuinely desires to monopolize my attention? Perhaps it is merely his good looks that lead to such peculiar inclinations. Another added. A fleeting, barely perceptible complexity crossed Shen Jing's face. I shall naturally defend the Lady of the Lord, even if he harbors such eccentric preferences. With that said, a faint shadow appeared on Shen Jing's visage. Su Wanqing smiled subtly, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. In that case, let us await the outcome. With an air of grace, she bowed to Hua Jingye. Since the sixth prince is so keen, why not invite your concubine to showcase her talents? It is rumored she hails from a lineage of dancers, a rarity indeed. This declaration caused an uproar among the attendees. It was said that the sixth prince had a favored concubine, once of noble descent, who had fallen from grace and become a dancer, thus earning the sixth prince's affection. No one dared to dispute this. The court was well aware that the sixth prince was likely to ascend the throne. Hence, no one dared to publicly mention this matter for fear of repercussions later. Was this enigmatic figure solely absorbed in solitary cultivation, indifferent to worldly affairs? Such a grave error seemed unfathomable. Guo Lingping sat quietly to the side, her features exquisite as jade, her smile reminiscent of a playful kitten. She was the center of attention at Hua Jingye's banquet, her humble status shining brightly, drawing the gaze of all. However, due to her position, she could only appear as a concubine. The original host despised both her and Bai Yan. Between the two, it seemed Hua Jingye favored this concubine more. Such palace banquets often entailed power and familial interests. Thus, attendees typically chose to bring their legitimate wives or legitimate daughters. The appearance of the sixth prince's concubine evidently demonstrated his special affection for her. Guo Lingping was also cherished to the point of being somewhat oblivious to her own standing. She aspired to become the future mother of the Huaiyue kingdom. However, in such a context, it was evidently improbable for her to perform on the spot. Su Wanqing's words dripped with sarcasm, leaving Hua Jingye rather displeased. Guo Lingping remained seated quietly, her grace unblemished, not even lifting her eyelids. This was not the first time Su Wanqing had engaged in such clownish behavior. At this moment, the civil and military officials and their families bowed their heads, wary of attracting ire. They dared not express dissent, merely casting furtive glances at the unfolding scene. A moment of indiscretion from a minister's wife led her to speculate that the sixth prince must desire to appreciate a dance, prompting her to seek a performance. Clumsy as she was, she sought counsel. Guo Lingping, seething with anger, referred to herself as Miss Guo, seemingly mocking her own lack of status. Though her voice was soft, the entire hall could sense the authority and confidence radiating from her. Madame Shin need not say much. How could I be compared to those dancers? The implication was clear. She was not a dancer. Such an air of superiority left no room for rebuttal. If Su Wanqing dared to contest her further at this juncture, it would surely be folly.
Su Wanqing mantan da fan smile.
Well then, the ensuing events promised to be rather captivating. At this moment, the civil and military officials and their families held their breath, only daring to steal glances at the scene. The entire assembly was taken aback. Who would now dare to show disrespect? Never mind, there was no need to be angered over lost face, no matter how splendid the dance. It was merely a fleeting past, and future opportunities for resurgence would undoubtedly become fodder for public critique. Guo remained silent, displaying her magnanimity. Though I may dance, I am not particularly skilled in this art. This Miss Guo is truly reserved. While she seems eager to expose your flaws, there is no need for trepidation. She fell out of favor earlier than you did. Miss Guo was being modest. It was said that someone's flowing sleeve dance was unparalleled in the world, her movements graceful, her form harmonious. Would there be a chance to witness her elegance today? Guo's face flushed crimson, her anger palpable. Nonsense. This flowing sleeve dance was created for His Highness, enjoyed exclusively by him. How could I not know that this dance is beyond the reach of others?
Su Wanqing,
maintaining her calm demeanor, spread her hands to the audience, causing a collective tightening of hearts. Those seated nearby exchanged glances, wondering if this woman had lost her mind. Was Guo perhaps questioning whether the Lord was worthy of today's banquet? Su Wanqing countered with Hua Jingye's stance, her heart skeptical. Perhaps Miss Guo's reluctance to perform stems from believing that the sixth prince possesses the potential to lead the northern army against the Xiongnu? In Guo's mind, did she not wish for the sixth prince to personally command the northern army in opposition to the Xiongnu? The attendees displayed expressions of shock. The atmosphere in the room had seemingly shifted into a delicate tension. The profound bond between Su Wanqing and Guo appeared to be stirring a tempest, seemingly aimed at provoking deeper discussions. Such a serious discourse on military matters was indeed unexpected. In truth, the truth was even more elusive. Did the sixth prince's concubine suspect that the northern duke was harboring ambitions for the northern army, or was it the sixth prince coveting the northern guard? Given that the northern duke's wife was articulate, her words not entirely exaggerated, why would she stubbornly assert such a conclusion? All present looked on with varied expressions, casting inquisitive glances. Among them, Shun Wanqing was not one to be trifled with. And there must be other motives at play, allowing him to gain the upper hand in his contest with the sixth prince. One bystander voiced their doubts. The emperor, seated at the head of the table, glanced about, observing the heated exchange between Su Wanqing and the sixth prince. Once the audacious Su Wanqing now appeared somewhat apprehensive, drawing strength from an unknown source as she continued to articulate her thoughts. In this moment, Shunjing hesitated but did not intervene, further validating her standing in the assembly. One could not deny that she hardly resembled a girl lacking in education and culture. Though her appearance was somewhat ordinary, she was not devoid of merit. As the atmosphere reached a stalemate, the emperor finally spoke. What Madame Shun articulates holds great truth. In this vast world, the welfare of the people must take precedence. Although she was perplexed as to why the sixth prince had a dispute with the northern town Marquis, she understood in her heart that all of this was for the tranquility of the nation. Come, let the banquet continue. The emperor's words conveyed an air of authority and resolve. Su Wanqing seemed to realize something and quickly returned to her seat. Her demeanor became more relaxed, yet the emperor's expression appeared somewhat grim. A hint of concern flickered in his gaze as he inquired about Guo Lingping's opinion on the matter. Guo Lingping seemed astonished by this suddenly prominent woman, her eyes filled with curiosity and uncertainty. When had such a woman become so eloquent? Su Wanqing finally noticed that this woman dared to meet her gaze. She blinked gently, her eyes reflecting a trace of confusion. Volume 1, Chapter 30. Squandering the opportunity to recognize talent. Shunjing's expression grew solemn. The sixth prince may have looked down upon her, yet her understanding of the royal family was superficial. Some individuals' indifference towards the royal court was disconcerting. In matters of significant decision-making, such as dealing with the sixth prince's demise, even a minor misstep could exacerbate conflicts within the royal family, leading to potential peril. Furthermore, as the mother of a prince, how could one easily resort to violence? Su Wanqing's expression became increasingly worried. If only the sixth prince could depart this world sooner, perhaps I could suffer less. Indeed, resolving the issue concerning the sixth prince promptly would be the wisest course of action. Though not driven by romantic notions, she was already deeply entangled in matters related to the sixth prince. If fate compelled her to tread that path, wouldn't it be a waste of the opportunity to recognize talent? Though the banquet was not as lively as anticipated, it possessed its own unique charm. The emperor, akin to a corporate leader, addressed the ministers as if they were employees. Seated at the head of the table, he recounted the illustrious achievements of Marquis Shen, inspiring the attendees to contribute to the nation's construction. He painted the grand vision that every boss would envision, cherish the present, and remain true to one's origins. He admonished certain individuals, learn to let go of what has been lost. Ultimately, he summarized, each should fulfill their own duties. The ministers bowed, adhering to his counsel. After the banquet concluded, Su Wanqing felt a tumult of emotions. These individuals truly seemed to be under the influence of workplace manipulation. Shunjing couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. He noticed the weariness in Su Wanqing's eyes, realizing she hadn't comprehended his words. She merely cast a casual glance at the woman, noting the heavy fatigue that seemed to weigh down her gaze. To doze off at such a grand banquet, one could only imagine the countless struggles and torments she had endured. Su Wanqing decided to seek a secluded corner to commence her 8th set of radio calisthenics. This was a reflection of her modern life, as the exercise possessed unique benefits for relieving both body and mind. When Ling Song pushed Su Wanqing out, he immediately spotted her hidden away, performing her exercises. Did this woman truly believe she could conceal herself so well? As the wife of a marquis, she was as busy and lively as a monkey. Observing the flicker of fear in his wife's eyes, Shunjing avoided the group of cultivators who were deeply intimidated by the enchantress and scanned the surroundings as if searching for something. The legendary Su Wanqing was indeed unexpectedly capable. Ling Tsong mused. Although Su Wanqing's actions seemed ordinary, they, in fact, contributed significantly to her health and physical enhancement. This was undeniably effective. During this exploratory journey, it was hardly surprising to visit a deceased acquaintance shortly after their passing. Yet, as she moved, a surge of peculiar thoughts arose from her surroundings. She could be seen hunching over, an inexplicable smile gracing her lips as she sighed softly. Then, as if wanting to conceal something, she hesitated to speak. At that moment, Shunjing suddenly halted, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. This woman appeared reluctant to share anything. Is she waiting for me? He pondered, yet he could not fully grasp the details. What secrets lay hidden in this unfamiliar land? Were they novelties of the 21st century? Or were they the bizarre tales of the ancient court? Just as Su Wanqing completed her series of movements, Ling Song, under Shun Jing's guidance, approached her. "I wish to pay a visit to an old acquaintance," she uttered softly. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing was taken aback, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. She hesitated, then turned to look at him. "You." This sudden shift caused Shun Jing to furrow his brow. He understood that this woman did not easily divulge secrets, especially in such an unknown place. "Stay here. Do not follow me," Shun Jing said in a deep voice. However, before his words had fully left his lips, Su Wanqing had already swiftly departed from his line of sight. Ling Song followed closely behind, their figures gradually receding. Su Wanqing stood rooted in place, a flicker of indescribable emotion crossing her eyes. Silently, she awaited Shun Jing's return, yet she also comprehended that remaining here was futile. The mysterious legends within the palace and the strange tales of the court seemed to foreshadow the uncertain path ahead. Being deemed unattractive, she still felt a distinction from the grotesque. Su Wanqing surveyed her surroundings. The night was deep. The crowd had long dispersed, leaving a profound silence. Despite the palace being brightly lit, the eunuchs and maidens remained sparse, and soldiers patrolled as usual. Yet those individuals appeared as cold NPCs, indifferent to her presence. The eerie atmosphere within the palace and its juxtaposition with the outside world instilled a sense of fear within her. Su Wanqing felt her hair stand on end. If her memory served her correctly, Shun Jing would likely encounter a trap set by the prince tonight, and clarifying this matter would prove exceedingly difficult. She could not linger here. At most, she would face a few lashes, yet this terrifying place was one she must not remain in. With such thoughts, Su Wanqing cautiously sought her way home. Recalling how she had not paid attention to the path before, she now found it even more challenging to navigate the palace alone. After walking a short distance, she became utterly lost. The palace was vast, with paths that seemed to replicate endlessly, making them indistinguishable. In this prolonged night, exiting the palace alone appeared to be her only option. The palace, shrouded in night, appeared deep and mysterious, the garden's beauty concealed in darkness, and the surrounding atmosphere evoked an indescribable desolation. Su Wanqing sighed inwardly. Where lies the way home? What place is this? If she were unaware of her potential fate to become a puppet, she might genuinely fear being frightened to death inside this palace. After taking a few steps, she heard faint voices coming from the stone-paved path ahead. A surge of joy filled her heart, and she quickened her pace toward the source of the voices. However, as she drew closer, she heard an anxious voice. "I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean it. You clumsy fool. Do you think saying you didn't mean it will suffice? This is a precious accessory of the sixth prince. Even 10 of your lives wouldn't be enough to repay it." The woman's words conveyed a mixture of tension and anger. Listening to these voices, Su Wanqing felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety wash over her. She knew there were few clues in this unfolding drama to reference, so she could only quietly conceal herself behind a nearby bush. 2 palace maids stood not far away, facing each other. One of the maids held a tray, upon which lay a seemingly disheveled collection of fabric fragments. The maid glared angrily, loudly accusing the other. Her face was flushed with rage, evidently consumed by anger. Scattered at their feet were shards that appeared to be broken pieces of exquisite jade ornaments. "Sister," the woman whispered, "I truly didn't mean it." In a moment of inadvertence, Su Wanqing's voice trembled with a depth of sorrow that tugged at the heart. At that instant, her mind was beset by doubts and fears, uncertain of the unfolding events and how to navigate this terrifying place. Yet she was resolute. No matter the circumstances, she must persevere and find her way home. Silence. "You must personally address this matter with our master." The young palace maid hastily set down her lantern, anxiously apologizing as she knelt to gather the scattered jade fragments. In the first volume, Chapter 31, titled A Night Without Light, blinded by darkness, a soft sigh escaped her lips as drops of blood fell from her hand, clearly the result of being cut by the jagged edges of the jade. Her emotions grew tense, and an undercurrent of unease flooded her heart. Should the sixth prince pursue the matter, she too might face severe punishment. Her tone turned sharp. "This street is so spacious. Why did you choose to collide with me? Do you harbor some ulterior motive?" Nay, dear sister, I meant no offense, I merely could not see in the dark. The maid, fraught with anxiety, momentarily forgot the shards of stone at her feet and hastily rose to explain. Is your garment damaged as well? If I assist in its repair, would you teach me how to mend such fabric? However, this maid, of lowly status, knew little of palace etiquette or the art of garment restoration. Forget it. I shall take it to Madame Gua and see how she handles it. At that moment, Madame Gua referred to Guolingping. The sixth prince had no concubines aside from his primary wife, and though Guolingping was favored, her lowly status prevented her from becoming a concubine. Thus, everyone referred to her as Madame Gua. Su Wanqing's formal address during the palace banquet indicated her discontent. Observing the young maid's woeful expression stirred a flicker of compassion within her. Clutching the garment, she was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Uncertain of the storms that lay ahead, tears could no longer be contained as they slipped from her eyes. I truly did not mean to. What should I do now? Surely, the sixth prince will punish me. Just then, a woman clad in splendid attire emerged from the shadows, her voice gentle and filled with concern. Do not fear, my dear. I am here. Upon closer inspection, Su Wanqing recognized her as a noblewoman who had attended the palace banquet earlier that day. A wave of gratitude washed over her as she exclaimed, My lady, crying alone serves no purpose. Please, tend to your wound first. The noblewoman spoke slowly, her face adorned with a warm smile. You are a traveler this night. Why allow fear to dictate your emotions? The maid's face brightened with a hint of relief and appreciation as she replied, Yes, yes. Thank you for your assistance. In a heartbeat, the young maid found herself alone on the cobblestone path, bowing her head to silently endure the trials of wind and rain, her heart brimming with gratitude and hope. May I inquire, which noble is present? The maid felt a flutter of anxiety, aware that only those of remarkable status were invited to the palace. Words are unnecessary. Simply follow the guidance given. Will you accompany me? Although I may lack in appearance, I possess a heart that is kind and sincere. As Su Wanqing traversed the palace grounds, she carried herself with caution. Aware that her looks were not exceptional, she nonetheless nurtured a benevolent spirit. Just as she prepared to step out from the thicket, she recalled the meticulous effort she had invested in her appearance prior to entering the palace, emphasizing an unfortunate reality. In that moment, she remembered her consideration for others within the palace, urging the young maid to attend to her injuries. Though her visage might not be appealing, her heart overflowed with goodwill and empathy. Su Wanqing's voice was gentle and earnest. Do not be afraid. I am here for your well-being. As the maid accepted the ointment, a flicker of surprise illuminated her face. I sense your kindness and sincerity. At this juncture, Su Wanqing stood before another maid. Proper care of your wound is crucial. I hope you will treat it with the seriousness it deserves. She then retrieved a vial of medicine from her bosom and gently offered it to the maid, her words imbued with concern. This is but a small token of what I can offer. In the midst of the maid's bewilderment, Su Wanqing emphasized further. This is not merely a remedy, it symbolizes hope and compassion. In this poignant scene, the young maid's eyes brimmed with gratitude and trust. From that moment forth, their bond grew closer and more harmonious. Yet another unfamiliar face appeared, regarding the costly fees associated with seeking treatment at the Imperial Medical Hall. It is worth noting that if the master had not mentioned specifics regarding expenses, one could not ascertain whether the physicians there would spare time to attend to her or even harbor any willingness to do so. Seeking a physician privately was no simple task, for having crossed the threshold of the royal palace, both masters and servants found it exceedingly difficult to venture outside. She had thought this ordeal would be brief, yet she was met with such thoughtful care. Nonetheless, confusion lingered. Why would an ordinary person carry medicine with them? The maid pondered. Is the reputation of Madame Shin truly so dreadful? Rumors may be hard to believe. Yet even her outward grace surpasses many within the palace who bear inferior insignia. A wave of warmth surged within her, and her nose prickled with emotion. Su Wanqing gazed at the maid with genuine concern. What has transpired? Do you feel pain? The maid hesitated. No, I am very grateful for your assistance. The cost of this ointment There is no need for further discussion. Simply tell me how to exit the palace. Before Su Wanqing could finish her request, a figure emerged at the end of the path, capturing the attention of all present. The individual was slender, dressed neatly, and exuded a gentle demeanor. Time had etched its marks upon him, rendering him somewhat worn. Yet his features remained refined, and though pale, his visage conveyed a sense of weariness. Su Wanqing scrutinized him closely, her voice laced with curiosity. "Sir, who might you be?" The man smiled faintly. "I am a friend of Xinjing, here to escort you from the palace." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing felt a significant portion of her doubts dissipate. She quickly inquired, "And what is your occupation?" "I am but an ordinary servant within the palace," he replied. "Ah, I see," Su Wanqing mused, reflecting on the presence of such a master within the royal confines. The man appeared somewhat surprised, perhaps because individuals like her were rare in the palace. "That is indeed fortunate." Su Wanqing's heart warmed, and she lowered her head as she approached him. Their exchange revealed little information, yet it was evident that Madame Xin was not an ordinary person. Was it truly possible that such a master existed within the palace? What was his true identity? Had she inadvertently triggered a hidden clue? Such misfortune. "May I ask,
Who are you?"
Su Wanqing inquired with curiosity. The man explained, "I am a friend of Xinjing, here to guide you from the palace." Realizing that this gentleman was not inclined to divulge much about his identity, she decided against probing further, preferring to quietly play the role of an unnoticed bystander. The former mistress had rarely left her courtyard after marrying into the Marquis family, suddenly brought into the palace by Xinjing. It could have been an accident or a situation of peculiar circumstance. Name, Mingyu. Following the figure quietly along the tranquil path, Su Wanqing soon grasped the intent behind the man's actions. In the end, Mr. Mingyu politely thanked him before departing, as if they would never cross paths again in this lifetime. At that moment, the palace was ablaze with light, thronged with visitors. Although Su Wanqing had initially speculated about the man's identity, uncertainty lingered in her heart. She recalled the timid demeanor of the little palace maid towards him, which only deepened her doubts regarding his identity. In the depths of the palace, a mysterious aura swirled under the cover of night, as Mr. Mingyu, while meandering, escorted her to the palace gates. Although his standing within the palace remained unclear, he was evidently no ordinary individual. As the night enveloped her thoughts, Su Wanqing quickly distanced herself from the terrifying depths of the palace. The man lingered beside the couple, watching her depart with keen interest, her figure gradually merging into the vastness of the night. In that secluded spot, Mr. Mingyu and the servant stood silently, watching Su Wanqing's silhouette recede into the distance. "Mr. Mingyu muttered to himself, "It seems she possesses a kind heart. She is indeed a fortunate soul. Alas, in this world, being unattractive is a sin." He cast a glance at the exquisite handkerchief tied by Jin Xiao, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. The handkerchief, crafted with elegance and restraint, suggested that this was not her first encounter in such a setting. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Jin Xiao inquired, puzzled. "I came specifically to find you, and unexpectedly witnessed this scene in a remote location. Could it be Lady Xin?" "Ah, I see." Su Wanqing surmised his thoughts, exhaling a sigh of relief. At that moment, rumors of a monster appearing within the palace circulated widely, but she had already set her mind at ease. "Your Highness, regarding the matter of the jade." Jin Xiao lowered her head, feeling somewhat anxious. "Fear not, I shall handle this matter." Mr. Mingyu smiled nonchalantly and then advised, "Do not wander in and out of here carelessly." As Su Wanqing exited the palace gates, all eyes at the banquet turned toward her. Only a handful of carriages remained along the streets, as if the entire world had fallen into silence. After a considerable detour, she finally spotted the carriage marked with the words Marquis residence. She gazed at the figure of the coachman, her heart brimming with anticipation. As the carriage slowly approached the Marquis residence, she let out a low cry and swiftly made her way toward the carriage. Ensuring no one was watching, she quickly leaped onto the horse's back and set the carriage in motion toward the gates of the Marquis estate. Under the veil of night, her face bore a hint of confidence and determination, for she believed that with Mr. Mingyu's support and companionship, she and Ling Tsong would surely lead a better life. As they traversed the northern frontier, Su Wanqing guided the carriage while strolling alongside, whispering to the surrounding scenery, unable to suppress her laughter. The wisdom and courage in her eyes seemed to radiate an unknown power, and she took pride in her unique abilities. Though the road was long, her spirit soared, even as strange figures appeared frequently in the depths of the night.
Yet,
The distance between the palace and the Marquis' residence was akin to a dream through the Milky Way, not easily traversed. Were it not for the stillness of the night, one might mistake the situation for a disturbance caused by demons and spirits. Nonetheless, Su Wanqing's worries persisted. Though the palace and the distant Marquis' residence were far apart, the journey by carriage was fraught with challenges. If Xinjing refused to reveal his disability, he could only resign himself to fate, allowing Ling Tsong to push him back in the wheelchair. This thought brought a bitter smile to her lips, akin to avenging the grievances of the past. Reflecting on that pale, paper-like visage, Su Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. It was a form of retribution against the demons and spirits of yore. The moment anyone from the Marquis' residence set foot into the alley, she would immediately kneel and plead for forgiveness, admitting her inadequacy in shouldering such humiliation. If Xinjing and Ling Tsong found joy in each other's company, it would be a win-win situation.
Go.
Su Wanqing shouted, and the carriage surged forward through the night.
Exuding en aposinora.
The wheels crunched over gravel, producing a dull, yet unavoidable sound. After a moment's reflection, she realized this path was one she had traversed herself. Though eerie and terrifying, the carriage was remarkably comfortable. With a coachman by her side, everything would become much simpler. The night deepened, and the street lamps cast a dim glow. Though Huaiwa had not enacted a curfew, vibrant nightlife was a rare sight. At this moment, only a few households were illuminated, as if time had frozen. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and a sharp blade fell from the heavens, landing not far from Su Wanqing. The carriage startled, the front hooves rearing high. Su Wanqing's heart raced. She knew she must respond with caution. Yet, at this critical moment, she couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of life. After a series of harrowing trials, she finally alighted safely. She regarded the group of cloaked figures with vigilant eyes, filled with wariness and apprehension. In the depths of the capital's night, these individuals could either be assassins or agents of secrecy. However, following this heart-pounding night, neither she nor the specters of death made any moves. After a prolonged wait, one of the cloaked figures lowered his voice and addressed her. "Are you human or ghost? You seem rather frightening." Another, appearing more upright, replied, "Enough chatter. It seems the plan has changed. We shall retreat once we observe their movements. Exercise caution. This may be a trap." Su Wanqing paused, the scene before her resembling a sculpture frozen in time. Curiosity got the better of her as she inquired, "Are they truly targeting Xinjing? If so, does this mean they intend to abduct him as leverage against Xinjing?" After a while, she realized these figures resembled statues, showing no intention of approaching. This left her somewhat anxious. Were they truly here for Xinjing, or did they harbor ulterior motives? It would be best if it were not the latter. Xinjing would absolutely not be threatened. Her own life hung by a thread. The individuals across from her pondered, how could such a creature emerge from the Marquis' carriage? Have they summoned a malevolent spirit from the underworld? As the situation reached a stalemate, the leader of the cloaked figures gestured to one of his companions, signaling him to attempt a retreat. All eyes were fixated on Su Wanqing, none daring to relax their vigilance. Su Wanqing felt a surge of frustration. How could her ordinary appearance possibly evoke fear? Yet, in the darkness, how could anyone discern her features? Were they only now beginning to flee? How unfortunate to have to imitate others. At this moment, Su Wanqing made a resolution. She straightened her back, seemingly preparing for battle. She decided to step out from the shadows of doubt and confusion. Under the scrutiny of many gazes, several gentlemen advanced towards Su Wanqing. There was speculation that this might signal their departure. However, a thunderous roar shattered the tension. Ling Tsong was rushing from a distance, heading directly toward her. At that moment, his left garment had been torn open, revealing a bloodied wound on his arm. He turned his back to Su Wanqing, his voice steady and filled with concern. "Madam, are you unharmed?" Ling Tsong brandished his sword, engaging in fierce combat with the adversaries. His swordplay was swift and precise, leading to a fierce struggle with the cloaked figures. Under the cover of night, their silhouettes intertwined, showcasing unparalleled valor. Wait, blood. This is blood. Su Wanqing gasped as she observed the wound on Ling Song's arm, her heart tightening. The battle raged intensely, each side exchanging blows in a spectacular display of teamwork. In mere moments, the group of cloaked figures, caught off guard, began to fidget restlessly once more. A group of people rushed forward, their voices filled with a frantic urgency, filling the air with an unsettling tension. Act quickly, they bellowed, clearly ensnared in a dire predicament. In Volume 1, Chapter 33, titled No Time to Hide, Su Wanqing advanced briskly, positioning herself protectively in front of Ling Song, a cold smile gracing her lips. With a swift motion, she released a small tear gas canister, which landed precisely before the figures clad in black. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, causing the black-clad individuals to scatter in fear. Yet, the sheer expanse of the smoke rendered their escape futile. At that moment, both Ling Song and Su Wanqing felt a chilling sensation creeping up their spines. The adversaries found themselves in despair at Su Wanqing's mysterious tactics, while Ling Song realized that returning empty-handed from this mission would lead to certain doom. Thus, the tides began to shift. The remaining figures in black started to feel trepidation, hesitating to approach. They understood that in an era where laws were far from perfect, the significance of safeguarding their assets was paramount. They recognized that only by relying on their own strength could they survive this confrontation. Consequently, the other four advanced once more, bravely accepting the challenge.
Wanqing,
astonished yet contemplative, acknowledged that the predicament she faced was merely a facet of reality. In that moment, she cherished her life and safety even more. She hastily rummaged through her bracelet space for essentials, reminding herself to approach the battle with a rational mindset. Finally, recalling her purpose, she decisively brandished the tear gas canister. With a sharp shriek piercing the air, the group was rendered paralyzed with fear, scattering in all directions. However, the smoke formed a vast labyrinth, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Ultimately, cries of despair echoed as the black-clad figures found themselves utterly terrified by this peculiar yet effective method. In the midst of it all, Ling Song tightly grasped Su Wanqing's hand, propelling her towards their retreat. As they sped away, she glanced back curiously, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Within the smoke, the figures seemed disoriented, frantically dashing about, their coughing resonating like a haunting nocturne. Witnessing their despair, a complex emotion welled up within Ling Song. Abruptly, he halted, turning his gaze to Su Wanqing's visage obscured by the smoke. Her face, still in disarray, sent a shiver down his spine as he urgently instructed, "Do not move." His words conveyed unwavering resolve, and he then charged toward the panicked figures. Some among them had grown accustomed to Ling Song's subtle reaction upon seeing Su Wanqing. Amidst the chaos, he swiftly gained the upper hand. The leader of the black-clad group, his eyes flickering with a hint of red, hurled a dart as a warning. He discerned that Su Wanqing was not a true assassin but merely a nuisance, seemingly unruffled by the sudden upheaval. In the midst of their confusion, Ling Song achieved victory with the ferocity of a tiger unleashed. Observing this scene, Su Wanqing felt a profound sense of calm wash over her. She sat quietly upon the ground, the sounds of her sobs gently rising. Ah, the cannibalistic world of antiquity. She sighed softly, pondering whether life was merely a cycle of violence. Ling Song's brow furrowed. It was evident that these individuals were after Xinjing. Xinjing? Su Wanqing was taken aback, puzzled by the implication. Ling Song contemplated for a moment before he approached and lifted her from the ground. Although anxious, he understood that some matters in this ancient realm could not be forced. Once cradled in his arms, Su Wanqing looked up toward the horizon, her face slightly downcast, revealing a touch of confusion. "Where are we? Why must we travel by carriage?" Ling Song felt a pang of concern but endeavored to reassure her. "It's all right. Everything will be fine." Amidst the chaos of the ancient world, they finally uncovered the truth. This group had come to protect Xinjing, and Su Wanqing had been unintentionally entangled in this web. Though nearly incapacitated by pain, she maintained her composure. He sheathed his sword, supporting the pained Su Wanqing. His voice resolute. Madam, there is a skilled physician at the residence. I shall escort you back at once. At that moment, Su Wanqing felt as if she were enveloped in a fog, unable to discern her emotions of joy, anger, or sorrow. Along the way, she nestled against Ling Tsong's shoulder, groaning in agony. Passers-by speculated that perhaps they had captured a monster. Ling Tsong frowned, bearing the weight of their curious gazes. No one could have anticipated that after departing the palace alongside the Marquis, the carriage belonging to the Marquis had mysteriously vanished. In the entire Huaihua region, only Su Wanqing possessed the audacity to pilfer a carriage. The Marquis immediately recognized her handiwork, but, out of caution, refrained from intervening directly, instead sending Ling Tsong to retrieve the vehicle. As night fell, numerous forces lay in ambush against the Marquis' convoy, leaving uncertainty regarding their master's condition. Should any foul plan fold, the consequences would be dire. Lost in these thoughts, he quickened his pace. Su Wanqing, supported by Ling Tsong, staggered and lamented. It hurts so much. Is this still my leg? Why must I be taken into the palace? It's all his fault. Heartless. Ling Tsong paid her complaints no heed, knowing that the commotion they caused was drawing attention. However, it also served as a reminder for others to temper their recklessness. Within the North Town Marquis' estate, Ling Tsong carefully returned Su Wanqing to her quarters. Rest for a moment. I shall summon the accompanying physician to tend to your wounds, he said.
Wanqing,
Her complexion pale, replied, I must see the Marquis and then return immediately. After enduring all of this, Su Wanqing felt a semblance of tranquility return. Lying in bed, despite her grievous injuries, she possessed a paradoxical sense of courage and resolve. Caillou observed the bloodied marks on her right thigh with urgency, exclaiming, Madam, why did you come to Kuei in such haste? Though Caillou had not witnessed the events firsthand, she surmised through observation that this was likely an accident. Anxiety coursed through her. What shall we do? I must fetch a doctor at once. As a physician herself, Su Wanqing understood the medical standards of the time were woefully inadequate. She gently repositioned herself, offering reassurance. There is no need for panic. Matters will be resolved. Caillou hurriedly retrieved scissors, cautiously cutting away Su Wanqing's garments. However, upon seeing the gruesome sight of her thigh, her face went pale, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. Steady your hands. Your clumsiness is making me anxious, Su Wanqing admonished, as Caillou gripped the edges of the bandage, her eyes widening at the sight of the blood. A foreboding feeling washed over her. Despite her status as a mere maid, she had encountered the sudden onset of adversity before. She explained, This is a soaked bandage. We must wrap the wound and extract the pus while observing the color of the blood. Though merely a maid, Su Wanqing recognized that she had to take charge in this moment. This is poison and requires special treatment for removal. You must soak the bandage in warm water and carefully extract the medicinal powder within, she instructed. Though Caillou was somewhat bewildered, she complied with the directions. Throughout the process, she trembled with fear. Finally, upon completion, a rush of pus erupted forth. Why is this abscess so dark, doctor? Caillou asked urgently. Volume 1, Chapter 34. The poison must be gradually cleared. Su Wanqing responded calmly. This is a reaction caused by poison. Relying solely on verbal remedies may not suffice. I have a method. Caillou immediately became tense, remaining silent as she gently blew on the medicinal powder. The leg previously treated was numb. Yet when that cold hand brushed against her skin, she trembled. She said nothing, quietly biting down on the pillow, lying on the sickbed. She struggled to recall everything she had experienced since crossing into this unfamiliar world, as well as the persona she had to confront. Memories of her biological father's disdain, her stepmother's and two sisters' estrangement and scheming flooded her mind. She felt like a character cast as the cruel female antagonist. However, she understood that in this strange world, she must face adversity with strength. With this thought, Su Wanqing's heart filled with gratitude. Caillou, please remain still. This poison must be gradually cleared. I have my ways. Caillou lifted her head, concern evident in her eyes. Su Wanqing clenched her teeth, inhaled deeply, and declared, Everyone in this world treats me thus. but you are the only one who is wholeheartedly devoted to me. From today onward, I shall cherish you even more." In that moment, it seemed as though a glimmer of hope illuminated her path. She silently bore the weight of all this pressure, ultimately managing to restore her health. Su Wanqing's thoughts were once more stirred by the detestable face of Xinjing. She gritted her teeth and said, Kai Yue, confused, heard Su Wanqing continue. "If I had not dodged quickly, that poison would not have merely struck my thigh, but could have claimed my life. It is utterly absurd." The more Su Wanqing pondered, the angrier she became, feeling as if she were unjustly abandoned. In the face of this plot, she could not help but reflect on her role as a mere puppet in the emotional narrative, disconnected from the power struggles. Why should she endure such humiliating experiences? Kai Yue tidied up the remnants and softly inquired, "Madam, you returned alone. Where is the Marquis?" Su Wanqing, her face pale, replied, "He left me alone in that eerie place. I could not bear it, and returned by carriage. Unexpectedly, I encountered a group of assassins." Su Wanqing's words astonished Kai Yue, but she refrained from probing further. Su Wanqing consoled herself. Surely that man orchestrated this deliberately. He cannot brazenly kill me, for he is only recently married and cannot offend the emperor and the Su family. If I were truly slain by assassins, perhaps he could escape accountability. Yet I have not even had the chance to act, having even assisted him a few times. Is this how a male lead should treat someone? Who would still regard such a person highly? He is utterly blind, claiming to be the empire's pillar and an invincible warrior. She wished fervently to twist his head off and kick it to Africa. While Su Wanqing felt a tumult of anger within, her face bore a calm expression. She took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. On the night of their wedding, he resorted to such underhanded tactics. She could not help but recall how she had once saved his life. Yet his heart remained perpetually cold towards her. Despicable, cruel, heartless. Kai Yue whispered, though Su Wanqing was uncertain why Kai Yue had so many pills. She understood they were meant to alleviate her worries. Thus, she swallowed the pill. Feeling slightly calmer, Su Wanqing continued lying down, stating, "There is nothing to discuss. I merely did what was necessary." Kai Yue nodded in response. "That is good." She then produced another pill and handed it to Su Wanqing. "Your wound still hurts. This pill can serve as a precaution." Seeing Tsai Yue's thoughtful concern, warmth surged within Su Wanqing. She softly reassured her, "It's nothing," and then lay down to sleep peacefully. At that moment, a cold and meaningful voice pierced the air, revealing a person's deep-seated anger. "What kind of deep resentment do you harbor against me?" The scene before her suddenly shifted, a heavy atmosphere infused with intensity. Upon hearing that familiar deep voice, Su Wanqing was startled, her color draining. She looked towards the man entering the room, Xinjing, whose face was calm, revealing no hint of emotion. Beside her stood Kai Yue, head bowed, her gaze silent. It seemed as though everything was unrelated to him. He appeared non-existent in her world. Su Wanqing inhaled deeply, her eyes reflecting a hint of defiance and anger. It seemed she had resolved to confront reality, articulating each word. "Who am I cursing?" Xinjing regarded her, the corners of his mouth lifting in a slight, enigmatic smile. This woman's cunning tactics had long since become a topic of jest in court. Did she still hope to maintain her innocence before him? She was not his woman. She would wallow in self-pity for the sixth prince's reproach. "Madam, your words seem to carry discontent. Whom do you blame?" His tone held an air of inquiry and curiosity. A tumult of complex emotions surged within Su Wanqing. She was unsure how to respond. The troubles stemming from today's palace banquet were overwhelming. The deliberately disfigured face had become a source of ridicule among the court's officials, while her jealousy and coarseness rendered her the subject of mockery for her lack of self-awareness. The root of all this was her public affront to the sixth prince. In such predicaments, she could only attribute her misfortunes to the whims of fate. Uncertain whom to blame, she let the intricate emotions swirl within her. Yet, she gritted her teeth, lowered her head, and said, "Weren't you applying ointment just now? Did you hear something?" Observing the stubbornness and panic etched upon her face, Xinjing's anger gradually subsided. He watched her writhing in pain, recalling his earlier resolution. He chuckled softly, his gaze devoid of mirth. "Do you think I care about your actions?" Spare yourself the delusion. At that moment, Su Wanqing resembled a rabbit, displaying a pitiful expression, yet inside, she cursed vehemently. Unbeknownst to her, this man harbored a storm of emotions deep within, quietly awaiting her inquiry. At this moment, he was like a bolt of lightning that shattered her world, disrupting the turbulent sea of emotions. He observed her suffering, feeling a flicker of compassion and reluctance. Gazing at her injured body and the sudden plight, he could not help but lament the capriciousness of fate. "You scoundrel! How dare you dismiss me?" His words were laced with resentment and helplessness. Yet, amidst this silent banquet, Su Wanqing maintained her stubbornness and courage, meeting his gaze with unwavering determination. "Fortunately, I traveled alone tonight. Otherwise, those thieves might have already lodged their darts into the Marquis's head. To be able to shield the Marquis from this calamity is truly a stroke of fortune." Suppressing her discomfort, Su Wanqing forced a smile, her face now adorned with a sweet and sincere expression. Shun Jing gazed intently at the woman before him, his demeanor profound. Had he not heard her true thoughts, he might have been outwitted by her clever facade. Volume 1, Chapter 35. What words come from you, young master? If this duplicitous woman were to lay bare her innermost thoughts, she would undoubtedly be filled with shame and fury. Though it was a matter of expedience, it was still quite a burden for the lady. Shun Jing remarked with a hint of sentimentality. Su Wanqing felt a sudden alertness. "Oh, young Master Shun, what do you mean?" "It is not that I speak too freely, but the current situation is quite troublesome," Shun Jing replied with a gentle smile, seemingly seeing through her doubts. "Does the lady believe there is poison concealed within the Marquis's residence?" Su Wanqing felt a sudden tightening in her heart. Could it be that he had already suspected something? After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "There is truly no need for the young master to personally investigate this matter."
It was not about that.
Shun Jing seemed to sense her unease, reassuring her that after the poison was resolved, the wound would naturally heal. As soon as she finished speaking, Kaiwa suddenly interjected, "My lord, I will prepare hot water for you right away." No sooner had Kaiwa spoken than Shun Jing gently applied the ointment and began to tend to Su Wanqing's wounds. A flutter of apprehension coursed through her. Yet she heard Shun Jing calmly declare, "I know what you are thinking." His voice bore a tone of undeniable conviction. What was the lord up to? Was he truly concerned enough to attend to such trivial matters personally? Despite her surprise, a sense of vigilance stirred within her. Before she could finish her thoughts, Shun Jing had already begun to carefully apply the ointment, his movements as ethereal as mist. Once the poison was neutralized, a swift recovery was expected with topical treatment. Su Wanqing's heart raced. She recognized this man was no ordinary individual. "My lord, is there poison involved?" Her voice trembled slightly. Shun Jing smiled faintly. "Madam need not worry excessively." How ungrateful this woman was. Had it not been for her injury leading to the assassin's mistake, he would have had no reason to concern himself with her. At that critical moment, Su Wanqing had firmly resolved that, under no circumstances, should this man touch her thigh. "My lord, is there indeed poison? Please handle the wound with utmost care," she insisted, word by word. Shun Jing regarded her, his gaze imbued with a profound depth. "Once the poison is resolved, all will be well." Frustrated, he gritted his teeth, a fierce determination igniting within him as he applied greater force. "Let go." Su Wanqing replied resolutely, her tone laced with an imperceptible worry. "How can you doubt me so? I am merely engaging in an activity I love. What is it about such behavior that stirs your enthusiasm?" The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, speculating on the unfolding drama. When one woman's reaction seemed to stir a ripple of intrigue. "Is it true? After the wedding banquet, do you still harbor such deep feelings?" One queried. "Do you not understand how fervently I feel for you?" Another added. Shun Jing furrowed his brows, remaining silent for a moment before replying. She did not intend to act thus. "I am merely expressing my respect and affection for her." Ling Song, waiting outside, felt a twinge of confusion at the scene. "What brings about such thoughts?" he inquired. Shun Jing did not respond, simply shaking his head gently before pushing his wheelchair away from the gathering. Curiosity filled the air as onlookers watched his retreat, puzzled by the events that had transpired. At that moment, a dull ache throbbed in his head. yet his heart brimmed with steadfast affection for Su Wanqing. Such poison could dissolve on its own. Who would dare threaten his life?
Moments later.
Ling Song escorted the lord back to Jinlan Pavilion. Once the door closed behind them, the lord felt parched and breathless. In the serene and elegant room, he sought to empty his mind, and soon the peculiar sensation began to fade. Nevertheless, the image of that woman reclining on the bed lingered in his thoughts. How strange it was. He had always been composed, yet today his composure had crumbled. What had provoked such a reaction? A sense of foreboding arose within Xinjing. His internal thoughts stirred, restless in the wake of his uncharacteristic disarray. He attempted to forcibly channel his inner energy to regain control, but it only exacerbated the situation, unleashing a torrent of power that threatened to shatter his very being. Had it not been for a flicker of rationality, he feared the chair would have been splintered to pieces. "My lord, what troubles you?" Ling Song, not far off, heard the commotion and returned. "It is nothing," came the reply. In the eastern courtyard, as Kaiwei returned with water for washing, she discovered the lord had vanished. Confused by his hasty arrival and departure, she noticed Su Wanqing's eyes, filled with a deep-seated resentment, fixed upon her. Startled, Kaiwei hastily set down the basin. "What troubles you, madam?"
Su Wanqing regarded her maid.
Her voice low and somber. "Kaiwei, do you harbor feelings for the lord?"
Ah?
Kaiwei was taken aback. "Is there something the madam wishes to convey?" She was bewildered. Yet Su Wanqing's next words caught her completely off guard. "If you truly have affection for the lord, I shall make arrangements for you to be his concubine." Initially, Kaiwei felt elated, believing the madam had finally acknowledged the lord's intentions towards her as the primary wife. Yet, she did not dare to disturb Su Wanqing, assuming she was merely engaging in a playful game. It was only when she sensed her own discomfort that she decided to withdraw. Still, her thoughts remained tethered to that woman. She had assumed the lord would stay the night in the eastern courtyard. Even amidst tranquility, the madam's position seemed secure. However, the lord's abrupt departure and the venomous glint in the madam's eyes hinted that their relationship had made no progress. "Madam, what I speak is from the heart." Kaiwei stealthily glanced at her mistress, her feelings a mixture of anger at the lord's departure and concern for her own preparedness. "Get up, Kaiwei,"
Su Wanqing commanded.
Trembling, Kaiwei rose, acutely aware of the complex situation and silently praying not to plunge into an abyss. From childhood, she had heard that Xinjing was not a proper man and had little affection for women. Although the status of a concubine was favorable, it was not a sanctuary. Observing Tsayue's fearful expression, Su Wanqing sighed. "Stand up. You have been steadfast in your service these years, and I am well aware of it." A pang of anxiety struck Kaiwei. She realized her circumstances were unlikely to change. Though her friend was a noble lady of the Marquis' household, she was also the lord's wife. Even biological sisters could turn against each other over a man. How much less could she, a mere servant, expect to escape such turmoil? With mixed emotions, Kaiwei remained resolute. "Madam, I understand my faults, and I will strive to amend them." Su Wanqing regarded her response with a heavy heart. Reflecting on the complexities of marriage, it is indeed a significant lesson in life. Perhaps you do not comprehend the joys and sorrows that come with it.
Indeed.
Kaiwei found herself at a loss for words. She merely hoped to live a peaceful life within the Marquis' residence, enjoying tranquility. In this era, it was not uncommon for the primary wife to encourage her husband to take concubines. Xinjing was not a man given to frivolous affections, nor would he engage in harm against others. It was merely a matter of status. Volume 1, Chapter 36. May you soon escape this predicament. Yet, having reached this point, she felt powerless to alter her fate. Now, the sole path lay in wholeheartedly escaping this loathsome identity. Upon hearing these words, Kaiwei felt a sense of relief, mixed with profound resignation and sorrow. Indeed, the affairs of the world are truly unpredictable, she lamented.
Su Wanqing sighed softly.
"I hope you can escape this predicament soon." At that moment, Tsayue's emotions began to settle. It seemed the madam bore no ill will towards her. Yet she still struggled to fully grasp the significance of her words. She silently accepted, believing that the lord's indifference towards her was not her fault. Kaiwei gently caressed her chest, softly comforting. "My lady, though you are the legitimate wife of the Marquis, and even if you are unable to bear children, still. However, a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Su Wanqing seemed at a loss for appropriate words to resolve Sayue's confusion, and could only offer a gentle enlightenment. You must understand that, even if you possess beauty akin to a celestial being, or the ability to bear children like a sow, it cannot sway the depths of his heart. His gaze is solely fixed upon the rise and fall of the nation and the safety of its people. Upon hearing this, Sayue's eyes shimmered with ripples of emotion, tinged with complexity. After a moment of contemplation, Su Wanqing rephrased her thoughts. Consider this, as the Lord of the North. His duty is to safeguard the nation and serve the people faithfully. If he were to place personal feelings above his responsibilities, would that not compromise his resolve? Kaiwa shook her head in confusion, but the world and women are not at odds. Su Wanqing sighed. You do not comprehend. We women must live with dignity and cannot rely on men. Everything must be achieved through our own efforts. As Kaiwa absorbed these words, a surge of indescribable emotions welled within her. She recognized this as her mistress's perspective, feeling a profound respect. She understood Su Wanqing's heartfelt intentions and aspirations, as well as the significance of societal views on women in this era and nation. Initially, she had felt fear and unease towards this ideology, but as time passed, she began to deeply appreciate and respect it. Finally, she spoke. My lady, after enduring so much suffering, it appears you have come to realize what kind of life you wish to lead. This statement struck Sayue's heart like a heavy hammer, filling her with deep gratitude and admiration. She could not help but smile with relief, a genuine sense of respect and appreciation blossoming within her. Previously, she had perceived the stepmother as willful and capricious, manipulated by her mistress's influence, obediently following her commands like a puppet. Yet now, she had shed her shackles and revealed her own confident demeanor. Even in the face of unfamiliar perspectives, she steadfastly held her beliefs and convictions. What she desired was no longer to be a mere appendage of a man, but to lead a life truly under her own control. My lady, I understand your thoughts now, she gently conveyed to Kaiwa, her tone imbued with conviction and anticipation. My lady, breakfast is already prepared. You may rise. Sayue's voice drifted in from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing slowly sat up from the bed, slipped into a pair of embroidered shoes, and walked towards the door. Though her pain lingered, a sense of comfort in her body gradually returned. When she saw Kaiwa at the doorway, she smiled faintly, saying yes. I believe I remember now. Throughout the day, the relationship between mistress and maid blossomed in harmonious rapport. The tranquility of Xinjing's night remained shrouded in mystery, as he sought a life that truly belonged to him. Su Wanqing scrutinized Kaiwa, inquiring, What troubles you so, my lady? Kaiwa responded with a smile. There was quite a commotion at the estate yesterday, reportedly stemming from your courtyard. My sister wishes to come and see. Su Wanqing revealed little emotion. Then, why did you not inform me directly? Kaiwa smiled subtly. I merely wished to grasp the situation. Nodding, Su Wanqing replied, That is good. She proceeded towards the bustling kitchen, knowing that only through her own efforts could she claim a life truly her own. As time advanced, the interactions between mistress and maid grew increasingly harmonious. Meanwhile, Xinjing's night had not been unpleasant, though a hint of confusion lingered within him. The piercing scream from the night prior had been more harrowing than that of a slaughtered pig, as if someone were being mercilessly tormented. Bai Yan regarded Su Wanqing as a disgrace from the palace banquet or as a target for the Marquis' wrath. Naturally, she sought an opportunity to mock her. For this audacious woman dared to pursue unattainable luxury and glory. Su Wanqing's visage contorted under Bai Yan's derision, her eyes swollen, revealing the pain and exhaustion endured the previous night. This sight provoked Bai Qingyan's deep respect for her resilience and fortitude, deducing that this was likely the result of severe punishment. Under the scrutinizing and expectant gazes of many, the Marquis did not show clemency for her past, evoking both sympathy and trepidation for Su Wanqing. He stood as an elusive lion, now burdened with the responsibilities of himself, his wife, and daughter. Should one delve into the atmosphere at this moment, it would evoke the adage, today's matters should be resolved today. It was evident that this palace banquet would be rife with conflict. Just then, A voice of surprise rang out from outside, announcing the arrival of esteemed guests. Among them the renowned Lord Xinjing, who appeared in a wheelchair. This brought to mind the saying, "No glory without burden." Xinjing entered, pushing his wheelchair, his expression grave, reminiscent of an eagle amidst frost, demanding a greater measure of respect and vigilance from onlookers. Bai Yan, recognizing Xinjing's true identity and the prevailing atmosphere, felt a flicker of delight within her. Upon noticing this, Su Wanqing could not help but smile gently, greeting Lan Lan. The maid Lan Lan approached from behind, cradling an exquisite brocade box. Her words conveyed reverence and curiosity. "My lady, this is our master's most treasured possession. How could it sustain injury? It is perfect for healing, ensuring no scars remain. If uninjured, it can also be used for skincare." Su Wanqing regarded her with curiosity. "Do you know the reason for this?" Lan Lan hesitated. "Perhaps. It is the Marquis' thoughtful intention." Observing the interaction between Su Wanqing and Lan Lan, Xinjing felt a twinge of emotion, smiling faintly. Today's events are bound to be misunderstood. At that moment, Sayue's exclamation resounded, "My lord!" This cry left Bai Yan momentarily stunned, enveloping the banquet in an air of suspense and uncertainty. Xinjing's expression revealed a complex and heavy emotion, as if he were silently questioning. "This woman has spent an entire night beside me without sleep. Do you understand the pain?" In that instant, Su Wanqing was no longer merely an object of misunderstanding and scorn. She had become an integral part of this conflict. Yet she smiled softly. "I understand pain." Her voice was resolute and filled with determination. Witnessing the scene, onlookers perceived a woman's resilience and bravery amidst adversity. What a travesty that a mere glance could tarnish her purity. Volume 1, Chapter 37. The absurd fluttering of the heart. He was perplexed, unable to fathom the allure of this woman, who had remained so disciplined for years, yet had experienced such bizarre occurrences the day prior. The details of last night echoed in his mind, impossible to forget or release. He found himself drawn to her face, seeking solace for his ludicrous, fluttering emotions. Indeed, it yielded some effect. "My lord, is there something on my face?" Su Wanqing's voice was low, tinged with confusion. "Madman, what are you staring at?" Xinjing's inner turmoil surged. As the Lord of the North, what manner of woman had he not encountered? Why resort to such base methods? At this moment, he longed to unearth Su Wanqing's secrets. As he drew nearer, Bai Yan was taken aback. Though the Marquis appeared somewhat haggard, it was indeed their first meeting. "My lord, what was the cause of last night's events? Did you eat something amiss at the palace banquet, or—" Before Su Wanqing could respond, Bai Yan could not restrain her curiosity. The Marquis must be weary from excessive martial training. S voice was low yet resolute. "Oh, were there any amusing happenings at the palace banquet yesterday?" inquired Lan Lan, holding a brocade box with utmost respect. S heart surged with tumultuous emotions, yet his exterior remained calm. He acknowledged that various incidents had indeed transpired the previous night, and there was no need for further elaboration on his presence here now. Bai Yan, unaware of the details, was unable to suppress her delight. She gazed at the Marquis with eyes full of trust and joy, saying, "This morning, I heard from the servants that my sister seemed to have sustained an injury last night. I was genuinely worried, so I took the time to come and see her. And I also brought a gift." Her words conveyed deep concern and affection for her sister. "Is that so?" responded with an impassive expression. Deep within, he seemed to understand that what happened last night had nothing to do with her, yet he could not deny the truth. "Miss Bai, your generous offering of such a precious item is indeed thoughtful," praised Bai Yan, though his gaze subtly flicked to Su Wanqing, who appeared rather awkward. Although the wound lay hidden deep within, scars were indelible marks of past injuries. He added lightly, "The gratitude has been expressed. I must also extend my thanks to Miss Bai." No sooner had he finished speaking than Bai Yan promptly waved her hand in refusal, her demeanor grand and gracious. Sisterly affection naturally entails mutual understanding. She then subtly gestured to Su Wanqing, indicating that she should harbor no further doubts. Seeing this, Su Wanqing could not help but smile, pondering, "This is akin to a mouse wishing a chicken good fortune. Surely, there is some ulterior motive at play." It seemed she had no choice but to accept it. Cast a sidelong glance at her, chuckling lightly as he shook his head. I have yet to encounter a sister who is so sincere. His words carried a hint of exasperation and caution. The exchange between Bai Yan and Su Wanqing was laced with a delicate tension, resembling a covert struggle. Su Wanqing's presence always bore an air of mystery. Yet, amidst such genuine dialogue, an unexpected sense of relief seemed to emerge. What does my sister truly look like? Must she conceal her flaws so? Su Wanqing's seemingly casual remarks hinted at an underlying guilt and conflict. Thus, their conversation brimmed with contradictions and drama. She felt a touch of surprise at the title bestowed upon her, yet also sensed the sincerity and concern emanating from the other. However, in her heart, she harbored the notion that this exchange might be rooted in deeper calculations and motives. Once the brocade box was opened, the outcome remained uncertain, and she dared not predict it. Therefore, amid this seemingly awkward yet hopeful dialogue, she opted for timely consolation and attentive listening. S' visage was shrouded in shadow, akin to the bottom of a pot. Upon hearing his words, Bai Yan choked back her emotions. Sister did not intend to offend. It's just, I have cherished certain treasures for years, never daring to use them, uncertain of their effects. Yet, for some reason, I find myself. Lan, seeing her master in such a state, no longer hesitated and quickly presented the brocade box before her. Madam, you must not let this goodwill go unreciprocated. Su Wanqing felt a sense of alertness, yet maintained a cautious demeanor. There must be secrets within this box, and she wondered if there were any hidden mechanisms. Should anything occur, she implored him not to take offense. S' expression grew grave, yet a flicker of confusion danced within him. He was not adept at the intricacies of female rivalry and had never contemplated probing into their inner worlds. At that moment, he sensed that Bai Yan might be a tad paranoid. Nonetheless, he held a measure of reservation regarding her goodwill. He had not discerned anything particularly special about the box, but perhaps that was merely a superficial impression. Regarding Su Wanqing's accusations or sincerity, he remained detached. Whether she sought to ensnare others with this box or merely wished to display her earnestness seemed inconsequential. Observing Su Wanqing's indecision, Bai Yan sighed softly, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Sister, what troubles you? Do you not like this gift? S' heart tightened, yet an inexplicable excitement surged within him. He found himself captivated by this woman's cleverness, sensing she was ensnared in a predicament. At that moment, abruptly seized the brocade box. With a resounding crash, a palm-sized jade vial erupted from within, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Su Wanqing, witnessing this, could not contain a light laugh. Marquis, what are you doing? This is a precious gift my sister bestowed upon me. How could you let it shatter? She will be terribly upset. Surveyed the scattered shards of the jade vial and the astonished gazes around him, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Seated in his wheelchair, having fallen from such a low position, why had this jade vial met such a fate? He recalled his original intentions and could not help but exclaim, Miss Bai is indeed extraordinary. A dilapidated mechanism box and a jade vial of immeasurable worth containing a precious skin cream. So many discrepancies. Had Su Wanqing truly fallen into a trap without having witnessed it firsthand? The Marquis personally retrieving the brocade box was beyond Bai Yan and Lanlin's wildest expectations. Gazing at the fragments on the ground, Lanlin wore an expression of guilt. Marquis, please forgive me. This vial of skin cream was something Bai Yan gathered from her travels, treasured for years, and now it has inadvertently shattered. Its value is, of course, incalculable. Su Wanqing's intention to provoke the Marquis's patience was indeed cunning. Su Wanqing candidly stated, Sister, I had only just managed to persuade myself to accept this grand gift. Although it was dropped by the Marquis, if it can be utilized appropriately, I would gladly offer another vial of skin cream to you. Bai Yan, astonished yet unable to suppress a smile, replied, Then I thank you, sister. It seems our bond is indeed profound. As for their relationship, though it was fraught with twists, it was not devoid of affection. Perhaps certain women always enjoy putting on a fade, yet they are not devoid of reason. Perhaps there are even more stories and misunderstandings waiting to be revealed. Marquis, may you tread carefully, lest you be startled by such actions from my lady. Su Wanqing offered a gentle smile and performed a courteous bow. Opened his mouth, Yet his throat felt constricted as if caught by a fishbone, rendering him momentarily speechless. Volume 1, Chapter 38. A lingering fear at this moment. The atmosphere around them felt somewhat awkward. Su Wanqing explained, "My lady intended to send the Marquis off, but alas, she stumbled and lost a shoe. I meant no offense, and I hope the Marquis can forgive me." Kaiwa stood nearby, her gaze fixed in astonishment. To her disbelief, the lady had hurled one of her embroidered shoes directly at the Marquis's head, causing her heart to race with apprehension. S. heart churned with anger. Yet he suppressed the unease within him. Gradually, he turned to leave, a weighty complexity trailing behind him. Pushing his wheelchair for a distance, a sudden gust swept past his neck, causing him to stiffen and tilt his head slightly. He spotted an embroidered shoe gently landing on the ground.
Ah!
Su Wanqing's scream echoed in the air. S. gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on her, choosing to remain silent as he continued on his way. Once his figure vanished from view, Su Wanqing found herself engulfed in confusion and astonishment. Why did the Marquis's temper seem to have softened so abruptly? Had prolonged interactions with his lady rendered his character unpredictable? Before she could contemplate this further, Kaiwa pulled her aside. "Madam, what has happened to you?"
Su Wanqing smiled fondly.
Recalling how she had watched the Marquis depart for quite some time, a sense of worry creeping in, fearing he might suddenly erupt in anger. Thus, "Do not be afraid." Kaiwa offered a gentle smile, reassuring her, "As I am a lady's maid, it is only natural for me to follow your orders. This is neither important nor does it signify fear. Su Wanqing, our bond is akin to that of sisters, and I deeply care for your situation."
Su Wanqing nodded slightly.
Her radiance akin to the dawn sun. After lunch, despite the persistent pain in her wounded legs, she resolutely returned to her chamber. Kaiwa meticulously applied medicine to her wounds and gently covered her with a quilt. "Miss Su, you must rest for a while." As she lay in slumber, a wave of guilt washed over her. The maid toiled day after day, leaving her utterly fatigued. Even within the confines of the estate, she found no moment of peace. Lost in thought, she was startled by several large wolves peering over the courtyard wall, inciting murmurs among the gathered crowd. Will this behavior attract the attention of the guards? Someone inquired. "Lower your voices, there's no need for concern," replied a brave soul. "I have been patrolling here without fear of anything." As dusk enveloped the scene, they quietly departed, perhaps exhilarated by their clandestine plans for the future. A young man inadvertently stumbled into the eastern courtyard, drawing the attention of onlookers. A young man clad in black was about to enter, and the scene stirred imaginations. The one referred to as Brave Brother appeared to be a gatekeeper, seemingly plotting something in the shadows. A few others feigned the delivery of dog meat, leading several large wolves into the estate. At that moment, they awaited Su Wanqing's appearance, adjusting their postures in anticipation. Rumor has it that the young Su Xiang was remarkably handsome. How could he have produced such an aberration? Someone questioned. The matters of demons and spirits are unpredictable. Perhaps it is related to fate, came the reply. Did you hurt yourself? Su Wanqing's gaze held a touch of compassion as she fixed her eyes on the boy. This is a mystery of the mortal realm, she chuckled softly, reminiscent of a fiend from the underworld. The boy trembled in fear, inwardly reciting prayers. Su Wanqing's initial resentment began to dissipate as she regarded him, her heart swelling with sympathy and concern. When she approached with her robust arms, only to discover he was still quite youthful, her worries eased somewhat. Life within the estate was fraught with peril. Indeed, being a woman in the Marquis residence was a precarious occupation. He resided within the household of Xinjing, constantly on guard against spies and assassins. The women in the Marquis estate lived perilous lives. Regaining her focus, she noticed the stick beside her shake slightly. Could this be an attempt to seek conflict? Perhaps this individual was not here to meet her at all? Observing his disheveled appearance, he seemed to possess an extraordinary demeanor. Yet, why did he only appear in her eastern courtyard? Who had allowed him entry? At that moment, he huddled against the wall, his speech fragmented. "I am, my lord." "Be trustworthy," Su Wanqing reminded him. The boy, startled by her words, hurriedly attempted to climb the wall, but without any leverage, he was ultimately unsuccessful. His once exquisite garments were now soiled, leaving Su Wanqing puzzled. Could he be a fool? Yet, the icy chill behind him made it evident that his situation was dire, even more so than the harsh terrain of his home. Today's encounter suggested that he would likely suffer nightmares for several nights to come. The rumors were indeed true. At this juncture, someone knocked on the door, pleading for help. The boy's voice quivered. Su Wanqing, growing impatient, inquired, "Why are you so fearful?"
I
did not mean to offend," he stammered, feeling awkward. "Given your current state, are you afraid of being called a monster?" She retorted coldly.
The boy,
taken aback, quickly laughed awkwardly. "You misunderstand. I am not here to spread rumors." "Humph. You are audacious indeed. Do you think I would believe you?"
Su aninges suspicion deepened.
The boy then smiled slightly. "I have heard that the Marquis household faces troubles. Naturally, I wish to assist." Su Wanqing's interest piqued. "Oh, what do you propose?" The boy, his expression confident, declared, "This task is entrusted by my lord. I shall not fail." "Very well." Su Wanqing pondered for a moment. "Perhaps you could give it a try." Upon hearing this, the boy finally exhaled in relief, regaining his composure, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. He pondered deeply. Could this woman be an unknown entity? Ah, right. She is the new bride who recently married into the Marquis household and has not been seen before, which is understandable. Yet, without having seen her countenance, could he not make some educated guess? Although he had entered the estate accompanied by a few dubious companions, he was ultimately distinct from them. This woman acted recklessly, which explained why she found herself in such a remote location. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced back at the prison walls, realizing that scaling them would be more challenging than remaining outside. Those disloyal individuals had left her alone in their utter folly. If Su Wanqing were to shout, it would surely alert the Marquis guards. Su Wanqing quietly observed the boy's changing expressions, and after a brief moment, he began to struggle anew. The boy staggered, ultimately succeeding in climbing over the slightly protruding wall. Just as he was nearing the top, a sudden, crisp sound shattered the silence. Startled, he lost his grip, realizing the precariousness of his situation. Oh no! The wall was too high. He could neither ascend nor descend. If he fell, the consequences would be dire. The boy found himself trapped on the wall, his posture resembling that of a lizard frozen in fear. He feared that if he let go, he might sustain injuries, prompting him to call out for help. Help. Someone, please. However, no one in the vicinity of the eastern courtyard responded. Of course, there was one exception, Su Wanqing. Is there truly no one in the Marquis household to lend assistance? The boy, in desperation, turned to Su Wanqing, his eyes filled with realization. What have you done unbeknownst to me? They say you are a demon. Let me go, or I shall make you pay. Su Wanqing, are you listening? He finally grasped that his predicament was somehow tied to her sorcery, placing the blame squarely on her. Volume 1, Chapter 39. An intruder in the dungeon. Su Wanqing, nibbling on sunflower seeds extracted from her bracelet, spoke calmly. Come, explain this to me in detail. The boy was awakened by her piercing cry, his heart racing with both fear and anger. Under the blazing sun, he scolded her for several minutes while she remained comfortably in the shade, enjoying the coolness. Sweating profusely as he clung to the wall, he felt uncomfortable and was genuinely curious about the origins of this grotesque woman's sorcery. He finally comprehended why she was so fixated on the matter. Ensnared in his own predicament within the prison, he soon faced a bowl of vividly red chili oil, which drenched him in a chilling sensation. This time, even his cries were silenced. The pain was so intense that he could not produce a sound, rendering the scene quite tragic. The spiciness of the chili was alarming, yet Ling Tsong, wiping the sweat from his brow, couldn't help but reflect that the chili was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. He hastily used a handkerchief to wipe his face, then swung his steel whip fiercely. Remarkably, he was still alive. Gritting his teeth, he remained silent. At that moment, a servant's exclamation echoed from outside. Shen Ho, someone has invaded the dungeon. Tell me, who commissioned you to assassinate the Marquis? The person in question was none other than the leader of the masked figures who had obstructed him the previous night. It was he who had launched a covert attack against Su Wanqing yesterday. At this moment, he was battered and bruised, on the brink of fainting. Yet, He gritted his teeth in silence. Shen Jing's wheelchair rested nearby, a book held in his hands. Without lifting his gaze, he idly turned the pages, contemplating that if the culprit could not be found, then he would face a fate worse than death. Suddenly, Shen Jing's figure entered the line of sight of the onlookers, and he resolved to place this individual into a boiling pot. He then drew a heavy weapon from behind and waved it before the man. Think carefully about the consequences. 3,000 cuts, and he would surely become a charred corpse. Ling Song calmly placed the weapon onto the fire, from which a plume of white smoke rose. The man stared in terror at the sparking object, his body trembling involuntarily. I confess. Just then, a servant's terrified cry echoed from outside the dungeon. It's bad. The female demon is going to kill me. A panicked house servant rushed in, kneeling to report. The female demon is going to kill me. Shen Jing furrowed his brow, understanding the situation, and immediately commanded that the pot be set up before Shen Ho. He then drew a heavy weapon from behind and waved it again. Think carefully about the consequences before you act, Shen Jing said nonchalantly. 3,000 cuts, and he would surely become a charred corpse, echoed Ling Song's voice in the air. At that moment, Su Wanqing leaned against the wall, observing the scene, while Kai Wei wept nearby, sweeping the scattered melon seeds from the ground. In the distance, a young boy felt a glimmer of tears in his eyes, as if he glimpsed a ray of hope. At that time, Su Wanqing was immersed in the world of melon seeds, not even noticing the boy's anguished cries, instead feeling discomfort by the multitude of gazes directed at her. Listen, who did he just call out? How can he address a young lad as Ho Yi? Could he be the reckless intruder in his eyes? She felt a twinge of confusion, glancing at the crowd. That young lad intruded into her courtyard, disrupted her rest, and made her clean as a form of punishment. Is this truly the so-called female demon? How many lives must have perished in Shen Wangcai's dungeon? Su Wanqing quickly regained her composure and gracefully bowed. Esteemed lords, what brings this Ho Yi here? I suddenly recall a question. Shen Wangcai has no heirs. Does this Marquis title belong solely to this young lad before us? Shen Jing's expression remained impassive, seemingly unconcerned about the future inheritance of the Marquis. He inquired, what has transpired here? The assembly harbored doubts about why this so-called female demon could command a young boy's obedience. This nephew had been pampered since childhood, indulged in recklessness, and was no longer an easy bird to tame. He had caused trouble since the age of 3, and had it not been for his elder sister's strict discipline, he might have long wreaked havoc. Yet, under the current circumstances, how could this lad possibly fulfill the role of the northern town marquis? Witnessing the scene before them, the crowd was momentarily at a loss, bemused by the sight of a young tyrant obediently submitting. Had she employed some unique method to completely subjugate this little tyrant under her control? The young boy, in a fluster, exclaimed, No. It's not like that. That woman possesses sorcery. The crowd began to murmur. It was this person who left us in such a state. At that moment, Shen Jing cleared his throat, regaining his composure, and decided to tease the young lad. Su Wanqing smiled. What great matter are you speaking of? It is merely this child showing filial piety to his aunt by helping to clean the courtyard. The boy, hearing this, was even more astonished. No. You don't understand. This woman actually uses sorcery. His nephew had never seen anyone who could endlessly crack melon seeds for half a day, completely unaware of where she acquired them. Moreover, she intentionally scattered the shells everywhere, forcing them to clean up the resulting mess. The servants, initially fearful of repercussions, gradually found themselves amused by Su Wanqing's smile and Shen Jing's authority. The boy sighed helplessly. I truly want to kill her. Such behavior is utterly ridiculous. Observing the scene, the crowd marveled at the cunning methods of the female demon. She had not resorted to harsh measures to suppress the boy, but instead employed a universally acceptable approach to ensure his compliance. Such wisdom and skill were indeed awe-inspiring. On the surface, Su Wanqing appeared magnanimous, yet internally, she was in turmoil. This boy was indeed a master of evasion. When have I ever struck him with a stick? How dare he be so audacious, utterly disregarding me? Let me show you how a marquis dotes on his relatives. After hearing the testimonies, Shen Jing's brow furrowed deeply. How could such matters be articulated with such brazen confidence? Hurry back and reflect on your actions. The young man, glancing at the mud on his clothes, thought to himself that he would likely face a scolding upon returning. Yes, Ho Yi. For reasons unknown, an impulse surged within the boy, and he desperately wished to leave this place. I must reveal the truth. Summoning his courage, the boy sprinted toward the exit. With the decree in hand, I will ensure you pay the price. Shen Jing's voice was as cold as ice. Indeed, a reckless young boy who dared to be so audacious before the Marquis' estate. Su Wanqing watched as the bothersome little creature departed, an ember of rage flickering in her eyes. She hurriedly adjusted her tire, seething with anger. Approaching Shen Jing, she earnestly pleaded, Ho Yi, is this young master your nephew? I was momentarily confused and failed to recognize him. Please, in light of the lady's injury, and considering my unworthiness to be the mistress, I beseech you to hand over the decree. Volume 1, Chapter 40. Not an unreasonable person, Shen Jing regarded Su Wanqing, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. He observed the determination and resolve in her eyes, causing a heaviness to settle in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he calmly replied, I will consider it. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing felt a surge of joy within her. She recognized Shen Jing's attitude had softened, yet she remained vigilant. It seems you are not entirely unreasonable. Shen Jing's expression instantly stiffened. What on earth was this woman thinking? Did she truly intend to bind herself to him? Why was the situation so peculiar? Were one to judge based on Su Wanqing's sluggish pace, she still had some distance to cover before reaching her chambers. Yet in Shen Jing's embrace, it felt as though she had already arrived at the threshold. With a stride forward, Shen Jing kicked the door open, and the two doors within seemed to cave in. Then, with practiced ease, he closed the door, adding a layer of security to the entrance. Su Wanqing's complexion turned pale, and she asked in confusion, Ho Yi, what is happening? What is the situation? Someone inquired. Shen Jing interrupted her with a calm demeanor. The situation is somewhat complicated. Can a living person really be suffocated? She gasped. Shen Jing nodded. Indeed. He sat on the edge of the bed and, with a smooth motion, turned her over. Su Wanqing's body stiffened, filled with bewilderment. I can manage on my own, she said nervously. Don't move, Shen Jing cautioned. I will take some measures to ensure your comfort. Subsequently, he abruptly pointed, locking Su Wanqing in an unnatural posture. His expression bore a certain gravity, yet his eyes betrayed a contemplative depth. Could this truly be the consequence? A voice murmured in inquiry. I do not know, Shen Jing replied solemnly. This is merely the situation, I must clarify. He recognized that this matter exceeded his initial expectations, yet it seemed intricately linked to future marital affairs. Regarding certain uncertainties, he maintained an air of mystery, while simultaneously exhibiting a thoughtful and caring demeanor, leaving behind an ambiguous impression. During this interval, their actions were meticulously scrutinized, refraining from hasty alterations or impulsive responses. This process undoubtedly infused a sense of indescribable anticipation and suspense. The wound began to seep blood, staining the fabric crimson, as if the woman were enduring a peculiar physiological cycle. Kue Shui. Shen Jing felt a curiosity stir within him, pondering the mysterious power concealed within her. Last night, this northern Marquis had displayed such an uncharacteristic demeanor, igniting intrigue about the hidden truths behind it. Shen Jing gently lifted the hem of her skirt, casting a fleeting glance. Horrifying. Such a fragile form of innocence. Suddenly, a sharp crack shattered the silence, causing Su Wanqing's complexion to pale, her mind blank for an instant. She found herself immobilized, oblivious to the events unfolding behind her, only sensing the skirt being lowered once more. What is happening? Why does this man's behavior seem so peculiar? Regaining his composure, Shen Jing quietly observed the sound of the shattered vial. Inexplicably, he felt a surge of ominous premonition. No, he could not linger here any longer. There was something amiss with the medicine. He must summon a doctor. Shen Jing hurriedly exited the room. Su Wanqing, her face a mask of confusion, pondered the situation. What was truly occurring? Was this merely the effect of an ordinary remedy? Shen Jing harbored doubts. She was not a stranger to him, Yet had he truly glimpsed her thigh before hastily departing?
Ah?
Suddenly he turned, noticing something else that seemed equally inescapable. A perplexing term surfaced in his mind. Mysterious. What was this place that had never been heard of? Called the 21st century? Although he lamented the significance of medical knowledge, he remained bewilderingly ignorant of the concepts of this era. He speculated that Su Wanqing might be a mysterious figure from another world, her medical skills perhaps surpassing his own. Xinjing was filled with uncertainty and curiosity. Yet he was compelled to confront reality. Su Wanqing reclined awkwardly against the bed until dusk, her acupoints finally releasing. Though she could not recall how long she had maintained this posture, her body was now racked with unbearable soreness, particularly in her legs, which felt as if engulfed in fiery torment. She endured the pain in her waist, unable to rise, her heart laden with helplessness and injustice. Xinjing's teasing grew increasingly severe. It seemed he had harbored murderous intent, yet out of respect for her status, he refrained from acting. The anguish within her felt as dense as fog, refusing to dissipate. Did she truly have to await death in this place? Kaiwa was busily occupied, yet powerless to assist. Gazing at Su Wanqing with concern etched upon her delicate features. Her mistress's position was so awkward it seemed almost a farcical joke. Surely, it was the refusal to comply with certain demands that had led Xinjing to torment her so. After what felt like an eternity, Su Wanqing finally struggled out of bed. Dinner was ready, and her spirits lifted considerably. Kaiwa had set the table, and she transformed her anger into hunger, consuming 2 bowls of rice, feeling as though she had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. "Madam, would you like to see more?" Su Wanqing couldn't help but inquire, noticing the meal appeared more sumptuous than usual. "Indeed, the Marquis instructed the servants to take good care of you due to your injury." Kaiwa hesitated. Where did that medical book go? Su Wanqing slapped the table in exasperation. "Really?" Kaiwa quickly turned to retrieve the book from the cabinet. "It's right here." Su Wanqing took the medical book and began to peruse, marveling at the efficacy and effects of the medicines. "Madam, what are you pondering?" Kaiwa asked curiously. "Kaiwa, do you know? This book contains several medicinal herbs that thrive in extremely harsh environments. For instance, the polar ice lotus requires growth in frigid conditions." Su Wanqing sighed softly. "To obtain them, one must search in such environments." "Indeed, such individuals are truly rare," Kaiwa exclaimed. It seemed her observations during this period had borne fruit. "I must locate that missing herb to restore my health expeditiously." In her leisure, Su Wanqing sat before the vanity, scrutinizing her visage. The passage of time had been uneven, yet there were no notable changes. Even after consuming the tonics specially prepared by Xinjing, she had not improved. She began to realize the ailments accumulating within her could no longer heal themselves. Observing her own reflection, she recognized that Xinjing's gaze had ascended to a new height. Thus, she could no longer afford to remain unappealing, fearing to look in the mirror even at night. Hope and determination reignited within her heart. To ensure the efficacy of the ice lotus was not lost, it must be processed immediately upon harvesting. Those capable would seal it in refrigeration for transport. Even so, the preparation of the medicine needed to be swift to prevent significant loss of potency. Indeed, this was the primary ingredient in the highly coveted skincare cream of Huayue Nation. Regrettably, the damaged purifying cream had been carefully stored by a maid named Lanlan, later analyzed by Kaiwa, who discovered its formula was insufficient to cure her own skin. Volume 1, Chapter 41. His Majesty personally determines the resources for purifying cream in the capital are scarce, making the transportation of polar ice lotus a formidable challenge. This is also why its price is exorbitant. Kaiwa gently wiped the table before approaching Su Wanqing, kindly advising, "Madam, the night grows late. You should rest soon to facilitate your recovery." Su Wanqing shook her head, fatigue evident in her voice. "Alas, I truly could not retire earlier. But at the height of weariness, I feel most invigorated. Do you understand?" In summary, she had missed the opportunity for sleep yet remained unable to doze off. Kaiwa, perplexed, inquired, "Madam, what do you mean?" Su Wanqing sighed softly. "The lady is the daughter of a treacherous minister, unwittingly ensnared in this predicament. This identity predestines us to play the roles of cannon fodder. Any deception from others cannot escape my grasp. More troubling still is that this marriage was personally arranged by His Majesty. Departing the Marquis' residence may not constitute defying the imperial decree, but leaving without cause would still incur consequences. Sayue's heart was heavy with worry. What is a male model? Why does Madame mention male models? She understood that her mistress was not of ordinary lineage, and such discourse was rare. Yet the mention of male inevitably conjured thoughts of unsavory matters. As for male models, they represented a profession in society, not merely those living off others' fortunes. They were not royal offspring and had no need to keep concubines. Even if such an idea were entertained, caution was paramount to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ordinary families with wealth must exercise restraint. The former southern tycoon had faced consequences for certain crimes, leading to the confiscation of assets by the court. These matters underscored Sayue's need to caution Su Wanqing. She anxiously gazed at the bright moon outside, murmuring to herself, "My ideal life is one where I create wealth and freedom with my own hands. Yet now I find myself in such dire straits." Sayue's heart raced, her thoughts tangled in confusion. What exactly is a male model? She had never heard the lady mention such topics. What secrets might lie hidden behind the term male? "Madam, please cease your nonsensical chatter." The name was changed too. Compared to her fear, she had grown accustomed to Su Wanqing's odd behavior. Su Wanqing observed Sayue's distressed expression and sighed inwardly, feeling a tinge of boredom. In this era, even verbal communication was no longer free. Although Kaiwe was loyal, her explanations were powerless in the face of certain matters in this feudal society. "Never mind, let us set this aside for now. Kaiwe, please boil a pot of hot water for the lady's bath. It would be best if she avoids water to prevent worsening her injuries. I can assist her with wiping down. Rest assured, I will handle it with care." As events unfolded, Kaiwe felt an immense pressure to manage the situation, but could not allow her master to worry. Just as she was about to step out for hot water, a figure hurriedly approached. "Oh dear, why is Steward Ning here at this hour?" Kaiwe exclaimed in surprise. Su Wanqing turned to look outside and saw Steward Ning Jijie from the Ning residence approaching. "Uncle Jijie, do you have business?" Kaiwe called out. "I have come to discuss a matter with the lady," Ning Jijie replied. "Then please come in," Su Wanqing invited. "Ning politeli handet Su Wanqing an invitation, madam. This is a letter that has just arrived. I believe it pertains to the preparations for the family celebration, and I wanted to inquire if you might attend the banquet." Su Wanqing examined the invitation. It was to celebrate a birthday. It seemed that news of Su Bingqing's 50th birthday had arrived. He was generally not one for such celebrations, yet today felt different. Su Wanqing furrowed her brow. "What is the meaning of this invitation?" Ning Jijie explained. "The invitation was delivered just a short while ago. Perhaps an hour ago." Su Wanqing felt a flicker of doubt. "Is there no name written on this invitation?" She mused. Perhaps daughters married off are like spilled water. Yet this birthday celebration came so suddenly. The Su residence buzzed with excitement as Su Wanqing and Kaiwe hurried towards the birthday feast. In the drama, she had not personally attended the banquet, likely because Bai Yan had withheld the invitation. She understood that there might be undisclosed secrets and controversies lurking behind this celebration. Kaiwe conveyed Su Wanqing's greetings. "Madam, your attire today is unprecedented. I believe you could outshine all others."
Su Wanqing smiled fondly.
Although she wished to steer clear of such matters, reality compelled her to confront them. She felt it necessary to return to the Su residence and witness both the revelry of the birthday celebration and the stories hidden beneath its surface. The following evening, Su Wanqing and Kaiwe boarded a carriage, casually selecting birthday gifts as they made their way to the Su residence. Even though she preferred a tranquil approach to the unfolding narrative, she knew that not attending the banquet would lead to unwelcome gossip, leaving her with no choice. The Su residence was alive with activity, resembling a vibrant painting.
Su Wanqing remarked.
In past years, Kaiwe had grown accustomed to her master's inquiries about such matters. But today she finally felt emboldened to express her thoughts. She believed that today as attire indeed dazzled, as if it could overshadow all others. "That old man is indeed generous, having sent over the remaining invitations," Kaiwe jested. As a court official, Su Xiang had many guests attending the birthday celebration. Upon hearing someone refer to her father as an old man, Sayue's expression grew peculiar. She wondered if her mistress was displeased. Su Wanqing glanced at Kaiyue, forcing a smile. Just jesting. At the Su residence, guests busied themselves around the birthday banquet, curiously observing the enigmatic lady of the. Although they were uncertain why she had appeared, the lively scene and vibrant colors already suggested her extraordinary presence. A handsome figure slowly descended from the sedan chair. Clad in delicate silk, a purple gown billowed gently, resembling clouds of violet, as if a celestial being had descended. The lady's graceful figure was complemented by her ink-black hair, intricately styled, cascading down her back, with strands like silk framing her chest, reminiscent of a water lily. A veil obscured her face, amplifying the air of mystery surrounding her. As the crowd held its breath, she slightly raised her chin, meeting the gazes of those around her. Her eyes sparkled like stars, capable of captivating hearts. In the stillness, the lady in purple walked gracefully, her skirt flowing with the breeze, her alluring silhouette drawing every gaze. At that moment, no one was surprised by the earlier rumors of a mysterious apparition. Some expressions relaxed, while others shifted their focus. Suddenly, a light sound broke the silence as a wine cup fell from someone's hand, shattering the tranquility. Despite regaining their composure, many were convinced that the lady before them had no connections to the. Look at how stunning she is. It's truly unbelievable. Which family does she belong to? Someone whispered. The veil made her identity difficult to discern, but surely she must be a daughter of the. Upon seeing Su Jiaojiao, a smile graced her lips as she hurried over. Big sister, you have returned. Her tone was affectionate, seemingly forgetting the earlier awkwardness. Volume 1, Chapter 42, Vanishing Smoke. Hearing her words, warmth spread through the hearts of those present. At that moment, the third miss of the Su family appeared to grasp her intentions and spoke up. Big sister, you have finally arrived. Come, try this wine. The atmosphere of sisterly reunion felt harmonious, yet all present understood that this was merely a meticulously crafted performance. As Su Wanqing arrived, Su Jiaojiao unhesitatingly raised her cup, intent on unveiling the other's veil. Once her true identity was revealed, the speculations in everyone's hearts would dissipate.
Su Xiaojiao felt displeased.
Noticing that the previously unattractive girl seemed to have matured slightly, beginning to refine her appearance. In the past, she had always dressed carelessly before her family, but now, surrounded by her sisters, she appeared more subdued. Her eyes bore a striking resemblance to her fox-like mother, captivating yet disconcerting. Su Wanqing was well aware that her dear sister aimed to unveil her true self, so she graciously declined. Third sister, you are so hospitable. The banquet has not yet commenced, so let us remain patient. In front of everyone, Su Jiaojiao had to temper herself. She smiled slightly, quickly adapting. As she set down her cup, a subtle emotion flickered in her eyes. I truly wonder where she finds her confidence, daring to attend this banquet without even receiving an invitation. Are you confused? This is a family birthday celebration, yet she has not even received an invitation? It was said that she had not been invited, but upon receiving an invitation, she had come along. Listening to the whispers around her, Su Ro betrayed no emotion. As a paragon of the capital's talented women, what rumors had she not heard? Yet her ability to gossip rivaled that of internet trolls. Kaiyue, listening intently, felt a surge of indignation. She was well aware of the identity of this group. They were intimate friends of the Third Mississippi. Regardless of the nature of the relationship between the Third Miss and her family, the two daughters of the Su family were indeed pearls of great value. What was the purpose of their words? What advantage could it possibly bring to the Third Miss? Would the Su family be accused of slighting the lady of the Marquis? Su Ro cast a calm glance at Caillou, dismissing the matter. They were merely seeking conversation to alleviate their boredom. As the sounds from outside the courtyard grew increasingly distinct, they captivated everyone's attention. Those who had already taken their seats stood up enthusiastically to welcome the newcomer. Su Ro's gaze followed suit. A woman entered, adorned in a flowing pink silk gown, her demeanor reminiscent of an ethereal fairy, her teeth as white as jade. From the moment she stepped through the door, a subtle smile graced her lips, radiating a captivating and self-assured charm. Compared to the rumored enchantress, This lady not only captured the attention of the crowd but also garnered a chorus of admiration. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Heavens, she is breathtakingly beautiful." Her bright eyes and radiant smile seemed like a celestial being descended to earth. Others nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, she appears to have emerged from a realm of fairies," compelling one to yearn for a closer encounter. Cast aside your mundane thoughts. She is the second miss of the Su family, the most cherished daughter of Minister Su. It is said that her poetic and artistic talents are of great renown. She truly embodies humility and grace. A young man, brimming with enthusiasm, approached her under the pretext of seeking knowledge. Although she did not possess an extraordinary beauty like some, Su Jiaojiao felt a sense of satisfaction as she observed the shifting attention from Su Wanqing to Su Rou, who could rival her second sister's radiant charisma. Su Rou regarded Su Jiaojiao, who, upon her appearance, caused a stir among all the attendees. Those aspiring to associate with the Su family flocked to her, enveloping her in a circle of admiration. Su Rou seemed accustomed to this phenomenon of being the center of attention, maintaining a serene smile amidst the crowd. She approached Su Jiaojiao, exclaiming, "Elder sister has arrived."
Name, Su Yunxiao.
As Su Yunxiao spoke, she surveyed the surroundings with curiosity and inquired, "Where is the Marquis?" Her voice was melodious, attracting the attention of many. At that moment, it dawned on the crowd that the Marquis had not personally come to celebrate his father-in-law's birthday. However, they quickly recognized that a person of his stature and temperament would hardly lower himself to attend. Moreover, Minister Su had outwitted the Marquis, transforming his wife from a bewitching woman into an astonishing beauty. With such a transformation, who would still have the inclination to attend a birthday celebration? Amidst the crowd, a mocking voice emerged. How could such a figure as Marquis Yunxiao be concerned? Once one person began, others followed suit. Indeed, it was rumored that the Marquis's concubine, Lady Bai, was his childhood sweetheart, the one he truly cared for. Nevertheless, it was deemed a good thing that Xinjing managed to bring the eldest daughter of the Su family into his household. Now, both in the court and the community, people praised Marquis Yunxiao as a true man. These remarks, while not explicitly addressing the disrespect shown by the son-in-law's absence, conveyed a sense of resignation and dissatisfaction regarding the gossip.
Su Wanqing remained silent.
"Brother Yunxiao, do not take it to heart." Su Yunxiao spoke with concern. Su Wanqing replied coolly, "The facts speak for themselves." Though she appeared calm, a cold smile flickered within her. The surrounding individuals whispered among themselves. Yet Su Wanqing seemed indifferent to their chatter. "Jiao, do not be afraid." Su Jiaojiao approached to offer comfort. "Brother Yunxiao is a warm-hearted person." The three sisters of the Su family were gathered together. In contrast to Su Yunxiao's occasionally aloof and sweet demeanor, Su Jiaojiao perpetually wore bright, innocent eyes, embodying the essence of a naive young maiden. However, she was not as harmless as she appeared. Beside Su Jiaojiao stood a handsome young man, quietly observing. When their gazes met, a flicker of something unusual passed through the young man's eyes. "Brother Qin, it has been a while since we've seen elder sister."
Su Jiaojiao exclaimed eagerly.
"Yes, what business do you have with him?" Brother Qin replied nonchalantly. "I heard he has been busy preparing for the imperial examination." Su Jiaojiao explained, "If I hadn't personally invited him, he would not have come." Su Wanqing contemplated for a moment. The man before her did not seem like a stranger she was meeting for the first time. They had crossed paths in the past and formed a deep friendship. They had played together since childhood, though their bond had never evolved into a profound emotional connection. One reason for this was Su Wanqing's somewhat unremarkable appearance, which often deterred suitors. Additionally, her stepmother, Lady Cui, had instilled in her a unique perspective, leading her to seek companionship with those who shared a passion for the literary arts yet maintained a detached attitude towards romantic pursuits. Moreover, while Qin Cheng was undeniably charming, he also bore the reputation of being a dandy. Despite his proficiency in academia and governance, rumors suggested that he was a frivolous character. Chapter 43. Has it really gone too far? The evaluators held a perception that extended beyond the ordinary appearance of women. Yet, at times, such appearances seemed to linger in places where desires were fervently pursued. It was said that not only had he expressed certain sentiments due to his literary experiences, but he was also exceptionally devoted to his aspirations, even stating privately that if no one favored Su Wanqing in the future, he would willingly stand by her side. Yet now, this individual was swiftly entwined with Su Jiaojiao. Their intimate gestures hinted at unspoken sentiments. However, a twist in the narrative emerged. Evidently, he had made a decision that aligned most closely with his personal interests. Yet, it raised questions as to why Su Jiaojiao dared to act so brazenly, despite being engaged to the crown prince. If anyone were to claim that his daughter was a monster, would he not allow her to exist? Were these individuals truly going too far? What does my brother mean? Su Jiaojiao asked, her face a mask of righteousness, yet no tangible action followed. Su Wanqing interjected, Brother Qin, you have been at the Marquis' residence for a while, have you not? How is your preparation for the examination going? Qin Chung paused, momentarily caught off guard, and politely replied that all was going smoothly. Su Jiaojiao, noticing his demeanor, felt a twinge of displeasure. This unremarkable woman, veiled and not revealing her true form, inspired a bit more amiability in him. Brother Qin, though we have not seen each other for some time, let us not forget our bond. Why not let elder sister unveil her face, so we may converse? She sought to encourage him to remove her veil, hoping that such an act might cause the men to retreat. Although Su Jiaojiao was the daughter of Su Bingcheng, she appeared to possess a clarity that surpassed her two elder sisters. Su Wanqing, while not strikingly beautiful, was endowed with talent and intelligence. Her reputation a mixture of both praise and criticism. Despite the controversies surrounding her, she was ultimately a figure of renown. The discontented Su Jiaojiao could only seek self-satisfaction in certain flattering remarks about beauty. She could not forget how that child had once wronged her. A glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes as she brushed past Su Jiaojiao without hesitation. Among the many guests entering the formal banquet hall, the lively scene was enough to draw attention. At the center of the hall stood a man clad in splendid silk ceremonial attire, shining like a star among the constellations. This man was none other than the Right Chancellor of Huaiyue Kingdom, Qin Cheng. He was in stark contrast to Su Wanqing's arrogant father, Su Bingcheng. Niece. Su Wanqing gently called out before taking her seat. Su Bingcheng cast a fleeting glance and nodded in acknowledgement. Having arrived, he settled down without uttering many words, turning instead to engage in lively conversation with other guests. Su Wanqing appeared unfazed by the murmurs surrounding her, choosing instead to embrace the moment and sit in her chosen spot. Kaiwa felt a twinge of confusion as the newly appointed matriarch of the Marquis residence. How could she endure such neglect from the esteemed minister? Such neglect shadows her. How can I possibly respond with ease? What brings you to the banquet? In the grand hall, the atmosphere buzzed with exuberance, to which Su Wanqing replied calmly, though I have not returned to the Su family. I must ascertain the unique qualities of the medicinal dishes my stepmother regularly provides. Upon hearing this, Kaiwa fell into contemplation, recalling that Su Wanqing had previously mentioned such matters. Su Wanqing was aware that the enigma of her poisoning stemmed from the long-term concoctions her stepmother prepared before her marriage. The unsightly blemishes on her face were purportedly treated with beauty tonics by her stepmother, yet these remedies not only failed to alleviate her ailments, but potentially exacerbated them. Over time, the poison seeped into her very bones, rendering her scars resistant to healing, even if she ceased consuming those dishes and medicines. While the original owner was indifferent to worldly matters, those behind the scenes harbored grudges. Despite the complexity of her current situation, her safe return to the 21st century remained uncertain. Should misfortune prevent her return, would it not be akin to drawing water with a basket? Those in the Su household believed her current appearance was merely a consequence of excessive youthful beauty. Su Wanqing meticulously examined whether the toxins on her face could be resolved. Yet the narrative only divulged her stepmother's schemes and methods, leaving unclear what she had consumed or who had provided her stepmother with such cunning plans. She needed to uncover evidence to bring the true puppeteer to light. As the banquet grew increasingly lively, Su Bingcheng remained preoccupied. Lady Cui flaunted her jewelry before the assembled noblewomen. Adorned in a resplendent brocade robe, vividly colored and embroidered, she exuded an air of nobility and elegance. The golden hairpin atop her head sparkled brilliantly, reminiscent of her stepmother's past and character. With her noble lineage, she seemed ill-suited to bear such exquisite adornments. No matter how much she pranced about, it would ultimately prove futile. Su Wanqing sat alone in a corner of the banquet, savoring the serene moments. No one wished to share a table with her, yet the incessant buzzing of the flies persisted. Rumor suggested that Lord Shen held little regard for her, even refusing to make an appearance at the Su family's birthday celebration. What audacity she must possess to attend such a gathering alone. Alas, this reflects poorly on both the ministerial and Marquis households. Su Wanqing sat composed, sipping her tea, her gaze calm as she surveyed the crowd. It was not until Su Jiaojiao and Qin Cheng approached that she lazily lifted her eyes. Her expression revealed a blend of serenity and wisdom. What is it? Qin Cheng gazed at her intently. She had never adorned herself so, today draped in a sheer veil that seemed to conceal her flaws. Named Qin Wanqing. Her eyes sparkled with an alluring light, her unique demeanor igniting curiosity. Who would have imagined such a transformation in her absence? Qin Wanqing.
Su Jiaojiao exclaimed in astonishment.
What is it? Qin Cheng, coming back to himself, awkwardly touched the corner of his mouth, unable to meet Su Wanqing's gaze. He glanced down at the invitation in his hand, seemingly wrestling with how to confront her forthrightness. Su Jiaojiao quickly snatched the invitation, smiling. It is a change you have yet to witness in your elder sister. Have you not heard the news that the third sister is about to wed Prince Yu? Her innocent and bright eyes seemed filled with untold tales, evoking both familiarity and curiosity about the stories concealed within. From any perspective, she appeared to possess an irresistible charm. Yet this woman's fate has been fraught with trials. In the modern metropolis, despite her accomplishments, she had long liberated herself from narratives reliant on men. She faced adversities with grace, perpetually donning a resilient smile. Is this news false? Has the third sister truly become engaged to another? Su Jiaojiao found it hard to believe. But what she said next was even more astonishing, implying a sudden change of heart. It turned out that after 3 years of mourning, Prince Yu had not fulfilled their engagement. Consequently, rumors spread that she had been cast aside, relying on others to regain some semblance of dignity. Those present furrowed their brows upon hearing such revelations. Had they known her past and background, what would their discussions have entailed? Why would Su Bingcheng exhibit any interest in her? Did they not hold her marriage prospects in esteem? And was this engagement merely a meticulously crafted scheme? Volume 1. Chapter 44. A clash of wits. Such a tone swept through the air like a chilling wind across a tranquil lake, stirring ripples. Su Wanqing's actions were perplexing. She seemed indifferent to others' opinions and speculations, merely stating the facts. Elder sister, perhaps you should refrain from making such biting remarks, Su Jiaojiao gently advised. Su Wanqing offered a slight smile but awkwardly shook her head. How could I refuse my sister's kind invitation? Yet, she hesitated. What if Brother Qin fails to excel? The attendees fell into contemplation at her words. This woman seemed to harbor too many unknowns and uncertainties. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Jiaojiao's eyes, reflecting her distinct reaction to the woman named Su Wanqing. Aside from her unremarkable appearance, she also exhibited a certain navet. Why were her words today so sharp, seemingly brimming with pointed retorts? Though Qin Cheng spoke little within the Marquis residence, he was a man whose few words lingered in thought. If she were to encounter setbacks, her reactions would undoubtedly be pronounced. It appeared that Su Wanqing had been through trials far beyond what met the eye. However, her responses contrasted starkly with those of Su Jiaojiao. Clearly, she had undergone considerable challenges within the Marquis household, her acting skills reaching a remarkable level. While her face remained serene, her heart likely churned with tumultuous waves.
Contemplating this,
Su Jiaojiao resolved to delve deeper into Su Wanqing's true thoughts. She pulled Qin Cheng to sit opposite Su Wanqing, eager to uncover more. Today is our father's birthday. Let us not speak of the past, Su Jiaojiao softly suggested.
With that,
she decided to let Su Wanqing witness the affection between herself and Qin Cheng. Brother Qin, would you care to taste the osmanthus cake I made? Su Jiaojiao said shyly. Qin Cheng readily agreed, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Su Wanqing. As he placed the osmanthus cake into Su Jiaojiao's bowl, a look of reluctance and concern flickered in his eyes. Here, this is your favorite. Su Jiaojiao lowered her gaze, feeling a mix of confusion and uncertainty. Despite her bewilderment, she recognized the sincerity behind his actions. As a simple girl, should Brother Qin wish to pursue a relationship with me, I would appreciate some time to consider, Su Jiaojiao said with a touch of tenderness. Qin Cheng nodded in understanding. The other guests in the banquet hall could not help but curiously observe this budding pair. Only after delivering the osmanthus cake to Su Jiaojiao did Qin Cheng say, "This cake is made by my own hands, solely to share with you."
Why?
Su Jiaojiao asked, puzzled. Because Qin Cheng likes it, Qin Cheng replied. At the banquet, a multitude of voices filled the air, speculating on the intentions of the third miss of the Xiang residence towards Qin Cheng. As Su Jiaojiao realized her previous advances had borne no fruit, a twinge of disappointment clouded her mind. In that moment, she shed her youthful shyness and emerged as a woman of clear thoughts. Soon after, she resolved to seek some amusement and found Su Ro to frolic with in the pavilion. The banquet hall remained vibrant and lively, yet the atmosphere offered her a sense of ease. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing enjoyed the refreshing ambience while experiencing a profound tranquility within her heart. However, a flicker of doubt arose within her. What could this young lady's true intentions be in seeking acquaintance with Qin Cheng? He approached Su Wanqing, his gaze harboring unspeakable emotions. She couldn't help but wonder why this man was acting so boldly today. Taking a step back, she spoke coldly. This is the residence of the Su family. We are both here for my father's birthday celebration. What is your purpose? The man seemed to imply that Su Jiaojiao's behavior today was glaringly apparent, or perhaps he truly failed to grasp the thoughts harbored by Su Jiaojiao. Qin Cheng, donning an expression of earnest regret, stepped closer, his face etched with apology. Qing, allow me to explain. I genuinely care for you. With his words, the clouds of doubt in her heart began to dissipate. As the heir of a prestigious family, his burdens were heavy, and his attentiveness towards Su Wanqing clearly surpassed mere fraternal affection. Their relationship was not as cold and aloof as the rumor suggested. Rather, it was imbued with depth and significance. Perhaps her gaze inadvertently caught the warmth and care he exhibited in the eyes of others. Although she was aware that certain matters were less than ideal, her heart was nonetheless stirred by this rare sincerity. The history of the Qin family was built on mutual reliance and shared progress.
Now,
as he was to marry Su Jiaojiao, if this union were to succeed, it would undoubtedly usher in greater opportunities and hope for their families. Su Wanqing gazed at his dramatically expressive face, feeling a surge of emotion. To profess such deep feelings before a woman perceived as unappealing was no simple feat. His demeanor appeared somewhat rigid, yet the sincerity of his affection enveloped her in warmth. She understood that he did not wish to be misunderstood or blamed. Rather, he earnestly sought to protect this hard-won affection. Qing, listen to me. Although Shenjing is the foremost of a northern duke, his heart is not as cold as it seems. The bond between us is profound and cannot be swayed by others. In the legacy of our families and the path ahead, I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. Her feelings for him transcended mere surface-level affection, embodying a deep trust and reliance. In essence, their emotional journey was laden with uncertainties and possibilities, igniting anticipation for the future. The members of the Qin family expressed their dissatisfaction with his actions, even mocking him, as they recognized their own nobility and deemed themselves unsuitable for marriage, while growing increasingly close to him, seemingly squandering their efforts. Initially, she was ensnared in the perplexity of whether her involvement with Su Jiaojiao would displease Su Wanqing. Yet it appeared otherwise. Could it be that her efforts had all been in vain? Was it because of the sixth prince or the duke? Su Wanqing cast a glance at Qin Cheng's complex expression and gently inquired, "The past is but a fleeting memory. Might you refrain from bringing it up again?" With that, she turned to leave. A sense of reluctance welled up in Qin Cheng. Previously, he had felt no such intricate emotions regarding Su Wanqing's infatuation with the sixth prince and her insistence on marrying him. However, her transformation exceeded his expectations. After years of planning, was it truly all to be in vain? No. He had not yet relinquished hope. Now that Su Wanqing was the legitimate wife of the duke, Even if she had not yet garnered favor, her position would undoubtedly provide her career with support. Panic surged within Qin Cheng as he hastened to sue Wanqing, grasping her hand tightly. Qing, I promise to always be by your side. Even if you are now. I do not mind. How can one easily forget the past? Shen Jing's gaze suddenly fell upon Su Wanqing. Filled with confusion, he sat there, seemingly crushed by an invisible weight. Qin Cheng lowered his head, sweat trickling down his forehead. Su Wanqing was taken aback by Shen Jing's sudden appearance, and upon observing his guilt-ridden and anxious demeanor, she inwardly cursed her misfortune. I merely sought a breath of fresh air, and this fellow insists on disturbing me. Unwilling to entangle herself further with Qin Cheng, she directly approached Shen Jing. My lord, please do not misunderstand. I have no such affair with Master Qin, Su Wanqing stated calmly. Shen Jing paid her no heed, his piercing gaze fixed upon the scene of Qin Cheng holding her hand. In the first volume, Chapter 45, My lord, please do not misunderstand. This woman, as the matriarch of the Duke's residence, was utterly oblivious to the matters concerning her father's birthday. Had she covertly come here for the sake of this young man? Or was her insistence on seeking a divorce related to this? During this time, she had been overwhelmed. Her mind a tangled web of confusion. A solitary man and woman, entangled in a secluded place. Had it not been for someone to point it out, he might have mistakenly assumed. A sinister smile crept onto Shen Jing's face. Ah. Su Wanqing's complexion shifted as she glanced at Shen Jing, her embarrassment evident. Shen Jing felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing that this woman might soon propose some points he would struggle to justify. Unexpectedly, she reversed course, steering the conversation into an awkward territory. Before he could speak, he heard Su Wanqing's voice. My lord, please do not misunderstand. Master Qin did not intend to conceal the truth. It is merely that my third sister is soon to wed him, and he wished to chat casually in the pavilion. Shen Jing's expression faltered momentarily. What on earth was this woman thinking? Was her desire for novelty her only motivation? Qin Cheng's face reflected confusion upon hearing her words. Su Wanqing observed his expression, realizing he might not grasp her intent. How could you make such a jest? Qin Cheng could not help but inquire. Su Wanqing chuckled softly, masking her embarrassment. Oh, Master Qin, do not worry. I merely wished to ascertain whether you were so preoccupied that you had overlooked such matters. Shen Jing inhaled deeply, perplexed by this woman's intentions. At this moment, Su Wanqing did not allow Shen Jing to continue his inquiries. She approached the wheelchair and gently pushed him into the banquet hall. Today is my father's grand birthday. I have come alone to join in the festivities. Is it not considerate of me? Actually, I merely wish to extend my congratulations to my father-in-law, Shen Jing replied nonchalantly. Listening to Su Wanqing's self-talk, Shen Jing's earlier frustrations seemed to ease somewhat. This Su Wanqing appeared to retain a semblance of reason. After a long pause, Shen Jing finally spoke. Since it is your father's birthday, as your fiancé, I shall do my utmost. Su Wanqing was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a response from him. After a while, she stammered, You. How did you know? Shen Jing replied calmly, I witnessed that scene with my own eyes. Su Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom her ears. She had not expected events to escalate to this point. Yet for Shen Jing, it seemed that her words held no significant offensive power. The woman's obsession with titles is truly worthy of contemplation. Su Wanqing gently pushed the wheelchair, entering the banquet hall with a hint of demureness. The once boisterous atmosphere instantly fell silent, as if the crowd had encountered a ghost, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Although the Lord rarely made public appearances and many had never glimpsed his true visage, his presence was already acknowledged by all. The wheelchair symbolized his status. Yet, why had he personally come here? Many present were well aware of the rumors surrounding the favored concubine by Yinyang and her connection to Lord Shen's childhood companion. This did not, however, cast doubt on Su Wanqing's standing within the Lord's household. Even if beauty is not the sole criterion, which man would willingly wed a counterfeit? Such news, once spread, would undoubtedly invite ridicule. At this moment, the Lord had not merely come to celebrate a birthday. It seemed he sought resonance and reconciliation. His arrival was not only accepted as a matter of course, but also sparked speculation about unspoken burdens he might carry. But why had he still chosen to attend this particular gathering? It was rumored that Bai Yinyang from the northern town Lord S residence was once an old friend of Lord Shin. Yet he had never brought her to any formal occasion. The reactions of the crowd were a blend of surprise, doubt, curiosity, and a tinge of guilt and flattery, causing a dramatic shift in their attitudes towards Su Wanqing. From initial disdain and contempt, they now regarded her with respect and admiration. Shen Jing cast a fleeting glance at Su Wanqing, then clasped his hands in salute. The arrival of esteemed guests graces my humble abode. How could I trouble the god of war to attend this birthday celebration? Su Wanqing quietly voiced her thoughts. Madame's father is my esteemed father-in-law. How could I not attend your birthday banquet? Her words fell like a stone into a still lake, creating ripples that dispersed the doubts and speculations. More individuals began to appreciate and admire her dedication and resolve regarding marriage. They witnessed Su Wanqing's duality of resilience and gentleness. Some began to comment, Lord Shin truly cares for such an unremarkable creature? Yet in his eyes, they perceived hope for the future and a brave challenge against fate. Following the scene, the myriad opinions about Su Wanqing transformed instantaneously. She was no longer met with disdain or scorn. Instead, her brilliance and potential began to shine through. If at the last palace banquet, her invitation was merely for the sake of appearances, perhaps this time a new narrative would unfold. He could have chosen not to attend, yet he opted to come. It became clear that he was not just an ordinary guest celebrating a birthday. He sought genuine affection and respect. All these changes stemmed from Su Wanqing's unexpected transformation and growth. What a misunderstanding, madam. How could I ever dare to speak ill of you behind your back? It was said that the Lord's injuries extended beyond his leg, affecting his sight as well. How could Su Wanqing so easily believe it? Deep within her, a vengeful spirit lingered, harboring secrets alongside an involuntary smile. Privately, she concealed a heart brimming with brilliance. She then playfully pointed to another individual. And him. The second person knelt, perhaps of lesser standing than the first, and stammered, Madam, I dare not. I have never seen you before, nor would I ever presume to speak of you. Subsequently, Su Wanqing, like the ringing of a morning bell and the tolling of an evening drum, pointed at each of them in turn. No, madam, I meant no disrespect. It was merely a misunderstanding. I was only serving tea. Oh, dear. In an instant, those whom Su Wanqing pointed at all knelt down, akin to pilgrims. They hung their heads, seemingly moved by her sincerity. No wonder they all referred to themselves as servants. Indeed, the feudal society was steeped in servility. Shen Jing observed Su Wanqing's unabashed demeanor with a sense of helplessness. What scheme was she concocting? Which of these individuals would dare to speak ill of him behind his back? After all, this was Su Bingqing's domain, and witnessing this scene left him displeased. Shen Jing shot a glare at Su Wanqing. She feigned a look of grievance, yet felt inwardly pleased. She recognized this as a microcosm of feudal society, where everyone bore their own identity and responsibilities. Madam, this matter must be a misunderstanding. Today, let us give face. Let there be no commotion at the birthday banquet. Shen Jing's attempt at placation ultimately brought this pilgrimage to a close, yet he simply uttered a remark of little consequence. He felt like a pawn, while Su Wanqing appeared as a cunning fox. In the first volume, Chapter 46, A Pretense of Absence. At the evening banquet, Cui Shi had originally flaunted her wealth, but upon Shen Jing's arrival, she adopted a notably subdued demeanor. Su Wanqing could not help but feel somewhat surprised. It seemed that Cui Shi had realized that her role as the mastermind behind the deception should not be overtly displayed before Shen Jing. Out of respect for her status and the need for self-preservation, Cui Shi chose to act with restraint. She understood the necessity of maintaining a proper distance to uphold her image and position. Su Wanqing stood by the entrance, awaiting Shen Jing's response. A figure approached, her stepmother,
Cui Shi.
Although outwardly appearing modest and courteous, the underlying concern and affection were difficult to conceal. There existed an unspoken tacit understanding and connection between the two. This scene silently conveyed the deep bond and mutual understanding of a mother and daughter. Approximately an hour later, the banquet concluded. Su Wanqing sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the Shun Lord's residence. Although she remained outside, waiting for news from Xinjing, she was already filled with deeper insights and reflections. Su Wanqing initially intended to excuse herself to visit her stepmother, but since she had arrived, she decided to proceed with her. As the two walked further away, Cui Shi's expression grew serious. She furrowed her brow and quietly inquired, "Qingqing, what is going on? Do you not wish to sever ties with the Lord?" Your mother's suggestion seems to have had no effect. Her words carried a hint of barely perceptible worry, audible only to Su Wanqing and Cui Shi. Cui Shi felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, Su Wanqing had married into the Lord's South household in place of her own daughter. If the Lord had dismissed her earlier, the matter would have been resolved. However, with Su Wanqing still lingering in the Lord's residence, Cui Shi worried that the Lord might forget the incident involving Ro being replaced in the bridal sedan. She had long prepared to mock Su Wanqing, but now, with her status as the Lord's wife, it undoubtedly posed a significant challenge. Su Wanqing was acutely aware of her stepmother's malicious intentions. Though only briefly mentioned in the narrative, she could sense the stepdaughter's ruthlessness. Perhaps this stemmed from her own mother's suppression during her time as a concubine. Filled with resentment, Cui Shi sought to utterly ruin her stepdaughter's fate. Such a cold-hearted woman naturally longed for her to be dismissed swiftly. Su Wanqing took a step back, hesitatingly responding, "Mother, the Lord is unwilling. There is little I can do." Cui Shi regarded Su Wanqing's indecisive demeanor, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. This stepdaughter had grown up under her watchful eye. Not only was she the legitimate daughter of the residence, but Cui Shi also held deep feelings for her. Yet, to her surprise, Su Wanqing's behavior became increasingly peculiar upon entering the Lord's residence. The plans that had failed to materialize, the tearful pleas, and those detestable tactics had all become a part of the past. Cui pondered silently, realizing that events had not unfolded as she had anticipated. As dusk fell, Su Wanqing had no choice but to depart in search of the Marquis. It was not the right moment. We must find a suitable time to converse properly. Cui forced a smile and blocked Su Wanqing's path. Observing her companion's veiled countenance while walking side by side, Cui furrowed her brow. Why must she wear a veil in the presence of her mother? Noticing this, Su Wanqing reluctantly removed her veil. As Cui gazed upon her, she was struck by the girl's awkwardness. This unfortunate child, how had the Marquis not cast her aside? It was uncertain how the Marquis's household fared. Evidently, Su Wanqing still possessed some means. Yet, it mattered little. As long as her visage remained unchanged, no amount of cunning would restore her fortunes. "Qingqing, do share with me what resides in your heart," Cui inquired gently, her tone laced with a hint of probing. "My feelings have never wavered. I remain devoted to the sixth prince, yearning to extricate myself from the Marquis's grasp, yet he remains obstinate, unwilling to part with me. What are your plans moving forward?" Su Wanqing blinked, momentarily reverting to her former naive self, and replied, "It seems the methods you taught me are no longer effective. Do you have any alternative strategies?" Cui observed Su Wanqing's demeanor, her vigilance slightly assuaged. The image of her own daughter, Su Ruru, surfaced in her mind. The Marquis, despite his many merits, was indeed a match for her daughter. Having been absent from the capital, seeing him today, she found him even more distinguished and charismatic. Were it not for his war injury, their union would have been a tale of romance. Alas, fate can be cruel. Cui acquiesced slowly. "If you have questions, why not inquire directly?" Su Wanqing lowered her gaze, tears welling in her eyes, and murmured, "I have come to learn of the Prince's intentions. The Marquis does not harbor disdain for me. Rather, for various reasons, he is reluctant to accept me." A flicker of concern passed through Cui's eyes. "What, pray tell, does Prince Yu truly desire?" "I cannot say for certain," Su Wanqing sighed. Cui reassured her, "Qingqing, I will take action on your behalf." "Really?" Su Wanqing asked, curiosity piqued. "Indeed," Cui smiled, then revealed, "there may be hidden secrets behind the Marquis's affection for you. May I ask, did I not hear that third sister was already betrothed to Prince Yu? Why is she now to marry Qingqing?" Chui's expression darkened, her voice tinged with worry. That is your father's wish. You need not heed it. I shall never allow your third sister to wed that impoverished scholar. What of Prince Yu? He claims he wishes to observe a 3-year mourning period for his late mother and has no desire for marriage at this time.
Wanqing just stifling a laugh.
Thinking that Prince Yu likely sought Su Jiaojiao for her substantial dowry, hence his eagerness to propose. In the narrative, Su Jiaojiao, as the third sister, was prepped for her dowry and eventually married her beloved. Perhaps it was due to my indifference towards her dowry requests that her marriage timeline shifted? Chui began to strategize. If this union were to materialize, I believe Shunho's nephew would make a fine match. Though younger than the third sister, he is a man worthy of trust. Su Wanqing nodded and smiled. Indeed, he is quite commendable. Being not only the Marquis' favored nephew but also the son of the Duke of An and of royal lineage, yet she hesitated. Recalling the man's perceived lack of scholarly prowess, Chui couldn't help but inquire about the incident at the lake. I've heard you saved someone of the surname Yu. What truly transpired? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Su Wanqing's eyes. This matter I cannot quite recall. After a moment's thought, Chui remarked, it does seem like a coincidence. Sometimes, fate works in mysterious ways. Ultimately, marriage is contingent upon one's destiny. After all, it encompasses many unknowns, not easily controlled by anyone. The decision must take numerous factors into account. In the absence of others, Chui gently asked, Dear daughter, concerning the Marquis, does he pose any issues? Chui spoke softly, I am concerned for you, and wish to know if the Marquis has any other matters. She pondered, maintaining neutrality, unwilling to favor one side excessively. She contemplated that if Shenjing had no heirs, his nephew might become the next Marquis of the North, a position signifying power and status. Su Wanqing's steadfast demeanor revealed her unwavering spirit. I firmly believe he will consummate the marriage with you. Chui felt a twinge of caution. Does it seem that the Marquis is indifferent to your appearance? Su Wanqing chuckled lightly. Father is somewhat hesitant. How do you suggest I address this? Chui's face revealed a contemplative expression. This matter is indeed complex. Her resolve solidified, though Su Wanqing remained perplexed. She felt a profound understanding and trust in her mother. Then let us not disturb your happiness for now, Chui implied, but you must remain vigilant. How will you face potential challenges in the future? Su Wanqing nodded earnestly. I understand, mother. I will strive to endure in this household and seek a brighter future. Go on, Chui encouraged. Do not let your mother worry for you. As time passed, Su Wanqing's concerns gradually settled. Throughout this journey, Chui's demeanor seemed to undergo a transformation. She firmly believed that Chui would unravel matters fraught with uncertainty. During that period, Qin Cheng tirelessly sought renowned physicians to restore her beauty. However, all efforts proved futile. This indicated that Chui's medical skills were far superior to those of the famed doctors. Yet, a person of such meticulous nature would surely have prepared an antidote for unforeseen circumstances. At the entrance of the Shun residence, Shun Jing had waited patiently. Ling Song's sudden arrival did not surprise Su Wanqing. They had become inseparable. She gracefully accompanied Shun Jing on their way to the Marquis' residence. Along the journey, she was lost in thought when the carriage jolted unexpectedly. Shun Jing faced her directly, and Su Wanqing couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. Her gaze flickered with curiosity as she asked, How is it that you are here at the Su residence? Shun Jing raised an eyebrow. What is it that occupies your thoughts? Su Wanqing turned to face him, her eyes wide with astonishment. The Marquis is here? How dare we proclaim that the treacherous minister is my father-in-law? This is utterly absurd. She found herself in a flurry of bewildering speculations, her curiosity and questions swirling within her. I genuinely came to celebrate my father-in-law's birthday, Shun Jing replied with an inscrutable undertone, bringing you respect and blessings. How remarkable it is for the Marquis himself to honor the elder with his presence, Su Wanqing remarked, bestowing upon me the utmost respect. Yet, she noted that his expression did not align with her expectations of admiration. Why is that? The concubine merely wishes to admire your bravery and spirit.
Wanqing finally spoke.
Her obvious doubts unmasked. As she observed the medicinal herbs and local environment along her journey, a day had swiftly passed. By dawn the following morning, she arrived at the apothecary, acquired what she needed, and departed from the Marquis' residence. The bustling streets of the capital were alive with activity, yet few citizens, like her, leisurely savored the beauty of the morning under the sun. Su Wanqing encountered a myriad of vendors amidst the laughter of children. Following the address she had inquired about, she found the apothecary, where the owner warmly welcomed her and presented her with the elusive polar ice lotus. What a heartless merchant! The vendor's assessment felt like a whip striking her heart. Startled, Su Wanqing casually inquired, "Is that true?" The vendor continued, "That place is truly hard to find. Not only in the capital, even the imperial family might be unaware of it." She spoke of the challenges of this journey, noting that even someone of Su Wanqing's stature must tread carefully. The polar ice lotus seemed like a secret remedy from the hidden world, tantalizing yet unattainable. Even a precious skincare cream could not procure this unique polar ice lotus. Where could one truly find it? The beautiful girl appeared uninterested in expending great sums to seek it. To the local children, this demand seemed as ordinary as everyday supplies, oblivious to the effort and determination required. Such items were seldom seen on the market, akin to the mysterious collections of ancient royalty, undoubtedly imbued with a sense of grandeur and authority. Despite the tumultuous days, her heart was filled with reflections, and her resolve to pursue a path distinct from others grew stronger. The journey would inevitably present various hardships and trials, yet it also unexpectedly unveiled a rare and precious sentiment. She silently mused that despite the numerous setbacks over the years, there were always tasks awaiting her, hoping to reap the fruits of her experiences and efforts sooner rather than later. Fortunately, it was indeed rare for those within the royal family to acquire the polar ice lotus. A few onlookers sat nearby, engrossed in a scuffle while commenting on the two individuals involved. "Look, that's the prodigy from the Duke of Anne's residence. That lad is always embroiled in trouble, either bullying others or causing disputes. Every time I see him, he is fighting. What boundless energy this child possesses." He was the only bloodline of the Duke of Anne, yet he had stirred up quite a few incidents. Such was his fate. Su Wanqing noticed their chatter and turned her gaze toward a familiar figure in the crowd. One of them was the nephew of Duke Shin, among those being watched. Surrounded by 7 or 8 others, that boy fought with the utmost ferocity.
Yang Yaosu.
You truly lack insight. If you cannot best the young master in a fair fight, resorting to such despicable means is utterly useless. Yang Yaozu gritted his teeth, visibly displeased. "Shinhan, who do you think you are? You only thrive because of your parents' support. Without the Duke of Anne and the princess, you are nothing." His audacity was infuriating. "Why treat me this way?" Upon hearing this, Shun Han's anger flared. "Who do you think you are? This has nothing to do with me. Leave at once." Just as the two were fiercely confronting each other, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. To be born into the Duke of Anne's residence is, in some ways, a testament to one's own ability. Why abandon your parents? The crowd looked up to see a veiled woman approaching. Yang Yaozu's expression darkened, his brows furrowing. "Who do you think you are? This is none of your business. Get lost." Upon hearing this, someone nearby quietly advised against it. The young man seemed blinded by jealousy, unable to tolerate another's arrogance. Observing this, someone in the crowd spoke up. However, Shun Han showed no signs of retreat, landing a punch that knocked his opponent to the ground. In an instant, the two were locked in a fierce standoff. This unexpected conflict on the cobblestone path drew considerable attention, with many pausing to watch. Some sought to evade the situation while others stepped in to mediate. "Young men, one must remain calm in any circumstance," a voice advised from the sidelines. Indeed, while it may seem trivial, it is wise to choose one's words carefully. A few tourists from outside expressed their confusion. At this moment, the clash between the two was only beginning, with neither willing to yield, showcasing their respective skills and strengths. Ultimately, both were evenly matched and neither emerged victorious. Chapter 48. A loss of face. Yang Yaozu refused to relent, throwing a punch at Shun Han, who swiftly dodged and retaliated with a slap. Back and forth they went, although Yang Yaozu was the nephew of a war god. Shen Han's fighting style gradually gained the upper hand, completely overpowering him. In the end, the outcome was clear. Shen Han landed a punch on Yang Yaozu's arm, swiftly subduing him to the ground. Breathless, Yang Yaozu struggled in vain to escape. In front of the crowd, he was utterly humiliated. Shen Han, filled with pride, revealed a glint of coldness in his eyes. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, a gleaming dagger suddenly slipped from Yang Yaozu's sleeve. Su Wanqing's expression shifted, a flicker of alarm crossing her face. She intended to seize the dagger from Yang Yaozu but inadvertently kicked him in the jaw instead. The sound of pain echoed as Yang Yaozu's face turned pale, his teeth clenched. "Ah!" he screamed, collapsing to the ground. This time, she had truly kicked a hard plate. Su Wanqing hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I truly didn't mean to." However, the crowd erupted in a tumult. "You kicked him and then blame him for not protecting himself? What logic is that?" Even more shocking was the fact that the dagger in Yang Yaozu's hand had shattered. Glinting ominously, he surveyed the surrounding crowd, seething with anger, realizing that this girl, while appearing to apologize, had ulterior motives. The Yang family had not only produced a useless individual, but also a petty person who could not bear to see others prosper.
Shen Han's brows furrowed.
His expression dark as he approached Yang Yaozu. "Humph, don't think you can do as you please just because you belong to the Yang family. Let me tell you, the one who stabs others in the back is none other than you." With that, Shen Han forcefully tossed Yang Yaozu into the lake. A dull splash echoed from the shore, leaving the onlookers stunned. "What is happening?" someone inquired, curious. "Someone threw him into the lake. This lad dares to stab others in the back. Is he trying to kill him?" Su Wanqing felt a surge of frustration, increasingly convinced that Shen Han was the capital's most notorious scoundrel, merciless in his actions. If that boy dared to swim without permission. At that moment, she pondered Shen Han's remarkable demeanor. Not only was he handsome and elegant, but he also exuded an unparalleled aura of generosity. His brows sparkled with a sharp light, resembling a proud lion that commanded respect. His demeanor bore the essence of the martial world, yet devoid of the pretense and arrogance often seen in rakes. Yet, this young man was still in his youth. Even if he wished to act, he found himself powerless. She smiled gently. "No need, it's merely a trivial matter." Prior to this, she had heard that the dispute they were embroiled in revolved around the following. The man named Yang Yaozu had indeed injured a girl from a poor family during a fight. Although Shen Han is a dandy, he possesses a certain spirit of the martial world. Upon learning of the incident, he resolved to confront the insolent youth, accompanied by a band of loyal companions. However, the adversary exhibited unparalleled arrogance, claiming that the family's misfortunes were self-inflicted and that they should endure in silence. Consequently, Shen Han and his companions unexpectedly crossed paths during a skirmish. In that era, the oppression of the populace by officials was a common occurrence, yet the current reality was undeniable. Yang Yaozu, in a particularly despicable move, plotted to ambush Shen Han, prompting Su Wanqing to intervene in a fit of indignation. To engage in battle or to retreat, such was the essence of true wisdom and valor. "Are you not yet aware?" Shen Han furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with displeasure upon hearing Su Wanqing's words. "Young master, what troubles you?" 3 breathless attendants hastened to inquire. Other young nobles soon followed suit. The marks of Yang Yaozu's assault marred Shen Han's visage, exuding a raw ferocity. He muttered, "What is this?" With a faint smile, Su Wanqing replied, "It is something that bites. After drawing blood, it is prone to infections, including tetanus, necessitating prompt preventive measures, as she had previously taken the initiative to clean the courtyard." Gently, she caressed the alcohol-soaked gauze in her hand, preparing to disinfect and bandage the wound. Shen Han's brow knitted in contemplation as he gazed at the ribbon on his arm, his expression growing peculiar. A sense of disquiet enveloped the onlookers, who were unsure of the nature of their discourse. They jested. "Miss Su, you too are injured. Do not be biased. Assist us in bandaging as well." Wanqing, chuckling, added, "I am wounded too. Lend me your aid." A jovial youth chimed in, "Young master, we have grown up together, sharing in both fortune and misfortune. How could this enchanting maiden's assistance be an exception?" A curious child inquired, "Who is this fairy?" With a slight smile, Su Wanqing responded, "She is your new friend." A beauty? Despite her usual stern demeanor, she may harbor an unrecognized tenderness within. Shan Han frowned. "What is it that you desire?" Su Wanqing, with a hint of curiosity, regarded him. "Might you take me to see your ice cellar?"
Ah?
"You possess an ice cellar? Is that true?"
Su Wanqing exclaimed in surprise.
She merely wished to explore the possibility of unforeseen discoveries, for her noble status might afford her knowledge of rare treasures. "It seems you have plotted this all along," Shan Han remarked, his gaze questioning. With a sigh, Su Wanqing replied, "I am but a benevolent soul who aids those in distress." Shan Han, hearing this, shook his head in resignation. "Very well. In light of your sincere intentions, I shall gift you something." He then stepped forward, wishing to avoid discussing the matter in front of the children. Everyone might attempt to deduce the changes corresponding to the previous names within this narrative, as I believe they can appreciate the diverse meanings and emotional atmospheres. How did the conflict arise? A youth named Shan Han pondered Su Wanqing's inquiry. Mr. Wang An's dispute with Yang Yaozu ultimately culminated in a brawl, as answered by a young lady named Su Wanqing. On the other side, a certain distance lingered between Su Wanqing and the group of youths. Although the original protagonist was youthful, she felt somewhat bewildered by the younger generation in this world. The chasm between them seemed insurmountable, as if their words could not find common ground. Volume 1, Chapter 49. Strict regulations after tending to her wound. Su Wanqing adjusted her attire and resolved to depart temporarily. She arrived at the edge of this world, her heart burdened with uncertainty and confusion. To prevent infection, avoid contact with water and refrain from drinking alcohol, she advised. Upon hearing the mention of wine, Shan Han's eyes sparkled with eagerness. "Where can one procure fine wine?" "This is an establishment of the upper echelons. How about treating me to a drink?" "It is not that I prevent you, but the regulations here are stringent. Even I cannot enter." Su Wanqing sighed in exasperation. After a series of explorations, they stumbled upon a well-known inn in the capital. Within its confines, they discovered a tranquil corner to indulge in leisurely pursuits. The establishment boasted song, dance, fine wine, and exquisite cuisine, all served by attentive staff. Su Wanqing surveyed the surroundings, marveling, "Here, we relish rare comfort and tranquility." The architectural embellishments were breathtaking, reminiscent of an elegant palace untouched by the clamor of the world. Open year-round, it welcomed guests at all hours, filled with laughter and merriment. The young men secured a private room with excellent soundproofing, akin to a serene office. Within, they reveled in the joys and freedoms of youth. In the elegant chamber on the second floor, dancers twirled gracefully, while the youths gathered around the table, savoring delectable dishes and fine wines. Despite Su Wanqing's earlier cautions against drinking and contact with water, they seemed to revel in indulgence and revelry. "Ah, let them be." Su Wanqing sighed, recognizing the complexity and unfamiliarity of this world for them. She simply hoped to find her own peace and happiness amidst it all. Before long, the youths remained in a state of delightful inebriation, their spirits still buoyant. The wine spilled upon the bandages was mottled, yet the youth's exuberance undoubtedly heightened the festive atmosphere. "Is this not a woman untouched by worldly grime?" Shan Han raised his cup, mockingly toasting Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing felt somewhat hazy, her curiosity piqued regarding Shan Han, the object of admiration among many. "Ladies, savor the essence of this night of revelry." Shan Han's words were laced with jest and irony. The group erupted in laughter, and Shan Han wore a playful smirk, seemingly alluding to Su Wanqing's beauty. This woman, as lovely as a flower, conceals a heart unwilling to be bound by societal constraints.
Ken han suddenly declared.
Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing exhibited a contemplative expression. She felt no connection with these youths. Why were they so fervently inviting her to partake in the night's festivities? "Not necessary. I have my own path to tread," Su Wanqing decisively declined, appearing uncomfortable with the atmosphere. The others seemed oblivious to her discontent, only amplifying the laughter and gaiety. One suave gentleman approached, gently inquiring, "Might I ask if the young lady is betrothed?" Su Wanqing paused, her brow furrowing in confusion as she regarded him. She had never anticipated encountering such a question in this setting. "You are," she blurted out. The handsome young man, a male model in their midst, softly replied. The laughter of the youthful crowd grew more boisterous at those words. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly, as if she were caught off guard. Fear not, dear maiden. We are here solely to elicit a smile from you. A slenderly clad man approached and gracefully seated himself beside Su Wanqing. At that moment, Shen Han seemed to bond effortlessly with the boys, leading Su Wanqing into the unique revelry of this bustling marketplace. Observing their interactions, Su Wanqing felt a blend of curiosity and bewilderment. How could one miss the opportunity to showcase oneself in such delightful surroundings? What if I were to unveil my veil? Embracing rather than fearing the wit and charm of these young lads? As she prepared to depart, she cast a glance back at the scene, sighing. Unable to forget it, Su Wanqing's heart brimmed with yearning to shine, yet she found herself unable to grasp the moment. The preciousness of life. Why not unleash courage and dreams in such a place? Why must I be a mere participant in their games? I shall forge ahead boldly. With determination, she clenched her teeth, extended her delicate hand, and raised the cup to her face to drink. How splendid, indeed. Shen Han could not contain his laughter at the sight. In the residence of the Northern Duke, one could procure anything with but a word. Here lay a feast of delights, catering to every desire. I shall display my talents. Su Wanqing's gaze was resolute. Shen Han, moved by her words, coughed lightly, inquiring, what does it mean, to display one's talents? What is greed? To express oneself is to honor the time we have. What of morality? Moving forward is where the true self resides. Wanqing pounded the table, filled with fervor. Brotherly bonds run deep. Let us drink heartily. Come, raise this cup together. Amidst the joyous laughter, the night quietly descended. Within the study of the Northern Duke, Xin Jing pondered deeply. Setting his pen aside, he gazed out at the night sky, overwhelmed with contemplation. The day's events had been numerous, and he had lost track of time. His eyes fell upon a small vial on the table, a special ointment meticulously crafted by Yun. This ointment was designed to diminish scars and heal wounds, rendering the skin smoother and more refined. Due to its rare and precious ingredients, its efficacy rivaled that of professional skincare creams. A gift from Bai Yan in the past, he had hesitated to use it. If only he could showcase its effects today, he would undoubtedly gain renown. Yet, if this woman desired the ointment, why did she not mention it? She ought to know that her capabilities could be met. In a certain era, upon hearing her name, Xin Jing felt a flicker of doubt arise. This woman had persistently sought ways to distance herself from him, while he remained entangled in these fruitless endeavors. Reflecting on the troubles she had caused him of late, his brow furrowed. In the rear courtyard of the Duke's residence, the east garden lay silent, save for the busy figure of the maid, Caillou. She had been tirelessly devising ways to escape him while he remained mired in these futile pursuits. She had contemplated evading him, yet he only brought her continual distress. Xin Jing glared, setting down the vial, and turned to leave in his wheelchair. After a few paces, he halted again, perplexed and angered by her actions. Where is the lady? Xin Jing inquired, as Caillou laid down her tasks and bowed respectfully. My lord, are you aware of the lady's condition? She is yet to return. Caillou's voice was tinged with tension. Xin Jing's brow knitted. Why had she not returned at this late hour? Caillou lowered her head, replying softly, perhaps some unforeseen circumstance has arisen. She should return shortly. As their conversation unfolded, Xin Jing recognized that this woman, seemingly brash, harbored a complex psychological state. He pondered inwardly, could she truly be unafraid of anything? Moments later, a mysterious figure appeared. It was presumed that the hidden guards of the Duke's residence had uncovered crucial evidence and confirmed the troubling situation. Xin Jing was engulfed in shock and fury. Silently, he turned, lost in thought as the actions of this woman reignited his inner turmoil. Ultimately, he made a swift decision. Search. Several guards sprang into action like celestial soldiers. Within mere minutes, the woman in question returned, reeking of alcohol, yet showed no sign of halting her advance. Xin Jing's heart swelled with anger and disappointment at her disheveled appearance. Volume 1, Chapter 50. Better than I, he commanded. Let us go. Thus, Linged Song led Shen Han away from the Duke's residence. They stumble down the cobblestone street towards the unsteady elder, supported by Su Wanqing. The proximity weighed heavily upon them. Shun Han himself swayed, clearly intoxicated, and as they drew nearer, the pungent scent of alcohol wafted toward them. He hiccuped, his cheeks flushed, exclaiming, "I never expected you to outshine me." The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment and rage, unable to comprehend why this woman would act so excessively, surpassing even their wildest expectations. They began to conduct a thorough investigation into her actions, seeking the truth and a resolution. Su Wanqing wished to voice her thoughts, but suddenly felt a chill wash over her. In an instant, her vision blurred, as if she were enveloped in a fog, the ground undulating beneath her feet. She realized, with startling clarity, that some events had become utterly unpredictable. Never had she anticipated that the potency of this distilled drink would be so overwhelming. The high alcohol content felt like the proverbial last straw that could break the camel's back. Yet, amid this haze, her footing wavered, while Shun Han appeared even less stable. She grasped his arm tightly, striving to hoist him from the ground. Shun Han, dizzy and dazed, stared blankly ahead, as if any fall would lead him into an abyss. In the haze, he seemed to discern the grand entrance before him, emblazoned with the name of the Northern Duke's residence, his heart swelling with confusion and apprehension. The night deepened, yet he dared not relax his vigilance. He endeavored to maintain clarity, stating, "This is indeed the Northern Duke's residence. It is unsafe for a lady to return at such a late hour." Su Wanqing smiled faintly at his words, replying resolutely, "I have arrived." However, her footing faltered, as though she were tumbling into a chasm. At that moment, she caught sight of the man approaching slowly from the distance. He stood at the entrance, exuding a chilling aura that sent a shiver down Su Wanqing's spine. He glanced down at her veil, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Su Wanqing felt a mix of surprise and an inexplicable emotion as she gazed at him. His words struck her heart like a fierce storm. "Uncle." Beside them, Shenjing remained silent, simply reaching out to tear away Su Wanqing's veil. In that instant, it was as though a bolt of lightning had illuminated the night sky, and a torrent of unnameable feelings surged within Su Wanqing. In a moment of clarity, she seemed to recall the exquisite young woman with whom she had once shared drinks and games at Fengke Tower, Shaoqing. Memories of their cherished moments flooded her mind, stirring a complex wave of emotions within her. "Uncle, the woman has entered the Phoenix Pavilion today and summoned 20 handsome men to accompany her. I advised her, but she stubbornly clings to her insatiable desires, prioritizing her recovery. Alas, does such behavior not disrespect you, uncle? You must consider dismissing her." Shenjing's gaze was as profound as the night, seemingly concealing a hint of contemplation within the darkness. Shun Han sighed softly, "Uncle, this matter is truly shocking. I suspect my cousin is colluding with this woman, intending to coerce her into writing a letter of dismissal. Her frivolous demeanor is indeed perplexing." Before he could finish, a sudden flash of light cut through the dim street. Shenjing gently drew a finely crafted short sword from his sleeve, its cold gleam chilling. Shun Han's expression turned grave in an instant, his heart alert. Passers-by hurriedly avoided the scene, not daring to approach. Shenjing's eyes fell upon the unsteady Su Wanqing, and he finally uttered 3 words. "Phoenix Pavilion?" Su Wanqing's face turned pale, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Kai Yu and the others, upon hearing this, were filled with uncertainty. Shenjing continued, "She has chosen 20 handsome men to accompany her, and still, alas." His words betrayed a hint of displeasure and anger. And Kai Yu and the others understood Shenjing's stance. Their fears had finally materialized. Just then, a figure darted out of the crowd like a bolt of lightning. It was Ling Song. He grasped Su Wanqing's arm anxiously, exclaiming, "Madam, I shall take you home." The crowd immediately grew vigilant, searching for an escape route, fearing discovery by Shenjing. Su Wanqing, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of panic. She staggered to steady herself, her gaze betraying a barely perceptible confusion. At that moment, she bore the weight of pressure, facing an uncertain future. Thus, this conflict unfolded like a dream upon the stone steps at the gate of the Northern Marquis' residence, with the woman isolated like a solitary pawn adrift in a game. "Oh dear, madam," What troubles you? Caillou approached with trepidation, striving to support Su Wanqing. What ails you, Su Wanqing? You appear so pale. Ling Tsong entrusted her to Caillou, his heart brimming with questions. Caillou busied herself caring for Su Wanqing until all was in order. At that moment, Su Wanqing felt dizzy, as if she were slipping into slumber. Shen Jing's gaze wandered over her, stirring a vague, indescribable emotion within him. Noticing her unusual behavior, he felt a twinge of doubt, sensing an enigmatic aura surrounding her, as if she concealed a secret. After a long pause, Shen Jing finally inquired, Su Wanqing, what is the matter? Yet, Su Wanqing seemed oblivious, her face as pale as snow. Suddenly, she sat upright, and Shen Jing's heart tightened, as if drawn by an inexplicable force. He couldn't help but wonder, Su Wanqing, what has befallen you? At that moment, she appeared as ethereal as the moonlight, her skin flawless and her collarbone delicate, her features well-defined. As he gazed further, Shen Jing's attention was captivated, and he finally discerned her mysterious allure. It dawned on him that this might be a secret worthy of deeper investigation. What is happening? At that moment, a force jolted Shen Jing from his tumultuous thoughts. His arm was tightly grasped, their faces mere inches apart, their breaths intertwined. Shen Jing's heart raced, his breathing uneven. The intoxicating fragrance of wine emanated from Su Wanqing, mingled with an alluring femininity. Oh, what troubles you? Are you fatigued? A man asked. Su Wanqing, in a daze, swung her fist toward Shen Jing, pinning him beneath her. Wanqing, cease this folly. Shen Jing furrowed his brow in exasperation. Can you not speak without such seriousness?
Wanqing mumbled.
Shen Jing's expression darkened. Where had she found herself? It seemed she had become a part of the legendary Phoenix Pavilion. In a fit of anger, he seized Su Wanqing's arm, and as she abruptly lifted her head, their lips met unexpectedly. Shen Jing's mind was clouded with confusion, unaware of what had transpired, yet feeling the weight of her proximity. However, she quickly regained her composure, gazing in astonishment at the disheveled woman before her. Her drunken demeanor was unbelievable, yet imbued with a hint of tenderness and charm. Under the flickering candlelight, she appeared hazy with intoxication, her flushed cheeks bearing an air of mystery. Chapter 1, Section 51. Bad news without the embellishments of flowery language. It resembled an enchanting painting. Su Wanqing's lips trembled softly, emanating an irresistible allure. Shen Jing swallowed hard, feeling a heat rise to his chest. She lay in his hands as if weightless. In the clash between the genders, he found himself filled with many questions and curiosities. Yet he recognized his shortcomings in matters of romance, though he did not shun interactions with other women. A chilling scream escaped Su Wanqing's lips, followed by sporadic sobs. She abruptly awakened from her sleep, her heartbeat echoing in the room. Before her lay a terrifying scene, and her heart raced in panic. The events of her dream had been too bizarre and frightening. Su Wanqing sat up, the remnants of her hangover causing discomfort. She lay back down for a moment, her heart a tumult of emotions, pondering what her dream had entailed. Bad news, she found herself ensnared in a heart-stopping dream, abruptly jolted awake. In this dream, a man sat quietly beside her, and though she did not grasp the reason, a sense of tension and worry enveloped her. At that moment, Shen Jing regarded her with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. Deep as the night, her heart ached inexplicably, as she had indeed dreamt of Shen Jing's appearance. She felt him entering her world from an unknown realm. Mingling with the beauties of her inner court, she slowly sat up, observing the unfamiliar Shen Jing before her, her confusion intensifying, until he gently spoke. You are awake? She abruptly lifted her head, seeking confirmation of whether this was merely a dream. Su Wanqing's face turned pale in an instant, her gaze awkwardly shifting toward the window. Yet the scenes from her dream mirrored reality so closely that it left her feeling disoriented. She attempted to explain, I just heard the voices of 20 men in my dream, and I do not know what it was all about. However, her tone revealed a hint of pleading and embarrassment. Shen Jing regarded her with an expression of intrigue and depth. He sat quietly at the edge of the bed, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly awaiting her response. He slowly posed the question, how long has this man been here? What was said in your dreams? Her emotions surged, turbulent and unsettled. Yet the dream had become a part of reality, perhaps offering a chance to amend past regrets. She lowered her head, releasing a deep sigh, unable to foresee the future. Though she was perplexed and uncertain, she realized that this might be the play of fate, and she could only confront and accept reality. With a faint smile, she chose to savor this warm yet fleeting journey through her dream. Wanqing understood that she could never admit the truth, immediately declaring with righteous indignation, "I am the wife of the Marquis. How could I dream of another?" Jing, upon hearing these words, perceived a glimmer of inquiry in his eyes. He cast a casual glance at Wanqing, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. It is rumored that before the lady entered the Marquis's residence, she harbored affections for the sixth prince, and now she has deeply entrenched feelings for the Marquis. What hidden truths lie behind this? Wanqing, upon hearing this, felt a pang in her heart, yet her expression remained resolute. Rumors are merely rumors. I speak only the truth. Though my status is lowly, I understand the importance of honoring emotions. I have come here today solely to demonstrate my sincerity. Her words emanated sincerity and determination, stirring a flicker of emotion within Jing. He appeared to be moved by her candor, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. Very well. I shall put you to the test. After a prolonged silence, Jing regained his composure. You are quite eloquent. Thus, I shall accept your challenge. I am willing to risk life and limb for the Marquis, dedicating myself wholeheartedly. Wanqing immediately knelt in gratitude, fearing that Jing might rescind his acceptance. Her smile was filled with genuine joy, akin to the most beautiful scenes in a film. Since her entry into the Marquis's residence, this woman had continually pushed the limits of his patience, her face now radiating a sense of liberated joy. Although she was already known for her cunning, he remained displeased. As the most powerful figure in the capital, the Marquis of Northern Town had always been acclaimed for his talents since childhood. Yet he had shunned the spotlight for various reasons. Now, for the first time, he began to question his own allure, igniting curiosity about the reasons behind it. Even in battle-scarred states, confined to a wheelchair, throngs of admirers sought to curry favor with her, and countless women vied for a chance to marry into the Marquis's family. Yet, this Wanqing seemed to avoid him at all costs. However, at this moment, she was filled with a yearning for freedom and liberation. He finally understood that this woman might harbor unspeakable secrets and reasons behind her behavior. Jing took a deep breath and inquired, "Has the lady left any words behind?" If she truly wished to depart, she would not have left without a word, nor would she have uttered such absurd reasoning. Seeing her hurriedly fleeing figure, Kaiwa nervously bowed. Marquis? Although she was afraid, she recognized the gravity of the situation and could only comply. Jing observed Sayue's trembling form, his heart growing more perplexed. He gazed out the window at the receding figure, suddenly realizing that Wanqing appeared to be far from ordinary. Soon, matters began to progress. He understood that to resolve this issue completely, an in-depth investigation was imperative. Sayue's initially anxious demeanor gradually eased, and Jing finally realized where he had faltered. Ultimately, he grasped that Wanqing's unusual behavior was not a matter of competing with other women, but rather that she possessed hidden secrets and reasons. Meanwhile, after Jing departed from the eastern courtyard, Wanqing quietly returned to her chamber. She had intended to take a stroll to clear her mind, but hurriedly left the courtyard, only to realize how disheveled she looked after her hangover. Her hair was in disarray, and her clothes were dust-laden. It would have been one thing to walk out like this and face ridicule, but she feared becoming the subject of gossip the following day, which would lead to some embarrassing situations. Thus, she hastily sought a place to hide, only to find herself the subject of rumors within the Marquis's residence. This unwarranted speculation left her utterly bewildered. Wanqing felt a sense of doubt, but did not delve deeper. Her thoughts were solely focused on escaping the Marquis's residence. After a brief pause, the maid Kaiwa entered with a box of food. Noticing Wanqing sitting in front of the vanity with a puzzled expression, she curiously asked, "Where did the lady go last night?" The Marquis was quite vexed upon discovering that you were absent from the residence and sent people searching for you everywhere. Do you know what transpired? Wanqing seemed to come to her senses upon being asked, shaking her head. How did I leave my room? It was Mr. Ling Song who brought you back. The Marquis accompanied him, but seeing your poor condition, he stayed by your side the entire time. Stayed by my side? Su Wanqing was taken aback by this revelation. How could she feel as if someone had been watching over her in the Marquis's residence? Prompted by Tsayue's question, Su Wanqing's stomach began to growl with hunger. She accepted the warm porridge that Kaiwe offered, savoring it bite by bite, and softly said, "Are you certain you are not mistaken? How could he possibly have stayed here watching over me?" Volume 1, Chapter 52. Someone has been watching over her. Tsayue's eyes widened. My lady, are you joking? How could I mistake the Marquis? Furthermore, if it were not for the Marquis guarding you, I would not have dared to leave your side. Watched over for an entire night? Su Wanqing furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion creeping in. Could it be that someone in this residence had indeed been watching over her? Seeing her apparent bewilderment, Kaiwe continued to explain. This is a sign of the Marquis's special concern and affection for you.
Could it be that he is?
Su Wanqing froze at the thought, her mind swirling with confusion and disbelief. Yet, simultaneously, she felt touched by such deep sentiment and love. Very well, eat. Once you finish, all your questions will dissipate. Kaiwe took the steamed bun and thoughtfully analyzed. My lady, I see this as a good omen. However, it is wise to remain cautious. Su Wanqing perceived the hint in Tsayue's words. Gradually, she understood. It is indeed hard to believe that Xinjing would fall in love with a woman. After pondering for a moment, she smiled faintly and then drank the warm porridge in one go. Tsayue's face lit up with delight as she continued. The Marquis's attention towards you has only increased. Not only did he allow you to accompany him to the palace banquet, but he also made a special visit to wish your father a happy birthday. He must truly have genuine feelings for you. Is that true? Su Wanqing was filled with doubts and curiosity. Indeed, my lady, Kaiwe affirmed, his deep affection for you is undeniable. You must cherish this feeling. The two exchanged smiles and continued to revel in the beauty of this night. On the main thoroughfare of the capital, life went on as usual. The townsfolk hurried about, buying vegetables, working, and some indulged in leisure and playful banter. Early in the morning, small vendors had set up their stalls, and mobile merchants were calling out their wares. Even earlier, some businesses had opened shops amid the bustling cries, offering fresh fruits and hot breakfast dishes. Passers-by paused to select their desired foods. The once harmonious scene was abruptly disrupted by a sudden gasp from the crowd, an invisible force pulling everyone aside to make way. A wide path emerged, revealing a magnificent tiger striding proudly at the end of the road. This colossal creature, nearly 10 feet long, with a tail measuring 3 feet, had 4 strong legs that whipped through the air like steel whips. Its eyes, resembling 2 brilliant black pearls, shone with intensity, and a grand character representing king adorned its head, leaving onlookers awestruck. Bathed in the morning light, the tiger's glossy coat gleamed, and its sharp teeth sparkled. Its majesty and dominance were particularly striking among the crowd. 4 spirited young men surrounded the tiger, serving it like noblemen's attendants. The surrounding spectators, terrified by this stunning sight, distanced themselves, murmuring in hushed tones. In this era, all kinds of people exist. Some grumbled in dissatisfaction, yet dared not speak loudly, realizing that this was no ordinary occurrence. This must be the legendary Mongshan giant tiger. Some speculated, noting that the court had lost considerable manpower in its capture. Surely, this tiger is not easily tamed. A whisper emerged from the crowd, inquiring whether it was true that the creature consumed several dozen pounds of meat at a time, and that it must be live prey. The extravagance of these noble families was indeed astonishing. Another soul lamented, questioning the necessity of tormenting the fierce tiger. Su Wanqing, concealed within the throng, observed the majestic beast in silence, a tide of inexplicable emotions swelling within her. This tiger might very well be the trial bestowed upon her by Xinjing. Just 2 days prior, Xinjing had remarked, "Since you possess a silver tongue, my lady, persuade this tiger to return to Mongshan." His words seemed to carry profound implications. An unsettling thought crossed her mind. Did this tiger genuinely belong to the 6th prince, or was it merely a rare beast captured for sport? Why did its painful history and the tumult of the common folk seem to linger in the air? Perhaps, under the pursuit of the powerful, Events would unfold in a manner unlike the ordinary. Amidst such observations and discussions, the wide road suddenly expanded their view. The crowd began to disperse, seemingly intent on leaving the enigmatic atmosphere behind. The tiger-esque display of ferocity at the grand beast fighting spectacle earned the admiration of none other than the emperor, who conferred upon it the title of dominant. This incident concluded with a sigh from the emperor. Ultimately, Xinjing was detained for a few days due to his violations, only to resolve the matter thereafter. However, during his confinement, unexpected events transpired within the palace. How would Xinjing confront the return of this formidable tiger to the wilderness? A frown creased her brow, for she had already devised a plan in her mind. In this opulent city, countless affluent families kept pets. Though this small establishment catered specifically to the elite, its purpose was not solely to accommodate large animals. At that moment, the proprietor was filled with anxiety, pondering how to relocate the tiger to a secluded area. Meanwhile, Wanqing witnessed the tiger being led into a small shop by a group of audacious youths. She quickly concealed her face and hurried in their direction. The noblemen of the capital, along with the palace concubines, often kept pets to add delight to their lives. Cats, dogs, and rabbits were commonplace among the common folk, while aggressive creatures like tigers, wolves, snakes, and spiders were relatively rare. Upon entering the shop, the youths who had previously displayed bravado fled in terror. Wanqing could not help but smirk at their haughty expressions, filled with curiosity. Prince Huajingye, accustomed to a life of ease as a royal, seemed somewhat oblivious to the reality of attempting to tame a tiger as his steed. Were it not for Xinjing's intervention, one could only imagine that one day the prince might become a meal for his beloved pet. Within the shop, besides the anxious proprietor, there was a young sales assistant, likely a relative. He appeared weak-kneed and unsure. "Treat the dominant well, and you'll reap the rewards," one of the young men exclaimed, tossing a silver ingot into the air. Though they had shared brief interactions with the tiger, they dared not disturb the public. So today they had come out early, aiming to serve the tiger diligently. After all, their livelihood depended on it. In addition to the proprietor and the young assistant, another staff member was bathing the tiger and giving it a full-body massage. This was akin to a grand pampering in the pet world, a gesture of affection and respect for the magnificent creature. The young man was fortunate. The tiger seemed sated and showed no signs of aggression, cooperating fully with the bathing and massage. In the final chapter, the shop's backyard had been prepared with a sunlit area for the tiger to bask and display its splendid coat. Although the four youths, known as the tiger walking crew, felt varying degrees of trepidation towards the beast, they could not entirely suppress their feelings, and each close encounter brought a tightening in their chests. The tiger of this forest was under watchful eyes, bound by rules. Moreover, the tranquil tiger basking in the sun was now alone, the four having retreated. This challenge, though slightly perilous, possessed a remarkable allure. As a reward, the four sat nearby, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. At that moment, Wanqing fortuitously stumbled upon the scene. The tiger slowly turned, its gaze falling upon a deep purple pom-pom rolling gently on the ground. It squinted slightly, seemingly lost in thought. Then, with a graceful roll, it resumed basking in the sunlight. Leaning against the wall, Wanqing wore a look of confusion. This tiger was indeed peculiar. Could it be that it did not enjoy pom-poms like a cat? She speculated that perhaps such an object was unfamiliar to it in ancient times, hence its disinterest. Setting aside her musings, she produced a cat teaser she had crafted and gently tossed it towards the lounging tiger. The tiger appeared oblivious to her action, but as she wiggled the teaser, it finally displayed a flicker of curiosity. Encouraged by this response, Wanqing shook the teaser with renewed vigor, urging, "Come on, dear tiger, let's have some fun." In that moment, she felt as though she had stepped into the realm of a sea maiden. The tiger-esque gaze gradually sharpened on the pom-pom, yet it did not immediately extend its claws. After a moment, it languidly closed its eyes, seemingly reveling in the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Wanqing was astonished by the compelling effect of her actions. Memories of the once majestic teaser surfaced in her mind. Suddenly, the tiger seemed to grasp something. Its round eyes met hers, and as she approached, it displayed a hint of surprise. She gently called out, "Hero," and added, "Good boy, are you looking for a mate?" If so, come find me. The tiger seemed drawn to her call, finally turning its head. Su Wanqing continued, don't sleep. If you're seeking a partner, come find me. Her words conveyed a sense of determination and anticipation. The tiger appeared to be touched by her enthusiasm and ultimately lay back down to continue its slumber. Su Wanqing could not help but remark, what a proud creature you are. Observing her surroundings, she noticed that the tiger's hind legs were bound with thick iron chains. Previously, while it was led on walks, it had been contained within a wheeled iron cage equipped with protective coverings. Now, to allow it to bask in the sun, the cage had been cleaned and securely locked in the yard. Su Wanqing suddenly understood. She had initially thought the tiger was mimicking her actions, but perhaps it was subtly indicating its confinement? It seemed to yearn for freedom, perhaps longing to escape? Truly, the tiger was as impressive as its reputation suggested, displaying not only intelligence but also the ability to communicate through body language. There was indeed a reason why Hua Jingye insisted on taming it as a mount. Internally, Su Wanqing silently applauded the tiger. She glanced around to ensure no one was watching and stepped closer, whispering, though this is a bit tricky. I cannot release you just yet. After all, this is the capital, and if I were to let you go, you might run amok. However, Mongshan is nearby. Perhaps you can find a way for those four to escort you to the city gates. In the depths of Mongshan, the tiger exuded a formidable aura. If you could manage to persuade those four individuals to escort you to the city gate, I would find a way to liberate you. Should you muster the strength to dash into the mountains. Do you comprehend? After scrutinizing the tiger's physical details, Su Wanqing discerned a peculiar fact. Her lone remaining needle was, in fact, a collector's item. What a curious twist of fate. She maintained a respectful distance from the tiger, leisurely strolling around the courtyard. Eventually, she approached a massive iron pillar, inspecting it closely. The pillar was entwined with iron chains and secured with a substantial lock, clearly impervious to brute force. This tiger was indeed a paragon among its kind, brawny and robust, perhaps having endured certain trials that lent it an air of gravitas. Su Wanqing spoke softly, I shall take my leave now. I hope you will exercise caution. She inhaled deeply, her gaze unwavering as she met the tiger's eyes, which were fixed intently upon her, revealing a mix of authority and vigilance. The manner in which the tiger responded to her words was indeed enigmatic. She curled upon the ground, her voice gentle. Young man, I came seeking my beloved pet, only to encounter this magnificent beast in the backyard. It has truly frightened me. Could you assist me? My legs are quite. The youth, approximately 17 or 18, felt a sudden tightening in his chest upon this unexpected turn of events. He stepped forward, grasping her hand. At that moment, a cloud of uncertainty loomed in his mind. Did he sense something amiss? He endeavored to converse with her, hoping to uncover a way to navigate this predicament. Within the tea house by the city's edge, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. That day had begun with splendid weather. Yet Su Wanqing found herself ensnared in an invisible maelstrom. She spent a protracted afternoon in this unfamiliar locale. Just as she wavered on whether to remain, a sudden disturbance quickened her heartbeat. As she rose, several audacious youths gasped in alarm. Whispers of unease rippled through the crowd. The four young men appeared anxious, unsure of what misfortune had befallen them, their eyes betraying a hint of dread. Determined, Su Wanqing pinpointed a relatively safe refuge on a nearby stone, gazing intently toward the wooded area behind her. Her fingers trembled slightly as she subtly indicated towards their direction and the impending city gate. Indeed, this majestic tiger could comprehend human speech. A flicker of surprise crossed the youth's eyes, soon replaced by a resolute expression. As the tiger's movements grew increasingly frenetic, the four young men found themselves ensnared in a web of curiosity and panic, torn between the desire to thwart the tiger and the need to devise a strategy to defuse the situation. Noticing their escalating reactions, Su Wanqing steadied herself. Observing the anxious and frantic demeanor of the youth, a surge of courage welled within her. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely made up her mind. She swiftly procured a length of rope, carefully securing the tiger's movable cage. Then, she deftly jumped down from the iron cage, key in hand, poised for action. After several attempts, she finally succeeded in retrieving the key, holding it triumphantly. In that instant, she perceived a glimmer of hope flickering before her. Among the crowd awaiting at the city gate, Su Wanqing's figure radiated determination and bravery. She inhaled deeply, her fingers gently caressing the tiger's fur, her heart brimming with anticipation and resolve. When the ferocious tiger finally burst forth from the city gate, a wave of relief and gratitude surged through her. She understood that her efforts had not been in vain. The tale between her and this mighty tiger was perhaps only just beginning. In Chapter 54 of Volume 1, Enscathed at heart, it was unexpected to find that beneath its fierce exterior, the tiger bore numerous wounds, evidence not of natural combat, but of the scars left by domestication. Despite its battered form, its essence remained untainted. How remarkable it was for such a creature to be so thoroughly vanquished. Its pride and dignity were ignited in that moment. Compassion welled up within Su Wanqing, and inadvertently, the lock fell to the ground, the small door of the cage swinging open. In an instant, the vibrant tiger felt the loosening of its bonds and sprang forth, its powerful legs propelling it off the ground, its fur stretching in the freedom of movement.
Wanqing,
Still atop the cage, was caught off guard by inertia and tumbled to the ground. Yet, the situation was far more dire than merely taking a fall. As she sat up, supporting herself on her waist, an overwhelming fury surged through her. She locked eyes with the tiger, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. "Shunjing, save me," Su Wanqing murmured, her gaze shifting to the tiger. She became aware of a group of people trailing behind her, scattering as the mighty beast emerged from its confinement. Silence enveloped the city. Outside, only Su Wanqing and the tiger remained, both ensnared in a predicament of helplessness. An unknown fate loomed over this enigmatic figure. Indeed, the tiger was no ordinary creature. Su Wanqing gazed at the cold, stern figure of Xinjing, a ripple of unrest stirring within her. She felt both defiance and an understanding that this was merely an animal, driven by its primal instincts. She needed to remain composed, seeking an opportunity to escape this perilous situation. Amidst the tiger's struggles, Su Wanqing silently resolved to seek a way to liberate this imprisoned beast. "Or, shall we let it go?" she replied in a low voice. Shunjing did not turn, yet ripples of thought stirred within him. He recognized that this woman dared to challenge a ferocious beast to complete her trial. How dissatisfied was she with him? Did she truly seek a release from their bond? "If we simply let it go, the consequences will be yours to bear." Xinjing's voice turned colder. Su Wanqing was taken aback, suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable panic. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. Just as she prepared to explain, the tiger unexpectedly rose from the ground, charging towards them without restraint. Xinjing's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily retreated, but the tiger's speed was too swift. A claw struck him forcefully across the chest. Su Wanqing witnessed the scene, her heart racing in turmoil. She realized that Xinjing had been distracted by her, leading to his injury. She intended to divert the tiger's attention, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air. A swift arrow soared through the sky, aimed directly at Xinjing's back.
"Run!"
Xinjing bellowed, and Su Wanqing instinctively turned to evade. The arrow grazed past him, sending chills of terror coursing through her. She glanced towards the source of the arrow, discovering that it was fired by a guard atop the city wall. Understanding dawned upon her. This beast was, in fact, protecting her. A miraculous event unfolded as the tiger, in a sudden twist, turned its body, using its back to intercept the arrows one by one.
Wanqing narrowly escaped disaster.
"The mighty beast is saving me?" She pondered in awe. She finally comprehended that this formidable creature was not merely a wild animal. It was akin to a guardian, using its strength to shield her. Though ensnared, the tiger remained a beast at heart. Were it human, how could it attack with such ferocity? Faced with the tiger's unexpected approach, Su Wanqing found herself at a loss. The tiger gently nudged her arm with its nose, seemingly attempting to convey goodwill. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly extended her hand, softly stroking the tiger's head, whispering, "It appears you are finally free. Go forth and pursue your true path to greatness." Seizing the moment, Xunjing swiftly advanced, delivering a powerful blow to the tiger's temple. Instantly, the tiger, as if awakened from a trance, ceased its wildness and succumbed to slumber. Su Wanqing gazed at the scene before her, her eyes filled with confusion. She stood frozen in place, uncertain of what to do. If she were to step outside Xinjing's protective circle, she would instantly become a target for arrows. However, at that moment, a group of soldiers hurriedly approached from a distance. They chose to temporarily cease their pursuit instead of continuing to fire. What was happening?
Wanqing questioned, bewildered.
Xinjing observed the soldiers' actions with a hint of anger. This woman seemed still preoccupied with the matter of that fierce feast, while he could only watch helplessly as she risked being struck. Above the city walls, Hua Jingye sneered at the hasty retreat of the soldiers, noting that their luck today was indeed poor and their archery skills needed improvement. The soldiers nearby wore grave expressions, acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. They could envision the dire consequences that would follow if they angered the sixth prince. Yet, surprisingly, they had not realized the significance of the two unseen individuals. "Let us go," Xinjing said softly, leading Su Wanqing towards an unknown direction. As they fled, a pang of guilt arose in Su Wanqing's heart. Though instinct drove her actions, she recognized that the tiger might possess qualities not found in humans. When it lunged at her, it may have simply been attempting to express gratitude. At that moment, concern for the tiger's safety welled within her. "Xinjing, why are you doing this?" Su Wanqing asked, filled with doubt. Xinjing smiled slightly. "I did not intend for it to be this way." Meanwhile, atop the city wall, Hua Jingye continued to watch the fleeing soldiers with a cold smile, acknowledging that their unfortunate luck today was indeed frustrating. Yet it suggested they needed to hone their archery skills. Observers among the soldiers murmured in confusion and surprise at the unfolding scene. In any case, the tiger had ultimately escaped danger. Su Wanqing's heart brimmed with both anticipation and worry for its future. The name was changed to 1414. It seemed she was wise enough to conceal her identity. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble she might have stirred. Soon, the two found themselves in an open area. Su Wanqing released Xinjing, removed her mask, and took several deep breaths, her heart brimming with anxiety. Xinjing regarded her with a hint of bewilderment. This gentleman appeared somewhat unsteady. After a brief moment, he was already gasping for air, which did not bode well. Perplexed, Su Wanqing asked, "My lord, are you unwell?" Xinjing did not respond but slightly raised his gaze towards the city gate, his expression contemplative. Su Wanqing inadvertently caught sight of Xinjing's back, which was drenched. And upon closer inspection, she realized it was blood. "My lord," she gasped. Startled by her exclamation, Xinjing instinctively pulled her close, raising his sword in a defensive posture. Their previous interactions had been unremarkable, yet for some reason, this instinctive action made her feel uneasy. Fortunately, her veil concealed her expression. "No, you're injured?"
Wanqing questioned.
Bemused. Xinjing furrowed his brow. "It's nothing serious, merely a minor wound." He reached out, brushing her forehead reassuringly. "Do not worry, I will attend to it shortly." Su Wanqing felt a tightening in her chest, yet maintained her composure. "Is the arrow poisoned?" Xinjing shook his head. "It is not poisoned," he explained. "The Marquis will soon receive an unexpected visitor." Volume 1, Chapter 55. Uncertainty. Su Wanqing felt a sense of relief, yet a foreboding feeling surged within her. In their subsequent conversation, Xinjing displayed remarkable calm and composure. Though he was embroiled in a crisis with a terrifying power, he had yet to encounter any immediate danger. What had transpired? This was a closely guarded secret within the palace. Rumor suggested that the emperor was convening discussions with others to thwart this individual's malevolent deeds. Considering the potential ramifications of his deep ties with the emperor due to this incident, people speculated about the upheaval that might ensue. Some suspected there were other clandestine matters to address. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, as if indifferent to this significant crisis. How would they navigate the multitude of conflicting information? Ultimately, observing and strategizing for the next issue was crucial. Regardless, the absence of surveillance was no longer significant. Let us articulate it differently. Su Wanqing began to speak, but suddenly lost the will to continue. Xinjing's piercing gaze focused on her, asking, "Since you are aware this matter may involve royal secrets, how will you proceed?" Perhaps the temporary alleviation of her inner turmoil allowed curiosity to become a double-edged sword. My lord, even if you return, it must be after your injury heals, Su Wanqing replied. Will you assist me? Xinjing inquired with a smile. Yes, Su Wanqing answered without hesitation. Xinjing's response weighed heavily on her heart. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly remarked, if we do not return promptly, this matter may be exposed. Su Wanqing's expression grew more somber. She had pondered this question deeply. Within the narrative, she had undertaken the mission of the Marquis to dismantle the tyrant's power, yet had concealed her own deceptive lameness. If Hua Jingye had recognized them during his earlier insistence on firing arrows, he might now be hastening towards the Marquis, potentially intending to employ drastic measures. If her ruse were revealed, the crime of deceiving the emperor would be undeniable, with consequences that could be catastrophic. In such tumultuous times, some chose to obscure the truth, perhaps to safeguard themselves and those around them. Ling Song, upon realizing all of this, deduced that the masked woman was undoubtedly the Marquis's wife. As for the individual who rescued her, it might very well be the Marquis himself. He had implemented stringent security measures at the Marquis's entrance. Do you find this somewhat incredible? It seems this enigmatic figure's emergence has disrupted the tranquility of the world. The sixth prince and his entourage visited the Marquis, seemingly in pursuit of the truth. Do you recall the rumors circulating the street about the tiger escaping the city? Ling Song had learned some details about this. He understood that the Marquis and his wife had mentioned the tyrant, leading him to conclude that the audacious masked woman was indeed the Marquis's wife. As for the rescuer, it could very well be the astute and decisive Marquis. What audacity to claim oneself as this king. Hua Jingye sneered disdainfully at Ling Song, prompting all to turn their gaze. Ling Song respectfully replied, Forgive me, sixth prince. Impudence. Hua Jingye erupted in fury. Immediately, his subordinates surrounded him, one of whom was Ai Ping, Hua Jingye's personal guard, who held a status akin to Ling Song's in the Marquis. Having long harbored resentment towards Ling Song, Ai Ping seized the rare opportunity to act, pushing Ling Song aside with a hint of contempt in his voice. Ai guard, don't you think your attitude is overly arrogant? Ling Song steadied himself from the push, a smirk playing on his lips. You, a brash fool, are unworthy of calling yourself this king. Ai Ping's gaze was piercing, his eyes ablaze. As he fixed his stare on Ling Song, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? How dare you blatantly defy the emperor's orders by intruding upon the Marquis's residence? Those present could sense the unmistakable insinuation within Ling Song's words, subtly alluding to the sixth prince behind Ai Ping. The ministers who had followed Hua Jingye dared not draw too close, yet they heard everything distinctly. The Marquis of Jinbei was indeed a formidable individual. He resolutely refused to show his face, not even granting the sixth prince the courtesy he was due. They were merely summoned to fill the ranks. The sixth prince had casually mentioned visiting the Marquis, yet he felt somewhat solitary going alone, prompting the others to nod in agreement. After all, they were well aware that if they were fortunate enough to meet the Marquis, they might receive a commendation for their attentiveness. If not, they would not provoke the sixth prince's ire. At this moment, they ceased to interject. A chilling, sinister smile crept across Hua Jingye's face as he took a deliberate step forward, his presence intensifying. Who do you think you are? Though I may currently be in a predicament, I am not someone you can easily provoke. The crowd recoiled, while Ling Song's gaze remained sharp as ice, unwaveringly fixed on Hua Jingye. The sixth prince could easily dispose of me with a mere word, yet I stand here representing the Jinbei army. This matter requires careful consideration. Ai Ping scoffed derisively, pointing a finger accusingly at him. The emperor holds the Marquis in high regard. The Marquis would not dare to neglect the sixth prince. Should you continue this arrogance, you may find yourself facing dire consequences. Silence enveloped the assembly as they grasped the reality that this was not merely a trivial conflict, but one that could impact the prestige and dynamics of the entire court. Ling Song let out a cold laugh, his voice low and menacing. High regard? If that is the case, I implore you all to remain. It is customary for the Marquis to avoid visitors, since the sixth prince's return to the capital for recuperation, who has not faced the rejection of being turned away. The crowd was puzzled, questioning why they had to come here today. Hua Jingye snorted coldly, his expression darkening. You speak too harshly. Do you not know where your master is today? Is he not within the estate? No comment, Ling Tsong replied, and as his words fell, a formidable aura erupted from him, exerting pressure on the assembly like a cataclysmic force. The crowd's complexion shifted dramatically, terror evident in their eyes as they looked at Ling Tsong. Hua Jingye's eyes widened in anger, unyielding as he retorted, Ling Tsong, you are a fool unaware of your own mortality. Do you think a few tricks can threaten the Marquis' residence? Ling Tsong's lips curled into a chilling smile. If the sixth prince insists on instigating conflict, I shall protect my master with fervor. Do not regret it when the time comes. His voice was cold and resolute, akin to the biting chill of winter winds. A wave of unease swept through the crowd, and Ai Ping felt a shiver run down his spine. He understood that Ling Tsong was not one to exaggerate. His strength surpassed that of everyone present. But what had come over him today? How dare he so brazenly disregard a prince who had emboldened him so? Despite his audacity, this was beyond expected. He evidently possessed both means and conviction. Hua Jingye clenched his fists, his gaze fixed firmly on Ling Tsong, contemplating whether it was prudent to investigate the Marquis' estate. As the two sides faced off, a servant hurriedly emerged from the Marquis' gate, whispering something to Ling Tsong before hastily departing. A cold glimmer flickered in Ling Tsong's eyes as he turned to the sixth prince and the others, stepping aside. Esteemed lords, it was my rudeness. The Marquis requests your presence. Hua Jingye's heart tightened. Could it be that he has returned? The city gates were already guarded, preventing any suspicious individuals from entering. If Xinjing and Su Wanqing dared not show themselves, they would surely be stopped. It seemed there was something amiss within the Marquis' residence. Hua Jingye shot a glance at Ling Tsong, snorting before stepping into the estate, with the others following closely behind. Ling Tsong, just wait and see. Someone muttered as they passed by him. Ling Tsong remained unflustered, though his heart trembled inwardly. He seldom revealed his might, lest he attract trouble for the Marquis' estate. Their previous arrogance stemmed from their awareness of the consequences of intruding upon the Marquis' residence. If they could be obstructed, even without solid evidence proving the Marquis' absence, there would still be a narrative to follow. Fortunately, the Marquis had returned. There existed a secret passage into the estate from the city, which they were well aware of. Thus, it was not surprising that the Marquis and his wife could return so swiftly. Ling Tsong's anxiety mounted as he quickened his pace to keep up with the others. Soon, a tranquil pavilion came into view, the secret locus of the Marquis' estate. The crowd halted, their hearts racing in terror at the scene before the pavilion. What could it be? All eyes converged, witnessing a woman drawing a bow. Her countenance, though unremarkable, now appeared remarkably striking in this moment. Who was she to dare shoot an arrow that struck the shoulder of the Marquis of Jinbei? What could her intention be? Someone could not help but inquire, their voice quavering with tension. Perhaps the Marquis and his wife are merely engaged in play. Did you not see the apple perched upon the Marquis' shoulder? Could this playful banter conceal a deeper secret? The arrow did not appear to be a mere prop. If it missed the apple, would that not imply? Whoosh! Before the woman could finish her thought, Su Wanqing released the arrow from her grasp. Just as her words fell, the arrow struck the apple on the Marquis' shoulder with impeccable accuracy. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Xinjing subtly gestured for silence. Ling Tsong, seeing this, hurried forward to inquire. Su Wanqing smiled slightly, saying, Ling Tsong, I am in good spirits today. Your arrival is timely.
Come.
Assist me in placing this apple properly. The crowd exchanged glances, their confusion deepening. At that moment, though this lady of the Marquis was not conventionally beautiful, she seemed to harbor numerous secrets. Before her lay a perilous challenge. The Marquis was indeed formidable, allowing such liberties. The assembly buzzed with discussion. It is merely a moment of amusement between the two. Hua Jingye scoffed. Yet, as they observed Hua Jingye's increasingly sullen expression, their bewilderment only grew. Amidst the volcanic atmosphere, Su Wanqing chuckled. This is merely the beginning. She cast a meaningful glance at the crowd, her smile laden with significance. We are all experienced individuals here. How can you still dare to cast doubt at this juncture? Her sharp gaze flickered toward Xinjing, laced with mockery. It appears you are faring well, Marquis. I did not expect you to indulge in such frivolities behind closed doors. Shen Jing smiled faintly, countering with a question. Your Highness has come to inquire about my recovery.
Has he not?
Su Wanqing, eager to clarify, interjected, I have come to ascertain the state of your health. Hua Jingye's eyes glinted with curiosity as he scrutinized Ling Tsong. Does the Marquis harbor any medicinal herbs or antidotes within? Ling Tsong, taken aback by the inquiry, quickly responded, none have been discovered yet. Though there are rumors circulating about various remedies associated with this individual. Su Wanqing found this amusing, gesturing for a nearby guard to bring forth the medical supplies. At that moment, a shrewd old physician hurried in, bearing news of the diagnosis. It is indeed an arrow wound inflicted by this individual. Is what this physician claims accurate? Hua Jingye promptly inquired. The old physician's countenance grew grave as he bowed his head to confirm, yes, the poison on the arrowhead is exceedingly potent. It was then confirmed that the shoulder injury sustained by the man at the city gate was indeed a result of an arrow, leading to poisoning.
Doktor Lire Market.
As for the antidote for this individual's poison, it requires rare medicinal herbs. Hua Jingye was taken aback, his heart filled with mounting confusion. Meanwhile, Ling Tsong understood more than he let on, his gaze towards Hua Jingye becoming more serious. Your Highness, this visit is likely not merely to inquire about the illness.
Is it?
Hua Jingye regained his composure, looking at Ling Tsong with profound eyes. What makes you so certain? Without concrete evidence, I remain cautious, harboring considerable doubt. It is well known that the Duke of Northern Town suffered severe injuries while quelling the chaos, and both the people's hearts and the Emperor's hopes are firmly placed upon him. Should he proclaim that he feigned disability without solid proof, it would surely invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. The others exchanged glances upon hearing this news. Why would the sixth prince inquire whether the Duke was poisoned? Did they play with poison while engaged in their marital games? Such actions would be a matter of life and death, rather than mere jest. Su Wanqing took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. She understood that she could not afford any missteps, lest the plan unravel. Hua Jingye furrowed his brow, his thoughts swirling. This Su Wanqing, who once lingered by his side, had allied with Shen Jing against him after a brief time in the Duke's residence? A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he thought, how laughable that this woman speaks of sacrificing herself for me. In a fit of anger, Hua Jingye turned sharply toward Shen Jing, coldly stating, has neither the Duke nor the lady ventured out today? Shen Jing paused for a moment before responding. Is the Duke to oversee the Duke's residence? Must one report their outings to your Highness? The crowd was taken aback. Suspicion etched across their faces. Yet, before the truth was unveiled, they could only remain vigilant. Su Wanqing was momentarily stunned, not expecting Hua Jingye to be so obstinate. Thus unfolded a tale entwined with a mysterious woman, a puzzling identity, and the entanglements amongst four distinct characters. Indeed, as those words left his lips, Hua Jingye's brow furrowed deeply. Ai Ping, incensed, stepped forward and slapped the young man squarely on the right cheek, furiously admonishing, You wretched scoundrel! Why do you not speak the truth? His tone was laden with suppressed fury. In this conflict, this fierce presence, though caught after great effort, nearly allowed the masked woman to escape. Had it not been for Madame Shin's benevolence, he would have long since struck her down. What does your Highness imply? Is there an intention to coerce a confession? Madame Shin's gaze was resolute, her tone exuding undeniable determination. Ai Ping's expression stiffened, and taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger and spoke slowly. Madame Shin, if you know the truth, please speak plainly. Shen Jing cast a dispassionate glance at them, as if indifferent to the unfolding drama. Ai Ping, temper your reckless demeanor. Do not let the Duke misunderstand. It was my oversight. Ai Ping lowered his head, sulkily retreating to the side. Su Wanqing stood calmly, exuding an air of composure. After parting from Shen Jing, she donned new attire, even taking action to demonstrate her resolve. The startled youth might not even recognize her. Yet, who could fathom the hidden schemes within? Volume 1, Chapter 57. An ancestral lesson. The Duke is unaware that today, my beloved pet's exploits have caused great unease among the neighbors. There are numerous doubts surrounding this matter. Surely something amiss. Shen Jing's gaze lingered on Su Wanqing's face, as though probing her true identity. Su Wanqing coughed lightly, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, that woman is this lady. Hearing this, Hua Xingye's expression turned grim. It was true. Madame Shen had proven her resolve and courage through her actions. In the midst of this tumultuous situation, she chose to step forward to protect the innocent citizens and women. Su Wanqing feigned alarm and asked, "Is this the Duke?" This figure is a beast from Mang Mountain, and Madame Shen's actions could very well pose a life-threatening risk, displaying concern for the populace. "Your Highness, do not hold this against him." A middle-aged man clad in a brown robe silently appeared before the crowd. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him. A name capturing their attention, Jiang Hai, the current left chancellor. It is well known that Jiang Hai's relations are intricate, wielding immense power, yet standing on shaky ground. His esteemed position as left chancellor is not solely due to his overwhelming authority, but rather his quiet contributions of wisdom to maintain his status. The Jiang family is powerful, with their influence deeply woven into the capital's power structures. As an orphan, his standing is somewhat diminished. The crowd's sentiments towards him are a mix of respect and admiration. If such a fierce beast could be tamed, would it not fulfill an ancestral directive? One soldier lamented. Yet the truth is, this beast from Mang Mountain is no easy adversary. Many are aware of how cautious the Sixth Prince is, and none dare act impulsively. After all, unless in a critical moment, any rash action could lead to unforeseen consequences. I recall that evening at the palace banquet. When this lady of the Duke's household offended a certain family, the Emperor specifically dispatched us to discuss this matter, Jiang Hai softly stated. Hua Xingye's expression shifted, his discontent boiling over upon hearing this. Jiang's words indicated that the matter regarding the beast was indeed significant. If he truly has a means to contend with His Highness, then surely His Highness is favored by fortune. Hua Xingye replied with unwavering resolve. Your Highness typically acts decisively. Do not act recklessly, Jiang Hai cautioned gravely. Madame Shen has recently achieved a significant victory over the Xiongnu, returning in glory. If actions are taken rashly now, public opinion will undoubtedly sway to portray him as a benevolent figure. Moreover, this situation pertains to the royal reputation and national interests. The crowd, alarmed, expressed their reluctance to act impulsively. They understood that within this complicated court, every decision could yield unpredictable outcomes. Thus, they chose to proceed with caution, respecting the court's decisions and the policymakers. Besides, even if His Majesty intends to lean towards you, even if the Duke wishes to push his wife forward to bear the blame, Your Highness must still respond judiciously. Although the Su family is a prominent clan, this matter is far from trivial. Furthermore, the Su Chancellor is not particularly invested in his daughter. Even if she were to perish, he would feel no sorrow. Moreover, Su Wanqing is indeed the legitimate daughter of the Su family, and her noble status would draw attention from the Su family regardless of her fate. This matter could hardly be obstructed even by Su Bingcheng. Hua Xingye fell into deep contemplation, his fists clenched. He was not afraid of the Su family's vast influence. He merely felt that eliminating Su Wanqing was unnecessary. Xin Jing, though a mere commoner, had repeatedly dared to offend the dignity of the royal family. He would inevitably pay the price for his actions. Jiang Hai, having shared these earnest words, understood the urgency of the matter. He returned to Xin Jing, his tone serious. Duke, His Majesty has commanded that you and your wife accompany him to the palace for an audience. Why has Chancellor Zhong come here at this time? Ling Tsong scoffed. Is the Duke injured? Xin Jing's expression turned grave. The Duke's injuries were indeed unexpected. I believe His Majesty will not press too hard. It would not be too late to attend after tending to his wounds. Su Wanqing calmly interjected. This is a matter concerning Madam. There is no need to trouble Doctor. No need, Xin Jing replied lazily, his tone carrying an air of irresponsibility. What instructions does Your Highness have? Xin Jing countered. Hua Xingye, provoked into silence, maintained his calm demeanor. What does Your Highness wish for in terms of instructions? Well, since Father Emperor has summoned me, I shall observe how he chooses to address this matter. The officials, compelled to bear witness, could only follow suit. Today's itinerary left everyone perplexed. An undercurrent of anxiety permeated the hearts of all present. It seemed their master had no intention of pursuing the issue, while the guard, Ai Ping, seethed with indignation. He recognized the absurdity of the situation and felt deeply aggrieved. What was the explanation? Did he not comprehend the immense effort and dedication required to capture and tame this fierce beast? Merely because Su Wanqing whimsically lured it from beyond the city. It now faced a fate of half-life. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how, after thorough investigation and selection, he had captured this exceptional war beast from the depths of the mountains. To fully tame it, he not only incurred substantial expenses to hire a beastmaster from the western regions, but also devoted considerable effort. This war beast represented not only a symbol of status, but also a harbinger of victory in battle. For this day, the sixth prince could ride this magnificent striped tiger and command the armies to triumph. Your Highness, shall we simply let this matter pass?
I Ping inquired softly.
His head bowed. Let it pass. Ling Tsong chuckled bitterly, asserting, I trust Father Emperor will handle this matter appropriately. At that moment, all eyes shifted away, and they departed. Ling Tsong finally relaxed, while Su Wanqing began attending to Xin Jing's wounds. Madam, allow me to assist. Ling Tsong regarded her with a hint of skepticism, for this injury was indeed her doing. Observing Su Wanqing insistently take over the task, he did not refuse, stating, Then I shall defer to you. Xin Jing gritted his teeth, feeling the coolness emanating from the wound, yet he bore no resistance within. It had always been Su Wanqing performing such tasks, and she had encouraged him to break many conventions. Madam, please, Ling Tsong murmured, his tone somewhat abrupt, surprising even himself. Su Wanqing smiled helplessly, replying, Then I shall take charge. Xin Jing furrowed his brow, and upon receiving the items she offered, an inexplicable sense of gratitude welled within him. Though she was not adept at treating wounds, her meticulousness and focus were astonishing. As she gently tended to Xin Jing's injury, a trace of concern appeared on her face. Ling Tsong observed her profile, feeling a surge of unexpected emotion. He had never envisioned that one day his lord would be cared for so tenderly by someone other than himself. What was more striking was that this lord did not reject such attentive care. This was not merely their affair, it was a manifestation of their emotions. Only Xin Jing understood the lady's apprehension regarding the impending royal audience and the potential for blame, while Ling Tsong felt her concern for the lord. Filled with gratitude and remorse. Madam, did you previously study medicine? Ling Tsong inquired with a touch of curiosity. Volume 1, Chapter 58, A Deliberate Provocation. Su Wanqing looked up and smiled, vaguely responding, I merely learned a few techniques in secret, approaching it with a trial-and-error mindset. Xin Jing raised an eyebrow. Madam. Su Wanqing gently shook her head, displaying a sense of urgency. I harbor no ill intentions. These are merely routine inquiries. Xin Jing's gaze swept over the woman, pondering her underlying motives. Had she never heard of joking? She nonchalantly tossed out a phrase rich with implication. Ling Tsong, attending nearby, wore a faint smile, his eyes betraying a special understanding, as though they were characters in a well-rehearsed play. Xin Jing's doubts dissipated, leading him to believe that this lady was indeed a deliberate provocateur. To the palace. Though Xin Jing's voice was measured, it rang with determination. Su Wanqing's heart churned tumultuously. The gates of the palace loomed ahead, yet the atmosphere within the carriage felt heavy, as if a low pressure enveloped the air. However, as the carriage entered the palace gates, that oppressive atmosphere gradually lifted, becoming bright and solemn. Accompanied by Ling Tsong, the carriage continued onward, arriving at the palace in the dead of night. It felt like an inescapable confinement, as someone within the palace had unveiled the secrets of the Marquis' residence, even implicating the princess. This seemed more like a test for Xin Jing to substantiate his disability. Although everything proceeded smoothly, the atmosphere inside the carriage seemed rather intricate. Su Wanqing felt a ripple of unease within her. She understood that today's audience would mark the first formal confrontation between her and the Marquis of Jinbei, appearing far more solemn than the palace banquet. If the emperor aimed to undermine Su Bingqing's ambitions, it seemed there was a deeper significance at play. Entering the grand hall of the palace nonchalantly, it was not only Su Wanqing who felt a pang of anxiety. The palace's atmosphere appeared elusive through her eyes. Anxious thoughts? Xin Jing closed his eyes, as if he could discern the hearts of men. Su Wanqing, slightly taken aback, replied, I am anxious at having offended the heavens due to the Marquis' jest. Nearby, Ling Song lowered his brow, silently watching over them. They proceeded in silence, resembling a solemn court scene. At the palace gates, a court attendant respectfully approached. Bowing to Xinjing, Marquis, we have awaited you for some time. Please follow me. Xinjing nodded in response, and Ling Song assisted him into the hall. Su Wanqing followed closely behind, the solemn atmosphere permeating the air. Within the grand hall, the emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his expression grave as he regarded the assembly. Su Wanqing knelt and saluted. This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. The emperor slowly spoke. Do you know of your actions in releasing the war beast from the city? Su Wanqing's heart tightened, and she nervously lowered her head. Your majesty, your insights are keen. Upon hearing this, the emperor's eyes revealed displeasure. Su Wanqing's heart sank, yet she resolutely replied, this humble servant did indeed release the war beast beyond the city, for the safety of the people and the stability of the nation. This was not a momentary impulse, but a well-considered decision. A stern expression crossed the emperor's face, as if her response diverged from his expectations. Ling Song observed the scene, his gaze reflecting contemplation. The unfolding events posed challenges and uncertainties for them both. The emperor furrowed his brow, interrupting Su Wanqing's explanation with a deep voice. Do you believe that merely releasing the war beast will resolve the issue? Do you think it will obediently return to the mountains, no longer posing a threat to the common folk? Su Wanqing understood that her explanation had failed to persuade the emperor, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over her. Initially, she had hoped that this trial would yield a promise from Xinjing, simplifying matters of separation later, yet she had not anticipated provoking such ire. Your Majesty, my initial decision was not purely based on concern for the city's inhabitants, but was made after careful deliberation. Su Wanqing endeavored to maintain her composure, yet her heart was already brimming with unease. Xinjing seemed somewhat oblivious to the gravity of the situation. What could be the cause? The emperor's gaze darkened further, clearly dissatisfied with Su Wanqing's explanation. This is not solely the war beast's doing. Xinjing spoke slowly. These missing individuals had indeed interacted with the war beast. Hidden secrets may lie behind this. These mysteries could involve the reasons for the disappearances, or perhaps some undisclosed political intrigue. Xinjing's words caused the emperor to furrow his brow as he appeared to ponder their implications. However, this cannot serve as a basis for the emperor to hold anyone accountable. Xinjing continued, stating that unless it pertains to a significant case, the relevant departments should investigate on their own. As her voice resonated, a list was presented before the emperor. Su Wanqing couldn't help but glance curiously at the document, which was densely packed with information regarding various missing persons. The emperor perused the files, his brow furrowed. He understood that Xinjing would not casually discuss these seemingly trivial disappearances without reason. Are you implying that all of this is the work of a rogue? The emperor inquired. Xinjing nodded, asserting that she had always believed the rogue to be a substantial hidden threat within the city. Is Xinjing out of her mind? Someone murmured nearby. Filled with confusion and unease, Su Wanqing sensed that there were likely deeper secrets and problems lurking beneath the surface that demanded resolution. Wise individuals are aware of the rogue's actions. This person's intentions are deeply concealed, yet they dare to recklessly suppress foreign beasts, bringing honor to Huaiyue. The emperor adopts a lenient attitude, choosing to turn a blind eye, yet you have the audacity to present evidence to expose his misdeeds? In this matter, you must remain vigilant. The rogue is merely a source of concern for the emperor. True punishment may only be enacted in subsequent actions. Su Wanqing caught Xinjing's questioning gaze and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This woman must have lost her senses. If she were the daughter of the Duke of Beibei, unleashing the rogue would merely eliminate a potential threat. However, if her intentions were otherwise, the consequences would be irreparable. Without solid evidence, the emperor would undoubtedly handle the matter with utmost seriousness. A faint smile graced Xinjing's face, and Su Wanqing regarded him with suspicion. A glimmer of undeniable conviction flickered in his eyes, as if he were revealing a truth to the world. It seemed this was a sign of displeasure.
Wanqing murmured softly.
Indeed, the emperor rose, gently gesturing with his hand, causing the dragon throne to emit a faint sound. Su Wanqing's heart tightened. a flicker of anxiety crossing her features. She looked toward the emperor, who wore a frown, his eyes glinting with coldness. This situation appears to be shifting. Su Wanqing's complexion paled, her fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly piercing her palms. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Someone nearby quietly cautioned. Su Wanqing felt a surge of tension, but then heard Xinjing calmly state, "Even if there are existing threats, one must act according to the law." His words conveyed a resolute and unquestionable authority, causing the atmosphere in the grand hall to grow heavy. Subsequently, the emperor cast a deep glance at Su Wanqing and said softly, "Is there a difficult matter that requires attention?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing exhaled in relief, her eyes reflecting uncertainty mixed with gratitude. Volume 1, Chapter 59, Ambitions that are uncommon. She understood that this was a serious and arduous task, her heart flooded with mixed emotions, yet unable to evade it. Ultimately, she could only bow and say, "It is I who have acted inappropriately. I beseech your majesty for forgiveness." Xinjing quietly observed the changes in Su Wanqing's expression, then nodded in agreement. "This matter is of great importance. I shall certainly impose severe punishment." As the temperature in the hall dropped due to their conversation, a weight of responsibility silently settled upon both of them. The emperor lowered his gaze, contemplating this dilemma. "Your words hold merit. However, ambitions that are uncommon and the sixth prince's favor are extraordinary. You acted secretly without his consent, spreading the matter to the world. How should this be perceived?" The implication was clear. Imperial authority is not to be infringed upon. I am willing to bear any punishment, fearing only that Lady Su's humble status leads her to merely obey her husband, with all actions directed by me. I hope your majesty will not hold her accountable. Although Su Wanqing harbored doubts, she also felt a measure of relief. "I shall abide by your wishes." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing felt a sense of weight lifted from her heart. It was indeed rare to hear of someone advocating for her behind the scenes. After these words, Su Wanqing and Xinjing left together, both burdened by their thoughts. Along the way, the woman appeared somewhat bewildered, her words revealing hints of her inner turmoil. Observing this, Xinjing felt considerably relieved. Upon returning to the residence, Su Wanqing gathered her thoughts, murmuring to herself, "In recent times, I have acted with great carelessness. I must not do so again." Her gaze exuded a sense of determination and resolve, as if she possessed ambitions that demanded expression. At this moment, the plot indeed seemed difficult to control. She was resolute in pursuing her own happiness, no longer wishing to be cast in a negative light by others. Xinjing also silently vowed to maintain distance from this woman. Some women may be formidable, yet they possess their unique qualities. Lord Bai Yan, upon seeing Xinjing's return, hurriedly approached. "My lord, have you been injured?" Su Wanqing initially wished to remain silent, but considering there might be support behind the scenes, she decided to respond. "No harm done." Xinjing smiled faintly, inquiring if it concerned her. Su Wanqing confirmed, "I have heard that you have shot Lord." Bai Yan was taken aback by this revelation.
What do you mean by that?
"If this were not the case, how would my sister stand here advocating for you?"
Wanqing replied coolly.
Bai Yan was left speechless, clearly puzzled. Is it possible that the Lord and my sister were engaging in flirtation? Could my sister be feeling jealous? Su Wanqing, no longer inclined to conceal her feelings, thought, "If we are to engage in a battle within the household, let it commence." Bai Yan had already devised a response, but had yet to voice it when a guard hurriedly entered. "My lord, Lord Li from the Emperor's side has come with a decree." Indeed, the plot is unfolding just as it does in the story, all heralded by Lord Li's proclamation. Xinjing remarked coolly, "Let him in." The guard withdrew. Not long after, Lord Li entered with the Emperor's decree. "I have seen the Lord." The guard's voice echoed before he even approached. Xinjing exchanged a few pleasantries, and then Lord Li read the Emperor's edict, which stated that Duke Xinjing had made private decisions, disregarding royal dignity, and was henceforth placed under house arrest for 7 days. During this period, no one was permitted to communicate with him, meet officials, or engage in state matters. Su Wanqing and Bai Yan, standing nearby, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them upon hearing of the house arrest. Bai Yan, startled by the sudden news, felt a sharp pain in her chest and fainted. Xinjing decided to take her to Zeriyuan, hoping someone there could treat her long-standing ailment. Su Wanqing, filled with curiosity, followed, wondering how Bai Yan could appear so delicate and pitiable. Upon entering Zeriyuan, a young girl hurriedly approached, assisting Bai Yan onto a couch and inquiring with concern, "My lady, are you alright?" Hearing that familiar voice, Bai Yan gradually regained consciousness. As she slowly sat up, a flicker of recognition crossed her features. Her gaze shifting from the girl to Xinjing. "Where is the Lord?" Xinjing fixed his gaze upon her, not responding immediately. Sensing his silence, the girl suddenly knelt before Xinjing. "My lord, my mistress has heard of your virtuous reputation and has thus misunderstood." "Who is she?" Xinjing finally spoke. Bai Yan took a deep breath. "The mistress is one I have always trusted, yet she is unwell." Xinjing, as heart tightened, aware that this ailment might prove difficult to heal. He spoke slowly. "If she is ill, she must be treated. We cannot allow it to worsen. I will examine her and seek a remedy." With the implementation of the confinement order and Xinjing's attentive care, Bai Yan gradually emerged from her state of fear and despair. She began to reflect on her past missteps, recognizing her errors, and resolved to face the future with determination. After the period of confinement had ended, she would decide whether to seek forgiveness. Su Wanqing felt a wave of dissatisfaction rise within her, but maintained her composure. "My lord, my medical skills are limited, I fear." "Do not belittle yourself, my lady. If your treatment proves inadequate, strive harder. A good outcome will surely follow." Upon hearing these words, Bai Yan's gaze betrayed a hint of resentment. "My lord, your heart is so cold towards me. I feel deeply unsettled." "Do not worry." She would not dare act recklessly. At this point, those present understood that matters of medicine were indeed of great significance. It appeared that this woman was not experiencing an easy time. It was rumored that Xinjing had nearly drowned in a lake during his childhood, and it was Bai Yan's brave leap into the water that saved him, leading to her current health issues. Yet beneath her seemingly delicate exterior lay a tenacious spirit and unwavering resolve. "My lord trusts me, which must mean he has confidence in my abilities. I wonder when my sister will master the secrets of medicine?" Su Wanqing's tone revealed a trace of anticipation. Bai Yan smiled faintly, leaning against the bedside, concealing her cough with a handkerchief. She appeared as fragile as Lin Daiyu from Dream of the Red Chamber, yet she concealed resilience and wisdom within. "My sister merely possesses a superficial understanding. There is no need for laughter at my expense." Su Wanqing approached Bai Yan and extended a hand to take her pulse. Although she bore the title of a worthless person, she was extremely cooperative in the presence of a lord. "As the weather grows chillier, my sister must keep warm. Caring for her health is essential for bearing noble offspring." Hearing this, Bai Yan's complexion flushed, yet warmth surged within her. She murmured, "It was merely a jest. It is only a matter of time. My sister is deeply trusted and cherished by the Lord." Su Wanqing's words conveyed sincere emotion, though she maintained a cautious stance regarding Bai Yan's health. Those around them were aware of the lady's gracious demeanor, yet Xinjing's expression was one of discomfort. What was this woman truly thinking? What was the nature of her relationship with Bai Yan? Speculation abounded regarding the hidden secrets she harbored within her heart, as the dynamics between her and Bai Yan were far from the simplistic narrative portrayed outside. Bai Yan pondered, why was this peculiar figure acting so unusually today? Typically, she would avoid direct encounters, seemingly wishing to evade her presence. What could be the reason? Curiosity stirred within her. Yet she could not deny that Su Wanqing's behavior was somewhat enigmatic. She dared not dwell on it too long, but felt a tinge of embarrassment as she replied, "Sister, do not be too surprised. My health is poor, and I fear I may be well-meaning yet powerless." Her tone was laden with a sense of helpless lament. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing sought assistance from the virtuous lady beside her. "Surely she is also troubled by your medical skills? Time is of the essence. She wishes to speak with me privately." Yet this young lady suddenly suggested we all dine together, leaving us quite taken aback. The virtuous lady mused, "So, you intended to visit in secret?"
Wanqing nodded, essentially.
Chapter 60. Insightful and forthright, the virtuous lady furrowed her brow in contemplation, for this situation was indeed perplexing. Why not discuss the illness directly with the lady? At this moment, Shun Jing cast a sidelong glance, a smile tinged with resignation and wisdom in his eyes. After all, she was gravely ill, and he could not bear to let her endure public scrutiny. The two seemed to step into an unknown enigma, the surroundings enveloped in silence. Bai Yen stood frozen, her face etched with confusion. Her thoughts floated like wisps in the air, elusive and ungraspable. Indeed, the lady possesses a unique insight and speaks candidly. You are correct. She surpasses anyone present. After my careful diagnosis, it appears that Bai Mei's condition is beyond remedy. It is a race against time. Indeed, racing against time is a daunting choice. Bai Yan is also the villainess in the drama. Who could have anticipated such a cruel twist of fate? Shen Jing had long grown accustomed to Su Wanqing's remarks. The lady's medical expertise is remarkable. Might you be willing to recommend your mentor? My lord is unaware. All my knowledge comes from books. Did the lady herself believe such words? Actually, she has her own strategies. Su Wanqing swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord. Shen Jing's expression shifted slightly, but he did not react harshly. This woman appeared to possess a degree of wisdom and decisiveness. Ling Song nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently instructed that during the confinement period, the lady would be accompanied. Shen Jing's voice held a note of inquiry. What strategies do you possess? Su Wanqing found herself at a loss for words in response to this question. How had she managed it? She could only speak truthfully. As it turned out, she had not simply acquiesced to the challenge posed by the Mongshan Tiger King. She had employed strategy to secure the key. Once the cage was successfully opened, the beast departed the city. In this context, one could not help but admire her courage and intellect. Su Wanqing was well aware that she had been somewhat naive at the time. But with the crisis now averted, it was not the moment to exhaust herself. Pushing the wheelchair forward, her eagerness to seek reward for her accomplishments drove her to inquire further about the origins of that formidable figure. My lord, I have returned the tiger to Mongshan as promised. As for why it did not return to the mountains, it was because of your sudden appearance. Even if we assume I have passed the test, regarding the condition you mentioned. Shen Jing interrupted Su Wanqing, perplexed. So this is your passing the test. Su Wanqing, taken aback by the interruption, continued, I am unaware of the origins of that formidable figure. I only know that it was a beast captured by the 6th Prince's confidant, Ai Ping, leading a private army. Shun Jing furrowed his brow. It seems this matter is not as simple as it appears. He went on to elaborate in detail about the 6th Prince's personal efforts in leading his troops into the Mongshan jungle to capture the fierce tiger, recounting the time and effort expended during that endeavor. It seems you have indeed attracted trouble, Shen Jing sighed.
Su Wanqing clenched her teeth.
I understand this is a test, and I will do my utmost to meet it. Shen Jing chose not to pursue the topic further and redirected the conversation. Do you know the origins of this fierce beast? Su Wanqing responded, somewhat astonished. I only know it was a fierce creature, but I am not clear on its specifics. Shen Jing smiled faintly. Perhaps you could inquire with Hua Jingye. Su Wanqing nodded with a hint of resignation. Very well, I shall ask him. Thus, their dialogue continued. All of this is because of that detestable Shen Jing. He is deliberately provoking trouble. He has always been unreliable. Is the situation at the Marquis' residence truly dire? Is there anyone capable of resolving the poison afflicting him? As Su Wanqing contemplated the matter, she suddenly gave a forceful push to the wheelchair, nearly causing Shen Jing to collide with the pavilion pillar. He quickly regained his composure, inwardly cursing, this woman is truly asking for trouble.
Su Wanqing stiflet her laukter.
Tears streaming from her eyes. My lord, are you all right? Endless. Shen Jing frowned. My lady, do not be angry. Matters of the Marquis' residence will be handled by the subordinates. Ling Song approached cautiously. Su Wanqing mumbled in dissatisfaction. What is going on? Madam, please do not be upset. Allow me to explain. Shen Jing understood that he wished to alleviate Su Wanqing's displeasure. He regarded her with a glimmer of comprehension in his eyes. Perhaps she is merely... Ling Song interjected, perhaps she truly is not the Su Wanqing of the Su family. Ever since the Duke inadvertently mentioned that his wife was not Su Wanqing, he had been insistent on delving into her past and inquiring about her experiences. After much investigation, he ultimately found no answers. Meanwhile, it was rumored that this Su Wanqing, while not physically appealing, was indeed timid and apprehensive. Cui Shi kept her under close surveillance, fearful that she might overshadow her daughter and become the family's shining star. Furthermore, as the time for the Northern Duke's betrothal approached, Ling Song was beset by doubts, sensing that there was something enigmatic concealed within her. During this period, her demeanor exhibited some peculiarities. Shun Jing found himself questioning what had transpired with the Duke that prompted such behavior. He seemed to have offered no apologies to anyone, yet suddenly sought to reconcile with a woman. Why did he desire to clarify the misunderstandings between them? As they journeyed, they finally arrived at the Eastern Garden. Su Wanqing remained preoccupied with this matter, letting out a sigh. She considered herself naive, yet she had believed in the authenticity of her feelings. Why did she so innocently assume that their relationship had softened? Was it because they had been in a state of heightened tension without contemplating the nuances? At that moment, Su Wanqing's heart was fraught with contradictions. Though Xin Jing treated her with kindness and courtesy, he never truly regarded her as significant. He was acutely aware that the Duke, as a formidable figure, possessed immense strength and influence. Yet, it seemed he had no intention of enlightening her, clearly aiming to place her in peril. Did he truly believe that through trials and the hero's rescue, she would be moved to her knees? As her spirits sank further, her confusion deepened. What spell had ensnared her to think that their relationship had improved? The previous tension and vigilance had perhaps been excessive. If he genuinely wished to assist her, Xin Jing ought to have offered gentle counsel rather than adopt an air of superiority. Had she been consumed by the hero, the Duchess Su Wanqing would have undoubtedly rejoiced, celebrating for 3 days and nights, eager to flaunt her fortune before all. Should she fall into the grasp of that commanding figure, even someone as astute as Xin Jing would need to devise a strategy. Behind the harsh truth, she remained resolute in her desire to control her destiny. Yet he could inadvertently evoke feelings of disappointment within her. The repercussions of this incident were inconsequential for her. This individual, adept in strategy, would surely perceive the gravest consequences. Those who were privy to all this had likely already discerned that this incident might be a facet of a game played by that person. Truly, a heartless tyrant. As they continued onward, Su Wanqing's cheeks gradually flushed. Volume 1, Chapter 61. Regardless, I shall face this with you. The initial innocence gradually faded, and now Su Wanqing seemed to grasp the intricacies of power dynamics, secretly delighting in her newfound awareness while simultaneously cultivating a sense of caution. Unintentionally, she picked up a brick and swiftly prepared to depart. Upon reaching Jinlan Pavilion, Xin Jing was engrossed in official matters. Stealing a glance at the figure lurking beneath the eaves, she felt a mixture of surprise and wariness. Why was that person holding a brick? What conspiracy lay hidden within? What was truly happening? She found herself murmuring. Xin Jing, noticing this, furrowed his brow and allowed a faint smile to surface, contemplating how to respond. That brick seemed poised to strike her. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and responded in a steady tone. Since you are aware of my presence, why not come forth and converse? With that, she gracefully approached the wheelchair, ready to greet her visitor. Moments later, he appeared to gradually regain his composure from his initial shock. At that moment, he suddenly felt a wave of shame for his actions. Although a brick might provoke her displeasure, it was more her astonishment at the complexity of his inner turmoil that struck her. Su Wanqing peeked around the corner, her gaze wide with surprise as she beheld Xin Jing seated in the wheelchair. How odd. Why was he standing there? Her mind brimmed with confusion. Was he perhaps deliberately enticing her to err? A sudden realization struck her. She might be ensnared in a convoluted plot. At this juncture, her heart was filled with vigilance and resolve, choosing not to evade, but to confront everything head-on. At last, she settled into the wheelchair and replied in a calm tone. Regardless, I shall face this with you. A stone had grazed her palm, and pain flickered across her features, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xin Jing, upon hearing her, felt a jolt of concern and wheeled himself closer to her. As she regained her bearings, a hint of perplexity crossed her eyes. Xin Jing smiled gently, extending his hand to assist her from the ground, softly inquiring, "What troubles you?" She did not respond immediately, merely shaking her head to indicate she was fine. Observing her reaction, Jing understood and felt a sense of relief. "Do not worry. I shall handle this," he assured her. He then guided her into the study, no longer withholding his intentions, and set aside a chair for her to sit upon the soft cushions. He tenderly applied medicine to her injury, his tone imbued with genuine concern. "It is but a minor wound. There is no need to trouble yourself," she murmured. Onlookers marveled at Jing's attentiveness and thoughtfulness. Before long, a servant brought in a soft chair and a small jade vial. Noticing her hesitance, Jing smiled gently. "Rest assured, I shall be mindful." He gazed at her injured hand and remarked softly, "My lady, not only are you as beautiful as a flower, but you are also exceptionally talented." The surrounding servants displayed expressions of admiration, pondering that perhaps this was the essence of true manliness. Jing's actions left Wanqing momentarily speechless. She smiled faintly, yet warmth surged within her heart. Though she was but a servant, at that moment, she felt her husband's love and respect. Under Jing's name, the unfolding narrative continued. Jing moved with purpose, gently opening the vial stopper and carefully took hold of Wanqing's hand to apply the ointment. Wanqing's mind went blank, and she hesitantly spoke. "What I mean is, this minor injury." "Do not move," Jing replied calmly, swiftly sealing her acupoint with his other hand. He continued to hold her gradually cooling hand tightly. His long fingers delicately spread the ointment, and Wanqing felt a chill spreading throughout her body. Unable to speak due to the sealed acupoint, she could only stare in astonishment at Jing, her face reflecting shock. This man, who had always held himself above others, was now personally tending to her injury. Surely this could not be mere coincidence. If he were not mad, then I must be. The more I observe him, the more I sense something amiss. He must have ulterior motives toward me. As Jing continued to apply the ointment, his expression darkened. How could a woman who could not even hold a brick navigate today so serenely? Wanqing was taken aback, her angry retort unspoken. This man acted with no mercy, utterly incomprehensible. Indeed, Madame understands such torment. He was aware that he had no knowledge of the nature of such punishment, yet she seemed to know and wished to retaliate against him. Jing offered no reply but merely stated, "Why do you appear so frightened?" Wanqing retorted indignantly, "I am merely concerned for you. This man is not an ordinary individual. I cannot genuinely desire to exact revenge upon you." Jing's voice bore a hint of coldness. After a brief silence, Wanqing spoke, "I merely wish to inquire if you have heard of a certain gruesome punishment?" Jing appeared somewhat taken aback. "How do you know of such tortures?" Wanqing widened her eyes. "Is this something you are unaware of?" He nodded. "Indeed, some punishments are as dreadful as that." At this moment, Wanqing seemed to realize her own indiscretion and hastily explained, "I did not mean to. I was merely concerned for you." Jing smiled gently. "Who instilled such confidence in you?" A hint of humor flickered across his face, and the irony in his words prompted contemplation. However, no matter how he responded, it failed to alleviate the doubts that plagued her heart. Wanqing now longed to escape his grasp. The narrative surrounding Jing was veering into unforeseen territories. He recognized her astonishment and continued with calm composure. Not long ago, the emperor's favored concubine was transformed into a human pig by the empress. Displayed for the amusement of others, such behavior is akin to that of a beast. Just then, a guard hastily entered, reporting respectfully to the two amidst the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere, "My lord, urgent news from the military."
What is it?
Jing's brow furrowed, clearly perturbed. The guard bowed and reported, "Today, Deputy General Li and Deputy General Qin clashed on the arena. Deputy General Li suffered a severed tendon, and chaos has erupted within the camp." Upon hearing this, Wanqing's attention was captured. She was not well acquainted with matters concerning the Northern Dynasty, perhaps due to omitted details in the drama. Jing nodded in acknowledgement. "Given the limited number of noble ladies within the royal family, and your esteemed position as the matriarch of the Marquis' household, should the Empress summon you to the military to address this matter, I merely wish to advise you to maintain a distance from those individuals." "I see," Wanqing responded, her understanding beginning to crystallize. Jing observed the blush on her delicate face and a ripple of warmth stirred within him. He hurriedly concealed the fluster in his eyes, directing his gaze towards the ground. Yet, Su Wanqing caught a glimpse of his momentary turmoil and could not suppress a laugh. There is nothing particularly alarming. Shun Jing mused inwardly, who is flustered. I am merely reminding myself that all is well. He raised his gaze, revealing a demeanor of calm and steadiness. I am simply advising you not to grow too close to those individuals.
Understood. Su Wanqing replied.
Volume 1, Chapter 62. Tailored for her, Shun Jing gazed at her flushed face, warmth blooming in his heart. Upon hearing her confusion, he appeared to find a suitable explanation. Her actions surprised all present. It was not merely that noble ladies were typically barred from the military camp, given Su Wanqing's awkward status. It was even more improbable for her to tread there. Noticing the silence enveloping the crowd, Su Wanqing quickly devised a strategy. Suddenly, Shun Jing extended his arms, lifting her as if to rescue her. Let us go. Ling Tsong, astonished, promptly replied, yes. Su Wanqing was petite, yet the wheelchair seemed crafted specifically for her, presenting almost no burden. Although Ling Tsong was a martial artist, he was accustomed to the comportment of women and felt a sense of relief at the Marquis' special treatment of Su Wanqing, despite her appearance. Cough. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, unusual commotion emanated from the military camp. It turned out that someone had sustained an arm injury and was heading to the camp for clarification. Among the spectators, discussions ensued. Some lamented the inevitability of such accidents, while others criticized the thoughtlessness of those who provoked. Amidst this chaos, a leader's presence gradually emerged. Within a secret military camp outside the city, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Soldiers clad in the neatly tailored uniforms of the Northern Defense Army wore resolute expressions, forming an impenetrable wall around them. Each exhibited unwavering determination, as though prepared for the imminent battle. In the training grounds, normally dedicated to soldier drills, a sudden upheaval unfolded. Two factions were embroiled in a heated argument, reminiscent of quarrels among market vendors. Is it possible to engage in martial arts without injury? Such accidents are unavoidable. Enough of your nonsense. We are seasoned warriors. Do you not discern what constitutes an accident and what is intentional? Amidst the tumult, a resonant voice boomed. The Marquis has arrived. Everyone turned to see the leader of the Northern Defense Army, seated in a wheelchair, flanked by his confidant Ling Tsong. He cradled a woman in his arms, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Is this truly the Marquis? Someone questioned, unable to contain their disbelief. The Marquis was renowned for his discipline, so how could he bring a woman to such a place? A group gathered, fervently debating, when Shun Jing's brow furrowed, commanding, training is not complete. How can there be such a clamor? The regulations of the Northern Defense Army cannot be trampled upon. Upon hearing this, the opposing factions immediately straightened, as if a line had been drawn. The atmosphere within the camp grew taut, charged with tension. At this juncture, a soldier stepped forward, his words imbued with resolve. My lord, there is indeed a misunderstanding. The two generals bout stemmed from camaraderie. By unfortunate chance, Deputy General Qin inadvertently injured Deputy General Li. This was not intentional, but rather a consequence of circumstance. Shun Jing fixed his gaze upon Su Wanqing, his eyes reflecting seriousness and inquiry as he regarded the two generals. The soldier's voice resonated with determination and loyalty. What is the status of Deputy General Li? Shun Jing's tone was low and firm. Reporting to the Marquis, Deputy General Li has several fractures and severed tendons. A soldier replied, his voice subdued yet resolute. Why would there be suspicion of internal conflict? The crowd exchanged glances, with other soldiers lowering their heads, hesitant to speak. Though Shun Jing felt fury boiling within, he understood that this was a grave taboo for the Northern Defense Army. Deputy General Qin's actions had undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to Deputy General Li. This senseless conflict had ultimately jeopardized Li's future. Is this true? Shun Jing's voice bore an imperceptible edge of anger. I did not intend for this to happen. During the contest, I had already compelled Deputy General Li to concede. Alas, I was unable to control my strength. Deputy General Qin explained, I feel deeply remorseful. At that moment, Ling Tsong silently approached Shun Jing's side. Towering and formidable, his gaze was profound, his lips thin, giving off an impression of being calculating and petty. Yet, it was undeniable that he had capable individuals under his command. This individual possesses genuine ability and acts with discretion, someone quietly remarked. In the military, prestige is not casually assigned. Each individual's achievements require time for validation and acknowledgement. Such internal strife ultimately fails to win hearts. The Northern Defense Army should champion fairness, justice, and unity. My lord, while Deputy General Li's arm has been treated, the severed tendons render it unlikely that he will wield a blade with ease in the future. Although Deputy General Qin's contributions in the battle against the Xiongnu may not rival those of Deputy General Li, he harbors resentment, leading to this cruel act. The tendons and ligaments are indispensable components of human health, playing a crucial role in enhancing flexibility and coordination. Their primary functions include strengthening muscles, improving athletic performance, and preventing sports injuries. In this era, with limited medical advancements, once tendons are severed, it is often tantamount to a declaration of hopelessness. Su Wanqing inadvertently caught a glimpse of Xin Jing amidst the crowd, noting the somber expression that clouded his face. Having stood beside this battle-hardened general through numerous life-and-death situations, she recalled how, 2 years prior on the battlefield, she had nearly been struck by an arrow while protecting him. Such a rare talent in a leader was now being ruthlessly devastated. The expressions of Li, the deputy general, and his trusted aides were filled with indignation. Had it not been for the presence of the Marquis, they would have long since clashed with the faction led by Deputy General Qin. Although both belonged to the Northern Town Army, internal conflict was not an option, yet they could not simply let the matter slide. In the campaign against the Xiongnu, while Deputy General Qin's contributions were not as significant as those of Deputy General Li, he had nonetheless engaged in ruthless actions. Whispers among the soldiers hinted at the underlying reasons. One of Qin's confidants darkened at the murmurs, retorting, "On the battlefield, life and death are intertwined. Who can guarantee that there won't be unforeseen circumstances?" Just as the quarrel between the factions escalated, a cool, feminine voice interjected, "Let me give it a try." The soldiers turned to see the lady brought by the Marquis stepping forward to offer aid. Su Wanqing instinctively glanced at Xin Jing, who gave her a slight nod. Taking a deep breath, she walked resolutely into the tent where Deputy General Li was stationed. Many in the camp had never seen Su Wanqing's true appearance, but her unique aura and resilient spirit left a lasting impression. That such an unassuming woman could occupy the Marquis' chair was undeniably a testament to her status as the lady of the Marquis' household. It was undeniable that the Marquis' tastes were difficult to fathom. There was confusion among the crowd regarding why he would bring this woman into the camp. If she were to divulge military secrets to the 6th Prince's faction, would she not be inviting disaster? Yet, under Xin Jing's consent, Su Wanqing entered the tent without hindrance. The military doctors exchanged glances, while Deputy General Li lay on a folding bed, eyes tightly shut, drenched in sweat. Beside him stood a stern-faced woman clad in black. This figure was unfamiliar to Su Wanqing, but the aroma of medicinal herbs emanating from her suggested that she might be Yiyun, Xin Jing's shadow guard. This renowned healer from the Valley of Medicinal Kings specialized in treating various complex ailments. Though her appearances in the narrative were few, it was evident that Xin Jing's management of his condition relied heavily on her expertise. "Miss Wanqing, I recently heard that Xin Jing's body is showing signs of detoxification and recovery, all thanks to Yiyun's miraculous methods. Indeed, it appears that a skilled individual is close at hand. It seems that this young lady possesses remarkable abilities to alleviate Xin Jing's affliction," the soldiers murmured in awe. Xin Jing, momentarily taken aback, then smiled lightly. "I owe my gratitude to Miss Yiyun for her assistance." "Miss, do you know Yiyun?" The crowd expressed their surprise at her presence. "I have not met her personally. I have merely heard of her exceptional medical skills and benevolent nature." Su Wanqing replied with a nod. About half an hour prior, Yiyun smiled faintly and began to recount her observations. Su Wanqing calculated the time, realizing it had not been long. Well-versed in the art of medicine, she swiftly prepared for the surgical suturing, estimating minimal side effects. "Then I shall give it a try," Su Wanqing declared with unwavering resolve. The soldiers both inside and outside the tent were taken aback by her words. Though she was the wife of the Marquis and held a noble status, her medical prowess was truly commendable. Rumors suggested she adhered to the belief that a woman's virtue lay in her ignorance of the arts, yet here she was, capable of counteracting the peculiar poison afflicting Xinjing. Such skill was astonishing, with Deputy General Li gravely injured and unconscious. If he were to awaken and discover that his condition was beyond salvage, would he permit this woman to attempt treatment? Doubts lingered in the minds of the onlookers, and a flicker of surprise crossed Yun's eyes. Previously, she had provided Xinjing with a vial of blue powder to counteract the peculiar poison. Now that the powder was exhausted, she had struggled to rest, knowing the gravity of the situation. It became evident that this young lady was no ordinary individual. Her medical knowledge far exceeded what others had anticipated. Despite Deputy General Li's severe injuries, having severed tendons and remaining unconscious, this lady did not seem to be at a loss for options. Could it be that she possessed some unique technique?
Yiyun.
Having spent years honing her skills in the Valley of Medicinal Kings and having experience in practice, had never heard of anyone recovering unscathed after having their tendons severed. Even her mentor could only suture the wounds, restoring partial functionality. What surprised Yun was that Xinjing finally spoke. "Let us begin." Su Wanqing's voice carried a note of determination and hope. This revelation startled Yun, leaving the soldiers bewildered. What was happening? Why did Marquis Xin place such trust in this notorious woman? Su Wanqing couldn't help but glance at Xinjing, her mind swirling with questions. I thought this man would consider me a braggart. Is it his overwhelming trust in me, or is Deputy General Li's injury truly beyond remedy? Xinjing's lips twitched, as if contemplating a strategy. "How may I assist you?" he inquired. Su Wanqing, her thoughts racing, explained, "I require a relatively private environment, allowing me to focus on treating Deputy General Li's injuries. Until then, I cannot ascertain the specific method of treatment." "Where is private?" Xinjing smiled slightly, seemingly awaiting an appropriate response. "A place where I will not be disturbed," Su Wanqing whispered in reply. Upon hearing this, Xinjing nodded in understanding and turned to leave. The other soldiers and attendants exited the tent, eager to avoid any prying eyes. They had no reason to linger, even though the simplicity of the tent left them uneasy. However, Su Wanqing felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance stemming from Xinjing's trust. How could someone so highly regarded by the Marquis be an ordinary person? Regardless of her tarnished reputation, they should not hastily judge her treatment methods. It would be wise for them to remain silent to avoid unnecessary discord. Only the confidants of Deputy General Li expressed their sincerest gratitude before departing, aware that if a miracle were to occur, anyone could heal him. Meanwhile, those surrounding Deputy General Qin continued to flatter him, as if everything unfolded according to their expectations. It seemed this young lady was indeed a bit anxious today. Her doubts and unease were temporarily alleviated by Xinjing's trust. Indeed, while Deputy General Qin was formidable, it was hard to deny the respect he commanded. "Please look after my brothers in the future. We shall follow him into battle, fighting valiantly until the very end." The once serious expression of Deputy General Qin revealed a profound admiration and appreciation. A smile of joy flickered across his face, his eyes sparkling with admiration and respect. He stood tall, a glimmer of light in his gaze, as if envisioning a future leader and star of the military. He understood that his martial skills had reached an unparalleled level in the army, rendering him nearly invincible. Yet, he remained humble and respectful, acknowledging that there were still areas in which he needed to learn and grow. Regardless of his military achievements or his esteemed position within the ranks, he remains an indisputable force to be reckoned with. His leadership and influence have transcended common imagination, and his status and reputation in the military are unparalleled. However, the treatment he extends to others appears to lack the distinct delineation it once had. At times, this semblance of equality evokes a sense of confusion and perplexity. He understands that not everyone in the military possesses the same prestige and standing as he does. There are moments when he must exercise greater caution and humility to maintain his position and esteem within the ranks. Perhaps there are unspoken reasons behind this. Nonetheless, he is acutely aware of his responsibilities and mission. He believes that with continued effort and self-improvement, he can ascend to an even higher echelon. Inside the tent, Su Wanqing's gaze was resolute and composed. She looked upon the pale, feverish figure of Deputy General Li, her heart brimming with compassion and duty. She understood that setting bones was no trivial matter, but rather a battle between life and death. Without hesitation, she bit her finger, allowing droplets of her crimson blood to fall delicately upon him. Yet, the Blood Jade Universe bracelet recognized only the bloodline of the Su family, rendering it ineffective for one knot of their lineage. Although this approach was taught by her predecessors and could temporarily safeguard him, its efficacy was limited, and success would depend on subsequent efforts. With her eyes tightly shut, Su Wanqing clasped Deputy General Li's hand, and they quietly entered a modern emergency room. She swiftly retrieved the necessary items and commenced the urgent rescue. In an era devoid of electricity, many modern medical devices were rendered useless, and the harsh environment made it impossible to achieve the sterility required for a surgical ward. The risk of infection during the procedure was exceedingly high, which was why Su Wanqing felt compelled to bring him into the universe bracelet. However, the conditions within, while favorable, still required continuous optimization and improvement. Su Wanqing produced a lustrous pearl, reminiscent of a luminous night pearl. With a gentle toss, it floated gracefully in the air, emanating soft beams of light that infused vitality and purification into the operating room. This purification device had been meticulously developed by generations of her family, tailored to the specific conditions within the universe bracelet. However, the technology in her generation remained immature, and the patent had yet to be applied for. The pearl was designed to purify the air in a designated area based on the gravitational and repulsive forces of the surgical room. Although it could not yet compare to a sterile ward, its effects were undeniably apparent. As the surrounding air became fresh and clean, Su Wanqing took a deep breath. She then retrieved a syringe from a drawer, slowly injecting the medication into Deputy General Li's body to stabilize his condition. Outside the tent, Xinjing observed Su Wanqing's determination and concern, his brow furrowing. Since learning of the potential betrayal by Qin Shi, doubts began to take root in his heart. Although she had chosen to retain his presence, it seemed her actions were not solely for her own protection. Such overt treatment of her colleagues was indeed unsettling. Whether she could successfully save Deputy General Li remained uncertain. Despite his reservations, he understood that it was not the time for words that might influence his master's decisions. Ling Tsong harbored doubts regarding Su Wanqing's ability to heal Deputy General Li. He found it difficult to discern her true intentions. While renowned physicians like Yi Yun were undeniably skilled, they could not guarantee success in reconnecting severed tendons. If she made such grand claims and failed to deliver, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable distress for her. At this moment, Xinjing's internal conflict was quite intricate. If even Yi Yun could not resolve Deputy General Li's condition, it was unlikely anyone else could assure his recovery. Thus, when Su Wanqing suggested giving it a try, he readily agreed. For her, this trust was not merely a matter of desperate measures, but stemmed from a profound sense of recognition and faith. The discomforting aspect, however, was that this trust did not arise from a fierce will to survive, but rather from a deeper understanding and acceptance. Su Wanqing extended the respect and care that Deputy General Li rightfully deserved. With a rich family history, her lineage had developed this miraculous medicine over 3 generations. The remedy not only served as an emergency solution but also possessed profound therapeutic effects, acting swiftly once administered. Deputy General Li's symptoms began to alleviate somewhat, and his consciousness started to regain clarity. At that moment, he looked bewildered, seemingly lost in an unknown realm. "Where is this place?" he softly inquired, his eyes reflecting an indescribable reverence and unease. In the dimly lit emergency treatment room, watching the petite figure deftly navigating between various devices in search of surgical essentials, her demeanor was both assured and imbued with patience and wisdom. Finding the appropriate syringe among the most precious surgical tools eased the tension in the air. Without this item, the treatment would have been exceedingly difficult to sustain. Su Wanqing exuded a calm demeanor and an indomitable spirit, brimming with confidence regarding the surgery. After gently administering a needle to the half-conscious Deputy General Li, she remarked with a steadiness that further observations would be necessary. Observing the hazy situation, Deputy General Li could not help but ask how to proceed if complications arose. Sensing his worries and uncertainties, Su Wanqing softly reassured him, "Do not worry. Even if I personally intervene, I will not abandon you." Her words conveyed confidence and strength, as if they could dispel all shadows of doubt. Drawing upon her years of medical experience, she remained resolute in her ability to confront any challenge. Her voice was firm and self-assured, embodying an unshakable force. At that moment, Deputy General Li felt a sense of stability and hope, no longer ensnared by the unknown. Aside from a lingering dizziness, he experienced no other discomfort. Speaking of this matter, Su Wanqing revealed that Deputy General Qin would need to undergo a period of special treatment within the Universe Bracelet to ensure his continued presence there, which indeed proved exhausting. Nonetheless, his formidable reputation and strength were undeniable. Outside the tent, two figures faced each other. Deputy General Qin stood tall, sword in hand, his gaze unwavering. His countenance was resolute, carrying the weight of responsibility and emanating an aura of authority forged in the crucible of battle. Among the soldiers in the Huaihua military camp, none failed to respect this general. He was not only a leader in the military but also a warrior revered by the people. His renown was widespread, known to all. Seated in a wheelchair, Xinjing exuded an air of authority and tranquility. His gaze, calm yet imbued with undeniable power, enveloped the entire training ground, leaving no one daring to challenge his authority. His prowess was well known throughout the military. He was not only an exceptional commander, but also a battle-hardened warrior. His strength and prestige widely acknowledged. Deputy General Qin understood that he urgently needed to ascend to the second-in-command position to validate his capabilities and status. Yet he harbored doubts, as Deputy General Li's military achievements paralleled his own, making it challenging to ascertain who truly held the second-in-command title. Now that the facade with Deputy General Li had been shattered, he resolved not to cower any longer. Having already rendered one incapacitated, he had no intention of squabbling over Deputy General Li's fate. In the present day, the Marquis has become a mere shadow of his former self. Yet he still dares to challenge the likes of those surnamed Li. This thought ignited a fierce rage within Deputy General Qin. Since his induction into the military, he has accumulated countless accolades, yet he remains met with unwavering deference, his commands followed without question. Such behavior is perplexing. With that in mind, he resolved to teach this audacious young man a lesson in humility. He was determined to exhibit his strength and resolve for all to witness. The Marquis, it seems, is indeed a foolhardy individual. As Deputy General Qin spoke, his vigilant gaze flickered toward Xinjing, fully prepared for battle. Xinjing, undeterred, merely replied, "I shall allow you 3 moves." Deputy General Qin seethed internally, astonished at the hubris of this young Marquis, who, despite his youth, exhibited such arrogance. He would not let this transgression go unpunished. "I shall not hold back," he declared, brandishing his long blade and charging forward with ferocity. With a single strike, he unleashed a torrent of power toward Xinjing. Xinjing deftly swung his chair, shielding himself while gracefully sidestepping the lethal blow. Though the strike missed its target, it carved a deep gash into the ground, leaving the onlooking soldiers in stunned silence. Was this Deputy General Qin truly a figure of valor? As the second round commenced, Deputy General Qin descended upon Xinjing like a fierce tiger, his momentum unyielding. Standing tall, he wielded his blade with apparent ease, its edge gleaming ominously. With a piercing gaze, he directed his assault toward Xinjing, his movements swift and overwhelming. Xinjing, with keen anticipation, evaded the onslaught with agility and speed, appearing to have studied Deputy General Qin's techniques in advance. The final strike was particularly elusive, with sword and shield intertwining in a seamless dance. Deputy General Qin's attacks were fierce and decisive, yet remarkably measured. The scene inspired awe among the assembled soldiers. However, on this modest training ground, Deputy General Qin relentlessly targeted the Marquis's vital points, yet he could not graze the hem of his garment. His efforts were undeniably earnest. Though seated in a wheelchair, Xinjing's agility remained undiminished. If escape were necessary, he could surely elude Deputy General Qin with greater swiftness. The Marquis had concealed his prowess from the world. leaving many in awe of his capabilities revealed today. As Deputy General Qin advanced, wielding his shield for protection, he launched a sudden, unanticipated assault along 3 separate paths, generating a fierce gust of wind. The crowd gasped, realizing that Deputy General Qin was exploiting the Marquis' apparent vulnerabilities. Yet, amidst the tension, Xin Jing's demeanor remained unflinching, devoid of any trace of fear. In a critical moment, a glimmer of golden light flashed in his eyes. Instantly, the oncoming attacks and the tempestuous wind dissipated into nothingness, as if all force had been effortlessly neutralized. Deputy General Qin's expression shifted dramatically, astonished by the spectacle before him. What had once felt overwhelmingly burdensome was now effortlessly deflected at the last moment. Moreover, Xin Jing's capabilities in visual acuity and speed were evidently superior to those of an ordinary person. Despite believing his years of military experience had granted him the upper hand, Deputy General Qin found himself overwhelmed, his emotions roiling like a stormy sea. He had not anticipated that Xin Jing would unleash such ferocity, potentially threatening his position within the Northern Town Army. His doubts and frustrations burned within him, compelling him to seek the truth beyond this encounter. Watching this unfold, Su Wanqing felt a pang of sympathy for Deputy General Qin. She sighed softly, reminding him, though this lesson may seem harsh, you understand this is merely a trial on the battlefield. Ling Tsong, hearing her words, regarded the general with surprise. He reflected on the general's extensive experiences, which had surely encompassed numerous life and death scenarios. The general must not succumb to anger so easily, he advised gently. Taking a deep breath, Deputy General Qin replied, I am aware of my circumstances. Ultimately, he resolved to depart in search of the truth and a means to address the situation. He recognized that this encounter was but a chapter in his life, and he would persist in his endeavors on the battlefield. The name Xin Jing seemed to encapsulate an abundance of stories and emotions, leaving indelible impressions upon those who witnessed his actions. As Su Wanqing's sentiments reached him, Xin Jing realized he had already departed. Deputy General Qin, staring ahead, felt an unprecedented sense of dread. He understood that what lay ahead was fraught with peril. His body trembled slightly in the tension of the moment. He recognized that his current state rendered him incapable of withstanding any further attacks, and he mustered the strength to utter, General Xin, I concede. I implore you. Before he could finish, a forceful blow struck his shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground, leaving only his chest slightly elevated. Xin Jing gazed down from his height, perceiving the once mighty figure of Deputy General Qin as inconsequential as grains of sand. His tone carried a blend of pity and resolve. In the theater of war, victory and defeat hinge not solely on the outcome, but also on the journey taken. His voice was cold yet unwavering. Hearing this, Xin Jing's lips curled into a subtle smirk. He regarded the flustered Deputy General Qin with a hint of amusement, calmly lifting his sword to strike. For Xin Jing, no one would impede his dominion over the Northern Town Army. This was his conviction and his responsibility. He understood that the only conceivable victor in this struggle would be triumph itself. Though he might appear emotionally detached, within him resided an undeniable compassion and sense of duty. This young man in a wheelchair, despite his youth, wielded an influence that should not be underestimated within the military. His authority stemmed from fair governance and genuine care for his subordinates. He sought to shield Deputy General Li from harm, yet he refrained from exploiting his power to inflict injury upon anyone. As Xin Jing's gaze fell upon Deputy General Qin, he recognized the latter's fortitude and resolve. This man, undeterred by adversity, demonstrated his determination and courage through his actions. Witnessing this scene, those present were deeply moved. They felt the man's resilience and selflessness, and were captivated by his bravery and wisdom. The soldiers, observing the moment, were filled with admiration and respect, bowing their heads in silence. At that moment, the Lord's furious voice echoed, the achievements and valor of Vice General Qin deserve commendation. He gazed at the fallen Vice General, a tide of guilt and concern swelling within him. Xin Jing's voice resonated once more. You'll understand once you go in. His words carried a hint of determination and resolve. Su Wanqing stepped closer, finally discerning the seemingly terrifying yet profoundly humane tableau of battle. She couldn't help but slightly twitch her lips, her eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. She looked at Xinjing, her heart filled with gratitude and respect. What is the situation? Is it a matter of saving or not saving? Su Wanqing fell into contemplation, suddenly realizing that this dilemma was rather intricate. Xinjing remained silent, the soldiers intimidated by his composure and authority, barely daring to breathe. Suddenly, a thought struck her, causing her heart to lurch. No, if he isn't saved, how will the narrative progress? She murmured to herself. For Vice General Qin still had a role to play. In a haze, she gradually regained some clarity. The Vice General's eyes were filled with shock. He was at a loss on how to confront this pivotal decision. "My lord, I have erred. I should not have provoked old Li," he whispered. Xinjing offered no further words, merely observing him quietly. He understood that hesitation was not an option, otherwise, he would fail in his duty. This lord was poisoned during the battle against the Xiongnu. Vice General Qin should be most aware of who was responsible. Xinjing's voice held a note of pride and disdain. The vice general coughed urgently, as if seeking a sliver of hope. "My lord." He could not help but voice his confusion. "Why is this?" Xinjing coldly smiled, his tone brooking no contradiction. "Were it not for my other considerations, you would not even dare to ask." At this juncture, he could only cautiously plead, for his life hung in the balance. Xinjing nodded, indicating that he would address the matter. In Chapter 66, no inappropriate actions will be taken. He began to meticulously scrutinize the soldiers of the Northern Defense Army, sternly warning them, "At all times and in all places, you must never point your weapons at your comrades." He then proceeded towards the tent of Vice General Li. The soldiers dispersed, leaving the tent in silence. Vice General Li finally regained consciousness. At this moment, Su Wanqing watched the scene unfold, her heart a tumult of emotions. Upon seeing Xinjing, he instinctively attempted to rise from his bed, only to be gently restrained by Ling Song. "Vice General Li, there is no need to rise. Please rest assured," he was reminded. Bandaged and instructed by Su Wanqing not to move recklessly, he understood that recovery would not be an easy endeavor. Ling Song stood guard nearby, vigilantly monitoring his movements to ensure he did not act unwisely, as such actions would hinder his recovery. Vice General Li ceased his motions, deeply bowing in gratitude. "It is mine competence. I am fortunate for the Lord and Lady's rescue." Though hindered in movement, he steadfastly expressed his appreciation to Xinjing and Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing had already attended to his injured arm. With time and care, he would heal. Following her treatment plan, if he diligently applied the bone-mending ointment, he would regain his health within 6 months. However, lurking uncertainties remained. As Vice General Li aged, these risks gradually became more pronounced, an inevitability he could not evade. Having just crossed the threshold of 40, he believed it entirely feasible to return to the battlefield after recuperation. Yet, in his eyes, having achieved such remarkable recovery was already a source of satisfaction. As a victim, he was acutely aware of his physical condition. He once thought his hands had become useless, believing that even if he survived, he would be rendered a lifeless shell. Yet within the army, there was no such concept as a useless person. His heart swelled with gratitude and respect, thankful for the opportunity to once again charge into battle for the Northern Defense Army. He revered the lady for illuminating hope within him, granting him the chance to strive on the battlefield once more, even if it meant meeting his end there. Such would be the noblest conclusion. Xinjing observed the binding marks on Vice General Li's arm. Though curious, it was a testament to his healing capabilities. He could control simple movements through slight tremors. This realization brought Xinjing both comfort and a complex array of emotions. This man was perpetually astonishing and unfathomable. He was akin to a shroud of mist, concealing an enigmatic yet intriguing secret. A mysterious and captivating force emanated from him, compelling one to delve deeper. Return Vice General Li to rest was a commandingly decisive order. Subsequently, the group departed the camp. Along the way, their rapport seemed to flourish. It was only when Su Wanqing felt a resurgence of turmoil within her that she recognized her own doubts and concerns. For Vice General Li, she had not only confronted Vice General Qin but had also unveiled his secrets. This was a form of appraisal towards Vice General Li. Yet, as she had stated, she held him in high regard. Although Vice General Qin had not yet reached the threshold for expulsion from the Northern Defense Army, it did not imply he lacked accountability or a sense of responsibility. Some matters could be set aside for the time being. Indeed, could she derive benefits from Vice Generally? This inquiry surfaced in her mind. While no overt signs were apparent, deep within, she yearned for some form of advantage from Vice Generally, perhaps a modest honor or a special resource. A letter of separation is hard to come by, yet intentions run deep. Xin Jing moved, gently parted his lips. If the lady has contemplations, why not voice them? My lord, I have been pondering. It seems Vice Generally is recovering well. What do you think? A great reward lies within reach. What the lady says is not unfounded. During the northern expedition against the Xiongnu, amidst quelling the rebellion, there were traitors within the army who disclosed our marching routes, resulting in significant losses of our elite forces. Were it not for the lady's meticulous planning, I would have perished in the flames of war. The revelation of the lady's actions stunned those present. Su Wanqing was taken aback, realizing there was such a backstory. The Lord's sacrifices for the nation. I truly admire that.
Does the Lord imply?
Vice General Qin is indeed a traitor? Precisely, Xin Jing affirmed. This individual is cunning and elusive. The military's internal dynamics are intricate. Without concrete evidence, it is challenging to eradicate him. If he occupies a high position, it is difficult to coexist harmoniously beneath him. Thus his temperament cannot endure the oppression of others. Previously, I acted hastily. Fortunately, I later comprehended your good intentions. Suddenly, Xin Jing enveloped her in a gentle embrace, his eyes reflecting a tender smile. The lady's medical skills are exceptional, a rarity in the Northern Defense Marquis. Should you assist Vice Generally in overcoming this trial, it would indeed be a noble deed. Su Wanqing felt warmth bloom within her heart, yet maintained her composure. Your words are too kind, my lord, she replied softly, but this matter requires careful deliberation. However, this situation is exceedingly complex. I harbor some unease. Xin Jing gently released her, a fleeting softness glimmering in his gaze. From now on, the lady may rest assured here. None shall dare to wrong you. This woman was so fiercely resilient. Who could dare to bully her? In the past, Xin Jing was never constrained by the opinions of others. He acted decisively and according to his whims, requiring no explanations for his intentions. Before encountering Su Wanqing, it was well known that he was a man of few words. However, now, due to a jest, he has provoked her suspicions and must clarify his intentions. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and Xin Jing felt a flicker of confusion within him. It was as if he had undergone a baptism of suffering, shedding his former habits. Su Wanqing regarded him with a look of skepticism, her eyes betraying a subtle unease. What had caused Xin Jing to behave so peculiarly? Someone asked in bewilderment. Xin Jing smiled faintly and replied, Madam, are you perhaps feeling joy? Su Wanqing, still perplexed, responded, Joy? How could I be joyful? I merely wish to know what to do. With a soft sigh, Xin Jing mentioned the imperial liquor. Su Wanqing seemed to grasp something but struggled to conceal it, stating, Which company excels in excavator technology? Xin Jing chuckled, replying, Of course, it is Shandong's Lanxiang. They exchanged knowing glances, and the atmosphere shifted back to a familiar, yet slightly strange warmth. Though Xin Jing harbored doubts, he no longer felt troubled by them. Su Wanqing's expression gradually returned to calm. She sighed deeply and quietly posed a riddle. 180 cups? Xin Jing laughed. The answer was evident. Su Wanqing exhibited a hint of relaxation, perhaps realizing the truth of the matter. She gently echoed, Shandong's Lanxiang. A warmth spread through Xin Jing's heart. He understood this marked the beginning of his journey toward the truth. He embraced her tightly, as if this moment heralded the dawn of their future. As they spoke, the atmosphere around them lightened. Since you do not inquire, I shall remain silent. We are both modern individuals at our core, and who fears whom? In Volume 1, Chapter 67, I believe what you see, Su Wanqing looked up, questioning Xin Jing. Why then does he behave differently from his character in the play? Xin Jing pondered for a moment before explaining. He dislike men merely because his core is that of a heterosexual man. Su Wanqing's eyes widened in confusion. What do you mean? Shun Jing smiled calmly. I am uncertain, but I trust what you see. After a moment of silence, she finally voiced her doubts. Could it be that he used some method to remember these words? Shun Jing clarified. It was something I overheard you muttering while inebriated. What is the imperial liquor? And regarding his past, you may be unaware. I understand that it was the dialogue from our wedding night that stirred something deep within me. And what else?
Wanqing pressed.
Shun Jing hesitated before deciding to start with the simplest explanation. Perhaps he began to care for you after our encounter that day. Su Wanqing was astonished. Why has he only now become aware of this issue? Shun Jing maintained a calm demeanor. Yet his words conveyed wisdom and understanding. Perhaps he has been observing us from a distance. He did not wish to cause you worry or confusion. So he shifted the topic. The brutality of war is something you have not witnessed firsthand, so you likely do not comprehend. What is his inner world like?
Wanqing inquired curiously.
Shun Jing's gaze deepened. He is a man of great inner strength and a profound sense of responsibility. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing paused, sensing the underlying significance. While the matter remained, it need not be overly concerning. The situation behind the backdrop was indeed intricate. Just as a general may need to speak through strength, even when distanced from the capital, one's mindset remains free and unrestrained. Shun Jing, at crucial moments, often contradicted himself, making him someone to be approached with caution. The flattery of the former sixth prince toward him resembled that of a fair-weather friend. How could such an important figure easily promise you an uncertain agreement? After all, Shun Jing's matters were personally certified by the Imperial Medical Institution. Shun Jing remained silent, but Su Wanqing understood in her heart. His actions within the Marquis seemed to reflect a premeditated situation. Even if his achievements overshadowed his master, his demeanor remained unperturbed. Today, his silence felt as if he were navigating through a perilous world. The dangers concealed beneath the once prosperous palace were all too apparent. In the presence of such a profound character, who could remain untroubled, the intricacies of worldly power struggles are merciless, and the grandeur of the palace conceals a bloodless game of societal maneuvering. Perhaps it was the recent estrangement from the Su family that had led him to grow wary of you. Su Wanqing certainly understood the hidden meanings behind it all. However, why would this Marquis explain all this to her? He had not previously mentioned such matters in her presence. She acted cautiously, prioritizing her survival. She was aware that, under this narrative, the relationship between herself and him was destined to be complex. It seemed that his explanations stemmed from a desire to protect and care for her. My lord, while I know you are always insightful, there remains one matter that I cannot easily accept. Su Wanqing raised her gaze, her eyes filled with inquiry, as if contemplating Shun Jing's various statements. Shun Jing quietly scoffed inwardly, sensing he had seen through her true thoughts. Understanding should not entail frequently revisiting old matters or engaging in pretentious reproaches. Her current reaction bore a semblance of clarity and composure. His gaze was profound as a deep pool, and he gently remarked, "Whether you choose to believe is not for you to decide. If you harbor doubts, it would be better to be candid." Su Wanqing met Shun Jing's sincere gaze, feeling a warmth in her heart. Despite this, she could not help but ask, "If I were to speak the truth, would it not upend your perception of me?" Shun Jing's expression grew serious, touched by Su Wanqing's resilience and honesty. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. "If you could truly do so, you would be a wise individual." Hearing this,
Wanqing finally exhaled.
Though she felt a mix of doubts and tension, she understood that she was not genuinely betraying her family or husband.
Now,
she simply wished to live for herself, a newfound clarity and courage she had never known before. When Su Wanqing mentioned her name, Shun Jing's demeanor grew slightly cold, as if questioning her intentions.
"What is it?"
The implication of doubt lingered. Staying in the Marquis, one would find security. Do not provoke trouble. This reputed woman of strength would not allow you to lose yourself. Upon hearing these words, Su Wanqing immediately regained her composure. While that may be true, I still need to lay the groundwork for what follows.
How could this be?
I am Su Wanqing, a talented woman of the 21st century, renowned for my reputation. I possess both beauty and wealth, along with wisdom and capability, embodying the essence of a modern-day heiress. Why should I be confined to a corner of the Marquis, willingly sacrificing my freedom? Shun Jing remained silent, stirred by inner turmoil. This woman, who had yet to speak, was laden with unspoken thoughts, her ideas surging like a tempest. Prompting deep reflection, she resolutely countered, "How could you be so presumptuous? I never imagined I would find myself in such dark times." Shun Jing casually remarked, the wedding night was merely a trivial matter. He could not help but be surprised by her character's transformation. Attempting to capture his true feelings, he finally expressed his inner thoughts. "I had not considered employing the art of seduction." His words were laden with complex emotions. At this moment, Shun Jing's heart was a tumultuous mix of emotions, making one ponder the inner struggles and contradictions he faced. Perhaps he had once contemplated pursuing a tranquil life, yet reality compelled him to confront myriad challenges. He understood that his actions might incite controversy, yet he remained resolute in his belief that it was necessary to protect those he cherished. Su Wanqing attempted to calm her emotions and responded with unwavering determination. Indeed, her words conveyed a sense of firmness and resolve. "When we first met, I believed the Su family had no ties to me. What utility does his charm hold? Shall he wait until I am utterly entranced, only to return me to the Su family's stronghold to extract secrets? What difference is there between the Lady Bai of the Marquis' residence and myself?" Shun Jing took a deep breath, striving to maintain a natural expression. He had said all that he intended to convey. As night deepened, a line of guards stood outside the Marquis' residence, supervising the royal palace guards on confinement duty. Upon entering the estate, Shun Jing and Su Wanqing felt as though they had stepped into a cage. From that day forth, they would be confined within the residence for an entire week, unable to venture outside. As Su Wanqing was about to leave, a servant suddenly approached with a report. "My lord, Lady Bai requests your presence for an urgent discussion." Shun Jing glanced at the decisively departing Su Wanqing and nodded in acknowledgement. Su Wanqing hesitated, her heart rife with dissatisfaction and doubt. "So, when shall I be summoned to the Marquis' residence again?" Shun Jing smiled silently, pondering the recent behavior of this woman. When would someone be sent to invite him again? In the Shiri pavilion, Bai Yan gazed at the steaming dishes on the table, her face marred by gloom. As twilight descended, she wondered when the Marquis would return. When she finally lifted her head, she saw Shun Jing arriving belatedly. A flicker of joy crossed her face, only to be swiftly replaced by a sense of grievance. In Volume 1, Chapter 68, Bestowed Marriage by the Emperor, Bai Yan bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes. "My lord, did you not promise to dine with me every year on my birthday?" Concealing her hands behind her back, her tone betrayed a hint of barely perceptible reproach. "Today is different. Being able to cook for you fills my heart with joy. In the days to come, I wish to learn more culinary skills to bring you happiness." Shun Jing remained silent. He was well aware that today marked Bai Yan's birthday, as the servants had already reminded him. As Bai Yan brought forth a bowl of thin porridge, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "My lord, please have some porridge for your stomach. Try my cooking." She presented a bowl of aromatic dishes before him. Four small dishes alongside a bowl of porridge unfolded like a scenic vista before Shun Jing. As he gazed at the woman before him, the image of Su Wanqing surfaced in his mind. Bai Yan looked at Shun Jing, her expression grave. Since marrying into the Marquis' residence, she had regarded him as her everything. Her body and life belonged to him. Why then was he so cruel? A bittersweet sensation coursed through Shun Jing. The sincerity in his words reflected his deep affection for Bai Yan. Yet, he struggled to comprehend the jealousy and insecurity that brewed within her. Had Su Wanqing not mentioned this matter, it might have held a certain intrigue. Lost in thought, Shun Jing's hand trembled slightly. Then, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, he set down his chopsticks, his mind a chaotic tangle. This was the Shiri pavilion, and the person before him was Bai Yan. She could not help but remind herself. "Ling Tsong," Shun Jing spoke, "to the study." "Yes," Ling Tsong replied, promptly entering the study to escort the Marquis away. "My lord." Bai Yan's face registered disbelief. He had just laid down his chopsticks. Why was he suddenly leaving? "There is an urgent matter to handle. You may continue your meal without waiting for me." Bai Yan stared blankly at the departing Xinjing, as if she had not heard the clatter of chopsticks falling. Why had he changed so? In past years, during Ling Tsong's birthday, they would converse until dawn. Though she was reluctant to dwell on it, she could no longer suppress the jealousy and unease that welled within her. The sixth prince had shown interest in her, and in an effort to capture the Marquis' attention, they had grown increasingly close. Yet, her original intention remained unchanged. She simply wished to become the matriarch of the Marquis' residence. Ever since she had saved the Marquis in his youth, he had held her in high regard. Since their marriage bestowed by the emperor, he had cared for her with meticulous attention due to his lingering guilt. However, the recent military affairs that involved her had sown seeds of doubt in her heart. At that moment, the maid Lanlan approached, hesitating to speak. Bai Yan furrowed her brow slightly, her tone tinged with irritation. What is it? Why did the Marquis go to the military camp with Su Wanqing today? Lanlan hesitated, but Bai Yan sensed something amiss. She could not help but voice her confusion. At that moment, a tempest of jealousy surged within her. She and the Marquis had grown up together, yet she had never set foot in the military stronghold in the capital. Why did she receive such special treatment? Recently, the Marquis' behavior had become increasingly erratic, and his attitude towards her had grown colder. Was this all merely because of Ling Tsong rather than Kaiwa? Bai Yan's heart screamed in frustration. What was the meaning of this? Just by looking at that woman, she would rather concede to Ling Tsong in every aspect. But had she truly ascertained what was happening? Bai Yan composed herself and inquired, "Forgive me, my lady. The matters concerning the military camp are complex. I have expended considerable effort merely to verify the comings and goings of that woman with the Marquis." Lanlan replied, her head bowed. "This is utterly absurd," Bai Yan exclaimed, slamming her hand down. Under the palace's prohibitions, how could a woman's involvement with a sixth prince's favored beast implicate the Marquis? Now she dared to enter the military camp. Was this not inviting others to slander the Marquis? How outrageous! Kaiwei gritted her teeth, incredulous at the scene before her. The lady was being so overt. As long as this woman remained in the Marquis' residence, did it mean that she would have no chance of rising again? In the east courtyard of the Marquis' residence, Su Wanqing, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto her bed as soon as she returned to her domain. Kaiwa entered, carrying a basin of warm water, and carefully placed it beside the vanity. She hurried to tidy the bedding and softly said, "My lady, it would be good for you to bathe, otherwise you won't sleep soundly." Su Wanqing smiled faintly, looking at Kaiwa. "Do not worry. I am merely fatigued from a few days of work and only need to wash my face." Seeing her weary countenance, Kaiwa felt a surge of concern. "My lady, allow me to help you wash your face." Kaiwa took the warm water and began to gently wipe Su Wanqing's face. Su Wanqing nodded in satisfaction. Kaiwa was indeed attentive. "As a reward for your diligence, I shall build you a grand residence in the future and help you select a suitable husband. Whatever you desire, I shall strive to fulfill." After all, it was her own bed. Whether she bathed or not mattered little. Su Wanqing's words carried a hint of lightness and joy. "Indeed, a wife is the best." Kaiwa chuckled, covering her mouth with a playful glint in her eyes. However, seeing Su Wanqing's current exhaustion tugged at her heartstrings. Women of this era were truly too easily stirred. Just like that, a woman imbued with profound affection had suddenly become a dazzling gem within the Marquis' residence. The mirror had long witnessed the unembellished expressions of Su Wanqing, yet it could not help but be astonished by the transformation before it.
Wanqing smiled fondly,
A hint of concern gracing her features as she gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror. Lazily turning around, she fixed her eyes on the mirror that faced her. From a distance, was this not a visage that mirrored her own? The mirror paused momentarily, setting down the cloth it held, and hastened towards Su Wanqing. "Madam, please take a closer look." Su Wanqing scrutinized her reflection, unable to suppress her astonishment. No longer did the mirror reflect a face marred by blemishes. Instead, it revealed an exquisite countenance. Her large eyes sparkled with brilliance, and her previously coarse skin now appeared smooth as jade, revitalized in its radiance. Her features were distinctly defined, yet harmoniously blended, exuding a natural grace. With skin in such pristine condition, even a bare face could reveal unparalleled beauty. Throughout the years, she had perceived herself as unremarkable. Yet here she was, breathtakingly stunning. Su Wanqing could scarcely believe her eyes, turning to examine her hands. Despite the lingering pain from her finger, bitten to save Deputy Li, this was undeniably a genuine transformation. She finally confirmed that the face in the mirror was indeed hers. It seemed that all of this stemmed from the noble deeds of that formidable figure outside. The capture of the tiger bore with it a mysterious pharmacological essence. Perhaps it was intended for healing or achieving some other purpose, or perhaps it involved a mystical force that had entered her mouth. At this moment, the mirror realized that it might be possible to further investigate the truth behind this matter. Su Wanqing added, "I must approach this situation with utmost caution and ensure that it remains undisclosed." Volume 1, Chapter 69. Always concealing secrets. Kai Wei was utterly perplexed. Her master, who had always possessed exceptional beauty, had inexplicably transformed into someone rather unsightly, only to regain her allure after enduring some hardships. Compared to the other two in the Su household, she was indeed remarkable. One could not help but wonder, why was there always something hidden beneath the surface? If someone had proposed this matter, she would undoubtedly have stepped forward without hesitation, boldly displaying herself and unafraid of those who had once insulted or belittled her. Kai Wei murmured, confused. The master must be referring to something significant and deserving of serious consideration. Nearby, someone echoed her sentiments softly. Su Wanqing, lost in thought, nodded absent-mindedly, her mind drifting to a name, Yao Wanguiyun. As the morning light had yet to fully dissipate, the eastern courtyard welcomed the dawn of a new day. Su Wanqing awoke early, unsure whether her beauty had roused her or if it was the unknown that had stirred her. She promptly instructed Kai Wei to fetch items for disguising her appearance. For one whose fate had been fraught with misfortune, it seemed she leaned towards self-preservation and inner tranquility. Kai Wei, bewildered, continued with her tasks, as if her role as the neglected servant of this master destined her to be perpetually busy. Despite the arrival of a new batch of rough servants at the Su residence, she still preferred to take matters into her own hands. "Madam, among the maids in our courtyard, which one do you favor?" Su Wanqing asked casually. Kai Wei, somewhat puzzled, complied with the request nonetheless. She thought to herself that the maid who served her closely would likely face a grim fate. Kai Wei hesitated. "I am not accustomed to having someone attend to me." She pondered the potential misfortunes that might befall a maid who served closely. Though she understood this was for her protection against unforeseen calamities, she still wished to remain uninvolved. While Su Wanqing was fierce, she appeared more aloof during moments of infatuation, and her courtyard always seemed desolate. Perhaps it was because she did not wish to impose burdens on others, or perhaps because she felt that Kai Wei should not bear all the wrongdoing alone. "The servant shall remember," Kai Wei replied earnestly. Her thoughts were simple, yet Su Wanqing hoped she would exercise greater caution. Among the people outside, none were truly reliable, including those maids. Yet, who could truly ascertain such matters? Su Wanqing refrained from further speech, meticulously preparing herself before beginning her meal, and after finishing, she readied herself to leave the— "Madam, where are you going?" Kai Wei inquired. "Sure." Su Wanqing abruptly covered Sayue's mouth, whispering, "Lower your voice. I must enter a secret passage to ensure no one is aware. You must not disclose this to anyone, lest we attract unnecessary trouble. If someone comes to visit, simply state that I have urgent business and cannot be seen. Do you understand?" Kai Wei nodded. With utmost care, Su Wanqing evaded the gazes of the maids, moving with speed and stealth towards a secluded corner of the estate. She had long prepared for this adventure. A secret passage awaited her. After hastily exiting the Su Wanqing rushed into the secret beast garden of the Sixth Prince. This place, seemingly deserted, was laden with secrets and dangers. Ordinary citizens would not dare to tread here, fearful of attracting trouble. Within, the beast tamers often guarded the secrets of the tigers, ensuring no one dared to intrude upon their tranquility. It was said that the tiger's temperament was unique, sometimes roaming freely, but that was merely a legend. Su Wanqing was no ordinary citizen. She had ventured into this realm, One must enter the tiger's den to catch the tiger cub. Though her heart brimmed with courage and resolve, she needed to carefully consider how to address this mysterious tiger beast. After several attempts, Su Wanqing remained uncertain of the beast's existence. Disappointment flickered within her. Yet she understood it was a reality she had to accept. Ultimately, she resolved to press on, leaving the enigmatic area behind. The situation had grown troublesome. At that moment, AI Ping understood that the other party had come prepared to resolve a crisis. Hua Jingye, filled with confusion, queried why the antidote had not yet been produced. Recalling the arrow wound at the city gate, it truly seemed as though some form of poison had left its mark. Had he misjudged the situation? Your Highness, forgive me. I suspect that Shunjing has not directly been affected by the poison, he replied. Hua Jingye scoffed, dismissing this notion outright. Later, upon returning indoors, one individual continued to lament the peculiarities surrounding Shunjing, suggesting that perhaps she was not the genuine Shunjing. It appeared that this person had adopted a different identity to manipulate the game. Reflecting on the scenes Su Wanqing had observed within he began to suspect it was all an act. However, the imperial physician confirmed that there were no residual toxins, prompting deeper contemplation. Could the renowned physician named Yun have apprenticed under a prominent master? If she could indeed neutralize the poison, how would the dosage and preparation be calculated? The unraveling of this mystery would require a methodical approach. Alas, the weight of suspicion was unbearable. Who would dare to offend this powerful figure? Especially when she was a young lady of bearing the burden of all consequences. At this moment, Su Wanqing realized that she had not yet grasped the full truth. She pondered how to yield some results to report back. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the corner, causing her to shudder. Just as she hesitated, the other party made a subtle movement that prompted her to ponder the matter anew. A master and servant hurriedly entered the room, meticulously surveying their surroundings. Careful not to overlook any detail, Su Wanqing slowly inquired, "Is there anywhere that remains unexamined?" One remark carried a profound implication. "What do you think will unfold here tonight?" At this moment, they exchanged knowing nods, acknowledging that they had indeed failed to uncover any precise information regarding their whereabouts, leaving them to ponder how Hua Jingye could fabricate such elaborate tales. It seemed wise to speculate and press forward. Su Wanqing had no choice but to follow closely behind, no longer allowing herself to languish in anticipation of the perfect answer. Before long, the door swung open, and Hua Jingye, along with his companions, vanished like a gust of wind into the garden. A subtle disturbance within the room made Su Wanqing acutely aware that hidden secrets lay concealed within. Having emerged, there was no reason to return empty-handed. Such actions must surely harbor some deeper mystery. At that moment, the malevolent winds in the garden grew stronger, prompting Su Wanqing to recall the origins of the formidable figure, silently speculating on the stories shrouded in secrecy. Everything seemed to be guided by fate. Perhaps deeper truths awaited revelation behind the scenes. Behind the enormous beastly painting lay a mysterious hidden door, which she cautiously explored. She glanced around, treading lightly as she stepped inside. The door ajar, the dim light seemed to beckon her into another unknown realm. Su Wanqing harbored a profound fear of darkness. Yet her curiosity propelled her onward. The basement was damp and oppressive, the air thick with a musty odor. Covering her mouth and nose, she struggled to maintain her composure, her eyes gradually adjusting to the gloom as she began to search. As she ventured deeper, the light grew increasingly clear. Under the faint glow, she finally discerned a figure within the hidden door, a legendary rogue. Simultaneously, she spotted two henchmen guarding him. In her mind, Su Wanqing's thoughts raced as she devised a strategy. She realized that formidable adversaries might lurk within this enigma, yet she did not falter. Confronting a stranger was daunting enough. Facing two was an even greater challenge. Should she ambush them? That would require her utmost strength in order to contend. With a plan forming, Su Wanqing retrieved her grandfather's suona and blew into it with vigor. Indeed, the mournful melody captured their attention. Quickly, she concealed herself to avoid detection. "What is happening?" Henchman A inquired. "His Highness and guard AI left not long ago. Could it be them?" Henchman B replied. "This place is generally avoided by the common folk. That sound, It seems like an alarm. Let us investigate and see what's amiss. Be cautious. The two men gingerly exited the room, beginning to patrol the entire basement. However, their departure did not guarantee an easy return. Suddenly, henchman A stepped on something solid. Looking down, he discovered a glimmering silver ingot. Puzzled, he asked, "Have you found anything?"
No.
Su Wanqing swiftly pocketed the silver ingot, pretending nothing had occurred as she continued onward. As she explored further, she found more silver underfoot, as if someone had deliberately buried it there. Some had even fallen during her search, igniting great excitement in Henchman A. He hurried to find Henchman B, exclaiming, "Something here seems off. It's late. You should head back." "Back?"
Wanqing questioned, perplexed.
"Weren't you on duty today?"
Hey.
"You said the day before yesterday that it was your mother's birthday celebration. But I just turned 18 last month." The two left the basement, puzzled, understanding that the story behind it all was astonishing. Yet, delving deeper presented its own challenges. They began to ponder how to unravel the mystery and uncover the truth. "You're quite the loyal one," Henchman B chimed in, concerned that Henchman A might reconsider, saying, "I shall leave first. Tomorrow we must drink together." After he departed, Henchman A eagerly produced a stash of silver from his pocket, biting into it with glee. "So this is the wealth of some affluent family, and today I shall strike it rich." In the basement, Su Wanqing crouched, her gaze serious. "Tiger, are you all right? I'm here to rescue you." The green eyes revealed a hint of pride, yet the fur appeared disheveled, as if it had endured many trials. Once sleek and glossy, its coat was now filthy but still exuded an air of authority. The once mighty beast seemed akin to a fallen figure expelled from a bustling city. Yet it retained an indomitable spirit. Determined, Su Wanqing approached to inspect Tiger's wounds. It growled softly, attempting to evade her, but she noticed its reaction, undoubtedly complicating her task. Regardless of whether it could comprehend her words, she needed to tend to its injuries. "Please, allow me to treat your wounds quickly. It may hurt a little, but bear with me." Observing the beast struggle to avoid her touch, Su Wanqing's heart raced, questioning whether this was indeed the fierce tiger or just an ordinary orange cat. "We must disinfect the wound immediately," Su Wanqing declared resolutely. "I have brought ointment and a syringe. We must act swiftly before those above come down." At that moment, Tiger suddenly rolled over, exposing a wound on its belly, a lash mark, presumably left by a trainer. Su Wanqing froze, reminding herself, this wound is festering. If not properly treated, it could be life-threatening. Anxious, she understood that prompt care was essential to safeguard its life. She decided to calm its nerves. "I must go now." She rolled up her sleeves and gently stroked Tiger's belly. Carefully, she disinfected the wound and applied the special ointment, concealing her actions from prying eyes. "Do not lick the ointment. It should heal," she reassured, rising to leave as the beast watched her retreating figure, patiently awaiting the passage of time.
Wanqing sighed inwardly,
pondering the absurdity of this situation. With the wound treated, her rescue mission was far from over. The person had yet to arrive, and her anxiety and concern began to ease slightly. At that moment, she couldn't help but worry about the future survival of this mighty creature. Nonetheless, ensuring its safety remained paramount. The beast seemed to grasp her intentions and dared not approach further. It lay half-conscious, tethered, unable to pursue her. Su Wanqing took a few steps when a deafening crash erupted from behind, as if something had struck the ground. "Why are you so ignorant of the rules? If you hadn't dropped anything, I might have remained oblivious. Whoever finds it owns it. Do you still wish to argue? Let us not stir trouble. This money should be shared between us," Ghostly replied coldly. "Hey, are you bold enough to come back for more?" Su Wanqing's expression darkened, and she immediately retaliated. At the hidden door, the two henchmen engaged in a scuffle, and Su Wanqing seized the opportunity, lifting the mysterious painting and resolutely advancing forward. "Who goes there?" She heard an angry shout from behind, daring not to linger. "Halt!" A voice commanded from behind. Su Wanqing's heart raced, and without a moment's hesitation, she pressed on, aware that secrets and dangers lay hidden here. At a fork in the path, she hesitated for 2 seconds before deciding to take the right. Yet, a sudden force yanked her to the left.
"Ah!" Su Wanqing gasped in surprise.
Do not shout, a deep voice resonated from behind. Su Wanqing turned in shock, only to find a man wearing a silver mask standing before her. She immediately recognized his identity and purpose. My lord, she stammered, revealing her own identity. The man halted, turned around, and with slightly parted lips commanded, explain. After a moment's hesitation, Su Wanqing cautiously began, I have come for a stroll. Feeling quite stifled indoors, I wish to get some fresh air. The man remained silent, his gaze betraying a sense of detachment. I can explain, she added, trailing after him as he entered a dilapidated hut. Inside, it was uninhabited, with only the bustling scene outside and the antiquated surroundings in view. She was unaware of the secrets and dangers that loomed here, yet she could feel a subtle pressure enveloping her. Such an escape, if discovered by others, would surely bring misfortune upon the entire household. The man pondered for a moment before stating, at this hour, you would typically still be resting. With the issuance of the edict, has something unforeseen transpired? Why should I concern myself with that? Though I do not reside by the sea. Your lord is not someone to be trifled with, Su Wanqing retorted, a look of dissatisfaction crossing her face. As for today. Xin Jing observed her helplessly, pondering the peculiar nature of this woman. Chapter 71 reveals something genuine though discontent brewed within her. Su Wanqing's demeanor remained submissive. My lord often mocks me. Was I not simply unwell yesterday, needing a bit more rest? What is the matter? Xin Jing turned to leave, a voice of dissatisfaction following him. Su Wanqing was startled, yet feigned nonchalance. The mistress returned in haste, and has matters to attend to. Xin Jing's brow furrowed, aware that this woman harbored many secrets and would not reveal herself easily without an incentive. He quickened his pace, heading deeper into the estate. Upon reaching their destination, he seized her hand. Go. Xin Jing turned back with a smile, declaring that his return was solely to explore her past. A slight blush crept onto Su Wanqing's cheeks, yet she said nothing, merely following his lead deeper into the estate. They ultimately arrived at a restricted area, confronting someone entirely unexpected. At that moment, Xin Jing's eyes widened, shocked by the audacity of this woman, who dared to act so freely within the Marquis' residence. It seems you have truly courted disaster. Xin Jing mused internally. Upon returning to the eastern garden, Kaiwei rushed over, her face etched with concern. Madam, you have finally returned. Su Wanqing's heart tightened, but she maintained an air of indifference. Everything is fine now. Seeing her relaxed demeanor only deepened Sayue's confusion. What exactly have you done? Su Wanqing casually replied, just a few trivial matters. Sayue's brow knitted in worry. Are the mistress's affairs merely trivial? With a resigned smile, Su Wanqing remarked, perhaps you are right. I just didn't want to worry you. The atmosphere between them grew tense. Xin Jing furrowed his brow, silently weighing his options. Ultimately, he chose to depart temporarily to avoid further complications. Not long after returning to the eastern garden, a commotion erupted outside. Su Wanqing's heart raced, yet she remained composed. Madam, is there something amiss? Xin Jing's voice called out. Taking a deep breath, she resolved, there is nothing now. Kaiwei quietly explained, today's events are rather unusual. Suddenly, Kaiwei recalled something and pulled out a medicine vial, her face illuminating with pride. Madam, the Marquis mentioned that your finger was injured. This medicine is specially formulated by him and is highly effective. He even sent some supplements for replenishing your energy and blood. Su Wanqing was taken aback, realizing his thoughtfulness. Indeed, madam. After Kaiwei left,
Su Wanqing sat in contemplation.
It must be said, the unfolding of this narrative was quite peculiar. Though Xin Jing perpetually wore an expression of someone owed 5 million, he seemed to have saved her multiple times at critical junctures. Nevertheless, the characters in this tale are not necessarily virtuous. Whether conflicts would arise between him and her remained contingent upon the story's progression. This man, though somewhat aloof, exhibited a ruthless streak, yet also hinted at kindness. However, from the current narrative, he did not appear entirely villainous. The situation, although complex, had not fundamentally altered the overarching dynamics. Xin Jing might be a pawn in this game, yet his methods against external threats were commendable. It remained uncertain whether he would again harbor doubts or seek vengeance against his wife. The struggle for power is inherently unpredictable, defying simplistic judgments of good and evil. One could only lament that as a daughter of the ministerial house, she could only passively become a pawn in this contest. Let it be for now, Su Wanqing mused. She took the vial of medicine, inhaling its scent, contemplating its quality. Indeed, it was an excellent choice for wound healing. Although she possessed her own medicine, she understood that injuries were commonplace in modern society, deciding to conserve resources. Thus, she did not pay much attention to the injury on her finger. Applying the medicine to her wounded finger, she felt an immediate relief. The efficacy was astonishing. The medicinal skills of the Yun women were undoubtedly superior to her own. After all, in an era devoid of advanced medical equipment, achieving such results was truly remarkable. She resolved to seek an opportunity to learn from her. This journey would not be in vain. Perhaps she had some insight into the blood of the powerful. In the residence of the Prince of Nan'an in the capital, Hua Jingye slammed his hand on the table in anger. Incompetent fools. How could they allow a woman to slip away? Ai Ping, who had been listening for a while, finally spoke. This man and woman seem to share some resemblance. Who do you think they resemble? Su Wanqing pondered for a moment before replying. The man appears quite formidable. Ai Ping frowned, contemplating before addressing Hua Jingye. Your Highness. This situation seems suspicious. The only woman brave enough to provoke the powerful is the Marquis' wife, and as for the man. Hua Jingye's expression darkened further. He too surmised Su Wanqing's involvement. Yet, without concrete evidence, accountability was exceedingly difficult. Truly infuriating. Hua Jingye cursed. In that case, send someone to capture these two fools and deal with them. The two henchmen guarding the powerful man were drenched in sweat, kneeling in supplication. It is our incompetence. Please forgive us, Your Highness. At this moment, Su Wanqing noticed a detail that piqued her curiosity. She gently inquired, Your Highness, why did Xinjing leave so suddenly? Was it for my sake? Upon hearing this, Ai Ping's eyes flickered with contemplation. Suddenly, he recalled something. Perhaps we can spread some rumors. As night descended, Hua Jingye and Su Wanqing stood under the starlit sky. Xinjing leaned against a tree, his gaze deep and enigmatic. I had thought he would bide his time until the edict was lifted. Su Wanqing murmured, yet it appeared he was not content with mere waiting. Perhaps he has ulterior motives, Ai Ping speculated. Perhaps, Su Wanqing mused inwardly, contemplating that tonight's actions might bring him some trouble. She decided to take a stroll, allowing the night breeze to disperse the gloom weighing on her heart. It was then that she noticed a figure appearing in her line of sight. Hua Jingye's gaze was fixed on the distant starry sky. Why is he still out at this late hour? Xinjing inquired. Su Wanqing, unable to suppress her curiosity, asked, Who is he? Why is he so enigmatic? The man seemed particularly conspicuous in the darkness, prompting Su Wanqing to scrutinize him with intrigue. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within her, as if she had stumbled upon an answer. Is it hormones? She silently pondered. Deep within Xinjing, a flicker of curiosity and anticipation arose. He observed the smile on Su Wanqing's face, as if he glimpsed the dawn of hope. In that moment, she felt rejuvenated. The worries that had once plagued her about being turned into a human puppet now seemed trivial. At that instant, Xinjing gazed at her, a faint smile gracing his lips, internally marveling at how her lively eyes appeared even more alluring under the moonlight. My lord, do you not find the stars of the night to be breathtaking? Su Wanqing turned to look at him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Indeed, they are quite beautiful. Xinjing replied, though his gaze betrayed a hint of helplessness and confusion. Chapter 72. Arousing your curiosity, he explained matter-of-factly. Perhaps it is my gaze that piqued your curiosity. I am gradually acclimating to social interactions. His eyes held a depth of meaning as he asked her, Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Su Wanqing seemed to comprehend his implication and nodded gently, saying, I have heard some things regarding ferocious beasts. She paused, a hint of perplexity crossing her face as she inquired, Do they truly pose any threat to us? The specifics remain unclear, Caillou replied, her expression somewhat hesitant. I may have heard some uncertain news yesterday. Really? Please tell me more, Su Wanqing urged, her curiosity intensifying. As night deepened, Xinjing found himself increasingly drawn to the prospect of engaging with others. He looked deeply into her eyes and reassured her, "Do not worry. This is merely a minor episode in life." As he spoke, he glanced at her retreating figure and added, "This evening, my lady has requested your presence for a discussion." After turning away, she felt a newfound sense of stability and warmth within her heart. Furthermore, since the heroic figure had once shown her kindness, she did not wish for him to meet with misfortune. Otherwise, she would not have gone to such lengths to nurse him back to health. Yesterday, she had exhausted her savings seeking medical assistance for him, and now, reflecting on it, her heart ached terribly. However, what was the outcome? Please summon the cook from the manor. I have important matters to discuss with her, Su Wanqing commanded. Although Kaiyu was puzzled, she was touched by her mistress's benevolence. Her eyes welling with tears, she responded, "Madam, your concern is truly heartfelt. Who else would worry so much over such matters? A good person?" Su Wanqing sighed softly. Perhaps good is a lofty title. Yet, I am indeed invested in this matter. Also, please inquire about the situation in the palace today and assist me with another task. Su Wanqing added. The palace? Given her unique status, gathering information from the palace required suitable channels, yet she was uncertain where to begin. Noticing Kaiyu's dilemma, Su Wanqing felt a twinge of helplessness, but encouraged her. Go seek Steward Ning. See how he handles this matter. You should learn to maintain fairness and respect towards everyone. Yes, I shall do so, Kaiyu replied obediently before departing. After Kaiyu left, Su Wanqing resumed her meal. Though her appetite seemed to have diminished, after a couple of bites, she set down her chopsticks. Her thoughts remained preoccupied with the heroic figure. Is he dead? A sense of unease gnawed at her heart. For some reason, she felt that this matter was far from simple. Come here, Su Wanqing called out. Raising her voice, a maid hurriedly entered. I am here. As this maid encountered Su Wanqing calling for Kaiyu for the first time, a sense of nervousness inevitably crept in. Su Wanqing did not dwell on the maid's expression but continued to wait. Before long, cook Zhou arrived. Madam, Zhou greeted respectfully. What is it that you require of me? Su Wanqing smiled slightly. I need you to gather some information from the palace. Zhou's face turned pale with fear. Yes. I will do my utmost. Su Wanqing cautioned. Matters concerning the palace are of great importance. You must act with caution. Additionally, take care to protect both yourself and the safety of the household. Zhou felt immense gratitude. I will certainly do my best. Life continued in its tranquil manner, and Su Wanqing gradually found herself at ease. According to the household regulations, no courtyard was permitted to operate its own kitchen without authorization. Although the East Garden had a small kitchen, it had long fallen into disrepair. While the Lord had not reprimanded her, he remained unaware. Zhou was filled with doubts, believing the matter would simply pass. You are unaware? Yes, I am indeed foolish. Zhou hurriedly lowered her head to conceal her thoughts. However, she inwardly resented the situation. Even the lady of the Marquis should not be so domineering in speech. As an omniscient observer, Su Wanqing was well aware of Zhou's status as a veteran servant who frequently embezzled funds meant for purchasing ingredients. Though she appeared subservient, she had long since attained a comfortable life. She did not wish to meddle, but now that events had unfolded, how could she not reprimand her? Kaiyu had also endured considerable hardship at the hands of Zhou in the main kitchen. Although she had faced many grievances in the Xiang residence, she had become strong here and did not disclose her suffering to others. She could deduce the entire situation. As the esteemed lady of the Marquis, one might wonder about the quality of the kitchen supplies. Presently, the pressing matter was to investigate the heroic figure. Su Wanqing lifted a cup of hot tea, taking a gentle sip. You are aware that both the Lord and I are confined due to the heroic figure. It is upon hearing of this matter that I came to inquire. Is there any truth to it? Hearing Su Wanqing's question, Zhou felt a sense of relief. Today, while I was out, I did indeed hear others discussing this matter. I returned and relayed it to the younger maids, not realizing it would disturb you. You should learn from this. Yes. Zhou was perplexed. While she was not favored currently, it was unlikely she would ever be. Yet, A woman who was uncherished in both her natal and marital families could still manage to lead a good life, which indicated her capabilities. Zhou cautiously responded, it is said that a woodcutter on the mountain accidentally encountered the corpse of the ferocious beast and hurried back to the city in fright, and who claimed that thieves had infiltrated the sixth prince's beast garden, leading to the beast's untimely demise.
Su aninges brows furrowed.
Could it be that she had cured the heroic figure's poison? Was Hua Jingye angered enough to poison him again? What was this chaos? The antidote she had concocted had been tested on Xin Jing and had proven effective. The heroic figure had improved significantly after using it. This rumor sounded entirely like mere gossip. Two unsettling matters plagued Su Wanqing. First, the sixth prince, Hua Jingye, was undeniably volatile. His affection for the heroic figure was genuine, yet he had ordered arrows to be loosed without regard for the beast's safety at the city gates. In his eyes, a pet was merely a pet, worthy of love, yet deserving of no mercy if it should perish. Second, she feared that the antidote she had crafted might be of assistance to others. Yesterday, she had recklessly ventured into the concealed realm of the beast garden, although she had ultimately inflicted no harm upon the heroic figure. Would Hua Jingye perceive this as an affront to his authority? Had the heroic figure truly passed away? Moreover, the narrative had explicitly stated that the heroic figure had expired. Therefore, she dared not ascertain whether this was merely a rumor. Perhaps the plot had been triggered, compelling it to unfold in this manner. Zhou noticed that Su Wanqing had been silent for quite some time and cautiously called out, "Madam?" Su Wanqing came back to her senses and replied with a faint smile, "Why do you ask?" Zhou felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart, thinking that today's outing must have been for the purpose of procuring ingredients. From where have these goods been sourced? She wondered.
Su Wanqing calmly responded,
I do not possess the authority to inquire into that matter, but I am aware of a supplier. Should you require assistance, please seek him out. Zhou was slightly puzzled, yet captivated by her composure. Instead of hastily addressing the question, she chose to absorb the information and await further developments. At that moment, a cookmaid entered the kitchen, capturing Su Wanqing's attention. She chuckled lightly. Are you acquainted with the Liu family shop? Zhou looked at her with curiosity. What acquaintance do you have? The cookmaid hesitated briefly before answering. It is indeed a shop nearby. Su Wanqing inquired nonchalantly. What is its exact location? The cookmaid replied. It is situated just around the corner. Su Wanqing continued her questioning. Where do you procure your ingredients? The cookmaid looked at her in surprise. Why do you ask, madam? Su Wanqing answered with calm assurance. I am merely the mistress of the house, but that does not mean I lack the right to understand these matters. Moved by her demeanor, the cookmaid no longer hesitated and directly answered. It is the Liu family shop not far from the estate. After Su Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement, she asked, what are the market prices at the Liu family shop? The cookmaid replied, the specific prices should be inquired at the store. Zhou felt a flicker of anticipation. She realized that while Su Wanqing might not directly intervene, she appeared to possess a certain understanding and concern regarding the procurement. Ultimately, Zhou decided to visit the shop later and seek the shopkeeper's assistance. Su Wanqing did not immediately agree to her request to accompany her to inspect the goods, but instead invited her with a smile to wait a moment longer, as she seemed to be contemplating the best approach to handle the situation. Yes, Zhou responded and left with great enthusiasm.
A satisfied smile graced Su Wanqing's lips,
as she mused that she likely would not need to spend her own money to enjoy fresh, warm ingredients. While elegantly sipping tea, a young maid hurriedly conveyed a message. Madam, the Marquis requests your presence and study. What is it? Xin Jing asked, puzzled, as she observed the Marquis with a furrowed brow, evidently troubled by matters concerning the estate's accounts. The Marquis had instructed the cookmaid to select fine ingredients to be sent to her eastern courtyard, seemingly as a means to rectify the grievances she had endured from the household in recent times. Grievances? Xin Jing pondered for a moment, her heart clouded with doubts. Why would she take such actions? Perhaps it was her intent to exhibit her capabilities and determination to the outside world, demonstrating her ability to manage the household effectively. Yes, Marquis, Ling Song acknowledged, his heart a mix of emotions. He understood that this situation might involve family future and reputation. Yet he also recognized that the madam possessed the capacity to identify any discrepancies in the accounts, which was an undeniable fact. He was acutely aware that this was not a hasty decision, but rather a matter requiring careful consideration. After a prolonged silence, Shunjing finally averted her gaze, a flicker of relief passing through her eyes. You may relay this matter to the madam later. As long as she can uncover any discrepancies in the accounts, the management of the Marquis household shall be entrusted to her. Wah! Ling Song stared at Shunjing in shock. Marquis, what do you mean? He had presumed that the madam was merely a typical housewife, unaware of her remarkable capabilities. Yet, considering the future of the family and the issue of reputation, he realized that this matter might involve many complex factors. In that moment, he recognized that this decision was not made lightly, but rather required thoughtful deliberation. Nevertheless, he could not deny that the madam was indeed capable of uncovering any discrepancies in the accounts, and that was an indisputable truth. After the Marquis returned to the capital for recuperation, he had long sought to rectify the household's relationships, and the madam's involvement was entirely justified. The madam remarked, Marquis, your wisdom is commendable. I merely wished to observe how Ziraju manages its accounts. Shunjing smiled and instructed, you need not be overly cautious. Feel free to reveal some of the so-called discrepancies to the madam. The young maid, Ping Hua, accompanied Zhou Shi to the Lu family shop, arriving at this long-standing merchant. The shop was not far from the Marquis' residence. Although it was tucked away in a narrow alley, it was not particularly busy. Upon entering, Ping Hua discovered that despite its modest size, the shop displayed a variety of fresh ingredients. She couldn't help but exclaim, is this truly the place where the Marquis' household procures its supplies? Zhou Shi affirmed, indeed, the household does procure its ingredients here. The shopkeeper introduced, all ingredients here are freshly sourced locally, with reasonable prices and guaranteed quality. Following instructions, Ping Hua requested the prices for various vegetables and meats. The shopkeeper provided detailed information about each ingredient's price and origin. Zhou Shi smiled slightly, carefully comparing the price list, knowing how to coordinate with the Marquis' household. She did not rush to persuade Su Wanqing to take any actions, but chose instead to observe and wait. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing took her time to change her attire and finally stood outside the study of Jinlan Pavilion. She saw Shunjing seated at the desk, dressed in a black robe, exuding an air of cold nobility. He held a scroll, focused on grinding ink. Su Wanqing felt a surge of respect as she approached slowly and said respectfully, I pay my respects to the Marquis. Shunjing set down his belongings and said flatly, come here. Su Wanqing was taken aback, surprised that he would take the initiative to call her over. Touched, she approached him respectfully. Shunjing pointed to the travelogue on the desk. Pick it up and read it to me. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing immediately picked up the scroll. She opened the pages and began to recite the contents of the travelogue. Though her voice trembled slightly, it was filled with reverence and anticipation. Shunjing smiled faintly, feeling both surprised and curious. Observing Su Wanqing's eagerness to please him, he felt a subtle shift within himself, deciding to first observe her true intentions. Although he could not decipher the characters, he understood that despite her literacy, she had not inherited the fine writing skills of her ancestors, resulting in an uneven script. The combined cultural level of the two could only linger at the level of mere words. Yet this did not hinder their communication.
Su Wanqing ganti parted her lips.
Beginning to weave her tale, though the process was not easy, her voice remained gentle and pleasing, as if imbued with a captivating magic that brought tranquility to the heart. In the study, aside from her beauty, it was also her mellifluous storytelling that filled the space. Shunjing leaned back in his chair, listening quietly. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, with only Su Wanqing's voice resonating throughout the study. After an unknown duration, Su Wanqing finally concluded the tale, softly remarking, Marquis, the story has ended. How did you find my performance? Quite well. To have such a companion is indeed a great fortune in life. Shunjing slowly opened his eyes, a hint of subtle warmth in his gaze. Su Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart and humbly replied, I merely did my best. If the Marquis finds any areas for improvement, please do enlighten me. Shunjing could not help but smile. You have achieved such merit. It is worthy of commendation. As if recalling something, he suddenly remarked, You certainly know how to choose the right moments to make your points. Su Wanqing's face flushed as she recalled her previous words, humbly requesting the Lord's guidance. She cast her gaze downward at the story she had penned. Shen Jing smiled faintly, remarking, "It is worthy of appreciation." He then inquired, "May I ask you to recount it once more?" Su Wanqing expressed her gratitude with a smile, respectfully responding, "If the Lord wishes to hear it a second time, I shall strive to make it even more captivating." Shen Jing nodded in approval, saying, "Indeed, it is rare for a woman to capture your affections." Chapter 74. You truly seek your own suffering. The precondition is that inner turmoil should not be excessive. He nodded in agreement, assuring her, "Madam, prepare with ease. We shall continue the tale shortly." He privately added, "You truly seek your own suffering." Su Wanqing's lips twitched slightly, overwhelmed with emotion. "Thank you for your recognition, my lord. Does this imply that you anticipate my finest performance, granting me a grand reward?" she inquired. Shen Jing gazed into her sparkling eyes, amused by her question. "How do you intend to perform?" For the venerable Granny Sun, it seemed that the man's network of information was extensive. How could he remain oblivious to the matters of the ambitious? Why complicate matters further? Could he not simply inquire directly? Yet, in such a context, would he not take the opportunity to probe into yesterday's events? Su Wanqing pondered, silently opening her travel notes, preparing to cultivate her emotions before narrating yet another enthralling story. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart, filled with reflections. Although Granny Sun appeared somewhat frail, her status was undoubtedly esteemed. She was the foster mother of the renowned healer Yi Yun from the Valley of Medicinal Kings, and the medicinal dishes she prepared were the finest offerings for the Lord. Other physicians' remedies fell beyond her jurisdiction, as they were typically handled with the utmost care. As Shen Jing listened to the intricate twists of her narrative, he couldn't help but recall the rumors circulating outside. Why did Granny Sun come today with such urgency? Just as she was about to speak, a knock resounded at the door. "My lord, the old servant has arrived." Su Wanqing's heart tightened as she recognized Granny Sun's entrance and understood her intent. Yet, with various unresolved enigmas lingering, she steeled herself to continue her tale. Taking a deep breath, her expression gradually regained tranquility. The audacity with which Granny Sun spoke before Shen Jing clearly stemmed from her reliance on his indulgence. This particular elder was far too significant for the grand scheme, and it was uncommon to provoke her. However, today such words were decidedly grating. Su Wanqing, oblivious to this undercurrent, found herself unjustly treated by Granny Sun's caustic tone. Though she maintained composure, confusion stirred within her. Rather than erupting in anger, she chose to endure. Granny Sun's words echoed in her ears, and she couldn't help but wonder, what was the significance of this medicine? Why such treatment? She sought to glean information from the conversation. However, Granny Sun responded with a tone of mockery, "Of course, I am willing. How fortunate it is for the Lord to consume the medicine. Come, hand it over to me." Su Wanqing refrained from rushing to respond, instead quietly observing Granny Sun's demeanor. It appeared she was attempting to ascertain the specifics of the medicine. Thus she did not immediately express dissatisfaction or refusal. Caught off guard, Granny Sun's expression turned sour. She questioned within herself, "What is wrong with the elder? Why is she gazing at me in such a manner?" Feigning ignorance, Su Wanqing feigned surprise and asked, "What is the matter, Granny? Why do you look at me so?" She attempted to break the tension with her words. After a moment's hesitation, Granny Sun finally voiced her confusion. Is the lady truly foolish or merely pretending? What is the nature of this medicine? Why treat the Lord in this manner? Her words piqued Su Wanqing's interest, and she chuckled lightly. Does Granny not understand? This is no ordinary remedy. Not even Lady Bai could administer it herself. The Lord certainly wishes to know how to incorporate this medicine with the herbal ingredients. She remained composed, responding calmly. The Lord instructed me to administer the medicine to him. He is teaching me. Does Granny not wish to impart knowledge? Granny's son found it hard to accept this reality, her face filled with embarrassment and confusion. Why does the elder treat the Lord this way? What is the reason? Su Wanqing held no resentment in her heart, gently shaking her head. Perhaps the lady simply does not comprehend the intricacies of this medicine. Further understanding is needed to better care for the Lord. Shun Jing observed this scene with amusement. It appeared that this lady was merely a nominal figure, genuinely concerned for the Lord. She chose not to address the matter hastily, preferring to gain deeper insight before taking action. Granny Sun stood stunned, gazing at Su Wanqing with a mix of reverence and gratitude. "Madam, you truly are a person of great virtue."
Su Wanqing smiled lightly,
offering no further explanation as she continued toward Xinjing. At that moment, she realized her objective had been achieved. "Lord, please take the 100-flower snake gall juice promptly. Delay may lead to adverse consequences." Granny Sun implored anxiously, her concern for Xinjing rivaling that of a mother. Xinjing responded coolly, his expression revealing a hint of indifference. Why should she endure for Yi Yun's sake? Granny Sun's urgency stemmed primarily from the high cost and rarity of the medicine. Whether the Lord wasted a dose was no trivial matter. Although Xinjing did not articulate it, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. He lifted the teacup. Smiling as he said, the old servant assumed the lady had such faith in the medicine's efficacy that a brief delay would be inconsequential. Little did I expect the effects to be so. As Granny Sun listened, her brow furrowed, and she fell into contemplation. It dawned on her that the lady before her was not merely defined by her status. In matters of medication, she did not simply follow Yi Yun's directives. Granny Sun hesitated, finally stammering, "My lord, madam, while the efficacy of the 100-flower snake gall juice diminishes shortly after consumption, it is not that the old servant does not wish to urge its use. However, there are indeed risks during this interval." Xinjing raised his hand lightly, signaling her to refrain from continuing. He then turned to Su Wanqing, smiling gently. "Is the lady seeking to confirm whether to continue the administration?" Su Wanqing looked at her, puzzled, and inquired about the matter at hand. "If that is the case, then I shall not drink it," she replied, demonstrating her cleverness. "Have you encountered some issue?" Xinjing asked, perplexed. Su Wanqing inhaled deeply, her expression one of confusion as she replied, "The old servant is indeed uncertain." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing was at a loss for how to respond. Had it been the former, empty-headed version of herself, she would have agreed without hesitation, regardless of whether it required her financial or physical contribution. Yet now, how could she allow someone to covet her assets? "Mother, what do you need me to do?" "Just say it." Su Wanqing feigned ignorance. Su Jiaojiao gently tugged Su Wanqing's hand, lowering her head in shame. "Elder sister, we have always shared a good bond. Can you not assist me in this matter? It is my own inadequacy. My father does not value me, and even my marriage depends on you." Clearly, Su Jiaojiao aimed to have her diligent elder sister prepare her dowry. Su Wanqing feigned astonishment. "Father is so unjust? Not only does he fail to prepare a dowry for me, but he also neglects the marriage of our third sister?" "Elder sister, it is not like that. Sister, we truly lead a wretched existence. In our father's eyes, only our second sister holds significance. However, do not worry, mother shall strive to advocate for us." As Su Wanqing spoke, she pretended to be sorrowful. Volume 1, Chapter 75, a mere triviality, were it not for my reluctance to stir unnecessary complications. I would surely not let this greedy pair off so easily today. The current scene left the Cui family mother and daughter feeling quite defeated.
Cui hurriedly urged, King.
"You must understand your father. He does not intentionally show favoritism. He has always been fair, and just to us sisters." Su Jiaojiao quickly interjected, "Eldest sister, the situation is different. Although father has not provided you with a dowry, you are now the lady of the Marquis' household, which is already affluent. Moreover, on the day of your grand wedding, the palace bestowed numerous generous rewards. This small favor is but a trifling matter for you. I hope you can assist us in consideration of your sister." It must be said, Su Jiaojiao's audacity rivals that of a city wall, frequently demanding possessions belonging to the original owner. Her mother also hailed from a prestigious family, leaving her ample treasures, most of which have now passed into Su Jiaojiao's hands. People often remark on the second daughter, favored by all, as exceptionally talented, stunningly beautiful, and renowned as the finest woman in the capital, a true pride of the Xiang residents. As for Su Jiaojiao, her existence seems utterly redundant. Nevertheless, regardless of his affection for his second daughter, Su Bingcheng would never neglect the wedding arrangements of his own flesh and blood. Even if he had made some preparations for his unfortunate daughter, the dowry that rightfully belonged to her was ultimately reclaimed by Cui through some means. My third sister makes a valid point. I shall discuss this matter with the Marquis. And I trust he will not hesitate, Su Wanqing declared, gradually withdrawing her hand from Su Jiaojiao's grasp. How could such a matter trouble the Marquis? Of course, this matter cannot be overlooked. You are your father's daughter, yet you are also significant to me. Such a crucial issue regarding a daughter's marriage must be deliberated with my husband. Now, I have various trivial matters to attend to at the Marquis's residence, so I shall take my leave. In the face of these duplicitous individuals from the Su family, Su Wanqing found the situation exceedingly tiresome. Lingering any longer would likely breed further complications. Rising, she departed the scene promptly. Su Jiaojiao watched the woman retreating, her teeth clenched in anger. Did this woman just take advantage of her? Speaking of marriage, she displayed a worried expression, saying, "Mother, will she truly comply?"
Qui laft coldly in response, a che me piaca.
She is merely a simple-minded girl. Now that I have made this request, does she dare refuse? Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that she seemed somewhat different today. After leaving the Xiang residence, Su Wanqing did not rush home. The sun had yet to set, so she instructed the coachman to take a leisurely tour of the capital. During this time, she contemplated whether to seize this opportunity to escape everything. Yet she repeatedly dismissed the thought. Without a letter of divorce, her flight would only ensnare her in a precarious situation, yielding more harm than good. Moreover, she could disregard her family's plight, but that so-called father would undoubtedly neglect her fate as well. At that point, the Xiang and Marquis houses would unite to hunt her down, hastening her demise. No matter what, she must obtain that letter of divorce. The capital was bustling with activity, thronged with people. Feeling somewhat hungry, Su Wanqing disembarked and casually selected an inn to enter. Unfamiliar with the wider world, she did not realize this establishment was rather peculiar. As she settled down to eat, she discovered a young gentleman serving her. Here, the young attendants were evidently intended to please men, however. Her entrance as a woman went unchallenged, showcasing the openness of Huayue Kingdom's culture. The young gentleman, striking in appearance and gentle in demeanor, sat beside Su Wanqing, serving her dishes and engaging in conversation. Seated by the window, Su Wanqing dined while enjoying the street view and eavesdropping on the surrounding chatter. Alas! The Marquis's injuries are severe. Such a young man. What a pity! Had he not been stationed at the border, our lives would surely be more challenging. This Marquis is valiant in war. Cough cough. After overhearing a few snippets, Su Wanqing found the situation rather strange. Why was it so awkward to hear others praise Xinjing in a place filled with men? She felt it was unworthy. The stunning beauty who should have been cherished was overshadowed by such an ugly woman. Indeed, this must be the greatest blemish on his life, the eldest daughter of the Su family. That woman ought to assess her own unattractiveness before coveting our Marquis. If I were to encounter her, I would undoubtedly smear her face with filth. Su Wanqing, holding her chopsticks, was left in shock. This is not enough. I must make her drink it. With a sudden tightening of her grip, the blue and white porcelain plate shattered into fragments. She was portraying a character of immense strength, and in that moment of genuine destruction, even she was taken aback by the tremor that coursed through her. The young gentleman beside her was even more astonished. "Do not tremble. Eat your meal," Su Wanqing coldly commanded him. The young man nearly collapsed in fright, staring wide-eyed at the grotesque woman before him, his grip on the chopsticks faltering. In the entire capital, no one was unaware of the eldest daughter of the Su family, who held herself in high regard yet remained blissfully ignorant of her own lack of beauty. With blind confidence in her looks, she audaciously claimed that the Marquis of Jinbei was unworthy to be her husband, only to later, out of jealousy towards her sister, snatch away her sister's fiancé. Clearly, she was a woman of extreme grudges and considerable cunning. The young gentleman appeared to be trembling with fear. "Madam, I... Why am I trembling? It's just cold. I didn't hear anything. I beg you to spare me." Su Wanqing felt a twinge of confusion. Aside from her frightening appearance, was she truly that terrifying? If he claimed not to have heard anything, Why plead for mercy? Cease your trembling. Hurry and serve me my meal. Inside the carriage, Shunjing sat and listened to the sounds outside, a faint smile gracing his lips as he lifted the curtain to glance out. There, as expected, he immediately spotted that familiar silhouette. He saw the woman with one foot on the seat, her other hand gripping the collar of a young boy, her posture quite domineering, seemingly intending to impose herself upon him. His expression darkened instantly. It was no wonder she so desperately wanted him to divorce her. It appeared that the title of Marquis' wife constrained her freedom of action. After satisfying her hunger, Su Wanqing conversed with the young boy for a while longer. It was evident that he no longer bore the fear he once did, and they engaged in a lively discussion. As the sun set, Su Wanqing leisurely made her way back to the Marquis' residence. The servants, upon seeing her, hastily stepped aside, creating a distance. As night descended, the Marquis' residence was illuminated brilliantly. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, enhancing the tranquil ambience. Su Wanqing reflected on the events that had transpired when she suddenly heard Xinjing's deep, resonant voice. Where have you been? She turned to see a shadow gradually coming into view. Volume 1, Chapter 76. Truly an encounter with the supernatural even in the hazy night. The figure seated in a distinguished position made her recognize him immediately. As she approached, Su Wanqing noticed that the man's gaze was as deep and enigmatic as a shadowy valley at midnight, causing her heart to skip a beat. Hesitantly, she spoke, "My lord, I have just returned from visiting my family. Did I not inform you earlier of my departure? Could your memory be so fleeting?" Xinjing's expression was complex and inscrutable as he maneuvered his wheelchair closer to her. Slightly leaning in, his slightly parted lips brushed against her wrist, leaving her breathless. That fragrant essence was absent when she departed. Su Wanqing's entire body tensed. At the moment his lips made contact, it felt as though she had been lightly electrocuted, nearly losing her composure. Why did he come so close without warning? Is he inclined towards dual affections? This is absurd. Is there something peculiar about his scent? If so, it must be my natural fragrance. Oh. As Xinjing gradually raised his gaze, his eyes resembled a solitary wolf in the night sky, casting an indescribable pressure upon her. He stared at her with a half-truthful expression. Is this the inferior scent of perfume that you deem befitting of your nature? Perfume? Could he have sent something? Perhaps. To him. I have always been a shameless woman. Alas, my days of being reduced to ashes are drawing near. Despite that youth's handsome appearance, I truly have done nothing wrong. Regaining her composure, Su Wanqing hurriedly grasped his hand. My lord, I cannot hide the truth. I have adorned myself with care to capture your attention. At this, she blinked her eyes, her face a picture of grievance. Alas, I can no longer endure the loneliness of an empty home. So, I resorted to a little cunning in hopes of winning your favor. Winning your favor? How laughable. I desire all three great fortunes of life: promotion, wealth, and a husband's demise. With my capabilities, I shall flourish anywhere. Once I depart the capital, I will seek a picturesque locale to truly live. Xinjing clenched his fists, straining to suppress the impulse to seize her. Promotion, wealth, a husband's death? How dare she even think of leaving the capital? Let us see how she thrives when her monthly allowance is cut off. Regardless of the past, she now holds the esteemed title of the Marquis' wife and dares to seek men in such places, which is an affront to him. Is this woman courting death? Taking a deep breath, Xinjing attempted to steady his emotions. So, you are lamenting the neglect you have felt during these days? Neglect for 2 days? You have been absent from my life for 3 years. My prime youth has been wasted. Xinjing's eyelids twitched. She had just married and already claimed to have been neglected for 3 years? Unaware of his unease, Su Wanqing gently leaned against him, encircling his arm, pressing her disfigured face against his sleeve. My lord, the world speaks ill of me, claiming I look down upon you. These are mere rumors. Now that I am married into the Marquis, I am but a woman yearning for affection. Please, my lord, take a liking to me. As she spoke, she inched closer, her countenance daring to be looked upon, her lips slightly parted, glistening with a delicate sheen. Xinjing's heart quivered involuntarily. Perhaps such a description was indeed overly indulgent towards a woman. Just as he prepared to push her away, He caught her inner monologue laced with curses. How can you not push me away upon seeing my face and threaten me to keep my distance? Or you shall cast me aside. Are your eyes even functioning properly? A glint of mischief flickered in his eyes as he changed his intended action from pushing to clasping her hand. Then, tonight, shall you serve me, my lady? Su Wanqing was momentarily dumbfounded, her entire body tensing. Has the lady become so ecstatic that she is rendered speechless? The man gazed at her startled expression, a hint of malice stirring within him. What nonsense! If you do not wish to be served by a man, at least find a beautiful maiden. Why choose such an unattractive woman to vex yourself? Are you perhaps suffering from vision impairment? Internally berating him, he maintained an outward appearance of surprise mingled with delight. Oh, really, my lord? This is all so sudden that I hardly know what to say. Please allow me to return to my room to tidy myself before I serve you properly. With that, Su Wanqing turned and fled. However, just a few steps away, her collar was suddenly seized by a powerful hand. No need for formality. I quite enjoy this natural fragrance. This man want to even grant me time to bathe. How can I possibly escape? While Su Wanqing was still pondering her next move, Xinjing pulled her into his embrace with brutal force. It was unclear whether he intended to indulge her or torment her. Su Wanqing found herself sitting on Xinjing's lap, her mind spinning as if struck hard. Her throat trembled as she spoke. My lord, I've been out all day and am quite sweaty. He cast her a casual glance. It matters not. But I wish to freshen up before serving you, lest you find me unappealing. He pinched her cheek gently, leaning in to whisper in her ear. Did I not say, I do not mind? Su Wanqing felt as though she had been doused with cold water. Is this man insane? I carry the scent of sweat. My lord, one cannot be so casual. What does he truly intend? Has he forgotten he is playing the role of a cripple? Xinjing regarded her, a smile lingering on his lips. Did you not just say you felt neglected and wished for me to compensate you? Why the reluctance now?
Wanqing Shiveret.
This simply would not do. Though she desired a divorce, it did not mean she would resort to any means necessary. Serving him? Absolutely not. I must devise a plan. If I cannot change him, I will change myself. But I must not be too overt, lest he become enraged and end my life. Yes, I must learn to navigate this smoothly, as long as I continually please him and remain close. There will come a day when he grows weary of me and casts me aside. Thus, for now, I cannot be too rigid. With this thought, Su Wanqing smiled in relief, leaning slightly forward to embrace Xinjing's neck, softly saying, I merely fear disappointing you, which is why I wish to prepare myself properly. You are so exceptional, and no one can resist your charm. Marrying you is my fortune, and I am truly grateful for this grace. Alas, I have become the very person I despise most. Quick, pinch me awake. Xinjing let out a cold laugh. If that is the case, I shall grant your wish. He tightly embraced Su Wanqing, pushing his wheelchair towards Jinlan Pavilion. Su Wanqing's heart raced wildly.
How could this be?
Does he not see how affected she is by her own words? Is he truly interested? As the Jinlan Pavilion drew ever closer, Su Wanqing found herself becoming increasingly flustered. My lord, could we not indulge in a late-night snack before proceeding? Life is but a pursuit of food and drink. What a shameless beast. Not receiving a response, she coquettishly added, or perhaps I shall descend alone. Is there no respite even in this situation? Finally, she would have the honor of serving the lord tonight. It was indeed a privilege. Bai Yen, did you hear that? Hurry and feign illness to lure your man into your boudoir. With a sudden bang, the man inexplicably kicked open his door in a fit of rage. Su Wanqing jumped in shock, her body trembling. What was happening? He had insisted on bringing her, so why was he angry now? Confusion clouded her features as she opened her mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by a flustered maid rushing in. My lord, my lord. Something has happened to Madame Bai. Xinjing's attention was piqued by this news, allowing Su Wanqing the opportunity to escape his grasp and hurriedly depart. Xinjing coldly regarded the panicked figure of the woman fleeing before him. How utterly baffling. Did this woman not have a reputation for promiscuity? Why then was she so frightened? With no time for contemplation, Su Wanqing dashed back to her courtyard, collapsing onto her bed, her heart racing like a drum. Any deviation from the script left her unsettled, for she was at a loss as to how to respond. This Xinjing, known for his preference for men, was behaving peculiarly towards her. It was truly bizarre. He must be deliberately humiliating her. After lying there for some time, she finally mustered the strength to rise. Opening her wardrobe and hastily packing her garments and jewelry. "Madam, it's so late, are you?" Kaiwa entered the room, taken aback to see her packing. "We must leave quickly." Su Wanqing replied tersely, "I cannot remain here any longer." Kaiwa immediately protested. "How can that be? This marriage was decreed by the emperor himself. Originally, the second miss was to enter the Marquis' residence, but unexpectedly, it was switched to the eldest miss, which has already angered the emperor. If you were to flee, the entire Su family would suffer the consequences. Madam, I understand your anxiety, but if you must leave, you should at least obtain a divorce document from the Marquis first." Su Wanqing scoffed. "What do you know? I have tried every means possible, yet he either insults me or seeks to end my life. He will never grant me freedom. Staying here is not a wise choice." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a stack of gleaming banknotes appeared in her grasp. "Is it not merely money?" she exclaimed as she scattered the bills onto the table. "I do not lack for it." One stack after another emerged from her bracelet space. Then rolling up her sleeves, she urged, "Kaiwa, quickly gather your things. I will scout the area. We shall leave tonight."
"Ah,
"Madam, this." Kaiwa hurriedly followed Su Wanqing, only able to watch her figure retreating into the distance. A flicker of worry and confusion crossed her eyes. What had come over her mistress lately? The rumors circulating were not entirely true. Kaiwa had served her since childhood and knew her mistress to be a composed and introverted person. Yet the woman before her seemed entirely different, perhaps truly possessed by some unclean spirit? Half an hour later, Su Wanqing swiftly circled the Marquis' residence, finally determining her escape route. However, upon her jubilant return to her courtyard, she was horrified to find Kaiwa had tossed bundles of cash into the furnace, where they crackled and burned. "What are you doing?" Su Wanqing exclaimed, unable to contain her anger. Startled by the sudden outburst, Kaiwa dropped the last stack of money into the flames. "Madam, you have returned. I was just going to prepare some food. Once you are full, you won't dwell on such matters."
Su Wanqing rushed forward.
Her eyes welling with tears as she beheld the money turn to ash. "All my savings." "Madam." Kaiwa, evidently confused, replied, "I have locked away all the silver in the small box on your vanity. Nothing has been touched." Hearing this, Su Wanqing suddenly understood Sayue's actions. In this era, currency was not akin to modern paper notes. Why had she displayed such wealth? All that money was hard-earned, and now it had been completely incinerated. Hundreds of thousands of savings reduced to nothing. In anguish, Su Wanqing lamented, "Kaiwa, how could you do this? What will I do if I ever return to the 21st century? Heaven, I have labored for humanity as culinary delights for so long, and learned so much healing arts. Why must you punish me thus?" Kaiwa, in a state of distress, embraced her mistress, offering comfort. "Madam, this too shall pass. After this difficult period, all will be well. I will always be here to support you." Su Wanqing, feeling helpless, pushed her away.
"You do not understand."
The feeling of helplessness in a foreign land is something others cannot comprehend. She sighed deeply, feeling utterly wronged. In the past, she might have chosen to indulge in a sumptuous meal to vent her frustrations, but now she was consumed by the desire to unleash her resentment upon Xinjing. If he had not insisted on her serving him in a moment of impulse, she would not have been driven to escape the Marquis' residence. Had she not planned to leave, she would not have displayed that money, and it would not have been reduced to ashes by Kaiwa. "Do you prefer tranquility over chaos?" Su Wanqing coldly shook her head, then retrieved a suona from her bracelet space, followed by a jade flute. Climbing onto the rooftop, she played a mournful tune. 1,000 Years of Tears. In the Nanyuan Shiri Pavilion, where Bai Yen resided, she lay languidly on her bed, pallid and struggling to breathe.
"Ajing,
Do not worry about me. I am fine. You should return to accompany your sister." Her understanding nature was heart-wrenching. Xinjing gazed at her frail form, barely able to suppress her cough, and his concern deepened. Why did Su Wanqing's predictions about her illness ring true? seated at the foot of her bed. Shunjing spoke in a low tone. You have suffered. I have dispatched people to seek out renowned doctors for your treatment. You will surely recover.
No.
My lord, do not waste your energy on me. Your well-being is of utmost importance. She weakly shook her head, her eyes filled with warmth. Cough, cough. Bai Yan's delicate frame has caused you such concern. It truly is. Shunjing extended his hand to draw the quilt over her. Bai Yan wished to say something to retain his presence, but after a moment's hesitation, she refrained. Just then, a resounding sound of the suona echoed from the rooftop, reverberating like thunder and causing Bai Yan to tremble, nearly fainting. She turned her head slightly, her voice even weaker. Ah Jing, what is this? Shunjing's expression darkened, his brow furrowing before he composed himself. He propelled the wheelchair out of the room, lifting his gaze to behold a woman standing atop the roof, playing an ear-splitting tune that reverberated throughout the entire mansion. The sound was utterly jarring. It was a time when the household should be resting. Yet she persisted in her cacophony on the rooftop. This woman was undeniably provoking his limits.
Wanqing.
Shunjing called out sharply. Su Wanqing did not cease her performance upon hearing the call. Rather, it was the prolonged playing that rendered her ears buzzing, prompting her to stop. Upon sensing Shunjing's piercing gaze fixed upon her, her heart tightened, and she feigned indifference. Shunjing coldly remarked, knowing she is unwell, you still do this. Are you intent on harming her? What harm? Although it is said that when the suona sounds, the family gathers, surely Bai Yan cannot be so fragile?
Wanqing collected herself.
Gently bowing to Shunjing, my lord, I assure you, I had no such intention. I merely sought to irritate Shunjing during this quiet hour. I did not consider Bai Yan's capacity to endure. Who could possibly be suffering more than herself? They had not lost everything. They could still sleep soundly after hearing this tune tonight, but she feared she might find it arduous to sleep. Shunjing remained silent, and Su Wanqing feigned confusion, asking, is there a rule against playing suona in the mansion? Naturally, there is no such rule. What can you do about it? Upon hearing this, Shunjing's expression darkened further. This woman dared to defy him now. Who knows how much worse it might become in the future? He suppressed his displeasure. It is already so late. Who gave you the audacity?
Come down.
Su Wanqing retorted. Who says one cannot play suona at night? Why must it be at this moment? Atop Bai Yan's roof? What is your purpose? What else could it be? Wherever you are, I shall play.
Wanqing.
Shunjing gritted his teeth, feeling her defiance. Su Wanqing looked at him helplessly, recalling the terrifying scene from their wedding night, still gripped by fear. Even if you are angry, if your wrath reaches a level that allows you to dismiss me, please do not go too far. I truly do not wish to meet an early demise. Humph. A woman so obstinate. Answer my question, he commanded in a chilling tone. I stand atop Bai Yinyang's roof playing suona because I envy her beauty. You dare utter such words? What else would you unreservedly declare? I am determined to be sincere, Su Wanqing responded with a clear expression. She then touched her face, her countenance filled with resolve. Since childhood, I have believed that no one in this world should be more beautiful than I. Shunjing mused inwardly. Then there must be no other women in this world. Ah, how admirable it is to have ambition.
Come down.
Does this man not know the way of the world? He praises a person who claims to wish for a world devoid of pigs. Before Su Wanqing could process this, Ling Song had already employed his lightness skill to soar to the rooftop, grasping Su Wanqing's waistband as if lifting a small chick. And with a gentle leap, he landed before Shunjing. Su Wanqing was startled, seizing the moment while she was still in shock. Shunjing expressionlessly snatched the suona from her hands.
Confiscated. No.
This is a treasure that my grandfather, a master of suona, has hidden within the jade bracelet. If it is lost, my grandfather might not even rest in peace. Su Wanqing hurriedly reached out to reclaim the suona. Shunjing suddenly shifted his grip, leaving her grasping at air, causing her to tumble directly into his chest. What should have been an intimate scene was sheer torment for two individuals who loathed each other. As her hand brushed against his chest, Su Wanqing forcefully pushed, pulling back his wheelchair, and took her leave. With that, she fled. Cough, cough. Shunjing coughed violently. My lord, Ling Song immediately stepped forward to assist. Clearly, it was a reaction to the poison. Was she truly an underling of the sixth prince? Although Su Wanqing had punished Qin Shui days prior, and Qin Shui's father had nearly pledged allegiance to the sixth prince, it did not imply she could be entirely trusted. Shun Jing silently circulated his internal energy to ease his breathing. He looked up at Su Wanqing's retreating figure, his eyes shimmering with profound meaning. Cough, cough. He coughed again, continuing, "Spread the word that my old injuries have recurred. My days are numbered." Yes. The following morning, Su Wanqing lingered in bed, unwilling to rise. No matter how Kaiyue urged her, her expression remained one of deep sorrow. She clutched the blanket tightly, letting out a heavy sigh. Kaiyue could not remain by her side indefinitely. The vast Dongyuan had only her as a maid, tirelessly attending to all matters, including laundry, tidying up, wiping tables and chairs, cleaning the courtyard, and bringing out 2 pots of flowers to bask in the sun, before finally bringing in a basin of water once again. "Madam, it is time to rise." Su Wanqing glanced at Kaiyue, her eyes bloodshot, clearly having not rested well the previous night. Had it not been for Caiyue's unwavering loyalty since childhood, Su Wanqing would have likely unleashed her fury upon her long ago. Sighing again, she turned and said, "I wish to sleep a little longer. You may leave for now." With that, she drowsily closed her eyes once more. Throughout the day, she felt no desire for food, a rare occurrence indeed. Kaiyue, perplexed by her mistress's state, wondered if her melancholy over the burnt red paper had caused her to lose her appetite. Not wanting to disturb her further, Kaiyue busied herself with other tasks. Before long, the previously tranquil Dongyuan erupted into chaos. The kitchen staff had just brought breakfast, and Kaiyue could no longer contain her indignation. "You dare serve such fare? It is spoiled. Our mistress is the lady of the mansion. How can you be so negligent?" Kaiyue was nearly infuriated before she arrived at Dongyuan. Even the servants' meals were far superior to this. The sullen-faced young servant scoffed, his eyes brimming with derision. He carelessly tossed the basket to the ground, coldly declaring, "This is all that remains in the kitchen. Take it or leave it. If you do not eat, then go hungry." While the Lord had decreed that everything in Dongyuan must adhere to the rules of the mansion, the events of the previous night in Shiyuan had already spread throughout the household. Now, everyone understood that Bai Yinyang was deeply favored, and the Lord personally attended to her. Last night, the Lord had vehemently reprimanded the lady of the mansion on behalf of Bai Yinyang, which made it clear that the so-called lady of the mansion held no significance in the Lord's heart, even if she was a daughter of a prominent family. After marrying into the mansion, she would likely spend her remaining days in solitude in Dongyuan, and it was uncertain whether she could even continue to reside there. It was no wonder that these servants were so opportunistic. Anyone who beheld Su Wanqing's face would think she stood no chance. Thus, they naturally shifted their allegiances, currying favor with Bai Yinyang for future needs. The young servant appeared exceedingly busy, having abandoned the food box to commence distributing items to various courtyards. Kaiyue continued to argue with them, expressing her disbelief that, according to the regulations of the Marquis residence, a lady should have at least 5 sets of bedding, yet she was provided with only 1. How could she endure the harsh winter under such circumstances? A servant, upon hearing this, abruptly threw the bedding he was holding onto the ground, exclaiming that she was being unreasonable. Traditionally, it was the bride's family that was responsible for furnishing the wedding chamber with drapes and bedding. If the lady were not so neglected by the Marquis household, they would not have to exert themselves in this matter. Despite the already meager provisions, her excessive criticism was unwarranted. Kaiyue found herself at a loss for words. The servant's comments were indeed accurate. However, the Marquis residence did not concern itself with this union. The young lady, burdened with her myriad responsibilities, had entrusted such details to the steplady who had not treated the matter with sincerity. Consequently, the young lady found herself unwittingly wed. If you toss a bone to a dog, it will wag its tail in gratitude. Here I am, kindly offering you something, and yet you dare to yell at me. This is utterly disgraceful. Now that they recognized the new mistress as Lady Bai, the servant's demeanor had naturally shifted, showing little courtesy toward the young maid Kaiyue. She felt the urge to cry, but was rendered powerless. Fortunately, the lady had already procured some vegetable seeds and commenced planting in the garden, though harvest had yet to come. Within the eastern courtyard, there was a small cooking stove. Despite the current scarcity, both mistress and maid had prepared in advance. Thus they were not reduced to consuming spoiled food. With this thought, Sayue's heart felt a bit lighter. By noon, Su Wanqing showed no inclination to rise. At that moment, the newly appointed steward of the Marquis residence, Ning Dequan, approached leisurely, distributing the monthly allowance, as instructed by Lady Bai. Kai Wei, holding the meager silver coins in her hand, could not contain her outburst. "Steward Ning, are you trying to drive Our Lady to despair? Even if the lady does not manage the household, she should receive 30 taels of silver each month, yet you only provide us with 1 tael. This is not merely bullying, it is an outrageous affront. Without funds, how are we to reward the servants or cover daily expenses? Not to mention winter is fast approaching. How will we procure the lady's autumn and winter garments? Do you not fear that I will report this to the Marquis?" Ning Dequan shot her a cold glance, adopting a condescending posture as he replied solemnly, "Kai Wei, you must understand that without the Marquis' affection, the lady will not remain in this position long. Currently, everyone is vying to please Lady Bai. I am the one delivering the allowance today. You should be grateful to me. If you dare to report this, you may find that next month even this meager sum will be taken from you." Furious, Kai Wei bit her lip, incensed by the injustice. Ning Dequan, having clearly pilfered the lady's allowance, presented himself with an air of righteousness. She had expected strict decorum in such a grand household, yet here was such brazen mistreatment of the lady. Trembling with rage, Kai Wei was about to confront him. "Return my lady's allowance at once." "Impudent!" Ning Dequan barked, seizing her arm and raising his hand to strike. However, before he could make contact, a sharp pain shot through his head. "Ah!" He cried out in agony as he instinctively grabbed his head. What had struck him so forcefully? Upon closer inspection, he noticed a shiny object lying nearby. Before he could process the situation, another gleaming object struck his wrist with tremendous force, nearly fracturing his arm and causing him to release his grip on Kai Wei. "Lady!" Realizing she was no match for the sturdy Ning Dequan, Kai Wei hurriedly retreated to Su Wanqing's side. Su Wanqing sat leisurely at the entrance, casually weighing a gold ingot in her hand, its brilliance striking to behold. Suddenly, her gaze turned icy as she fixed it upon Ning Dequan. "You dare to lay a hand on my maid? Do you believe I will not smash this gold bar over your head right now?" With her words, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from Ning Dequan. The heavy gold ingot descended accurately upon his forehead, causing him to bend over in pain. Su Wanqing's strength was astonishing, far beyond what one might expect from a lady of her stature. His face contorted in agony, yet he stubbornly clutched the ingot and bit down on it. Indeed, it was genuine gold. Moreover, it was not merely this one. He had also secured 2 more. This lady was undeniably of considerable worth. "I knew it. From a prestigious family like the Su clan, how could a married daughter lack a substantial dowry?" Clearly, all was concealed beneath the surface. Noticing that Su Wanqing did not intervene, Ning Dequan's eyes brightened, and his aches seemed to vanish. He was a man of keen intellect and understood Su Wanqing's intentions. Thus, he knelt before her, his face plastered with servility, and declared, "I was blind to my own folly. From now on, whatever the lady requires, I shall obey your every command." "Agreed. I expect you to serve me diligently. For the sake of money, I would not hesitate to become a mere lackey, let alone run errands." Ning Dequan nodded repeatedly, displaying his loyalty. Kai Wei watched in astonishment as Ning Dequan, who had just moments ago been so arrogant, was now so quickly subdued by this unexpected turn of events. Su Wanqing rose, lazily leaning against the doorframe, her arms crossed, looking down upon the middle-aged man kneeling before her. "First, you must apologize for your earlier insult to my maid, Kai Wei." Without hesitation, Ning Dequan turned to Kai Wei and said, "Miss Kai Wei, I deeply apologize for my earlier offense. It was not my intention. Here is the monthly allowance for this month. The remainder is a token of my apology." Kai Wei watched in a daze as Ning Dequan produced a money pouch from his robe and handed it to her. She counted it, only 4 taels and 2 coins. "Wait, this doesn't add up," Kai Wei remarked. Ning Dequan hastily explained, "This was arranged by the Marquis. The eastern courtyard is limited to 6 taels each month. Did you not know, lady? This is indeed the Marquis directive. No wonder she had felt something was amiss. If the standard amount were 30 taels, even the most audacious steward would not dare to pilfer so brazenly. Now that it was revealed to be the Marquis command, Kaiwa had no choice but to acquiesce, gently biting her lip as she accepted the pouch. Yet, how could the lady have produced 3 ingots of gold to exchange for such a paltry amount of silver? It seemed an unwise trade. Moreover, where did these gold ingots originate? Su Wanqing realized that this was indeed Xinjing's decision. How surprising! The narrative had not described him as such a miserly person. The previous mistress had indeed endured a difficult existence. If one does not possess a little treasure chest to fall back on, one could very well be driven to destitution. Su Wanqing felt a surge of anger. Enough, let us depart. Yes, yes. I shall take my leave at once. Ning Dequan quickly rose and turned to leave, fearful that the gold would be reclaimed. Su Wanqing suddenly recalled something and hurriedly called out, "Wait a moment." Ning Dequan's heart sank. Could this lady be reconsidering and retracting the coins? Thus, he nervously clutched the coins and asked, "Madam, do you have further instructions?"
Come closer.
Su Wanqing beckoned him to approach. Seeing her gesture, Ning Dequan quickly leaned in. "Tell me, what does your lord dislike the most?" According to the original storyline, the steward surnamed Chen, who managed the household, should not have lost his position so soon. Ning Dequan was expected to ascend to his managerial role much later. Yet he had prematurely seized the steward's position. Therefore, Su Wanqing understood perfectly how to utilize this character. This man was meticulous and exceedingly greedy. Both Bai Yen and the original host had previously attempted to bribe him for assistance in less than honorable matters. As long as the money was sufficient, he would carry out tasks with remarkable efficiency. Although the story did not expound on the fates of such minor characters, given his talent for making money, he was likely to have a favorable outcome. She seized this opportunity to gather various reasons for Xinjing's displeasure. By creating multiple opportunities to subtly encourage him, she hoped he would muster the courage to draft a letter of divorce. Upon hearing Su Wanqing's question, Ning Dequan felt a pang of confusion. Logically, one should inquire about personal preferences or what the Lord favored to please him, but this lady seemed to be treading an unconventional path. Having served in the Marquis' residence for many years alongside Steward Chen, he had gleaned some insights into his master's preferences. What did the Marquis despise the most? Ning Dequan's gaze shifted, and he respectfully replied, "The Marquis detests gossip and abhors hearing slanderous remarks about him." Su Wanqing raised an eyebrow. Wasn't that common knowledge? Suppressing her impatience, she urged, "Go on." Ning Dequan pondered for a moment before continuing. "The Marquis prefers tranquility over noise, does not indulge in sweets. Nor is he one to be captivated by beauty. He further dislikes you." Su Wanqing shot him a glare, realizing how honest he was. Upon hearing this, Ning Dequan's complexion changed, and he hurriedly added, "Madam, forgive me. I merely spoke all that I know. Are there any other questions?" he added. Moreover, the Marquis cannot tolerate duplicity. Su Wanqing furrowed her brow. This was rather vague. Did he truly despise those who were insincere? Surely, she did not fit that description. Yet, how could the astute Shin fail to notice such a trait? It seemed this alone would not plant the seeds of divorce in his mind. Ideally, she could devise means for him to propose the divorce himself. Currently, he was ensnared in the vortex of power struggles. If he were to learn that her true identity belonged to the opposing camp, he would naturally hesitate to keep her close. However, this method had been considered before, but improper handling could lead to dire consequences. Her aim was to obtain a name for divorce, not to risk her life. Minor grievances would not endanger his life, but matters of power could shift the balance entirely. The court was a labyrinthine web of intrigue. There were no absolutes of good or evil, only adversaries or allies. Yet, if it were to come from her mother, Lady Cui, who held a special affection for her, expressing the desire to monitor Lord Shun as every move and discreetly send her information, might that mitigate the repercussions of such actions? To ensure her privacy remained intact, it could incite Lord Shun's wrath to the point of demanding a divorce. A perfect solution. Well, no. Ning the steward, please stay by my side in the future. Good fortune awaits you. While I cannot promise you power, I assure you a chest of gold. Though foreboding, Her words amused Ning Dequan, who grinned broadly. After all, wealth came with promotions and riches. The 3 coins he clutched felt like a treasure, lifting his spirits immensely. At his age, he had never seen such wealth. I shall serve the madam with utmost loyalty. He beamed as he accepted the coins she offered before departing. Kai Wei, looking bewildered, asked, "Madam, are these coins simply taken away?" She was so exasperated, she could hardly speak. To deal with someone like Ning Dequan, one could only rely on money. One must never be stingy with him. Su Wanqing casually replied, "Wealth is merely a worldly possession. Do not dwell too much on it. Quickly fetch paper and ink, and do so promptly." Thankfully, her family had converted their ancestral wealth into gold reserves, or she truly would not know what to do. In this era, lacking funds rendered one utterly powerless. Though the gold piled up like a wall in her space, it was inherited, which left her with a lingering sense of indebtedness. More importantly, as her parents had said, being a food blogger was simply not viable. Alas, how correct their words were. With this gold, her spirits were considerably lifted. Kai Wei, still dazed by the series of events, returned with paper and ink, staring blankly at her lady for quite a while before regaining her senses. How could a lady, who seemed so destitute, possess such a fortune in gold? After all, her precious dowry had been thoroughly plundered by her stepmother. In the Jinlan Pavilion, due to the news released by Xinjing, everyone assumed he was bedridden due to illness, and the only one by his side was Bai Yan. That scoundrel was utterly detestable. He must be found and taught a lesson. Bai Yan gently lifted a bowl of medicine, speaking softly. Ling Tsong explained, the failure of that battle was due to an internal leak. Consequently, the Marquis was ambushed and severely injured, which is why his illness recurs. Bai Yan shouted in anger. Who dares to betray the Marquis? They deserve a fate worse than death. It was evident she was genuinely furious. Coughing, Xinjing covered his mouth, his face wearing a weary expression. Seeing him in such a fragile state made Bai Yan even more tender in her care. Suddenly, a faint sound came from outside the window. Bai Yan paid it no mind, but Xinjing lifted his head. His previously exhausted gaze sharpened as he caught sight of a figure concealed among the trees. Surrounded by lush greenery, the Jinlan Pavilion offered a picturesque view. A small head peeked out from the low bushes, a pair of eyes cautiously surveying the scene within. Volume 1, Chapter 81. Such patience, Su Wanqing understood that she could not evade the watchful eyes of the suspicious Marquis. Therefore, she deliberately avoided direct eye contact with Xinjing, behaving as an unconcerned lady. No one can bear the sensation of being secretly observed. If this continues, I shall inevitably be expelled by the intolerant Xinjing. I truly am quite clever. Su Wanqing patiently endured the mosquito bites under the blazing sun, concealed among the foliage, observing intently. As she discerned the happenings inside, she dipped her brush into ink and began to document her observations. To maintain discretion, she indeed recorded her insights. According to her plan, she only needed to monitor Xinjing for a couple of hours. After all, he was confined to bed and would likely rest soon, at which point she could take her leave. However, she could never have anticipated that this pale figure would exhibit such patience, attending to him from dawn till dusk, and even expressing a desire to stay the night for companionship as darkness fell. Xinjing declined her kind offer, stating that it was late and she must rest after a long day. Bai Yan felt a pang of reluctance. When she initially entered the Marquis's residence, she believed her own capabilities would surely win the Marquis's favor. Yet now, if word of this spread, would she not be ridiculed? Even if they could not share a bed immediately, simply sleeping in the same chamber would be a commendable start. Contemplating these thoughts, Bai Yan spoke softly, "Ah Jing." A cough escaped Xinjing as he awaited her words, but Bai Yan quickly halted herself. She understood that one must not be overly eager in such matters. Excessive forwardness might elicit aversion. Regaining her composure, Bai Yan uttered a few more words of concern before departing as instructed. It was only after her departure that the man ceased coughing, his gaze deepening, starkly contrasting with his earlier frail demeanor. Ling Tsong appeared before him, reporting, "My lord, the lady has left. She has spent the entire day surveilling from outside. occasionally dispatching servants to relay information to the Xiang residents, presumably aiming to disclose the internal affairs of the Marquis' household. Could it be that she is indeed a spy sent by the sixth prince? After speaking, Ling Song produced a confiscated letter and handed it over. Shun Jing received it, opening the crumpled parchment, and his expression shifted subtly. The hurried scrawl was more akin to that of a 3-year-old child. Without careful scrutiny, one would struggle to decipher its contents. Today, the Marquis has been bedridden, likely due to a recurrence of an old ailment. The Marquis' beloved Bai Sushi has been attending to him. After documenting the evidence scenario, Su Wanqing seemingly had nothing more to say and began her own elaborations. Even in illness, the Marquis must eat. And thus 6 large bowls of rice accompanied by 4 hot dishes and a bowl of soup were prepared. The first dish, tender lamb chops, was exquisite, melting in the mouth, suitable for pairing with either white rice or red wine. The next dish, stir-fried beef tripe, appeared somewhat lacking in texture, as he had only tasted a single bite.
Cough.
Observing the crooked lines on the letter, Shun Jing nearly burst into laughter, but quickly stifled it with a few coughs, aware of his impropriety. He continued reading. Despite the beauty near at hand, the Marquis remains as steadfast as a rock, showing no signs of disturbance. Based on my keen observations, he may not even have an affinity for women. Upon reaching this line, the smile faded from Shun Jing's face, his expression darkening. From my discreet inquiries, it has come to my attention that a round mark has appeared on his right arm. Ling Song, who had been quietly awaiting, could hardly believe the unfolding scene. Witnessing the Marquis' expression fluctuate, one moment slightly smiling, the next icy and stern, he pondered what the letter contained. Their master never showed mercy toward spies, always finding ways to torment them without leading to their demise. Those who lost their utility often left no trace behind. Yet now, seeing the Marquis chuckle at a spy's report was perplexing. After a moment, Shun Jing finally tucked the letter away. Summon the lady. Tonight, let her serve me. Ling Song's face was a portrait of confusion. My lord, if she is truly a spy, does that not render her a dangerous individual? How can you permit her to attend to you? That's of no concern. Yes. Despite his myriad questions, Ling Song chose not to press further. After about half an hour, Su Wanqing was forcibly roused from her slumber by Kai Yu and delivered to Ling Song. Weary from a long day, she appeared utterly disheveled upon being abruptly awakened. With a small pillow clutched tightly in her arms, she trudged toward Shun Jing, her slippers nearly slipping off, her eyes heavy with fatigue and bloodshot. In her current state, she could effortlessly portray a beggar. Standing before Shun Jing, she struggled to keep her eyes open, forcing a smile. My lord has summoned this humble servant. What are your commands? Were it not for your protagonist aura, I would ensure you understand the consequences of disturbing someone's sleep. Shun Jing was well acquainted with her tone by now. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of a protagonist aura, it was evident that Su Wanqing still held some trepidation towards him. He slightly raised his gaze and replied coolly, I am unwell and require care. This evening, I would appreciate your assistance. Internally, Su Wanqing grumbled, with so many servants in the residence, must it be me who attends to you? Are you wishing for my demise? Why dismiss Bai Yan, who is eager to serve you, and involve an outsider like me? Despite her reluctance, she could only respond respectfully. It is my duty as a humble servant. There is no need for my lord to be so courteous. Shun Jing scoffed. Oh? I had thought the lady was unwilling. Not at all. From the moment I entered the residence, I have longed for the opportunity to serve my lord closely. When will you recover from your injuries? Had you departed earlier, I would have personally played the Suona at your funeral. Shun Jing remained unfazed. Thank you for your concern. Then I shall rely on you to demonstrate your skills. Let us commence. Let us continue this charade. In the dead of night, calling for the lady. We both hope the other departs for the afterlife first, do we not? Su Wanqing mustered her energy, presenting a bloom-like smile. Then, allow me to administer your medicine. My lord, what ails this fellow? He was well yesterday, yet today appears so listless? As the saying goes, children feign illness to escape work. A good beating will remedy that. The servants had already brought forth the prepared medicinal concoction, and Su Wanqing took the bowl, filling it to the brim at the perfect temperature. Thus, Holding the bowl of medicine, she smiled gently at Xinjing. My lord, please drink your medicine.
Darling, come.
It's time for your medicine. Xinjing stiffened. Darling? Who might that refer to? The Su family had 3 daughters and no sons. Who is this darling? The thoughts in this woman's mind were far from innocent. As Su Wanqing approached, holding the bowl of medicine, she reached out to grasp his wrist. Initially intending to assist the ailing man to rise, she froze upon feeling his pulse. What is this? Poisonous herbs like the heartbreaking grass and the soul-devouring ant? Has she truly delivered such lethal concoction as if she were robbing someone's ancestral grave? With her medical expertise, Su Wanqing quickly discerned the root of Xinjing's physical ailment, yet she chose to remain discreet about it. Any one of these 3 poisons could be fatal. It is nothing short of a miracle that he has survived until now. Upon hearing Su Wanqing's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xinjing's eyes. How could this woman possess such knowledge of medicine and pulse diagnosis? He suddenly realized that he knew nothing about the woman before him. All his prior investigations were utterly futile. Xinjing fell silent, lifting his head to swallow the bowl of medicinal soup. Su Wanqing quietly observed his swallowing motion, her mind racing with considerations. These 3 potent toxins are indeed fierce, yet there are remedies available, however. Should I assist him? Regardless of whether I choose to help, it will not alter his condition. Perhaps it is best to refrain from meddling. Xinjing. After Xinjing finished the medicine, Su Wanqing allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. She then scooped a pill with a spoon and gently brought it to Xinjing's lips, saying, My lord, please take your medicine. Xinjing fixed a cold stare upon her, his voice as crisp as water. I am ill, yet your countenance radiates such joy, I cannot fathom why. Su Wanqing's smile remained, even more radiant. It is the delight of personally attending to my lord. So cheerful. Do you wish to join me in the grave? Alas. My lord, it is only natural for spouses to share the same resting place, especially considering your robust health. You are destined to live a long life. I merely hope to live long enough to prepare for your final rites. Su Wanqing believed her words should evoke some emotion. Yet she was taken aback to see Xinjing's expression darken significantly. This insufferable woman had no expectation of him living well since she entered the Marquis' estate. Even if his lifespan were not short, how long could he endure being cursed each day? What is this nonsense? Why do you continue to speak to me like this? Just take your medicine. Xinjing cast a sidelong glance at Su Wanqing. If this woman was knowledgeable in medicine, might she have tampered with the medicine? Given her attitude towards him, such a possibility was not entirely unfounded. Xinjing nearly choked on his own thoughts, almost allowing his anger to trigger his ailments. He coughed several times, finally managing to calm himself slightly. He then coldly regarded Su Wanqing and inquired, What medicine is this?
Wanqing feigned ignorance.
What medicine? Isn't this the remedy you sought from the physician for your condition? It simply has no effect on your illness. Do not harbor overly high hopes. My lord, you seem confused. Is this not the medicine served by the servants? I am merely administering it as per medical advice. I truly do not know what it is.
Wanqing explained earnestly.
This woman certainly had a flair for dramatics. After hearing her inner thoughts, Xinjing confirmed she had not meddled with the medicine, allowing him to relax and consume the pill. Once the matter was settled, Su Wanqing paid no further attention to Xinjing. She was not one of those women who would willingly devote herself to the desires of men. Su Wanqing proceeded to the window, sitting upon the broad sill. She placed the cushion she had brought behind her for support, finding it quite comfortable. At this moment, one of her legs rested on the sill while the other dangled naturally, resembling a heroine of the martial world. Though it was merely a casual position for her as a modern individual, it elicited frequent headshakes from Xinjing, who observed her seemingly buoyant mood. Perhaps she was pleased to see him suffering from such deep poison. Truly, she was an ominous presence. Remaining in her company could invite greater peril. Lost in thought, Xinjing glanced up to find Su Wanqing holding a delicate glass vial, transparent and containing a blue powder. He observed quietly, without asking questions. Soon, her inner voice began to echo. This is a remedy I developed. While it cannot neutralize all toxins, it should suffice for Xinjing's condition. Should I take this opportunity to ingratiate myself with him? Perhaps he may remember this favor and refrain from being too harsh with me in the future. Yet, perhaps it is better to let misfortune befall him. That way, I could secure my own safety. There is a certain thrill in wielding control over another's life. But the male protagonist's circumstances are indeed tragic. Not only is the outcome grim, but the journey is fraught with sorrow. Is he not suffering through some divine tribulation? How has he endured such frequent toxin flare-ups? This man is ruthless. He may very well torment her to the brink of despair, and Su Wanqing had no desire to save him. Cough, cough.
Ah!
While Su Wanqing was fiddling with a small vial, Shen Jing's violent cough startled her, causing the vial to fly from her grasp and vanish into the grass below. Damn it! I need water, cough, cough, cough. Just as Su Wanqing intended to climb out to retrieve it, she halted upon hearing his words. This is truly exhausting. Bodily needs? She was summoned to serve him, yet he complained even about a glass of water. This woman likely had no understanding of the duties of a wife. I shall be right there, my lord. Please lie still.
Wanqing replied,
Walking to the table and swiftly pouring a glass of cool water to hand to Shinjing. My lady forgets, I never drink cool water. It seems you are looking for trouble. Is it too much to ask for a cold drink in the middle of the night? It was my oversight. Su Wanqing feigned a smile, reluctantly taking back the cup. During her return, she inadvertently noticed the suona that Shinjing had set aside. She placed the water cup down and gracefully approached the suona. Just as she was about to play, Shinjing's expression darkened, and he bellowed, Do not play. It appeared she truly wished to see him perish sooner. My lord, since I have nothing to do here and possess no other instruments, why not allow me to play a tune for your enjoyment? With nothing to occupy her time, why did she not warm a cup of hot water? Shinjing felt a throbbing headache. His face darkened, and he felt a tightness in his chest. Considering the earlier glass vial, if it truly contained the antidote, what was her connection to that mysterious individual? Shinjing's mind was filled with uncertainty. Chapter 83. Reluctance to aid the Prime Minister's residence years ago. The emperor arranged for the second daughter of the Su family to be wed to him due to Su Bingqing's increasing prominence in court. Only by marrying his most cherished daughter could the influence of the sixth prince be curtailed. However, Su Bingqing had directly thrust Su Wanqing into the role.
demonstrating aprofund ulterior motive.
Initially, he believed this was merely an old fox's way of testing his trust in the emperor or deliberately placing Su Wanqing in the residence to monitor him. Now it was evident that this woman had no intention of aiding the prime minister's residence. She was wholly preoccupied with obtaining a divorce. Such behavior was unbecoming of someone tasked with a mission. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. Just as Shun Jing's thoughts swirled, the sound of the suona filled the air, causing his body to tense suddenly. I will say it once more. Stop. Shinjing's voice boomed like thunder, veins throbbing at his temples. Su Wanqing feared he was genuinely angry, yet in this moment, she had no choice but to feign deafness and continue playing the lament. Rather than cower in fear, it was better to drive him to the brink of irritation. How you disturb my sweet dreams. Since you profess to enjoy tranquility, I shall provide you with a cacophony tonight. If you are truly vexed, feel free to issue a decree of separation at your convenience. Shinjing was so incensed that he felt like springing from his bed to deal with this annoying woman. Yet, fearing that such an action would expose his scheme, he could only helplessly lean against the couch. As the sound of the suona intensified around him, he trembled, veins on his forehead bulging like creeping vines, as if they might snap at any moment. The servants stationed outside the Jinlan pavilion were entirely unaware of the turmoil within. How could such disquieting and sorrowful melodies emanate from the Lord's quarters? It was indeed a source of great agitation. In an instant, as Su Wanqing's lamentation momentarily ceased, a heart-wrenching cry of "My Lord" pierced the air, and the music resumed. This exclamation stunned all the servants into silence. Without explicit orders from the lord and lady inside, they dared not intrude. A young servant hurried to consult concubine Bai, while some were already moved to tears by the emotional turmoil. Ling Song, sitting atop the roof, shook his head in exasperation. He could not fathom what this lady was up to, nor could he guess how long the lord would tolerate such antics. Observing Shinjing with his eyes closed, appearing remarkably serene, Su Wanqing was nearly driven to madness. Everyone says he has a volatile temperament. Why does he not explode with fury at my antics? How troublesome. With no recourse, she finally ceased her actions. At that moment, the entire Marquis' residence returned to the tranquility it was meant to embody. Lying in bed, Shunjing finally experienced a fragment of peace. Feeling somewhat fatigued, a weariness of the spirit, Su Wanqing sighed and instructed a little maid outside to prepare a midnight snack. The maid, still bewildered by the situation, rushed to the kitchen with tears in her eyes. After a flurry of activity, her hunger was somewhat sated. Seeing that Shunjing remained unresponsive, Su Wanqing leaned against the windowsill, gently caressing her belly. Suddenly recalling something, she hastily retrieved a telescope from her bracelet space. A year prior, while vacationing on an island, she had stowed some essential items within her bracelet to lighten her load, and upon returning, her parents had reclaimed it, leaving her to forget about its existence. Today, it proved fortuitously useful. Holding the telescope, Su Wanqing glanced in a certain direction, her heart racing. Indeed, it is tonight. A grand spectacle is about to unfold. Although she had not once looked at Shunjing, he was occasionally aware of her every move and was profoundly curious about the object in her possession. Where had it come from? Tonight's grand spectacle? His curiosity dispelled his earlier gloom. Sensing his gaze upon her, Su Wanqing hastily concealed the item behind her back and tucked it into her bracelet. My goodness! You're still awake? She forced a smile and approached him with feigned concern. My lord, are you thirsty? Do you feel unwell? Would you like me to give you a massage? Though you may possess an aura of invincibility, you likely cannot escape tonight's predicament. Who knows if the matter of your poisoning has been clarified? But should you decide to leave, do not forget to pen a divorce letter. I am still an unmarried maiden and have no desire to become a widow at such a tender age. Ahem. Shunjing appeared to acquiesce to this reality. However, driven by curiosity, he could not help but inquire, what was that object you were holding? Su Wanqing had not anticipated the telescope would be visible to him and hastily concocted an excuse, claiming it was merely a snack she was enjoying due to hunger. Do you find me too uncouth? If so, I shall take my leave. What, precisely, were you holding at the window? He had never paid attention to how carefree she was while eating. Su Wanqing remained tight-lipped, showing no inclination to answer. Could it be that the lord, in his weakened state, was experiencing hallucinations? I doubt the lady desires to become a human puppet. Does she? Su Wanqing's eyes widened in alarm, inwardly lamenting. He had long intended to turn me into a living doll, even though I have not laid a finger on Ling Song. How outrageous. It is something called a telescope, she murmured, reluctantly retrieving it from behind her back. Shunjing scrutinized Su Wanqing and asked, what exactly is this telescope? Having roamed the world for many years, he had never encountered such an object. Su Wanqing replied, my lord, this is merely something I stumbled upon. It is of little worth, which is why I did not elaborate earlier. As she spoke, she adjusted the focus and aimed the telescope out the window. Expecting to find the mysterious figure she had seen earlier, she was instead met with an entirely different scene. At this late hour, where did those two figures emerge from? To brazenly bribe in plain sight, has the world truly become so audacious? Shunjing's expression turned perplexed. What is happening? Su Wanqing's face suddenly flushed crimson as she lowered the telescope and explained, by looking through it, one can see distant scenes, that is all. What did you see? Shunjing pressed. And nothing. Merely the night is picturesque. I saw them. Undressing. Shunjing furrowed his brow in silence, his emotions a tangled web. Su Wanqing's face remained flushed, feeling uneasy. This situation is escalating beyond control. Shunjing's forehead was etched with lines of frustration. Unable to contain his curiosity and agitation any longer, he resolved to rise and investigate who dared to act so recklessly within his residence. He was still alive. Preparing to leap from the bed and seize the telescope from the woman at the window to discern the truth, Su Wanqing, standing by the window, seemed to sense the impending danger. Suddenly, she screamed and dashed toward him. Shunjing looked up and felt a palpable sense of menace approaching. Indeed, a figure soon soared through the shattered window, brandishing a sword imbued with chilling intent. Chapter 84. The pinnacle of warriors. This sequence of actions unfolded in the blink of an eye, a palpable aura of bloodlust permeating the surroundings. Jing hastily wrapped Su Wanqing in a blanket with one hand, concealing her at the foot of the bed. Simultaneously, he swiftly drew the long sword from the couch beside him, positioning it protectively before his chest. Clash. The two fighters were merely inches apart, their weapons clashing, sparks flying. A powerful gust of wind surged from all directions, carrying with it an eerie chill. The curtains within the room swayed and danced, with the intruder showing no signs of retreat. Su Wanqing trembled beneath the blanket. This was her first encounter with the authentic clash of martial arts masters, where life and death hung in the balance within mere moments. The incessant sounds of clashing weapons echoed in her ears, and even beneath the thick blanket, she could find no solace. Finally, summoning her courage, she peered out with one eye to observe the unfolding scene, stealing a glance at the rapid changes. Both were top-tier warriors, a fact that required no elaboration. Their movements were as fluid as specters, their blades and swords clashing and shimmering, leaving her mesmerized as she experienced the fervor of ancient battles. How terrifying! The assassin enveloped himself completely, revealing only a pair of cold, piercing eyes. His movements were a seamless blend of human and sword, his strikes swift and fierce. It was no wonder he could effortlessly infiltrate the Marquis' residence. Those indifferent eyes fixed intently on Jing, and the techniques in his hands grew increasingly ruthless and lethal. The two figures swiftly intertwined, and after a series of metallic clashes, chaos erupted within the room, with intricately carved wooden cabinets and various utensils overturned. Following a tremendous crash, the table shattered into pieces, and dishes scattered across the floor, their shards flying like hidden weapons. Were an ordinary person struck by them, they would likely meet an instant demise. In this world devoid of firearms, close-quarters combat stands as the true martial art. Such an intense confrontation is far more thrilling and captivating than the modern onslaught of gunfire. Witnessing the scene, Su Wanqing felt her blood surge with excitement. If only it were possible, she would relish some popcorn to enhance the enjoyment, but alas, she could only watch the unfolding events with wide eyes. As the plot accelerated, many scenes appeared in advance, yet the overall narrative structure still adhered to the original text. For instance, Jing's claim of being gravely ill and having little time left was indeed mentioned in the original work. He made this declaration knowing there were traitors within the Northern Army, hoping to lure the spy through his feigned deathly condition. Jing speculated that once the news spread, two reactions would ensue. 1. The traitor would choose to believe and attempt to seize command in Jing's final moments, thereby taking full control of the entire troop. The other possibility was that the spy would not believe and would send capable individuals to infiltrate the Marquis' residence to verify the truth. Even if they discovered Jing was not truly ill, they would still seek to eliminate him to avoid future complications. Upon spotting that familiar figure through a telescope, Su Wanqing immediately connected the dots. According to the plot design, the spy was backed by the Sixth Prince, tasked with dispatching skilled individuals for reconnaissance, and after a brief exchange of techniques, Ling Song would intervene at the opportune moment. However, something seemed amiss. In the original version of the story, Jing never publicly revealed his secret of feigning a limp until the very end. Now, the situation had grown complicated. Previously, Jing had tightly wrapped her in a blanket and pushed her out of the room, clearly for her safety. Thus, he was reluctantly compelled to confront the current predicament. The plan was meant to allow the assassin to escape, aiming to spread the erroneous news of his dire health. Yet, if he executed the original plan, the assassin's escape would inevitably reveal his secret of pretending to be disabled. Su Wanqing found herself at a loss in assessing the current circumstances. Although Jing was indeed suffering greatly from severe poisoning, the numerous exchanges clearly indicated he was not in a state of fatal illness, and his movements remained decisive and vigorous. After gaining the upper hand, the assassin displayed signs of panic and attempted to flee using agility, but ultimately, he was struck down by Jing's kick. Witnessing this battle unfold, Su Wanqing felt a measure of relief. It was evident that Jing understood that this individual could not be released easily. Subsequently, the assassin, slightly unsteady, struggled to rise. Before he could regain his footing, he was met with a powerful punch from Jing, causing Su Wanqing, who observed the scene, to shudder.
Who sent you?
Jing demanded.
Take this.
The shadowy figure suddenly shouted, launching a palm strike aimed at Xin Jing's heart. With a resounding thud, their forces collided. The cloaked man was propelled backward by Xin Jing's formidable internal energy, staggering as he retreated. Xin Jing then landed a kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Realizing the situation was beyond salvage, he hastily retrieved a hidden weapon and aimed it at Xin Jing before attempting to escape. Ling Tsong! Xin Jing shouted toward the window. Ling Tsong swiftly intervened, grasping the assassin's shoulder, but was met with a flurry of silver needles, forcing him to evade and granting the assassin a momentary advantage. Breaking free from the encirclement, the assassin leaped up a tree in a bid for escape. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed, and Ling Tsong, who had been pursuing, halted in astonishment. What is this? The cloaked figure fell to the ground without uttering a sound, unconscious. Xin Jing approached him with an impassive expression. Ling Tsong had already torn the clothing from the back of the assassin, revealing a peculiar hidden weapon embedded in him. He was still alive. Ling Tsong checked his breath. It was faint but present.
Did you shoot this?
Xin Jing furrowed his brow, examining the strange weapon.
It was not my subordinate's doing.
Immediately, Xin Jing thought of Su Wanqing.
But why?
Why would she do this? Wasn't she hoping for his early demise? If this assassin revealed his secret of feigning a disability, he would face execution for treason. Was it possible she feared being implicated and facing extermination? My lord, look. Ling Tsong suddenly pointed to the side, and Xin Jing turned under the moonlight. There, he saw an elegant figure perched on the windowsill, gazing at the two of them. It was crucial to note that only Ling Tsong knew of Xin Jing's ruse. Now, Su Wanqing was openly observing.
Should I?
Ling Tsong tentatively asked. No need. She is already aware. Already. Xin Jing strode directly into the room. Ling Tsong, perplexed, could only carry the unconscious figure and disappear into the night. Upon entering the room, chaos reigned. Before Xin Jing could speak, Su Wanqing eagerly claimed credit. Yes, it was I who shot the hidden weapon. There is no need for my lord to express gratitude. She waved her hand, feigning humility. Xin Jing had no intention of thanking her and waited silently for her to continue. As anticipated, women seldom can contain their thoughts, and she candidly stated, If my lord truly wishes to express gratitude, then please grant me a condition. Xin Jing was momentarily taken aback and, without allowing her to finish, seized her by the neck, coldly demanding, You dare to use a hidden weapon? His vigilance is indeed remarkable. I acted out of fear that your secret of feigning a disability would be exposed, leading to the annihilation of my entire family. Upon hearing this, Xin Jing was not surprised. This woman was indeed fearful of being implicated. Volume 1, Chapter 85, The Secret Development of New Hidden Weapons. Su Wanqing looked at Xin Jing with sincerity, replying, in response to my lord, it is a device known as an injection needle. The most penetrating mechanism in this realm is this one. Fortunately, my family has had ancestors in veterinary medicine in recent times. Xin Jing's brow furrowed deeply. Su Wanqing had grown up in the Su residence, never having stepped outside the capital, so where could she have acquired such peculiar items? An injection needle? Xin Jing murmured. Could it be a hidden weapon privately developed by Su Bingqing? Yet that did not seem right. The weapon appeared rather unimpressive, merely possessing an unusual appearance. How many more such items did she possess? A telescope and injection needle. Though neither father nor daughter were particularly virtuous, the questions surrounding this matter were indeed too numerous. At this moment, Xin Jing's greatest query was, what connection did this lady have with the Xiang residents? If there were indeed a link, why did she not simply eliminate him? If there was no connection, what was her motive in seeking a divorce document through various means? Su Wanqing's ability to effortlessly detect the lethal poison within him and incapacitate a highly skilled individual clearly contradicts the rumors of her being utterly useless. Instead, she possesses remarkable capabilities. Xin Jing increasingly resolved to retain Su Wanqing within the Marquis to uncover the truth. Su Wanqing fixed her gaze upon Xin Jing, remaining silent for a considerable time. In a bid for self-preservation, she began to lament, My lord, this humble woman lost her mother at a tender age. My stepmother incessantly admonished that ignorance is a virtue for women, forbidding me from learning to read or write. Thus, I resorted to secretly seeking a master to acquire some self-defense skills during my leisure time. You wouldn't hold it against me for being so reckless, would you? Believe it or not, if I truly had any ambition, I would have used that injection needle directly on you. Yet, I fear that if you were to perish, I could never return to my former life. Return? If that were the case, the unkind attitude of her stepmother was evidently unfavorable. Why would she still yearn to return? Su Wanqing's eyes fell upon Shenjing's face. If the Marquis disdained her coarseness, perhaps he might grant her the status of a free person. Today's events have indeed startled the lady. Shenjing suddenly released Su Wanqing, his tone indifferent.
Oh. Su Wanqing appeared bewildered.
Shenjing's inscrutable gaze silently scrutinized her. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Regarding my leg, I trust you know how to handle the matter?
Su Wanqing.
This is terrible. I should have been the one to uncover his secret, yet instead, he has turned the tables on me. Hearing Shenjing's sardonic tone, Su Wanqing felt aggrieved and acquiesced. I shall keep your secret. Excellent. Those who are obedient tend to live longer, do they not? Indeed. Indeed. I can no longer remain in this den of predators. Even if I cannot procure a divorce decree, I must find a way to extricate myself. You previously claimed not to know how to read? Indeed, I am quite illiterate. Then, what is this? Shenjing tossed the intercepted letter of accusation to Su Wanqing. She feigned panic and replied, This is. Shenjing, you are too modest, my lady. You can indeed write, albeit not to perfection. The phrase not to perfection is already a grand compliment to me, as I have never attended any calligraphy classes. My lord, please allow me to explain. This is clearly not my doing. In truth, this was intentionally displayed before Ling Song, only to be intercepted by him. Shenjing's expression darkened. This woman would go to great lengths to obtain a divorce decree. Had it not been for his ability to hear her thoughts, she would have long since met her demise. Shenjing's smile did not reach his eyes. Do you not wish to open it and take a look? Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing feigned innocence as she opened the letter. After glancing at it, she hurriedly explained, These contents are pure nonsense. How could I possibly spy on you, my lord? And report your actions to my stepmother? Indeed, my lady possesses remarkable insight to discern the content with just a cursory glance. Su Wanqing found herself at a loss for words. As a modern individual inhabiting a body that was entirely illiterate, managing to write 2 pages was already a considerable effort. Reading word by word would be a grievous affront to her eyes. She could only adopt an expression of having been caught in a flaw and solemnly declare, My lord, you have seen through me. Since you have discovered it, I dare not further argue. Please allow me to take my leave. It is indeed time for rest. How infuriating. You always interrupt me at critical moments. How can I possibly obtain this divorce decree? Su Wanqing still unwillingly added, What I mean is, please punish me severely, such as, then deduct all your living expenses for this month. No, that is not what I meant.
Leave.
My lord, this matter. Right, since you can write, you should also be able to comprehend the Huayua law code. Go back to your room and study it thoroughly. Tomorrow, I shall pose random questions. Should you fail to answer, I shall punish your maid. You dare to threaten me? Is Kaiwa also a part of your roleplay? Too cruel. Were it not for the necessity of advancing the plot, I would certainly not let you off the hook. How vexing. Su Wanqing gritted her teeth and bowed, saying, I shall heed your guidance, my lord. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Song had also arrived, utterly bewildered by the exchange between Shenjing and Su Wanqing. In his mind, no concealed weapon resembled this. If it merely shot fine needles, then the tube was undoubtedly too thick, possessing only a sharp tip. What troubled him was not the danger of this concealed weapon, but rather that such an uneducated Su Wanqing could wield one, which posed a significant threat to her as a Marquis. When Su Wanqing looked up at the two of them, all she could see was the radiant compatibility that blinded her, prompting her to take several steps back. They truly complement each other. Witnessing this fills me with a sense of balanced nourishment. Shenjing sighed, cleared his throat, and seated himself by the bed. Is there anything else? Su Wanqing, fearing she had interrupted their romantic moment, immediately assumed the demeanor of a departing servant, lowering her head. I shall take my leave now. Alas, in the 21st century, the Su family had striven to maintain a low profile, yet the ancestral wealth made Su Wanqing a coveted target at such a tender age. According to the family rules set forth by the lineage, selecting a spouse must be done with utmost caution. Otherwise, handsome men like Xinjing and Ling Song would have to be coerced into becoming members of the harem, ensuring that the journey was worthwhile. However, in her current state, never mind. Just let it go. As Su Wanqing prepared to depart, Xinjing had already returned to the bed, appearing genuinely exhausted, unlike someone feigning fatigue. She caught a glimpse of him, evidently suffering from discomfort due to exerting his internal energy, suggesting he had endured it for quite some time. After all, he was not in mortal danger. Su Wanqing felt no sympathy, especially towards someone who might ultimately inflict significant harm upon her. Thus, she turned and left decisively for her own quarters. Volume 1, Chapter 86. She is the Sixth Prince's undercover agent. Ling Song, realizing the situation had taken a turn, hurriedly approached Xinjing with concern, asking, "My lord, are you unwell?" Xinjing waved his hand slightly. "It is nothing serious." Ling Song, well aware of Xinjing's health condition, knew that further inquiries would be futile, so he refrained from pressing further. After standing in silence for a moment, he finally inquired, "That concealed weapon most likely originated from the Sixth Prince's side, yet is this young lady truly not affiliated with him?" Everyone in the capital knew of Su Wanqing's infatuation with the Sixth Prince, making it conceivable that she might seek to gain his favor by surveilling the Marquis. However, if she were an undercover agent for the Sixth Prince, why would she use a concealed weapon against her own people? Xinjing appeared to be pondering something, his expression grave, his thoughts swirling in the dim light. "This woman is not the Su Wanqing we are familiar with from the minister's residence," he stated. Ling Song looked astonished. "What?" It can be confirmed that she hails from a place known as the 21st century, although the exact nature of that realm remains uncertain. It is clear that she has no connection to the Sixth Prince and feels no sense of belonging to the minister's residence. Listening to her perplexing words over the past few days, it becomes evident that Su Wanqing's urgent desire to obtain a divorce decree and depart from the Marquis' residence stems from a premonition of her grim fate. She believes that by severing ties with the Marquis' household, she can shield herself from any future calamities that may arise, thus evading any unforeseen retribution. Though she herself may not fully comprehend the necessity of her actions, it is clear that this reflects her innermost speculations. How, then, did she find herself in a place so utterly unbefitting of her? Indeed, the life of a Marquis' wife is fraught with danger, for he bears the weight of territorial duty and cannot guarantee a peaceful existence. In this moment, Xinjing feels as though she has opened a window into a realm of new understanding, shrouded in mystery. The exploration of the unknown often instills a sense of trepidation. Even with the certainty that Su Wanqing harbors no malice, she cannot ignore the ominous presence that continually manifests around her. It is imperative to discern her true character. The potential ramifications are dire should such a person, endowed with the ability to foresee the future, be swayed by external forces. Contemplating this, Xinjing quietly closes her eyes and instructs in a low voice, "Be vigilant in monitoring her every word and action." "As you command," comes the prompt reply. Unintentionally, her gaze falls upon a small subordinate lurking in the corner. "Take him away. Force him to divulge information." "Understood." After acknowledging her command, the subordinate swiftly springs into action. Ling Song conducts another examination of the assassin, ensuring that no means of self-destruction remains on his person, before directly escorting him toward the dungeons of the Marquis' residence. Xinjing lifts her gaze to the luminous moon hanging in the night sky. It is already the late hours of the night. Suddenly recalling something, she sits up in bed. The small vial that Su Wanqing had held earlier must have fallen from this window, and it should be nearby. Rising, Xinjing circles the garden and quickly locates the vial. The moonlight cascades softly, illuminating it like a delicate veil. In the light, she distinctly observes a pale blue powder within the vial. Doubt brews within her. Can this potion truly counteract the poison within her? The toxins in her body are beyond even the most skilled healers of the Medicine King Valley. How could a mere Su Wanqing possibly resolve them? Would that not render the Medicine King Valley a laughingstock? After a moment's contemplation, she refrains from acting hastily. Shadow Guard. Xinjing suddenly calls out in a hushed tone. At the sound of her voice, a woman clad in black, her expression stern, materializes before her without warning. At your service.
Yiyun responds respectfully.
Take this back for thorough examination and ascertain its effects. Yes. Yiyun seizes the vial and vanishes in an instant. As the night passes, dawn finally breaks. Xinjing has scarcely rested, merely tidying her appearance before wheeling herself out of her chamber. She had intended to have the servants clean up the remnants of yesterday's conflict. But upon stepping outside, she is greeted by a scene of stark white. White lanterns, white curtains, white silk ribbons. The entire Jinlan pavilion is enveloped in an atmosphere of profound mourning. In the center of the spacious courtyard, a mourning altar has been erected, adorned with a heart-wrenching eulogy. The stark contrast of black text against a white background is striking. The servants in the courtyard are dressed in plain garments, with some even donning mourning attire voluntarily. Xinjing, in a daze, hears someone muttering. The Marquis passed too soon, without even a son to send him off. Only we, the servants, remain. A surge of anger nearly consumes her. In just one night, they have already arranged the memorial tablets. How many traitors lurk within the Marquis's residence, each eager for his swift demise? Xinjing quietly observes the bustling servants, the coffin conspicuously placed behind them. The body has yet to be seen. Yet the funeral proceedings are already conducted with great fanfare. Marquis, may your journey be smooth. Marquis, you will forever live in our hearts. Marquis, oh. Marquis, we cannot bear to part with you. Soon, someone finally notices Xinjing standing a short distance away, watching the scene unfold. The first to see her is so startled that he collapses to the ground. Ghost, ghost, ghost. The servant repeatedly exclaims, which draws the attention of others who turn to look in Xinjing's direction. Before anyone can scream, Xinjing interjects. Who is spreading rumors? Indeed. Her aura unmistakably reveals her as the familiar Marquis of Northern Defense. Upon seeing her fierce expression, some finally begin to grasp the situation. Marquis. You're still alive? The servant lying on the ground hesitantly rises. Marquis? It truly is the Marquis. If it were a ghost, how could you be in a wheelchair? Xinjing furrows her brow. Who said I was dead? Abruptly, she grasps a piece of white cloth fluttering in the wind, yanks it down, and tosses it to the ground, causing those around her to shiver in fright. Indeed, this is the Marquis herself. If she were a ghost, how could she touch the cloth, much less tear it away? Why, yes, the servant stammers, pointing outside the courtyard. Following his gesture, Xinjing sees a figure in white with her back turned to them. One hand points to the sky while the other gestures to the ground, as if she is painting a grand canvas. At the moment of the assassination, the Marquis drew his sword in a desperate bid to confront the assailant, determined to fight even in his weakened state. The Marquis, a formidable warrior, knew that the assassin was no match for him and that their plan was to exhaust his strength. Under normal circumstances, such a villain would have been easily subdued. Unfortunately, his old ailment resurfaced, placing him at a disadvantage. Despite this, the Marquis did not cower from the assassin's ferocity, resisting with all his might, only to ultimately be struck in the heart, unable to be saved, and heroically sacrificing himself. The assassin, too, succumbed to excessive blood loss. A once great hero met his untimely demise at the hands of treachery. How lamentable! The surrounding maids and servants are moved to tears, never having imagined that their master, the most valiant figure in Huaiyue, would fall victim to an assassin's plot. Volume 1, Chapter 87, Like a Corpse. In an instant, the sounds of mourning fill the air, blurring the line between truth and falsehood. Xinjing stands a few meters away, observing everything with clarity. Her head pounds with agony. Since arriving here, she has known no respite. Her complexion grows ashen, resembling that of a corpse. Her hands grip the armrests of her chair tightly, producing a cracking sound. So it was she who orchestrated these rumors. Reason and composure have long since abandoned Xinjing.
Wanqing.
Accompanied by a surge of unspent internal energy, she bellows. Startled by the outburst, Wanqing shudders, turning to find Xinjing advancing toward her in a wheelchair, her face contorted in rage, with Ling Tsong by her side. Equally displeased. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wanqing quickly turns and cries out, Ah.
Ah.
The Marquis is unwilling. Unwilling. In an instant, those around her scatter. The servants who had been weeping on the ground springing to their feet, fleeing with unmatched speed. Seated in his wheelchair, Xinjing could not accelerate on his own and merely gazed ominously at Su Wanqing as he drew nearer. The anger he had just experienced nearly triggered the resurgence of the poison coursing through his veins. Though he longed to crush her, he begrudgingly adjusted his mindset and remained seated. Who told you to refuse to divorce me? If you dare keep me by your side, I shall make the Ho residence a place of perpetual unrest. I shall see whether you will write that divorce decree or not. His chest still trembled slightly. But the thought that all her actions were aimed at obtaining a divorce, a wish he could easily thwart, eased his mood somewhat. Not divorcing her did not preclude him from teaching her a lesson. Just as he prepared to have Su Wanqing punished according to family rules, he suddenly heard her inner voice. If I recall correctly, according to the unfolding plot, he will deliberately let go of the assassin from last night to draw out the traitor, allowing the news of the true illness to spread. In reality, he merely sprinkled an inconspicuous powder on that assassin. Anyone who comes into contact with him will be tainted by the scent, which will linger for 2 days. Yet only those with an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, or dogs, can detect it. Then he will arrange a funeral for the following day, waiting for the traitor to come to pay respects, and using that powder to unmask him. But since that assassin has already been captured, will holding a funeral today still be effective? That previous scene was crafted so brilliantly. Once it spreads, it should attract some attention. Unfortunately, I fell asleep while watching the drama and forgot who the real traitor was. If only I knew, I could have captured him directly. As Su Wanqing contemplated this, she failed to notice the shift in Xinjing's gaze from anger to confusion and finally to helplessness. As she was about to properly apologize to Xinjing, claiming her reckless actions stemmed from mistakenly believing that the Marquis' condition had worsened, an urgent voice interrupted her thoughts. Marquis, what has happened? Bai Yan rushed in, and upon seeing the entire Ho residence draped in mourning banners and white drapery, she was instantly taken aback. She could hardly believe that so much had transpired overnight. Had it not been for the servant who reported to her, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that the Ho residence had transformed so drastically in just one night. I didn't even have time for breakfast before I hurried over. Marquis, please forgive my sister for her momentary lapse that led to such absurdity. Bai Yan stepped forward, nearly on the verge of tears. Aside from today's events, she refrained from directly criticizing Su Wanqing. Sister, as the saying goes, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of affection. No matter how many faults the Marquis may have, you cannot curse him like this. Bai Yan's words were gentle yet tinged with reproach, filled with concern for Xinjing and the heartache of being startled. However, in truth, Bai Yan was already well aware of the various situations within the Ho residence. Despite her status as a concubine, she had always personally managed household affairs. After the arrival of this new lady of the Ho residence, the Marquis had not transferred all managerial authority to her, thus preserving Bai Yan's crucial position. Such a significant event would certainly not go unreported to her. The reason she had not rushed over immediately was that she was waiting for Su Wanqing to escalate the situation. And indeed, she did not disappoint. Initially, she had made a special trip to Jinlan Pavilion to check, but was stopped at the door by Ling Song. She thought that since Ling Song was present, it meant the Marquis was surely safe. Thus, she allowed Su Wanqing to create a spectacle in the middle of the night. By the time the Marquis awakened the next day and beheld this chaos, he would surely divorce Su Wanqing, or perhaps even do something more severe. Although Su Wanqing, a mere toad, could not approach the Marquis' bed, occupying the position of the lady of the Ho residence was her greatest folly. Even if the Marquis' legs were injured, preventing him from, as long as he could assume the role of the master of the Ho residence, she believed he would not refuse to preserve the Ho family's lineage. Xinjing suppressed the surging poison within him and slowly raised his gaze, resting it on Bai Yan. What brings you here so early? Bai Yan gently placed her hands on Xinjing's arm and replied softly, I was worried about the Marquis. Seeing you last night was truly heart-wrenching, so I came early today to check on you, hoping for your improvement. I never expected. Marquis, My sister simply does not understand the etiquette of words, which is why she acted in such a manner. I beseech you to forgive her. Do not let yourself be angered. Noticing Xinjing's breathing gradually calming, Bai Yan confidently added, these past few days, I have been unwell. So, I prepared some refreshing dishes. If you are feeling down, why not come to my Shiri pavilion for a few days? I will personally cook some of my best dishes to entertain you. As she said this, she cast an expectant glance at Xinjing. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing patiently observed Bai Yan's performance without interruption. Alas, such a beautiful face paired with a figure that seems delicately swayed by the wind. Any ordinary man would struggle to resist.
What a pity, he is no ordinary man.
Xinjing remained silent. Seeing no response, Bai Yan gazed at him with her large, watery eyes, pouring forth her affection, yet Xinjing remained unresponsive. Ling Tsong is truly a peculiar fellow. How can you remain unfazed while your partner is being charming with another woman? A sudden cough interrupted Xinjing. Upon noticing, Bai Yan quickly inquired, Marquis, are you all right? Rest assured, I will instruct the servants to tidy up this area, ensuring nothing unpleasant is before you. Perhaps we should retire to Shiri Pavilion for a brief respite? Given your physical discomfort, do not overexert yourself, Xinjing replied. This statement struck Bai Yan like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily stunned, unsure of how to proceed. She had always found that such meticulous concern worked wonders, but now, it bore no effect at all. Originally, she had believed that the Marquis would be incensed by Su Wanqing's actions, and by presenting herself as a pitiful figure who cared for him. A stark contrast would surely endear her to him further. Moreover, with Jinlan Pavilion now adorned in white, she could conveniently take the opportunity to invite the Marquis to Shiri Pavilion for a few days' rest. Sharing the same bed would present ample chances. Why had things not unfolded as she envisioned? The funeral continued as planned, and no details could be disclosed. Before she could finish her thought, Xinjing commanded Ling Song to push him away from Jinlan Pavilion without waiting for Bai Yan's response. Su Wanqing was momentarily dumbfounded. How strange. He seemed about to explode with anger just now, ready to reprimand me. Could it be that he was genuinely swayed so easily by a few words from that concubine? Please just scold me a bit, so I may find an excuse to smoothly dissolve this marriage. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out, Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing froze, glancing at Bai Yan's tearful face, before hastily making her way toward Xinjing. I'm coming. This time, it must be time to cast me out. My lord. Last night when I departed, I noticed your pallor and presumed. Perhaps I was being overly concerned. Now, if this is indeed the case, I am willing to leave cleanly. Please, my lord, sign this document for divorce. This time, Su Wanqing had already prepared the divorce papers, awaiting only Xinjing's signature and seal. Divorce papers? Xinjing raised a hand, signaling Ling Song to cease his advance, then turned to the cowering Su Wanqing. Indeed, my lord need only sign and stamp here, and thus the peace of the Marquis will be restored. My talents are limited, and it is truly beyond my fortune to accompany you for long. Sob. It seems the study of the Huayua law you undertook last night bore a little fruit. Without the witness of both parties' elders, how could this divorce be deemed valid? How could I have forgotten this? Last night I was compelled to study the Huayua law. What devious intentions lie behind that? Luckily, I took the time to review the divorce provisions. According to the Huayua law, if the woman has committed a severe fault, parental consent is unnecessary. Only notification is required. What nonsense! How could my selfish parents ever agree to a divorce? Furthermore, you have no parents. This marriage was sanctioned by the emperor, and cannot be so easily annulled. Enough, my lady was startled last night. As her husband, I cannot place undue blame. And it is only natural to show a little leniency. What? Are you jesting? This is akin to holding your own funeral. Can you truly endure that? My lord, it is truly unnecessary. Xinjing interrupted her. If you wish to leave, whether or not you have this document, you would depart. Since you remain in the Marquis, it is clear you are steadfast in your devotion to me. Oh, how clever you are. Do you think I am unaware of the complications that arise without a divorce document? After studying the Huayua law, I realized that in Huayua, If a woman of noble birth leaves her husband's home without a release letter, she cannot remarry and must face a nationwide manhunt for the rest of her life. Should her husband issue an order, all will pursue and slay her. Originally, I intended to leave directly, yet living a life under constant pursuit is simply too tormenting. Not far away, Bai Yen perked up her ears, listening intently, perplexed by the mention of a release letter. Could it be that the Marquis truly intends to settle accounts with Su Wanqing? That would be splendid. If this were the final outcome, she must prepare swiftly to claim the position of the Marquis's mistress. Bai Yen and her maid dared not draw too close, fearing discovery in their eavesdropping, and quietly retreated. Upon returning to her chambers, Su Wanqing collapsed onto the bed like a lifeless doll, her frustration beyond words. She had never anticipated that Xinjing possessed a heart as unyielding as iron. No matter how much turmoil she stirred, he remained unfazed. Although she understood the general trajectory of events, she felt utterly powerless. Ultimately, what was meant to happen would still transpire, merely a matter of time. Compared to the bold and resourceful heroines in those time-travel novels, she felt dreadfully inept. Fortunately, as a secondary female character, she was not required to fight for this pride, for the true protagonist of the tale would not be rendered a puppet. If the inevitable conclusion was unavoidable, why not endure that final trial rather than suffer through unnecessary pain and the troubles of fleeing? How absurd.
Sigh. She let out a soft breath.
Caillou entered, noticing the long sighs, and said nothing. Madam, as the lady of the Marquis, you are to meet esteemed guests shortly. Please allow me to assist you in your preparations. Indeed, Xinjing's punishment was for her to face those disbelieving subordinates, including the shadow of that traitor. In this morning, only Xinjing's confidant, Ling Song, knew he was feigning death. As an observer, Su Wanqing naturally assumed he had truly departed. She believed this would soon allow her to be with the sixth prince, and thus her heart brimmed with joy as she swiftly commenced the funeral arrangements. Therefore, those who came to investigate the truth would indeed be received by her, Su Wanqing, the head of the household. Although Su Wanqing constantly contemplated escape, she did not intentionally evade the unfolding plot. After all, she was merely a supporting character in the emotional narrative of the novel The Imperial Career, waiting for Xinjing and Ling Song to express their feelings before returning to reality. As for the remaining parts of the story, her presence or absence was ultimately inconsequential. Thus, there was no need to create disturbances that might complicate her plans for departure. With this thought, despite her reluctance, Su Wanqing stood and walked towards the intricately carved dressing table adorned with exquisite peony patterns, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. One could not help but lament that regardless of her appearance, it seemed no one cared. Caillou stood silently beside her, gently arranging her lustrous hair into an updo. Yet her heart was heavy with worry. For Caillou, Su Wanqing was not only her mistress, but also her closest companion, although they were of similar age. She had served by Su Wanqing's side since childhood. It was precisely because she knew Su Wanqing so well that the latter's recent changes were difficult for her to accept. In the past, when they were at the residence, Su Wanqing always acted cautiously and never offended the steplady, yet now that she had married into the Marquis, she had caused such a scandal. Caillou was acutely aware that Su Wanqing was far from the proud and rude individual the world portrayed. Claiming the Marquis was unworthy of her. On the contrary, Caillou knew Su Wanqing had genuine feelings for the sixth prince, even defying the steplady for the first time, unwilling to be used as a pawn to marry into the Marquis. Yet now, Su Wanqing was wholly intent on obtaining a divorce, her words and actions so extraordinarily changed. Was she truly willing to take such risks for the sixth prince? The thought filled Caillou with trepidation. She had originally believed that with Su Wanqing's character, she would gradually forget her feelings for the sixth prince after marrying into the Marquis. Volume 1, Chapter 89. Quite common, no need for excessive surprise. With this thought, Caillou murmured, could it be dissatisfaction with this marriage that has caused such a drastic change in the young lady's temperament?
Wanqing,
observing the change in Caillou's expression through the mirror, inquired, Caillou, what troubles you? Is something amiss? Nothing at all. Caillou suddenly snapped back to reality, appearing somewhat flustered. Do you feel I have changed recently? Su Wanqing turned to face Caillou. Caillou lowered her head, hesitating to speak. Although Su Wanqing's intuition was entirely correct, she dared not affirm it, nor could she deny it. Su Wanqing smiled gently and fully turned to face Caillou. Caillou, this situation is quite common. There is no need for excessive surprise.
Common?
Caillou could not help but glance up at her, her eyes filled with confusion. You are still young. Once you grow a bit more, you will understand many things. The world is ever-changing. I am still myself, unchanged in heart. I have merely done what I can for our survival. But madam, what you say, I still cannot comprehend. It matters not. Did I not say? When you grow older, you will understand. Just trust that I am considering our safety. Caillou nodded resolutely. I believe in you, madam. Seeing Caillou relax, Su Wanqing then touched the blemishes on her face. Caillou, tell me, why has my face turned out this way? Despite seeing her every day, Caillou could not help but feel a pang of sorrow upon gazing at Su Wanqing's scarred visage, especially when standing beside the beautiful and gentle Aunt Bai. The stark contrast was all the more striking and heart-wrenching. In the eyes of the maid, it was likely due to a lack of proper skincare. The stepmother and sisters in their household diligently used precious pearl powder to maintain their skin's smoothness and delicacy. Just as she was about to continue, Su Wanqing abruptly interrupted. Not at all.
Not at all.
Caillou raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Su Wanqing turned to face the mirror, gently massaging her cheek, scrutinizing her reflection for a considerable time. Illness enters through the mouth. I must have been poisoned for quite some time. What did you say? Caillou's eyes widened in disbelief. Having personally overseen her mistress's meals since childhood, how could there be any poison? Among the trifles of my dowry, there is a prescription from the Cui family. They claimed it could cure my face. Upon glancing at the ingredients, she found them to be detrimental to her recovery. Could there be some misunderstanding? Mississippi. But Caillou found herself at a loss for words. She wished fervently that this were merely a nightmare, yet the harsh reality loomed, having cared for her mistress for years. If she had indeed been poisoned, it would signify her own dereliction of duty. Do not overthink it. I believe I have been secretly poisoned since childhood. It is entirely normal for someone without medical knowledge to overlook such signs. The current situation is that the poison has continued to spread within me. While it may not threaten my life, if this persists, my face may never recover. Although this poison had lurked in her body for many years, for Su Wanqing, who hailed from the 21st century, it was not an insurmountable challenge. Even without modern medical equipment, her ancestral knowledge was sufficient to assist her in expelling the toxin. The critical aspect lay in the herbs. Having recently arrived in this world, and with the original owner being indifferent to the apothecary's affairs, she was somewhat unfamiliar with the local herb market and whether she could procure the necessary medicinal plants. Moreover, she had initially planned to use her disfigured face to vex Xinjing, delaying her treatment. However, it now seemed that Xinjing possessed a remarkable psychological resilience. Indifferent to beauty or ugliness, treating her as if she were invisible. She needed to devise a solution for her facial predicament swiftly, otherwise, as time passed and age advanced, the hope of restoring her appearance would become an increasingly distant fantasy. Once she became more familiar with her surroundings, she could seek out some herbs for treatment. At that moment, Caillou was still reeling from shock when a servant suddenly entered, causing the comb in her hand to clatter to the floor. Madam, someone has arrived in the front hall. Please attend to them.
Understood. Su Wanqing replied calmly.
Externally composed, she was inwardly anxious. According to the plot, she merely needed to follow a script and utter a few lines, after which Xinjing would promptly rise from his coffin and seize the scented suspect, thus concluding the matter.
But what about now?
The assassin from last night was still within the manor. How could she uncover the military spy? Without resolving this crucial element, would Xinjing truly be content to remain in his coffin? Lost in thought, Su Wanqing, clad in light attire, soon arrived at the front hall of the Marquis' residence. It was widely known that the Northern Town Army was led by the Xin family, whether it was Xinjing or those he endorsed. The military hierarchy would undoubtedly recognize him, and there was a high likelihood that the emperor would directly appoint him as the new leader of the Northern Town Army. Esteemed generals, please take your seats. Su Wanqing graciously invited the assembled guests to sit. The servants donned white mourning attire, their faces etched with sorrow. and the entire Marquis' residence was imbued with a solemnity that indeed suggested a grave occurrence. "Madam, what has transpired? Why has the Marquis encountered such peril?" The deputy commander was the first to break the tense silence. Others quickly echoed, "This matter is indeed strange. May we be granted the opportunity to see the Marquis?" "Indeed. Madam, we should be led to pay our respects to the Marquis immediately. What are we waiting for?"
Su Wanqing maintained her composure.
But pretending to grieve the loss of a loved one was quite taxing for her. Little did she know, in a small side room at the back of the hall, Xin Jing and Ling Song were calmly observing the reactions of the crowd. She gestured for the servant to present hot tea to the generals, then gently dabbed at the corners of her eyes, feigning tears as she spoke. "Esteemed generals, it is only natural for friends and relatives to mourn the departed. However, the mourning edict for the Marquis has yet to be issued. How can you all so hastily demand to see the Marquis' spirit? I dare not confirm if such an action is appropriate." The generals exchanged glances, uncertainty clouding their faces. In truth, they were not there to pay their respects. They sought to ascertain whether the Marquis' death was indeed genuine and whether any conspiracies were afoot. For instance, this woman before them, portraying the role of the Marquis' wife, was the daughter of Su Bingcheng, a man of dubious character. They worried she might be ungrateful. Now, she was obstructing their effort to see the Marquis, only deepening their suspicions. Then, "Madam, please tell us when the Marquis passed away? Who was by his side in his final moments? Did he leave any last words? What decisions were made regarding the Northern Town Army?" Deputy Commander Qin Wei asked bluntly. Su Wanqing replied through tears, "He passed away during the ugly hour, accompanied by myself and a personal guard. He left no written instructions, but instructed me to hand over the military insignia of the Northern Town Army to one of the generals." The military insignia referred to was not the key token for mobilizing the Northern Town Army, but rather a symbolic representation of power. Whoever held it would signify Xinjing's recognition of that person's position. This individual could potentially be the rightful heir to the Northern Town Army and a central figure in the hearts of the border residents. Their status within the military not to be underestimated. In other words, this military insignia was akin to a letter of recommendation, indicating that the role of leader of the Northern Town Army was destined to be fulfilled. Upon hearing this, the General Lin Hao scoffed. "Preposterous. A lady. And the Marquis would entrust such an important military insignia to you?" The younger deputy commander Wu Yong intervened. "You must show respect to the madam." Then, politely inquired, "Is the guard who accompanied you the esteemed Ling Song? If it were Ling Song, I suspect the Marquis would surely have entrusted the military insignia to him, rather than anyone else." His implication was clear. In the Marquis' eyes, Su Wanqing held little significance, and thus he would not entrust the military insignia to her. Although she understood Wu Yong's insinuation, she chose to remain silent. She feigned sorrow. "Perhaps the generals do not comprehend the hardships I face after losing the Marquis. Why must you press me so relentlessly? If you do not believe me, I will hand over the military insignia to the person designated by the Marquis, and you may discern the truth for yourselves. What harm could that bring to a mere woman?" Her words indeed had an effect, as the tone of the imposing figures softened somewhat. "Then, madam, please inform us to whom the Marquis wished to entrust the military insignia?" Deputy Commander Wu inquired once more. In response to the general's question, the Marquis instructed that the military insignia be handed over to a General Tian. As Su Wanqing made her way to the main hall, she inquired of an elderly man in the household who was well versed in the names of the various generals. However, none bore the surname Tian, prompting her to fabricate one. Deputy General Li's expression darkened. "Such a crucial matter should not be taken lightly, my lady. None among us bears the name Tian. I have not lied. I am not well versed in military affairs, nor do I recognize who bears the surname Tian. I believe Lord Ho has ulterior motives, and thus I must personally present this military order to the Emperor. This action is inappropriate. We ought to adhere to Lord Ho's instructions." Whether Lord Ho's last wishes have been altered remains uncertain, Deputy General Qin remarked, his gaze at Su Wanqing laden with unspoken implications. With a faint sob, Su Wanqing refrained from addressing Deputy General Qin's suspicions. "When you all entered, my father had already departed and, upon my request, swiftly sent the military order to the palace. If you wish to obstruct this, you must act quickly.
What?
You. Enraged, several of them immediately resolved to retrieve the military order, but were halted by Deputy General Wu. Friends, we should not take her words at face value, he cautioned. After all, we have yet to see Lord Ho, and the truth of the matter remains unclear.
That cannot be.
We must pursue, Deputy General Li exclaimed anxiously. That token is the very soul of our northern town army. Calm down, old Li, Deputy General Wu urged. We must first see Lord Ho. Should he encounter misfortune due to our rash actions, it would be disastrous. Deputy General Li remained troubled. How about this? You all stay here while I pursue the military token. Regardless, it cannot fall into the hands of someone with the surname Su. It must be in the hands of a General Tian. Strategist Lin concurred. Old Li, I am willing to accompany you in search of the token. If this is a ruse, we may have wasted our efforts. But if the token is genuinely lost and we fail to intercept it, the consequences would be dire. With that, the two prepared to dash towards Lord Ho's residence. However, Deputy General Qin resolutely stopped them. No, this matter is of utmost importance. We must either all remain or collectively seek it out. If we act separately, neither side will feel secure. His meaning was clear. Matters of personal interest should best be witnessed by all to prevent disputes and blame-shifting later. Old Qin. Deputy General Li appeared quite unsettled. After a heated discussion, the group gradually calmed. Deputy General Wu candidly stated, her claims regarding the military token require verification. We are not fools. How can we be led astray by mere words? Su Wanqing had only made a few statements without presenting evidence. Yet her lineage as the daughter of Su Bingcheng necessitated caution from the Northern Town Army regarding her intentions. Thus, even if they held doubts, they could not completely lower their guard. This assembly of generals is not united in heart. A single military token has revealed the truth. However, this is not the time for disputes. I must swiftly clarify their relationships. Deputy General Qin may be temporarily excluded, as he will appear again, and he is certainly not the mole here. He has demonstrated exceptional prowess in naval combat, and in the upcoming Western Sea campaign, he decisively defeated the Japanese invaders, earning the title of hero in the fight against Japan. Regrettably, he later chose to support the second prince for the sake of his son. Regardless, this is merely a political disagreement. Victory and defeat are common in warfare, making evaluation difficult. Deputy General Li is beyond suspicion. He is the future leader of the Northern Town Army and would never betray it. The youngest Deputy General, in attire, must be Deputy General Wu, as referred to by the servants. Among the four strategists is Strategist Lin, whom he personally promoted, thus their fates are intertwined. I have already dealt with one, and it seems I can temporarily exclude them. However, when I mentioned that the military token was sent to the palace by my cunning father, Deputy General Wu was the calmest among them. He either disbelieves my words or is pleased by the unfolding events, even attempting to prevent others from pursuing. In stark contrast to the reactions of Deputy General Li and the strategist who hoped to accompany him, it is evident they wish to confirm the token's authenticity. Lest my claims prove true. Sigh, this is truly intricate and troublesome. The other three strategists have not spoken much. Could the traitor be among them? Something feels amiss. How about this? If you generals insist on acting together, let's disregard the announcement. Please change into appropriate attire. And let us visit Lord Ho for what may be the last time. This time, Xinjing, it is your turn to witness my performance. Once they discover the coffin is empty, I shall see how you respond. Initially, I believed they would accept this proposal, but to my surprise, they clung to the issue of the so-called military token. My lady, we ask for your cooperation. Either summon Lord Ho's personal attendant Ling Tsang to testify, or we shall not be held responsible for our rudeness. Deputy General Wu stated coldly. Are you not concerned that speaking so to Lord Ho's wife in his residence may invite the wrath of his ghost? Whether Lord Ho has truly passed is still uncertain. Urging us to meet him could conceal a trap. Would you place the entire Northern Town Army in jeopardy? Though the youngest among them, Deputy General Wu was the most astute. His words heightened the vigilance of those present, weapons at the ready. It is truly a difficult situation, wanting to conceal, yet not allow scrutiny. However, I must be cautious. Should they see the empty coffin, they may direct their resentment towards me. Come quickly.
Shen Jing.
Hiding in a partition, Shen Jing had long grasped the current situation. Volume 1, Chapter 91. The Northern Town Army token is stolen, he smirked, whispering a few instructions to Ling Song. Upon hearing, Ling Song strode through the front door into the crowd, declaring, "What the lady says is entirely true. I implore all gentlemen not to trouble her." Ling Song's sudden appearance startled Su Wanqing. Entirely true? Deputy General Li nearly faltered. Did this imply? Lord Ho. Master Ling, is it true that the Northern Town Army token was seized by Su Bingchim? Strategist Lin inquired urgently. Can it be retrieved? We must recover it at all costs. With that, Strategist Lin made to dash out, but was stopped by Ling Song. Why the haste, Strategist Lin? I have not finished speaking. By the way, I have changed my name to Tian Ling Song. Upon hearing this, all present understood his intent. This meant the so-called General Tian was none other than him? What nonsense is this? Why has Ling Song come to stir the pot? I merely fabricated a general with the surname Tian, and he changes his name? Seated nearby, Su Wanqing lightly tapped the lid of her teacup, sipping her tea with great interest. With thoughts running high, no one spoke for a moment. Soon, the three deputy generals began to confront Ling Song. Deputy General Qin sarcastically remarked, "Ling Song, when did you change your ancestral surname? We were unaware. Did you do it just now?" Li, the deputy general, was exceedingly angered, bellowing, "Take us to see the Lord. You think we will believe your mere word that the Lord entrusted the military command to you? Not only do we not believe you, but not a single person in the entire Northern Town Army would accept such a tale." Wu, the deputy general, sternly rebuked. "Even if you have served as the Lord's attendant, your practical experience and understanding of military affairs cannot compare to anyone among us. The Lord would never forsake the interests of the Northern Town Army for the sake of one individual."
Su Wanqing adustet her posture.
Inwardly amused by the folly of these individuals. "You are quite right, but in Shen Jing's heart, Ling Song holds far more significance than any of you. Do not further humiliate yourselves. Be wary of ending up like me." She mused, "I wonder where Shen Jing is hiding to spy on us."
Concealed.
Shen Jing's gaze shifted slightly. This detestable woman, her calm demeanor hardly resembled one who had lost her husband. Had it not crossed their minds that there were no individuals with the surname Tian within our ranks? Given the complexity of the situation, why not let me sacrifice some semblance of identity to resolve this predicament? Ling Song spoke leisurely. Such madness. Li, sensing treachery, drew his sword and pointed it at Ling Song, exclaiming, "Do you intend to betray your lord? Betrayal? What constitutes betrayal here? I have served the Lord for a considerable time. It is entirely reasonable that he entrusted the military command token to me," he calmly explained. "The Lord is not one to act upon personal biases. He knows who is most capable of leading the Northern Town Army," Wu retorted coldly. Initially, these men were merely questioning whether Shen Jing truly had passed away, but now they were nearly convinced of his demise. Ling Song smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to Wu's words, and instead proposed, "If the Lord has indeed departed, since you generals do not believe, why not let us settle this matter ourselves? The victor claims the military token and must declare it was the Lord's final command."
What say you? You.
How could the Lord have misjudged such a person, choosing a faithless scoundrel? Li's fury reached a crescendo, causing Su Wanqing to feel a surge of anxiety. She thought, how could such an emotional individual ever assume leadership of the Northern Town Army? Just as Su Wanqing worried for Li, she unwittingly found herself the target of collective ire. If anyone were to betray the Lord, it would have to be the lady. Su Biqing did not arrive at the Lord's residence, and the military token had not been transferred. At this moment, it still remained in the lady's possession. Capturing her and forcing her to relinquish the token was of utmost urgency. Ling Song abruptly redirected the blame towards Su Wanqing. Cough, cough, cough. Su Wanqing was caught off guard by the sudden interrogation, choking as she pointed at herself. "Me?
What does this have to do with me?"
It must be Shen Jing's scheme. How vile. I concur. Regardless of the circumstances, the military token must not remain in her grasp. Soon, all present unified in their stance. At least regarding the retrieval of the military token, there was no dissent. Lady, with Deputy General Ling so fervent in his words, are you still not prepared to yield? They pressed. We who march into battle do not distinguish between light and heavy. Do not compel us to take action. Su Wanqing was rendered speechless. Oh no. I merely mentioned the military token to gauge your sentiments. How am I to procure such a token now? Calm yourselves. My father is Su Bicheng, and his backing is the sixth prince. Even Xinjing would not dare touch a hair on my head, let alone you lot. She cast a sideways glance at Ling Song, yet could discern no true intent from him, leaving her uncertain as to his designs. As the pressure mounted, Su Wanqing resolved to launch into a theatrical display of desperation. Even if the military token were in my possession, so what? If you dare lay a finger on me, I shall ensure that the token's whereabouts remain forever unknown. Xinjing subtly curled his lips. Amidst such chaos, this woman could still maintain her composure and fabricate tales? However, if an opportunity were to arise to teach her a lesson through this situation, it would be splendid indeed, to see if she would still behave so arrogantly thereafter. To orchestrate a living funeral for her. As several generals observed Su Wanqing's defiance, they began to entertain some belief in her assertions. After all, this woman was aligned with the sixth prince's faction and was married to the lord, yet her thoughts evidently lingered on that sixth prince, making it plausible that she was indeed part of his supportive forces. You must understand the gravity of the Northern Town military token. What use do you have for it? Why mislead us into believing your father delivered it to the palace? What exactly do you intend?
Li questionat sharply.
I have spoken at length and wish to cease the pretense. I assure you, I am innocent. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with this Lord Ling. You have all heard his ambitious words. He would go to any lengths to seize the military token, which is why I had no choice but to conceal it. If you escort me safely back to the residence, I shall return it. Su Wanqing's eloquence alone could not hope to fully persuade these battle-hardened generals. I advise you not to incite further discord. Such tactics are ineffective against us, even if Ling Song harbors intentions. This remains an internal matter of the Northern Town Army and does not concern you. Deputy General Qin's words were particularly scathing. Enough of your prattle. Hand over the military token, or regardless of your lineage, even if you were a princess, you shall not leave here alive. Wu declared, following suit. As tensions escalated, Su Wanqing seemed to grasp a vital insight. She donned a scornful expression. I always knew you would trust him over me. If that is the case, then do as you please, kill me, but I have warned you of the dire consequences. Heroes, please remain calm. I am innocent. Before her words had fully settled, a soldier lunged at her with a sword. Panic gripped Su Wanqing as she realized her rhetoric had indeed summoned peril. In the blink of an eye, a slender metallic thread shot forth, ensnaring the soldier and sending him crashing to the ground. This is. Several generals who recognized this as Xinjing's technique stared in astonishment. Yet, not long ago, Ling Song had claimed the lord was deceased. What was transpiring now?
Wanqing,
momentarily paralyzed by fear, dared not breathe until she spotted Xinjing wheeling himself into her line of sight. Lady, you have been startled. Upon hearing Xinjing's words, Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the captives on the ground and at Xinjing himself, she found herself bewildered. My lord, how fortunate you are to be safe. Having uttered this statement, Su Wanqing promptly stepped back to avoid becoming entangled in the ensuing conflict and to guard against any unforeseen injuries. Alas, arriving so late to offer assistance, if anything had truly gone awry, I would ensure you do not escape unscathed. Xinjing had long perceived that this woman had a penchant for verbosity, yet he found it challenging to command her silence. Suppressing his irritation, he addressed those present. I am unharmed. The funeral was merely a misunderstanding, though it has unveiled a hidden spy within the army. A traitor? Are you insinuating that Advisor Lin is a traitor? The crowd was engulfed in confusion, reluctant to jump to conclusions. Indeed, my lord, Advisor Lin possesses considerable credentials within the military. How could he possibly be deemed a traitor? It turns out to be this general. However, one must consider that despite being slightly older than Deputy General Wu, he was promoted to this position by the younger generation, which must leave him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. What I find astonishing is that throughout the unfolding events, he has shown little regard for his direct superior, Deputy General Wu, displaying an air of arrogance. Earlier, he was quite eager to pursue the so-called father of the traitor, not out of genuine concern for the critical token falling into the wrong hands, but perhaps merely to create a fodder to assist this so-called father of the traitor in evading trouble. Later, when I hinted that the token was about to fall into the hands of the sixth prince, he became notably anxious and eager to eliminate me. Perhaps he truly wishes to see the token pass into the hands of the sixth prince. Considering my rather unpleasant demeanor, even if he were desperate, he would not be held accountable. Xin Jing mused internally. This woman truly revels in self-dramatization. In truth, he had already determined that 3 individuals were responsible for the leak: Deputy Generals Qin and Li alongside Advisor Lin. If the former 2 were deemed innocent in her eyes, then Lin was the sole suspect. At present, with Advisor Lin's impatience to take action, his suspicions were further validated. Shall we have Our Lady elucidate why Advisor Lin is the traitor? Xin Jing stated calmly.
Me?
Su Wanqing incredulously pointed at herself. Are you jesting? Indeed you. Xin Jing replied unequivocally. Ahem. Su Wanqing anxiously turned to Ling Song, seeking support. This time, her plea was finally acknowledged. Previously, he had been wary of her ties to the sixth prince, yet now he altered his stance and kindly offered an explanation. After much effort, they managed to dismiss those individuals, allowing Su Wanqing to exhale in relief. Through Ling Song, Su Wanqing learned that the true suspects of the leak were Deputy Generals Li and Qin, as well as Advisor Lin. General Shen had previously dispatched individuals in disguise to infiltrate Xian City, intending to investigate the sixth prince's clandestine military forces. These individuals, masquerading in various trades among the populace, unfortunately met with disaster, evidently due to some powerful force that had compromised the list of operatives. This roster was known solely to Deputy General Li. To prevent further leaks, Shen refrained from publicizing the matter and postponed addressing it. Li had intended to self-penalize under military regulations, but for the sake of the greater good, he was spared by Shen. The only individuals privy to this deployment, aside from the 2, were Deputy General Qin and Advisors Lin and Huang. The other Deputy General, Wu, and other commanders were stationed on the outer defenses and were not in the capital, while Commander Huang, having close ties to Ling Song, was excluded. Thus, only 3 candidates remained: Li, Qin, and Lin. Xin Jing was not in a hurry to expose the lurking threat, wishing to maintain unity within the Northern Defense Forces. Thus, he did not express any particular opinions regarding the aforementioned individuals. Everything remained as it was. Damn Xin Jing, he had known all along. He was merely using me as bait. Yet this was my own doing. Alas, following the plot is truly perilous. One could meet their demise at any moment. Xin Jing cast a meaningful glance at Su Wanqing. This woman was indeed quite cooperative in adhering to the plot. However, according to the original storyline, 3 years hence, it appeared neither of them would meet a favorable fate. Was she truly willing to continue down this path? Ultimately, the misunderstanding was clarified, and the somber atmosphere within the estate had completely faded, restoring it to its former state. Bai Yan, unable to remain still indoors, ventured to the front hall to assess the situation. My lord, how is your health at present? Are you feeling any better? Upon seeing Bai Yan enter, Su Wanqing prepared to leave but paused, unwilling to depart. She approached Ling Song and remarked, Ling Song, you have done far too much for my lord. I wish to elevate you to one of Xin Jing's consorts, to grant you a title. However, how might I persuade you to accept this? After all, you appear to be a man of steadfast integrity.
Wanqing.
A furious roar startled Bai Yan, who stood beside Xin Jing, causing her to tremble. Volume 1.
Chapter 93, à favorable omen.
Su Wanqing looked at Xin Jing, bewildered, noticing his dark expression and furrowed brow. My lord, is something amiss? What is the meaning of this? Is it not permissible to exchange a word with Ling Song? Why is this man so difficult to appease? No, wait. He surely would not lose his temper without cause. Some emotion must have been stirred within him, leading him to disapprove of Ling Song's interaction with other women. Hold on, this could actually be a positive sign. Contemplating this, Su Wanqing couldn't help but smile, actively increasing the distance between herself and Ling Song. Observing her actions, and in alignment with her suspicions, This gesture further provoked Xin Jing's emotions. 3 days hence, accompany me to the palace. Be prepared.
Wanqing?
This statement left everyone present utterly astonished. Su Wanqing was aware that following the funeral, there would be a palace banquet, however. Xin Jing had never taken his legitimate wife to such an occasion. Given her appearance and her various breaches of decorum, how could she possibly fit into such a gathering? Had he lost his senses? Bai Yan's astonishment stemmed from Xin Jing's consistent avoidance of any formal engagements with a companion. She had always assumed that in the presence of Qin Shui, he deemed it inappropriate to bring anyone along, thus opting to attend solo. Yet now, he specifically invited Su Wanqing to accompany him to the palace. Did he hold her in such disregard? Ling Song believed that this palace banquet, celebrating the Northern Marquis' great victory, was unwise with Su Wanqing in tow, as mishandling it could lead to complications. The gazes of the crowd were fixed upon Xin Jing, who had begun to push his wheelchair away. 3 days later, before the dinner hour, the sky still bright. The ancients adhered to an early schedule. Thus dinner was served early as well. Ning, the steward, specifically came to inform, "Madam, the Lord wishes for you to accompany him to the palace banquet tonight." "I understand," Su Wanqing replied dismissively. Upon hearing this, Caillou's heart sank, for she knew her mistress all too well. Back at the residence, there had been a girl who insisted on marrying the 6th prince, and should she encounter him at the palace banquet, who knows what inappropriate antics she might engage in. However, ever since she was forcefully sent to the Marquis' residence by her stepmother, she has consistently caused disturbances, leaving the Marquis' household in disarray. Why then would the Marquis bring her to the palace? After steward Ning departed, Kaiwa could no longer contain her curiosity. "Madam, why did the Marquis insist on taking you to the palace?" Su Wanqing wished fervently that she had misheard. A similar question flickered through her mind. She was acutely aware of her unattractive appearance and irritable temperament, and her daily antics were hardly commendable. Yet suddenly, Xin Jing intended to take her to a banquet in the palace. There must be some underlying reason for this. Perhaps certain occasions necessitated the presence of the legitimate wife?
Wanqing di plaid cachueli.
It was truly absurd. Given Xin Jing's character, he would invariably bring Ling Song with him, treating the legitimate wife as nothing more than a mere ornament. Kaiwa was reluctant to allow her mistress to attend the palace banquet, fearing another embarrassing encounter with the 6th prince. However, with circumstances pressing, there was no choice but to comply. After an unspecified duration, 2 servants appeared at the door, their expressions betraying hesitation, for they had been tasked with summoning her. Upon seeing Su Wanqing's demeanor, they could only silently pray that she would recognize their predicament and act swiftly. Everyone bowed their heads in contemplation, unable to propose a solution, as their status as servants dictated their position. The atmosphere grew palpably oppressive. Had it been Bai Yan, she would undoubtedly have been infuriated, stomping her feet in frustration. All her painstaking